this Azure 104 is totally based on the labs, totally based on the practicals, right? So we do have the multiple options available under Azure, right? So Azure is nothing. Azure is just a console through which you are able to run your services, right? Either it can be a web application, it can be a load balancer, it can be a virtual machine, whatever things you are going to do, you will get all these things under a one console. Okay. So first of all, how we are going to implement all the labs and how we are going to pursue this course. So first of all, if you want to certify, you have to attempt an exam of Azure 104 that will cost around, if I'm talking about in Indian rupees, it will cost around 15,000 rupees, including GST. And in overseas, it will cost around $165 plus the taxes, whatever the tax implemented over there, right? So how we are going to get the study material for 104. So I am going to create one Google Classroom link. Even earlier also for MCSA, I used to do it for the servers batch and all, right? But for Azure, I am going to create one classroom link. So you can join that classroom, and over there, whatever the PPTs or whatever the PDF books we do have, I am going to upload it there, and you can download it. You have the rights, and you can download it from there, right? Along with it,
Sure,
you
sir.
will be getting the assignment also, right? Let's say we do have 10 modules. So first of all, we are strictly going to follow the Azure syllabus that is introduced by the Microsoft itself. Okay, we are not going to customize it, but wherever it is needed, the additional information it is needed, so definitely I'm going to share it with you all. So you will get, after the completion of one module, you will get the assignment, right? So I would expect that assignment, you should complete this assignment within like, let's suppose if next weekend we are going to meet, so I would expect that you should complete that exam by assignment by next week. Okay. And
Sure.
even after the completion of this course, I am going to provide you the interview questions also that are basically related to Azure 104, that will gonna help you to crack your interviews if you are going for a Azure 104 administrator or a cloud administrator, right? And even if you want to, or if you wish to attempt the exam, I will help you out in exams also, right? You will get the like dumps. If you want, I can provide you the dumps also, so that once you are going to write the exam, so that dumps will definitely gonna help you out, right? So so I do have like a complete book of Azure 104, right? That if you're going to buy it on Amazon, it will cost around 1500 rupees, right? But here you are going to get it free of cost. You need not to pay anything. So this will going to be the book for your Azure 104 exam, right? It includes all the topics that it includes topics as well as the practicals also. Let's suppose if you want to implement a practical related to your Active Directory. So soon the cost fee, exam fee will be around 15,000 plus. Okay, 15,000 or 16,000 something. Okay. So see, we have the chapter one, like manage Azure AD objects, managing Azure AD objects. This is the Azure Active Directory, right? So along with the description, we do have the pictures also, that how to implement or how to create the user or whatever the operations we can do under our Active Directory. You will get everything in this book, right? So once we are going to complete our topic, I would recommend you all to go through with this book and read it. And if any of the additional information you are getting, so start creating your own notes, right? नहीं कर सकते, don't worry, PPTs दूंगा, proper PPTs में screenshots होंगे, along with PPTs में पूरा steps होंगे how to follow, or how to create a storage account, or how to create a load balancer. So this is just for an example. So everything you will get under that PPTs. But if you want to create your own notes, so that also you can do through this book. Okay.
So this book you will share with us?
Yes, this is what I'm trying to
Yes.
explain, that
Okay.
these all things you will get it, and how you are gonna get it. So first of all, I'm going to create. So see, I do have like Azure interview questions also,
Interview question.
right? So whatever the things, or this is as per the real based scenario, whatever the information or whatever the questions the interviewer asked from me as well as from my friends. So I prepared a document, right? And so you it will be able to get, crack. You will be able to crack your interview also if you are going to read this interview question. So I do see everything is explained with the example. तो मैंने कुछ इस तरीके से इसको डिजाइन किया so that आपको कंफ्यूजन ही ना हो, राइट? उस दिन आपको कंफ्यूजन हो रही थी यार, पब्लिक क्लाउड का एग्जांपल बताओ, प्राइवेट क्लाउड का एग्जांपल बताओ. आई वाज जस्ट ट्राइंग टू,
Yes,
मैं ये
sir.
कह रहा था जस्ट होल्ड ऑन, यू विल गेट एवरीथिंग, राइट? तो थोड़ा सा होल्ड करना है आपको. ओके,
Sure.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
हरी नहीं है. वी नो जितना हमें, वी आर गोइंग टू टेक this course also. For me it is going to be the first batch, right? And I am going to make it as efficient as possible. ठीक है? So just trust on me, trust on your trainer. ठीक है? Whatever the experience I have gained in my current organization, or whatever my previous experiences are, according to that only I'm going to teach, that what actually the scenarios you can face in your current organization or maybe in your future. ठीक है? So just trust on me. Okay. Now, so these will be the interview questions, right? And this will be the book. Okay. And this is going to be the syllabus that we are going to follow, right? First of all, what is Microsoft Azure deployment, Azure data centers, कहाँ पे data centers हैं, regions, right? Microsoft Azure roadmap, how you can, how you will be able to become architect, Azure architect, and maybe Azure DevOps. So that will be the roadmap, right? And then getting started with Microsoft Azure, how to create free account, right? And how to manage it through CLI or maybe from PowerShell. So that includes all these things. Then Azure products, what are the products are being introduced, which is actually introduced by the Azure. So we are going to talk about that. Okay. And then Azure solution, e-commerce, digital media, Azure best practices, right? Microsoft Azure pricing, बिलिंग भी होता है ना, जैसे आपको आप कौन सा सर्विस रन कर रहे हो, राइट? सो यू हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ बिलिंग आल्सो. ओके. So this is Microsoft Azure versus Amazon Web Services. Microsoft Azure India case studies, real time experiences, right? So this also you will get. This will be assignments. Assignment I'm preparing, just by next week you will get all the assignments. Like after completing the module, you will get, for each module you will get the assignment, and you have to try it by your own, so that you will be able to get, yes, whatever I have explained, you are able to do it by your own also. Okay. And then this will be your interview questions, right? For today, we do not have like, today, this is going to be the introductory session, right? So
Sorry, where is the material?
it's under classroom, and then you have to go to classwork, right? And then study book. So hope you are able to get it.
Got it. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Now, so first of all, we will be needing Azure account, right? So that we can do our labs. Okay. So for that, I would recommend you to arrange, if you can arrange a credit card, it will gonna help you out, right? But if you are a student, so through your college ID also, you will be able to sign up on Azure portal, right? But in case of student ID, you will get $100, right? But if you are signing up with a credit card, in that case, you will get $200. Okay. So how to create the account? So I am already using one student ID because I have already used all my credit cards. So I'll definitely try to arrange others, even uh, if I have to go with pay as you go also, so I will opt that option. But you can go with the credit card first of all, right? Use credit card and try to implement your labs over there. And once you will get selected in your any of the organization where you will get the exposure of Azure. So over there you will get to know the extra services, because see, in case of this trial accounts, there will be limited access. Limited in the sense you will get only few of the services. Few in the sense you can say it as 80% of services you will be able to access, right? But the rest of 20%, for that you will be needing the organization's account, and maybe you have to pay for that a particular service, right? But whatever the things we are going to cover, that it will include in the trial uh, module only, trial period only. Okay. So I have already one account. I'm using one student account, right? But if you have to sign up, how you can do that? First of all, you will be needing one Microsoft account email ID, or maybe one Hotmail account ID. So you have to create an account on Microsoft or maybe on Hotmail. You can do that, and then you can sign up on the Azure portal, right? So to make an account, you have to go to portal.azure.com, right? So it is asking me for the ID, right? So here, if you have already a Microsoft email account, that you can use it, right? But if you do not have, you have to create your own, right? So you have to go to create one, right? So here I'm going to create it like Sahitya dot. Let me see what I can get. Okay, see, you can sign up with either outlook.com or maybe through hotmail.com, right? So let me try it with outlook.com. Sahitya 1209. Let me try if it is available. Yes, it is, right? So you can create your password here. Next, pick one square that shows two identical objects. Pick one square, two identical. Okay,
Right from top. Yeah.
right? So I am signed up. But I do not have the subscription. I do not have the um, amount in my account, right? I have to get it through credit card. I need to access my credit card, then only I will be able to see. Get $200 free credit towards Azure products and services plus 12 months of popular free services, right? So you have to go to start, right? So build the cloud with an Azure free account. So see, this option is for pay as you go, right? So services that you are going to use on your Azure, right? For that only you have to pay to Microsoft, right? So either you can use this account, but obviously for now it is this option is not valid for you. So I would recommend to just create your free account first of all, right? Once you are well versed with the all the things, then you can use your pay as you go account. Okay, so start free. So I already have that account, Sahitya 1209. So it got redirected directly. Okay, and here now it is what is asking for first name, recommended, right? So even you have to provide the PAN ID also. Baki it is optional. Right? So these all basic information you have to place.
5600 डाल दो
56003. Okay, now I agree. Share my information select button. I can receive relevant information. अगर चाहिए करो इसको, नहीं तो कोई जरूरत नहीं है. Now next. See, identity verification by card. तो इसमें वो QR ऑप्शन भी अवेलेबल होगा, right? Next, let me see if okay. Organization. So now I'm showing you, right? But in PPT, you will get step by step that what step needs to be followed to create a account. Okay. Now please provide your credit card or debit card, right? If you have a debit card also, right? You can, if you have Visa or Master debit card, that also can be used, right? And you will get around 13,300 credit for 30 days in your account, right? And these amount can be used to create your virtual machines or whatever the type of virtual machines you are creating. According to that only it will going to deduct from your this account, right? So here you have to provide the information, then you'll be able to sign it up, and you will get around
Voice is
13,000
bit low.
rupees. Yeah. So after signing up, after providing all the information of your credit card, you will be able to get the 13,000 rupees. Through these rupees, you will be able to create the your resource groups, your virtual machines, load balancers, blob services, storage services. So everything you will be able to create. So this is the simple step to create your free Azure account and to get 13,000 rupees in your Azure account. Any clarity you need? Let's suppose like we do have multiple types available of virtual machine in Microsoft, right? So according to the nature of that virtual machine, it is going to deduct from your account.
How about validity, sir? How many days or how many months?
For 30 days, you will get it.
30 days only.
Right. And even I will let you know the efficient way how you can use it. See, once creating or your lab, once you are able to get the concept that yes, you are done with your concept, you are done with your lab, just delete all the resources. राइट तो ये कैसे चार्ज करता है ना, ये बेसिकली पर आवर बेसिस पे चार्ज करता है. इवन गाइस इफ यू आर गोइंग टू शट डाउन योर सर्वर्स, so then in that case also Microsoft will going to charge. सिस्टम शट डाउन है स्टिल वो चार्ज करेगा. वो चार्ज किसका करेगा? सिर्फ और सिर्फ स्टोरेज सर्विसेज का. स्टोरेज मतलब जो आपने हार्ड डिस्क वहां पे कनेक्ट किया. दिस सेम एज फॉर योर AWS एंड सेम एज फॉर योर Google and other clouds also. Like if a system is in stopped state or in shutdown state, in that case also the vendor is going to charge from you, and the charge is only for your storage services. And once your machine will get up, then वो अपनी virtual machine का भी charge करेगा, and उसके अंदर आपने जो भी services ले रखी है, right, उसके according वो आपको charge करेगा.
In the sense, whenever we create a lab, once the lab finish, that time only we need to shut down.
Just shut down or delete everything if it is if it is no longer needed.
Fine.
Right, once you are done with it, once you are able to get the concept, once you are able to configure it in your lab, just delete everything. Okay, whether it is
Fine.
public IP or either it is any of the services. See, for public IP also they are going to charge. A public IP, if you are getting public IP from your ISP also, if I am talking about on-prem, right, in that case also you have to pay to the ISP if you are getting any public static IP from them, right? Same in case of cloud also. Like if you are getting any public IP, so for that you have to pay to the vendor, either it is Microsoft or it is AWS.
One more clarification I need. So,
Yes,
like
please.
once lab finished, in 13,000, what will receive that amount to
See,
Microsoft
as I
account? From there only it will deduct, correct?
right from there only it will deduct.
Like we'll not get emails like this is the service, it is deducted, because in AWS we'll get an email.
Yeah, email we can also we can trigger the email also if you want. We can configure it, so that is not a big deal.
No, what I'm saying in AWS, in main like in our account only amount will be deducted. Main account we should pay for 130, 150 like that. We'll get a mail from Amazon service.
Right.
Because I have received for AWS. That's why whether we'll deduct from the main account or Microsoft
Yeah.
account. This
So it depends. So see, I explained earlier that in trial account you will be able to use 80% of services of Microsoft, right? The remaining 20%, if you are going to use it, right, then it will going to charge from your main account. They do have the information of your credit card, right? But if you are not going to touch that services, they will not going to charge anything from you.
I think do we have option to create through a debit card like RuPay, HDFC, anything? Like, do we have option to create through debit card like Visa, RuPay?
No, RuPay you cannot be able to. You will not be able to. You can use only Visa or Mastercard.
Mastercard.
Yes. You can see here. See my screen. So only Visa and Mastercard option is there.
Fine, sir. Got it.
Yeah. Okay. So after signing up, you will be able to get the amount, and this will look as right, and this from cost management, and from there you will be able to get your billing information, right? Whatever the services you are running and how they are going to charge it. So everything you will get it. Just for example, we are not going to do anything today. Just for example, let me show you how it will be gonna create, right? So let me create one new virtual machine. So first of all, I have to create the resource group, right? I will explain each and everything like what actually resource groups are, right? For now, I'm going to create one. create new. Let's suppose I'm going to create it as resource group 1 RG. Right now, virtual machine name. Virtual machine name will be like, you can give it like time domain or everything, anything you can type here, right? Then region. So you have to decide the region. See, there are multiple regions where actually the data centers of Microsoft is available, right? And in our case, depending upon the region, they are going to charge from you, right? So if you are going to select North America or any other America region, so in that case, the cost will be high of that particular virtual, right? So in our case, we have to look that on which region the cheapest virtual machine is available, because we have the trial account, right? We will not, no one will be able to wish to pay it from the main account, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
we will gonna use the trial account, and according to that, we have to decide the cheapest region where we will be able to get the cheapest. Okay, so let me show you the under Microsoft website only you will be able to get the information. So we can type like Microsoft Azure region. अब तो इंडिया में भी है डेटा सेंटर माइक्रोसॉफ्ट और एंड अवेलेबिलिटी जोन पीपीटी में एक्चुअली प्रॉपर में. So these are the regions where actually the data center of Microsoft is available, right? In case of India, it is in West India, I think in Mumbai, and then Central India, and then in South India. I will let you know the exact location. Okay. So these are the locations actually. For now, I am aware of 54 regions they do have. It is the information by 2020. Na? So these are basically going to be the regions where actually the data center of Microsoft is available, right? And we have to figure out the cheapest region where actually we will be able to create our virtual machine, right? So here you have to define the region, right? Check with central region of India. Availability zone. So availability zone physically separate your resource within Azure region. Okay. And then the value must not be empty. Zone 1. Security type. Standard, trusted, launch virtual machine. We can take it as standard. And now we can select the type of image you want onto that virtual, right? It can be Linux, it can be RHEL, Oracle, Debian, it can be the Windows images also, right? So as per your need, you can decide, right? So let's suppose I'm going to take 2016. So what it is actually saying, done. Now, आप देखो, standard, now it is going to charge, see, 10,360 point, 10,300 rupees, it is going to charge per month for this machine, right? But we have to make it, see, these are the series. Even guys, for interview point of view, you should be aware of that what series is for which function. If we need the system that should be efficient in, or that should have a good compute power, according to that only, again Microsoft will gonna charge for. Okay. So these are the series guys of VMs that you have to be aware of. So we'll see ideal for workloads. General purpose. For now, I'm going to create it for general purpose only, right? Maybe I'll get some cheapest option here. Temporary storage, RAM. Also, RAM will also decide RAM and number of virtual CPUs. See, जब भी आप एक machine run करते हो, I'm talking about a hardware, right? So for run a hardware, what all are need, or what are actually hardware would be needed to run a particular machine? Can anybody explain?
RAM, CPU, hardware.
RAM, CPU, hardware, right? So same in case of cloud also, you will be needing these CPUs, RAM, disk, maximum IOPS, ये तो उसकी वो है सर्वर का कितना कंप्यूटेशन पावर है, and then temporary storage. हाँ, CPU पावर कम रख लेते हैं, RAM भी कम ले लेते हैं. ओके, राइट. तो जितना मैं कंप्यूटेशन पावर कम रखूंगा, अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट आई विल बी एबल टू यूज माई अकाउंट एफिशिएंटली. ठीक है, तो मैं इसको एक बार ये यूज करके देख लेता हूँ, DS1V2, and let me see what actually they are charging from me now. Now it is 6,800 rupees. Right? Same way you can just customize. I will give you a PPT in which actually you will be able to get it, that which is the cheaper one and which will be the higher one, right? So 1 GB RAM, 3.5 PS2 भी ले सकते हैं वैसे हम, ज़्यादा हो जाएगा. So let's go with DS1V2. इसी के साथ चलते हैं. Okay. Now you have to provide username also. You have to log in to your virtual machine, right? Earlier also, whenever you were creating the virtual machine in VMware, if you can relate, my old students, so over there also you have to provide the admin and its password. Right. So here also you have to provide that what will going to be the username and what will be the password, right? So in my case, let's suppose I'm going to use it as administrator, right? And then the password, right? So what the value must be between 12 and 13 characters long. Okay. So मैं अपना एक,
सर एक क्वेश्चन था.
हाँ जी,
सर जो आपने रीजन वाली बात बोली थी कि हम चीपेस्ट रीजन ढूंढेंगे, तो ये उसकी सर्वर की अवेलेबिलिटी पे डिपेंड करती है रीजन.
बिल्कुल डिपेंड करती है, डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द लाइक नेचर ऑफ दैट सर्वर. अब मुझे अगर हाई कंप्यूट चाहिए, राइट, तो मे बी वो मुंबई रीजन में अवेलेबल ना हो, वो साउथ रीजन में हो, या वो किसी अमेरिका के रीजन में हो, या वो किसी कनाडा के रीजन में. इट मे पॉसिबल, राइट. बट जैसे माइक्रोसॉफ्ट को लगेगा कि मेरे पास इंडिया से भी कुछ ऐसे यूजर्स आ रहे हैं जिनको हाई कंप्यूटेशन चाहिए, right? So according to that, they will upgrade their infrastructure in that case, right? So it may possible. Okay.
क्लियर सर.
Okay. So how you want to connect? Whether you want to do RDP or you want to do SSH or HTTP or HTTPS. So we do have all the options. You can select accordingly. अब virtual machine बनाया है, right? We will be needing the remote also.
Go with RDP also.
Right. See, usernames must not include reserved words. Okay. Admin ले लेता हूँ.
Sir, HTTPS in the sense they'll give, they'll provide website or URL or something. So directly we'll log into that website.
Exactly. In case of HTTPS, the connection will be secure, right? But in case of HTTP port 80, the connection will not be secure. The third party will be able to track your activity.
So in the sense, when we create the VM, we'll only get a mail from Azure, Microsoft
Right.
account
Right.
for that website, like a URL.
Exactly.
Fine.
You will get it. Okay. यूजर नेम एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर क्यों नहीं ले रहा? 1 and 20. ओके, admin username must not include reserved.
एडमिन 1 ले ली।
हाँ, साहित्य ले लेता हूँ, ठीक है। ओके, ठीक है। नाउ would you like to use an existing Windows Server license? अब देखो लाइसेंसिंग पार्ट आता है, राइट? So if you want the server should be activated or should be have the licensed server, right? In that case we have to select this option.
तो आपने RDP क्यों नहीं सेलेक्ट किया? HTTPS क्यों नहीं किया? क्या है?
कर सकते हैं, कर लो, दोनों कर लो, कोई
दोनों
दिक्कत
कर
नहीं
सकते हैं, राइट?
है।
हाँ,
हाँ,
ओके ओके।
कुछ मर्जी कर लो, SSH कर लो। if you have putty software, so through putty also you will be able to connect it. मैं सारे कर लेता हूँ, HTTP नहीं कर रहा, port 80, ठीक है, because it is not secure. We can use HTTPS, we can use SSH, or we can use RDP. Okay.
ओके।
I confirm, right?
Sir, like SSH in the sense we need to download putty software, from there we'll give SSH, or how it is?
Exactly. From putty we will be able to do it. We have to
Fine.
provide the public key and private key, then we will be able to connect our virtual machine. I will let you know the process, don't worry.
Fine, sir.
Okay, now review or create, or first of all let's check that. Okay, so premium SSD we are going to take, right? Key management, so platform managed key for now, okay. Disk for PDC, so nothing we need to do. This is in case of if you want to create the RAID and all these things, right? So for now it is not needed, so we can go with next. So this is going to be the default subnet, but if you want to create your own subnet, you can create your own subnet also, जैसे हम पहले करते हैं, just
वो
for example.
रिचार्जेबल रहेगा क्या? कैसे हो?
नहीं, no, it will not chargeable, बस उसने वो सर्वर का बता दिया, that's it, right? So resource group क्या है basically? Resource group is a place where you are going to create your virtual machines, multiple virtual machines. जैसे आप VMware पे करते थे, just example, relate मत करना, just to understand you. हम लोग क्या करते थे on VMware? We used to create multiple virtual machines, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So just to understand, VMware is the resource. जस्ट समझने के लिए, एक्चुअली तो वो सॉफ्टवेयर प्लेटफॉर्म है, ठीक है। जस्ट समझने के लिए VMware is the resource group, and under that resource group I am creating multiple virtual machines, right? And in order to communicate, I have to create the subnets. I have to place that virtual machine in the same subnet, right? Then only I will be able to communicate ना। नहीं तो अगर मैं किसी और सबनेट में रख दूंगा, किसी और नेटवर्क में उसको रख दूंगा, how will be able to ping it? Until or unless I will not configure the routing, फिर वहां पे नेटवर्किंग का कंसेप्ट आ जाता है, right? So if I have to communicate with the same network, right? So I have to put all the virtual machine in the same subnet, ठीक है। जिसको नेटवर्किंग आते हैं उनको पता ही होगा कि अगर सेम सबनेट में है तभी हमारी मशीन से, तो अंडरस्टैंड है, राइट? अंडरस्टूड है चीजें, ओके। तो NIC कार्ड बेसिक रखते हैं अभी। सिलेक्ट पॉइंट, इनबाउंड मैंने रखा ही हुआ है, SSH, लोड बैलेंसिंग मुझे भी कुछ भी जरूरत नहीं है, राइट? नेक्स्ट मैनेजमेंट, ये बाय सब बाय डिफॉल्ट रहने दो इसको। कोई अगर आपके पास AD बनी हुई है तो यू कैन सेलेक्ट दिस ऑप्शन, अभी के लिए हम कुछ नहीं कर रहे। So even you have to just for now we are going to take by default options, I'm not going to do anything, right? I'm just now going to tags बताऊंगा क्या होता है, basically to identify your infrastructure. We used to tag our virtual machine. Okay, so I'm going to review and create. See, so it is going to charge 6 rupees INR per hour. अब देखो 6 रुपए सिर्फ चार्ज करेगा घंटे के लिए, ठीक है? और जैसे ही मैं इवन मैं अपना बना लूंगा, सब कुछ कर लूंगा, मैं डिलीट करूंगा, तो ये 6 रुपए भी मेरे वापस आ जाए। अगर मैं 1 घंटे से पहले पहले कर लेता हूँ तो मेरे ये 6 रुपए भी चार्ज नहीं होंगे। Now it is going to charge 6 rupees per hour for this virtual machine, right? But let's suppose if I am able to create my lab before 1 hour, right? They will not going to charge anything from me. But I have to make sure after completing my lab, I have to delete all the infrastructure. They will not going to charge any penny from me.
Before 1 hour, sir.
Before 1 hour, exactly.
Yes.
But after 1 hour,
Then it is
अगर 1 hour complete हो गया, then they will going to charge 6 rupees. Right? So you have to play smartly, guys, right? Because we do have very limited resource, right? So according to that, just plan your activities or plan your labs. Even I will help you on that. So according to that only, try to play with all the services of Azure. I would recommend just you have to play with it smartly. ठीक है?
हाँ तो सर वो जो 13,300 रुपीज जो थे
हाँ जी,
उसमें चार्ज होगा या फिर हमारे बैंक अकाउंट उसमें क्रेडिट
हाँ हाँ,
कार्ड से
उसी
चार्ज
में से
होगा?
चार्ज होगा, उसी 13,000 में से चार्ज होगा। I am talking about if you are going to use any other services, or maybe if you are not going to shut down the resources, so it may possible if it reaches to 13,000, then it will gonna charge from your credit card. That is why I'm explaining to use the this amount very smartly. Right? Try to use try to like create your resources in the cheapest region. So जैसे लैब
Sure.
कंप्लीट हुआ, so we will be able to delete.
So there is also a term container.
Containerization, हाँ जी. Containerization basically Kubernetes में होती है. That is a different concept which comes under DevOps part. ठीक है, but I will explain. So you can see deployment is in progress.
So, sir, to start a new through online portal, that this is the first scenario. Like we have to create a server through in this format, right?
Right. First of all, you have to create your Azure free account so
Yeah.
that you will be able to create the virtual machine, right? Right. So the process I have already explained to you how you will be able to create your free account, right? And then by this way you will be able to create the virtual machine.
सर ये जो 13,000 है तो सर इसका वैलिडिटी है ना 30 days?
30 days. So this is the RDP session that I have took, right? And I am logged in onto my server. Organization में ऐसा नहीं होता. Organization में you have to first of all create a gateway. You can call it as Bastion, right? So first you have to create a Bastion, right? After connecting to that Bastion, you will be able to connect to your virtual machine on private network also. See, for now this machine is running with public network, right? That is why I'm able to connect without any of the Bastion needed or without any of the gateway needed. But once you want the machine should be in the private IP range. So for that we have to create the Bastion.
We are going to cover it, right?
Yeah, don't worry. So this is my virtual server, right? I can install any of the feature here now. Like I want to install क्या बोल रहा है ये collecting inventory, okay. So I can go with ADDS, DNS, and let's suppose I want to create any file server. I want to create any a cluster server. So everything I can do it on my server. इसके और प्रोसेस क्या हो सकते हैं कनेक्ट करने के, वो that also I will let you know, right?
So just now you have created VM, right? But here, whether we have mentioned any storage and like 1 GB, 2 GB, or it is how much storage sir, now?
वो
Free?
VM में दिखाया था 16 GB storage was there. Let me show you. Let me show you in the server itself. Let me see कितना मिला है. Oh, it's
Okay.
126 GB. Huh? It's more than enough.
Yeah.
For our practicals, yes, it is more than enough. But for real time, obviously, we will be needing more storage devices.
Even public network or private, whatever, will get the same. Like in just now you have created in a public network, right?
Right.
If you create private network also, will get same storage.
Exactly. You will get the same.
Fine.
What is that temporary storage?
Temporary storage, basically your, you can say it as, for virtual machine, there actually there is a hard disk created that is called temporary one, right? And in that temporary device, the configuration of your server is going to be reside, right? Let's suppose if your main hard disk will get failed, so from the temporary server you will be able to restore your virtual machine again. जैसे we used to create the restore point, right? So the temporary virtual machine hard disk is the restore point. From there we will be able to restore our virtual machine again if it will get deleted or if it will get corrupted. So in that case we can
Like mirror?
no, it is not mirroring, it is the
So
restore
it's
point.
kind of a VM files are sitting there,
Exactly.
so restore if we want to re-export that VM.
Exactly. Okay, so here I can
Do we have option to create through like scripting, like in AWS
yes,
will
we
create it?
do have.
Sir,
This
what
are
about timing, sir? Timing,
Linux only.
for example, server timing, it is showing 3:48 p.m. Okay.
Because 3:48 p.m. it is showing. Okay, I can change the time zone, na?
Yeah. What if it is
तो
in the
इसको
other region, sir? The server is in the other region. How will
नहीं,
change
रीजन तो हमने सेंट्रल जोन ही सेलेक्ट किया था वैसे तो, सेंट्रल इंडिया आई थिंक, बट वी कैन चेंज द टाइम जोन. So you can see the it is UTC, right? You can change it to IST. Okay, तो ये कोई बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है. चेन्नई डन.
नहीं सर, मैं ये पूछ रहा हूँ कि इस सिनेरियो पे लेट्स से वी हैव अ सर्वर इन अदर लोकेशन एंड ऑन आई एम टेलिंग अबाउट प्रैक्टिकल थिंग.
Okay.
We have a server in somewhere else, okay, and
Okay.
let's say for example the timings are changed, right?
Hmm.
तो अगर उससे कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा कि भाई विंडोज जहाँ पे कनेक्ट नहीं होता, कभी कभी एक्सप्लोरर नहीं चलता, जैसे गूगल क्रोम हो गया, अगर टाइम हमारा चेंज तो चलेगा नहीं, तो उस बेसिस पे क्लाइंट पे या एज्योर का जो हम लोग यूजर अकाउंट देते हैं जो भी है, तो वो मैच कर जाएगा.
हाँ, we can convert the timing ना, अगर it is working on UST or maybe some other region, Pacific time, right? So we can convert, we do have converter, so according to that we can do that. ऐसा कोई issue नहीं है, timing से कुछ ऐसा issue नहीं है, right? Okay, now whatever the service you want to install, you can do it. Go to dashboard again. Right, let's suppose you want to install Hyper-V. Add feature.
Yeah, just because in Hyper-V you have to put
Hyper-V.
VM and don't enough resources for your VM.
Exactly. So okay, anyways, let's install IIS then. Add feature. Next. So guys, IIS क्या होता है? For hosting website, sir. So if you want to create your website, so first of all we will be needing IIS. We have to install the IIS, and then we will be able to host our website, and we will be able to like access our website. Right, let it install. Okay, so other things, see, in a existing resource group, we can create multiple virtual machines. Okay, let's suppose I want to create one more virtual machine. Okay, so I can go start with create one. Okay, and either I can select a new, create a new one, or I can go with the existing one. Right, so automatically it picked up all the all the configuration that I have done in this particular resource group. See, you can see it is already in Central India, then Windows Server Data Center, right? And then 64-bit, whatever the things I have done, like 6,800 rupees. So it will going to pick all the configuration that I have done in this resource group. But if you differ from if you want some different configuration, that also can be done, because it may not possible that all the virtual machines are running on the same configuration, right? So we can create other one also. Like if you want to go with server 19, let's suppose, right? So we can create server 19 also, right? And for server 19, same prices are there, right? Now just review and create. And guys, through PowerShell or Azure CLI, so this is the cloud shell. For now, I am creating virtual machines graphically, है ना? But same thing I can do with the help of PowerShell also, or maybe Azure CLI. So in next class, I will let you know. And even in your assignment also, like your first assignment will be, you have to create the resource groups, you have to create virtual machines into that, right? And then you have to set up your Azure CLI in your laptop, so that after running PowerShell on your laptop, you will be able to connect onto this infrastructure, and then you can write your scripting and you will be able to create your virtual machine with the help of commands. अगर DevOps पे जाओगे, like DevOps is totally automation है, वहाँ पर आप graphically नहीं ये सब VMs बनाओगे, या फिर let's suppose if there is a requirement from client, right? They want to expand their hard disk, or they want to upgrade their servers, right? So in that case, everything can be done with the help of from PowerShell, right? So this you will going to learn if you are opting for Azure DevOps course. Or guys, yes, after learning AZ104, and I would recommend to go for DevOps also, right? So this is basically going to be the roadmap for you all. If you have already working experience of servers, if you have already working experience on Linux, right, then you can opt for DevOps. And nowadays DevOps is on boom, right? If you have around, like, freshers will not get the jobs in DevOps. If and only if you have experience of around 5 to 8 years, right, then you will be then you will be able to get jobs into DevOps profile.
But network related engineers, right?
You
Here,
can
sir.
go, yes, you can go with Azure networking. The exam code is, I think, AZ500.
So I have done my 104 like 2 years back.
Oh, that's
So
great.
that's not expired. So what is the procedure I have to
You have to
uh,
book the exam again in that case, Khalid.
again? Okay.
Yeah, you have to pay the exam. You have to pay the fee, right? Depending upon your city, and you have to reattempt the exam.
Got it. And what about, I had the question regarding the resource group, like for different resource group, for example, you create the one and we can create the other one.
Hmm.
As per, we can just put the VM in the same subnet, we can communicate with different.
Exactly.
Okay.
So if you want to communicate with that different resource group, we can do that also, but we will be needing routing in that case. So for that, networking part will come, right?
Got it.
But I will let you know how we will be able to. But if you'll talk about the security and part, so that I am not as much aware of, because it is the total responsibility of vulnerability management team. and I was not included at that time. But whatsoever I am aware of, definitely I will let you know.
Sure, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay. So guys, two things we discussed. First of all, how we are going to implement our labs, or how efficiently we will be able to use our Azure account, and how to create the virtual machine, VMs. Right. So this is the very basic one, right? And how you will be able to get the PPTs, I have already told you, right? So you will get it under this. Okay, and even I will upload 900 also, fundamentals also, I will upload it. Okay, and see, once you are done with the practical, what you can do, just shut down your machine, or you can shut down from the console itself. Okay, so just shut it down. Right, and you can go. अच्छा हमने क्रिएट की नहीं है वाली. ओके, मैं कैंसिल कर देता हूँ उसे. Right, so it is running. It will be in stopped state now. Let's refresh the console. इसलिए अब AWS पे काम करते हो ना तो
टॉप पे है सर.
Create to classic
Is there
user.
मैंने
in
sir,
manage view?
मैंने
Is
view
there
के
fifth one.
Oh yeah, okay, okay. Actually वो बिल्कुल आदत पड़ी हुई है AWS की, वो सीधा ही दिखता है. Anyways, see, it is in stopped state now, right? Now you can select this, and even you can go to your, यहाँ से भी आ जाएगा option. You can directly delete it, right? Apply force relation. Yes, and delete. Right, so guys, we can take the snapshots also ना, जैसे हम VMware में snapshots लेते थे अपनी machines का, तो same way in this case also we will be able to take the snapshots as well.
Snapchat के लिए भी चार्ज करेगा वो या फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट है?
No, snapshots के लिए it will going to charge, because storage के लिए charge करेगा snapshots में बस वो, कि मतलब जो storage लेगा आपका snapshot, according to that only it is going to charge.
So is there any migration for that snapshot?
You migration means you want to
Means
migrate your.
in VMware, if we can
Hmm.
get a snapshot, we can migrate that snapshot to another VM machine.
Right. Yes, if you have the same configuration of machine, you have to make sure the machine should be in the same configuration, right? And you can migrate your snapshot over there.
I'm working in a VM scenario,
Hmm.
live VM scenario in DC.
Okay.
I'm installing VMware and looking for the servers and firewalls also. So in there, I can migrate one VM machine to another VM machine.
Right.
To VM backup.
Through VM
Means
backup, yeah.
At my office, there are VMs, physical boxes, multiple physical boxes, and I know the IPs.
Okay.
Is it here also the same scenario? Like there must be some physical machine somewhere.
Exactly. So Microsoft, there must be some of the physical data centers available of Microsoft. So let's suppose we have created it in central India, right? So maybe in Mumbai they have rented out some location, right? And over there they created a big data center, right? And over there physical servers are available, and onto that servers my VMs are residing.
Like if I use like from I don't know that much of this cloud Azure. Like if we have to migrate some my server, whatever VM you have created, if I have to migrate from here to some other if you have created account and I have created account, you can migrate your server to my account.
Yes, we can do that. We can do that. We can always do that. See, so this is the data center in Telangana, Hyderabad. So physical servers are there. See, right? अब मैंने जो virtual machine बनाई है वो किसी servers में पड़ी होगी. Obviously यार कुछ ना कुछ तो ऐसा hardware होगा जहाँ बनेगा, नहीं तो where actually that machines are getting created, right?
नहीं सर, एक्चुअली मैं ये पूछ रहा था, जैसे यहाँ पे तो हमें फिजिकल मशीन दिख रही है कि ऊपर एक लगी हुई है, एंड वी नो द कॉन्फ़िगरेशन, आई नो द कॉन्फ़िगरेशन कि हम इस पे बनाया है, अब इसको इससे दूसरे पे ले जा रहे हैं.
Right.
अज्योर में तो जब
Yes,
हमारे
we
पास
do have.
डीसी के
See, we do have. See, we do have an option of monitoring in Azure, right? So under that monitoring, you will be able to get whatever the configuration has been done on any of the virtual machine. You will be able to get the information from there, or even
it
you
is
can
also
yeah,
yes,
or even
it
you
also
can
gives
export. Sorry.
sorry,
Yeah, you carry on, please.
means Azure gives the information about the physical boxes also.
No, why should it will give the information of your servers only?
In which physical box my servers is created.
No. That you will not be able to get it. You will be able to get the information of your VMs only.
Yeah, I think in that case you have to treat ourselves like a normal user, right? We are
Right.
VMware admin
Right.
or something.
Exactly.
So that is the same scenario where
Right.
they are the cloud admins and they are providing us the VMs. That's it.
Exactly. And see what I was telling you that see there is an option export to CSV, right? So whatever the infrastructure I do have, right, I can export it to CSV file also, and whatever the virtual machines are there on which CPU they are running on, which size of RAM, hard disk, so all the information I will get it. Same thing in AWS also, right? So this is basically called the inventory. If you want to export your inventory, so we can do that, but it is not possible that on which box actually, on which hardware actually your virtual machine is there, right? We will not be able to get it, right?
सर इनका क्वेश्चन ये था आई थिंक कि अगर एक कोई मशीन एक अकाउंट में है, उस मशीन को हम दूसरे अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर कर सकते हैं या
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ, कर सकते हैं वो तो.
सीएसवी के थ्रू.
No, there is a tool. Through tool we will be able to migrate it. अगर आप चाहो Azure की मशीन AWS में डालना, वो भी कर सकते हो. So there are tools actually available through which you will be able to migrate your server from one resource group to another resource group, or from one vendor to another vendor also. कर सकते हैं हम ये काम.
नोड्स की बात कर रहे हैं, जैसे क्लस्टर होता है या तो हाइपर भी होगा, विस्फेयर हो गया, उसमें वीएम बना है, 2-3 नोड्स हैं, एक नोड से दूसरे नोड्स में वीएम को हम स्विच कर सकते हैं. उनका कौन सा मुझे लग रहा है ये पूछ रहे, लेकिन हमको एक्सेस नहीं मिलेगा इसमें, वो पूरा माइक्रोसॉफ्ट हैंडल करेगा.
Yeah.
जितना see whatever the access we do have, according to that only we can work, right? But hardware and all these things, this is all will be decided by the Microsoft. We are not the one who can decide the hardware.
तो क्वेश्चन यही था. We want to switch the like VM to one node to another node. Like one node is fail, like Hyper-V.
Yeah.
So we don't have access. This part Microsoft will be handle, right?
Right, they are going to handle it. Or if you are opting for private cloud, then you can do. Right?
He's talking about
Over
private
there,
cloud.
हाँ, over there you will be able to do it. वहां पर तो आपका कंट्रोल है पूरा. माइक्रोसॉफ्ट कुछ भी नहीं कर सकता वहां पे आपके सर्वर्स के साथ. Getting my point? Yes. Okay. This is module 1, right? Where we are going to learn what is cloud computing, then what is Microsoft Azure services, Azure portal, Azure CLI, Azure PowerShell, and then we will going to have a quiz. So this is how we are going to continue. Okay. So by next week, we will start module 2, right? And same way, week by week, we will complete our all the modules, 10 modules. And after that, I'll be giving you a project where you have to work on. Okay. So this is a PPT of around 46 or 47 pages. Okay. So which covers all the like aspects of module 1. So let's suppose there is a requirement from our management that we have to build a web application, right? Let's suppose हमें Hotstar बनाना है, ठीक है? Hotstar की application जो है हमारी, we have to host that particular application onto our infra, right? So what will be the requirements? First of all, we will be needing the hardware. अगर first of all on-prem versus cloud की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं यहाँ पे, ठीक है? तो अगर मैं यहाँ लिख लेता हूँ, so this will be the on-prem, this will be cloud, right? So in case of on-prem, so obviously there will be two options by which I can host the application. Either I can launch my infrastructure in my own data center, or I can do it on my cloud, right? So these are two options. So if I'm going for on-prem, right, what will be the requirements? I'll be needing servers, right, plus backup, plus other hardware resources, ठीक है, plus networking, right? And networking में भी जो मैं ISP लूंगा, right? So I should have the backup of ISPs also, है ना? It may possible that one ISP is down, one link is down, so I have to jump onto the second link, right? So I will be needing networking with multiple links, right? Then power backup, and obviously कोई location भी चाहिए होगी data center, और उस data center को कूलिंग के लिए भी मुझे ACs एंड ऑल सेंट्रलाइज्ड कूलिंग करनी पड़ेगी, राइट? डेटा DC लिख देता हूँ, डेटा सेंटर. So these will be the requirement if I am going to host any of the application on cloud, on-prem data center, right? And in this case also there will be some limitations. See, first of all, let's suppose I bought 3 servers, because see, initially I'm not able to identify, or I'm not able to calculate that how many users are going to access my application, right? I'm not that much aware, right? It may possible that uh, s- 10 crores of users are going to access my application, or it may possible only 1 lakh users are going to access the application, right? So let's suppose initially I deployed 3 servers, and onto these 3 servers I hosted the application with load balancer also, right? That means my users from outside, let's suppose I want to access this application, so I will send the request from my system through HTTP or through my web browser. Let's suppose this one is my laptop, right? And I will send the request to these application servers. And now it may possible that there are number of requests coming up onto these application servers. Let's take example of Hotstar only, right? Let's suppose there is a match between India and Pakistan. I always used to give this example. So at that time, around 1.5 crores or 2.5 crores or 3.5 crores people are watching match on the Hotstar.
Yes,
So
sir.
if I do have on-prem data center, I have limited resources, right? If let's suppose I have 3 servers, so 3 servers can, let's suppose, handle the load of 10 lakhs users. So if number of requests are coming up, I have to buy more hardware. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
In
Yes,
order to
yes.
make my
We require.
application highly available, so I have to set up more servers.
Correct.
Then only my application will be accessible. So in this case, there will be lots of complications. See, अब तो चलो मुझे पता है कि 3 करोड़ यूजर देख रहे हैं और मैंने उसी अकॉर्डिंग अपना इंफ्रा रेडी भी कर लिया, बट जब वो 1 लाख हो जाएंगे तो ये सब मेरा इंफ्रा वेस्ट है, इसका क्या फायदा है? तो टोटली वेस्टेज, हार्डवेयर खरीदा, सब कुछ बैकअप्स खरीदे, टोटली वेस्टेज है मेरे लिए। तो नाउ
सर
व्हाट
इसमें
आई
इम्प्लीमेंट तो कर सकते हैं ना हम इसमें?
क्या इंप्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं? सॉरी,
नहीं, इसमें इम्प्लीमेंट तो कर सकते हैं सर, जैसे अकॉर्डिंग टू कंपनी रिक्वायरमेंट, जैसे हार्डवेयर मतलब बढ़ा सकते हैं।
हाँ तो वो ठीक है ना, हाँ ये ऑन प्रीम में आप बढ़ा सकते हो, ठीक है।
हाँ।
आपको पता है कि आपका मैच है, राइट, एंड
हम्म।
आपकी वेबसाइट को अराउंड 3 करोड़ यूजर देखने वाले हैं, आपके हॉटस्टार को कम से कम 3 करोड़ यूजर एक्सेस करने वाले हैं,
ठीक
राइट।
है।
सो एज पर दैट यू हैव क्रिएटेड योर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, बट वो मैच तो एक दिन के लिए है। नेक्स्ट डे क्या करोगे? ये सब जो इंफ्रा बाय की है इसका क्या करोगे?
हाँ, वो सब वेस्ट हो जाएगा।
वेस्टेज है,
हम्म।
राइट। तो you can tell your management that this same thing we can do on cloud.
क्लाउड, हाँ, इसलिए सर क्लाउड की रिक्वायरमेंट होती है। सारी चीजें अवेलेबल है सर, क्लाउड पे ही है।
Exactly. अब आपने यहाँ पे अगर सर्वर बाय कर लिया तो आपने कर लिया, आपको पैसे तो देने पड़ेंगे,
हाँ, वो तो वेस्टेज हो गया सर एक बार।
वेस्टेज हो गया। बट इन केस ऑफ क्लाउड, if the users number of users are hitting your website, means if you have hosted your application on cloud and number of users are hitting onto your website, so depending upon the load, your virtual machine will scale itself. That is called actually elastic load balancing, ELB, right? जैसे ही यूजर बढ़े उसने अपने आप को इंक्रीज कर लिया, कंप्यूटेशन पावर इंक्रीज कर ली वीएम ने, एंड जैसे ही कम हुए फिर से वो कंप्यूटेशन पावर जो आपने मिनिमम परचेज किया हुआ है वो वहीं पर आ जाएगी। एंड एक दिन के लिए यूजर ने एक्सेस किया तो आपको उस कंप्यूटेशन पावर का यू हैव टू पे फॉर दैट वन डे ओनली, आपको वो मंथली पे नहीं करना, या
जब
फिर
मतलब
आपको
सर
वो
टाइम के
ईयरली पे नहीं।
अकॉर्डिंग रहेगा वो। हाँ।
एग्जैक्टली,
हाँ,
डिपेंडिंग
जैसे
अपॉन
अगर
द
लोड
लोड,
बढ़ता है, हाँ हाँ
राइट
हाँ, तो लोड के ऊपर है सर।
राइट।
पे पर मिनट के हिसाब से देना पड़ता है ना चार्ज एज्योर में तो?
पर आवर।
पर आवर के 6 रुपये पर आवर था सर, कल कुछ बताया था आप।
और सर उसमें AWS में पर
सेम
सेकंड?
सेम केस में मिलता है आपको, कुछ ऐसा नहीं है उसमें, कोई ऐसा कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है। यू कैन डिसाइड लाइक ऑन AWS यू कैन डिसाइड दैट हाउ यू वांट टू पे।
सर AWS चीप है या ये वो पड़ता है, एज्योर चीप पड़ता है, चीप एंड बेस्ट?
ऐसा कुछ डिफरेंस तो नहीं मैं आपको बोल सकता चीप या बेस्ट, तो डिपेंडिंग अपॉन सर्विस ही। AWS का क्या है, AWS के पास नंबर ऑफ सर्विसेज अवेलेबल है। आप
हाँ।
एज अ क्लाइंट आप एज्योर को बोलो कि मुझे ये सर्विस चाहिए, नेक्स्ट डे वो आपको सर्विस डेवलप करके दे देगा। But for now, Microsoft has some limitations, have some the limited applications. So within that only Microsoft will be able to give you the services.
एजोर जो है वो लार्ज स्केल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए भी प्रेफर कर सकते हैं हम कि स्मॉल स्केल के लिए ही ओनली प्रेफर होगा?
कहीं भी कर लो, डिपेंडिंग अपॉन योर नीड।
ओके, तो उसको
कहीं भी
डिक्रीज
कर
भी कर
सकते हैं।
सकते हैं सर? डिक्रीज
हाँ
भी
अगर आपको इफ यू आर नॉट अगर आपको नहीं चाहिए वर्चुअल मशीन्स, इफ अगर आपको वो इंफ्रा में से कुछ कम करना है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में से कुछ आपको वर्चुअल मशीन्स कम करनी है, सो दैट आल्सो वी कैन डू। That is why it is that is it why it is called that it is scalable, and depending upon your need you can build your infrastructure. So that is why cloud is the best option. And in case of cloud, these all things are not needed. These all things are taken care by the cloud vendor only.
तो सर मैं हमें ये मतलब अकॉर्डिंग टू व्हेन वी रिक्वायर्ड, तो हमें मॉडिफाई करना पड़ेगा या ऑटोमेटिकली होता है सारा कुछ ये?
वो सब, और वो आप जब ELBs कॉन्फ़िगर करते हो ना,
हाँ हाँ।
तो एट दैट टाइम वो अपने आप ये कर लेता है, और वहां पर आप फिर उसके ना डिफाइन करते हो, आप वहां पे उसको क्या बोलते हैं उसको, देयर इज अ टर्म कॉल्ड, यार अभी चल रही थी मेरे दिमाग में,
कुछ ना कुछ होता होगा ना सर, जैसे ऑर्डिनरली हम
थ्रेशोल्ड,
एक। हाँ
थ्रेशोल्ड।
हाँ। अच्छा।
आप थ्रेशोल्ड डिफाइन करते हो कि जब इतनी थ्रेशोल्ड पे पहुंच गई आपके सिस्टम की मेमोरी, आपकी CPU की मेमोरी, तो वो क्या करे, अपने आप को ऑटो स्केल कर ले, अपने आप को कंप्यूटेशन पावर अपनी बढ़ा
ले, इंक्रीज कर ले।
राइट, सो दैट इज कॉल्ड एक्चुअली थ्रेशोल्ड वैल्यू।
अच्छा, और सर वो जो हमने जो थ्रेशोल्ड आप बता रहे हो वो अगर ना मतलब उससे भी ज्यादा निकलती है अकॉर्डिंग टू रिक्वायरमेंट, जैसे बता रहे हो ना एक दिन में मैच देख रहे हैं यूजर्स, कई सारे 3 करोड़ यूजर्स मैच देख रहे हैं, लाइव देख रहे हैं,
हाँ,
तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग अगर वो ज्यादा हो गया, जो हमने थ्रेशोल्ड की एक लिमिटेशन दी हुई है, तो देन व्हाट विल हैपन इन दिस सिचुएशन?
तो थ्रेशोल्ड की लिमिटेशन जब वो अपने आप को बढ़ाता रहेगा ना, फिर आगे
अच्छा, वो अपने आप ऑटोमेटिकली करता रहेगा सारा
हाँ,
कुछ?
जब वो आपने जो स्पेसिफाई किया है, जब वो वहां पे रीच हो जाएगा, राइट, देन उसके बाद से वो अपने आप को कंप्यूट करता रहेगा, अपने आप की सीपीयू पावर, अपने आप की कंप्यूटेशन पावर बढ़ाता रहेगा।
अच्छा, एक मतलब सर उसमें हम ये लिमिट दे दें कि इतना हमें मतलब रिक्वायर्ड है
इतना तो
हाई,
हमें चाहिए ही है,
इतना
राइट,
चाहिए, इसके बाद
इससे
भी
ऊपर
कभी
अगर
हाँ
जाता है फिर आप इस 2 गुना 3 गुना 4 गुना अपने आप को
हाँ,
इंक्रीज करते रहो, तो दैट वी कैन डिफाइन।
ओके, ठीक है सर।
Sorry, sir.
हाँ,
Just now he has asked some doubts, right? Can you tell in English? Like
yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't
sure,
get what he's asking and what you're saying.
yeah, okay. So he's asking actually, so I was talking about the why we need cloud, right? So I was just giving an example of a website of Hotstar. So let's suppose if number of users are hitting Hotstar, right? So according to the load, right, on cloud, my VMs will compute, my VMs will increase its power itself automatically. I need not to do anything in that case.
Fine, sir.
Right? And in case of on-prem, I have to buy new hardware. Then only I will be able to balance my load. Right?
Fine.
So and I was talking about also that if let's suppose the computation power increased for 1 day, so I have to pay to cloud, pay to the vendor for 1 day only. Other than that, I need not to pay anything. So that is why it is called elastic.
Do we need
Fine.
to set up a threshold in order to get resource based automatically?
Sorry, can you please speak louder?
Do we need to set up a threshold limit in order to
Exactly. That we
get
need to
us
do. Right. After reaching to that threshold, now that it will increase its computation power.
But it does it, it does it on its own without any our intervention, right?
Yeah, without any your intervention, it will do it by its own.
एक्चुअली सर,
Yep.
सर जैसे आपने बताया है कि लार्ज स्केल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में भी हम इसे यूज कर सकते हैं, राइट? इन केस सर कोई लोड नहीं पड़ता, अगर हमारे पास इम्प्लॉय ज्यादा होते हैं या काफी इम्प्लॉयज होते हैं, उस केस में सर्वर पे लोड पड़ता हो या ऐसा लाइक दैट?
So according to that only we are going to decide ना कि what actually machines are needed, right? So वहां पर आप क्या कर सकते हो? Even let's suppose you have configured your DC on a 8 GB RAM virtual machine, right? But somehow you realize that no, it is not working. So on that existing machine, you can increase the RAM power, or you can change its machine VM type also. मैंने कल बताया था ना, there are number of virtual machine available, B series, D series, E series, F series, right? So depending upon your need, you can decide that series and it will going to balance your load.
यस
सर एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन है मेरा।
हाँ जी प्लीज।
एक्चुअली आपने ऑन प्राइम में बताया कि हमको एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड करना है तो ये सारी चीजें लगती है, राइट?
एग्जैक्टली।
तो इसके साथ क्लाइंट भी रहते हैं।
हाँ, इसके लिए फिर सबसे बड़ी बात, मुझे एक बंदा भी चाहिए जो मैनेज करे पूरा इंफ्रा।
हाँ,
पूरी टीम चाहिए जो पूरी इंफ्रा मैनेज करे।
ये इंफ्रा मैनेज करे। ये आपने सर्वर का एग्जांपल दिया और इवन अपना क्लाइंट्स भी रहते हैं इसके साथ कनेक्टेड। तो एक इंफ्रा में क्लाइंट और सर्वर दोनों फिजिकली है, राइट? बट वही हम क्लाउड में देखेंगे, सभी क्लाउड में सर्वर में है, तो हमारे यूजर्स कैसे एक्सेस करेंगे?
डीसी पे कॉन्फ़िगर होगा ना सर ये?
एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के हिसाब से बता रहा हूँ मैं।
हाँ, प्लीज दोबारा कैन यू प्लीज रिपीट?
एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में एक सर्वर है मेरा, वहाँ पे जो भी आपने नेटवर्क बताया, पावर बैकअप जो भी है, ये सर्वर के रिलेटेड हो गया। नेक्स्ट हम आते हैं क्लाइंट साइड, जो अपने ऑफिस में काम करते हैं।
बिल्कुल।
उनके लिए वो भी फिजिकली मतलब सिस्टम्स वगैरह रहेंगे उनके। अब वो चीज अगर क्लाउड में देखेंगे तो क्लाउड में सर्वर तो बनाया हमने, तो क्लाइंट भी बनाया। क्लाइंट कैसे एक्सेस करेंगे? मतलब वो भी वेब पेज के थ्रू ही करेंगे।
Right. So there could be multiple options, first of all. Right. So let's suppose if your clients want to access your file server, let's suppose your file server is on cloud, right? So they can access that file server. Either they can access it through a web, or either they can do the RDP, right? If let's suppose you don't want to do RDP, right? So what you can do, you can configure the routing, right? If the routing is possible, if the routing is already there, then your client just need to go to their run command and they have to type that particular IP address. That's it. But in that case, they should connect to the gateway. Hope you're getting my point.
Yes sir, वो public IP के through access करेगा फिर.
No, either public IP, through private also you can do. But see, in case of public, we can do directly. We can type the public IP, because see, a public IP can be accessed through
सर ये तो सेम नेटवर्क में
internet.
कर पाएंगे ना ऐसे तो अपन.
हाँ, see, सुनो. It can be do through internet. Public can be accessed through internet, right? But let's suppose if you want that it should be accessible through private.
Private.
So
Yes.
through private, you will be needing a gateway or a Bastion server. Let me draw the scenario.
So like VPN.
Like VPN, exactly. See, let's suppose this one is your file server that is available on cloud, right? And it is running on some private IP. Let's suppose it is on 192.168.1.100, right? And this one is your machine, laptop. So if you want to access this file server, you will be needing something here, which will basically redirect your public request to private, right? So what we will do, we will set up one more server. In case of cloud, it is called Bastion. सुना है किसी ने Bastion?
No sir.
नहीं sir.
Yes in AWS.
So same way in case of Azure also, you have to set up a Bastion server. So this is basically will work as a gateway server. So what this client needs to do first of all, this client should connect this gateway server, right? And then this user will be able to access your file server by giving /192.168.1.100. So then your request will be through this Bastion gateway. Your request will be sent to your file server, and then it will be accessible. You will be able to ping this IP from your machine. Either it is on any network.
सर अगर हम हेलो सर अगर हम क्लाउड यूज करते हैं तो हमें बेस्टन सर्वर यूज ही करना पड़ेगा या विदाउट बेस्टन सर्वर हम यूज कर सकते हैं?
Always you have to use, in case of if you are working in lifetime production environment, companies always set up their Bastion server directly. वो RDP के through नहीं connect करते, right? Company used to अब क्या होता है, कंपनीज जरूरी नहीं है कि अपना सारा इंफ्रा पब्लिक आईपी पे ही रखें. इट मे पॉसिबल कि किसी सर्वर पे प्राइवेट आईपी भी हो. तो प्राइवेट तो मैं डायरेक्टली कनेक्ट कर नहीं सकता, because I am on internet and I am not able to ping this IP. So that is why I have to set up a Bastion server, which basically help me to connect to the private IP.
VPN और बेस्ट सेम सर
Yeah,
बेस्टन
concept,
और
yeah,
VPN सेम है क्या?
exactly. Concept is same.
Sir, I have a question. How do you connect to Bastion gateway server? Is it like taking an RDP or taking an SSH?
SSH. Right. So majorly Bastion servers are configured on Linux machines.
Oh.
So we do have around 15 to 20 clients globally, which we are accessing, right? And for all the clients, we do have Bastion servers, and that are majorly 100% are on Linux servers. So what I need to do, if I want to connect any Netherlands client, right? So directly I will not be able to. So first of all, onto my machine, I have to SSH this Bastion, right? Once I'll be able to connect this Bastion, I can directly connect to this server.
No, why are we doing this? Because we don't want to expose the public IP.
Exactly. We are not going to put any of the server on public IP. We are running our servers on private IP only.
So you don't even let the, I mean, like, let the port RDP to be open in order
RDP
to get access.
also, RDP will also work in case.
Just that.
Right. See, I'm not setting any public IP. First of all, let's understand public and private IP concept. Hope you are aware of, right?
Yeah.
See, so public IP can be accessible throughout world. If I have an internet connection, I can access it. Yes or no?
Through internet.
Yes.
Through internet,
Yes.
right? But if the machine is running on private, then if let's suppose I do have internet, then also I will be not able to connect that particular machine. Yes or no?
You will not be able to connect if
right?
it is have only private IP. Yeah.
Exactly. So I will be needing one VPN, or maybe in case of cloud, it is called Bastion. So through this, I will be able to connect. And my whole infrastructure is, let's suppose it is running on private range of IP. So for the whole this infra, I will be needing one gateway server, one Bastion server.
I think we have to pay for the private IP, right?
Exactly. That also you have to do.
We do. Correct.
सर आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन. ये बेस्टन सर्वर जो रहेगा, इट विल बी फिजिकली और ऑन क्लाउड?
वो भी क्लाउड पे है, वो भी क्लाउड पे सेटअप
ये भी क्लाउड पे रहेगा ना?
हाँ, ऑन प्रेम कुछ नहीं है आपका.
तो सर आप बता रहे हो 20 क्लाइंट्स एक्सेस कर सकते हैं थ्रू दिस बेस्टन सर्वर ओनली?
मैंने क्या बोला 20 क्लाइंट सेलेक्ट कर सकते?
नहीं, अभी आप बोल रहे थे सर ये 20 ओनली 20 क्लाइंट्स.
नहीं, मैंने ऐसे कुछ नहीं. They as many clients as you want to, they will be able to connect this.
अच्छा, कितने भी कर सकते हैं.
Right, there will be no limitation.
तो सर
if you are setting up the limitation, then it can happen, right? But by default, as many as you want, they will be able to.
हाँ, तो सर इसमें जैसे एक कंपनी में डीसी बना हुआ है सपोज,
हाँ जी.
तो डोमेन कंट्रोलर के बीच में और इसमें क्लाउड में व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस? क्या डिफरेंस रहेगा इसमें? मतलब किस तरीके से कॉन्फ़िगर होगा वो डोमेन कंट्रोलर पर? जो क्लाउड मतलब हमारा एक तो हम सर्वर बनाएंगे, क्लाउड सर्वर, और फिर उसका फिर हम ये क्लाइंट के लिए भी बनाएंगे, उसमें एक्सेस रहेगा. तो ये डोमेन कंट्रोलर पर सिंक कैसे होगा? मतलब इस पे ही रहेगा ना सारा कुछ?
हाँ, तो I have to set up the routing policy.
अच्छा.
मैं वहां पर नेटवर्किंग में जब जाऊंगा, Azure नेटवर्किंग में, I have to set up the routing policies, and from my for my infrastructure, like for my office networking, I have to do the routing, and then my clients and other things will be able to ping that DC domain controller.
अच्छा.
ये अपना एक सर्वर तो हमने क्लाउड पे बना लिया.
ठीक है.
क्लाइंट एक्सेस जो कर रहा है उसके पास फिजिकल मशीन चाहिए, जैसे लैपटॉप हो, डेस्कटॉप,
कुछ तो चाहिए. एग्जैक्टली.
हाँ, तो उसके बाद में वो कनेक्ट करने के लिए जाएगा सर्वर पे. मतलब सर्वर पे जो हमने यूजर बनाया, वो यूजर से ही वो लॉगिन करेगा, उसको कनेक्ट करेगा, राइट?
एग्जैक्टली.
तो हमारा वहाँ पे एक हार्डवेयर डिवाइस लगा है, तो हम यहाँ सिर्फ अपना सर्वर को ही हम मतलब उसका एक्सपेंडिचर जो भी आ रहा है वो बचा रहे हैं बस. मतलब एक फिजिकल सर्वर नहीं है हमारे पास, जो हमने क्लाउड पे क्रिएट किया है, राइट? एंड ऑफ द यूजर उसके पास चाहिए फिजिकल सर्वर सिस्टम.
एग्जैक्टली.
तो इसमें कॉस्ट किसका बच रहा है? मतलब सिर्फ सर्वर के लिए ही हम कॉस्ट बचा रहे हैं या फिर क्लाइंट के लिए बचा रहे हैं?
सर्वर के लिए कितना बच रहा है? देखो, सर्वर को अगर आप अपने ऑफिस में सेटअप करते हो, राइट, कितनी चीजें रिक्वायर्ड है आपको?
हाँ, वो अभी जो आपने डाला था डायग्राम,
ये सब
वो
चीजें,
सारे
राइट?
रिक्वायरमेंट्स
सो ऑब्वियसली ये सब कॉस्ट ऑप्टिमाइजेशन है,
राइट? बट एंड ऑफ द यूजर के लिए तो फिजिकल डिवाइस चाहिए एक्सेस करने.
हाँ, यूजर तो ऑब्वियसली आप यूजर्स कोई, लेट्स सपोज इफ यू आर ऑनबोर्डिंग अ न्यू यूजर, so you have to assign a laptop to the particular user, right? So how he will be able to work on it or work in your organization.
जैसे कि ये अभी चार्जेस करता है, मतलब पर आवर के ऊपर ये चार्जेस कर रहा है, राइट? अगर एक हमने फिजिकल सर्वर लिया, जैसे कि उसको समझे अराउंड पकड़िए, एक एग्जांपल 2-2.5 लाख का एक सर्वर हमने बिल्ड किया है.
मिनिमम बहुत मिनिमम आएगा 2-2.5 लाख में.
नहीं, मैं वही मिनिमम की एक बात कर रहा हूँ.
हाँ,
तो ये कम से कम 5-6 साल चलेगा ये सर्वर. ओके, उसके बाद में हम उसको अपग्रेड करेंगे तो फिर से वो चार्जेस लगेंगे. अगर इनकेस उतने ही हमारा रिक्वायरमेंट है, वही चल रहा है, तो उस पे हमारा कॉस्टिंग उतना नहीं जा रहा है। और
ओके
जब हम आवाज के इसके ऊपर देखें क्लाउड पे, तो चार्जेस उसके मतलब हर आवर के हिसाब से वो ज्यादा होता जाएगा ना।
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. So have you heard about AMC, annual
हाँ,
maintenance
एनुअल,
charges,
हाँ राइट
right? So whenever you are buying any of the hardware, obviously you have to get the AMC also, right?
राइट, हाँ
So to that vendor you have to pay some amount. Either it can be 50,000 और जो भी आपकी like deal है कंपनी के साथ.
राइट, ईयरली उसका जो भी है
ईयरली
तो
उसका जो AMC आएगा देना पड़ेगा आपको.
हाँ
Because it may possible कि हार्डवेयर में कुछ इशू आ गया. You cannot rely on hardware, right?
राइट,
It may possible the hardware is crashed. So how you will be able to do? You have to set up one more backup server in that case. If I'm
राइट
talking about on-prem, right? But in
राइट,
case of cloud, they are making it highly available. मुझे कोई टेंशन ही नहीं है. कुछ मर्जी उनका होता रहे.
मतलब यहाँ पे मेन जो है सर्वर का जो आ रहा था हमारे यहाँ पे, उसका हम बचा रहे हैं।
Right? बहुत बहुत कॉस्ट ऑप्टिमाइजेशन कर सकते हो आप इधर.
तो
स्टोरेज
इसलिए यही
सिक्योरिटी
यही
बहुत चीजें
क्वेश्चन
होती
मेरे
हैं.
दिमाग में घूम रहा था बार बार, मैं बिल्कुल क्लियर
आ,
है कि कैसे क्या कनेक्ट करेंगे, मतलब सर्वर से क्लाउड, क्योंकि एंड ऑफ द यूजर के लिए उसकी हार्डवेयर चाहिए,
एग्जैक्टली
तब
वो तो
जाएंगे।
राइट राइट. दैट विल बी नीडेड.
सर एक क्वेश्चन था।
यस प्लीज.
फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे हम लोग DHCP फेल वगैरह बनाते हैं या फिर जैसे फाइल सर्वर बनाते हैं बैकअप के लिए, फॉर एग्जांपल जो ऑन प्रेम होता है,
हाँ.
let's say even in this Azure also we have to create the same way, or it's okay with one server?
So Azure DHCP, see, through Azure DHCP, what you can do, you can just distribute the IPs to your Azure virtual machines only. Other than that, अगर आप चाहते हो कि आपकी machines को IP मिल जाए, आपकी हार्डवेयर को IP मिल जाए, जो आपकी लैपटॉप्स हैं, it will not possible,
नहीं
right?
नहीं, मैं बोल रहा हूँ जैसा फेल ओवर हम लोग बनाते हैं, इनकेस एडिशनल सर्वर है
हाँ.
जो बनाते हैं, ये इवन हम लोग को Azure में भी बनाना पड़ेगा?
Yeah, yes, obviously.
हाँ, अच्छा अच्छा.
और if you are during the configuration, मैंने भी वो पॉइंट आगे बताने हैं. कल जब हमने एक VM बनाया था तो हमने एक no redundancy सेलेक्ट किया था, that I don't want any redundancy. But if I'm going to select this, so they will going to take care of that also. If the server is down, so I will be able to access my application in that case also. So Microsoft will gonna take care of all these things.
जी सर, यही क्वेश्चन सर, थैंक यू.
तो ऑन प्रीम में हमको DHCP और AD रखनी पड़ेगा
हाँ,
यूजर को मैनेज
वो तो
करने के
रखना ही
लिए.
पड़ेगा ऑब्वियसली. वो तो
तो क्लाउड पे ऐसा कुछ कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है कि वहां पे हम AD रख सकें. AD रहे जो भी
क्लाउड पे we have Azure AD ना, we can use Azure AD.
you can use, right?
हाँ, even see one thing more. Let's suppose if you have on-prem domain controller, ठीक है? Let's suppose you have on-prem DC, ठीक है?
सर एक बार ड्रॉ करके ही समझा दीजिए
हाँ,
इसको.
वही कर रहा हूँ,
शुरू से
वही कर रहा हूँ. So
कैसे.
let's suppose you have a primary domain controller in
ठीक
your
है.
premises, right?
हाँ.
But you realize that you want to use Azure AD, because see, Azure AD is more powerful. You can set up more things in your Azure AD, right? So in that case, what you can do, you can use a tool called Azure AD Connect. Let's suppose this will be the tool called Azure AD Connect, right? So after setting up this tool, whatever the data you do have in your PDC, let's suppose it has user 1, user 2, and so on. Okay. So this Azure AD will help you to sync your data on
क्लाउड.
Azure AD. So whatever the data you have under your on-prem domain controller will be replicated to.
तो सर पहले हमें डीसी डोमेन कंट्रोलर पे एक्टिव डायरेक्टरी ना इंस्टॉल करते हुए अज्योर एक्टिव डायरेक्टरी इंस्टॉल करनी पड़ेगी.
It's just like ADC, sir, है ना?
Not ADC. It is a AD. Azure AD is basically a tool in Azure itself.
सर इन केस अगर हमारा कंपनी का पीडीसी डाउन हो गया फिर तो
कोई बात नहीं, Azure AD पे
ये
है तो है.
हाँ वो उससे कनेक्ट हो जाएगा ना.
हाँ.
यप.
तो बेसिकली सिर्फ आप ये कहना चाह रहे हो कि जो अपना पीडीसी पे जो एडी रहेगा एडी में जितनी भी इंफॉर्मेशन है वो रेप्लिकेट हो जाएगी अपने अज्योर पे
Azure
एडी
AD
कनेक्ट के थ्रू।
क्लाउड पे
exactly
रहेगी सारी।
exactly
तो
we do have
अजोर एडी
practical
रहेगा, मतलब
we have
अजोर एडी
practical
का
of this
मतलब
also
फायदा यही है, बेनिफिट यही है कि इसको हम सेम
कहीं
नेटवर्क
से
पे
भी
नहीं रखें, कहीं से भी ऐड कर सकते हैं
लॉग इन कर
डोमेन में,
सकते हो आप
उस
कहीं से
यूजर को डोमेन में ऐड कर सकते हैं
राइट
कि
अब
ऑन
लेट्स
प्रेम में
सपोज
रहने की जरूरत नहीं।
right अब let's suppose you have a new employee user 3 right so you need no to create his account on your on-prem primary domain controller you can create his account on your Azure AD directly by connecting it through internet
इंटरनेट के थ्रू हम उसको डोमेन में भी ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं, जो भी
exactly
पॉलिसी हमारे डोमेन में है उस पर अप्लाई हो जाएगी।
right
ये फायदा है।
right so hope you are aware we are creating multiple policies in our primary domain controller when we work
yeah, sir.
with this, right so same policies can be applied to your users and computers. We do have a lab of Azure AD. We do have.
सर
Yes.
ये होस्ट ने मतलब कंप्यूटर को वर्क ग्रुप से डोमेन ज्वाइन करने से करते हैं तो एडी एज्योर एडी में ऑटोमेटिक हो जाएगा।
हाँ
जैसे मैनुअली करते हैं ऑन प्रीमाइज में।
राइट हो जाएगा वो।
तो हमें डोमेन में ज्वाइन नहीं करना है डेस्कटॉप लैपटॉप को।
नहीं डोमेन को तो ज्वाइन करोगे ही, डोमेन में तो ज्वाइन करना ही। इफ यू आर वर्किंग इन कंपनी तो ऑल ऑफ योर सिस्टम शुड बी द पार्ट ऑफ योर डोमेन।
वो तो मैनुअली करना पड़ेगा ना सर अपने।
हाँ वो तो मैनुअली sysdm.cpl डोमेन ज्वाइन कराना पड़ेगा, एडमिन के क्रेडेंशियल्स डालने पड़ेंगे, वो सब तो फॉलो करना ही पड़ेगा।
अरे जो एडी कनेक्ट जो एप्लीकेशन है जो बता रहे हैं उसको कहाँ पे इसको रन करना पड़ेगा, यूजर के कंप्यूटर पे या किधर?
सर्वर पे होगा।
चलो लेट मी गिव एग्जांपल। चलो रुको।
हेलो
हाँ आई एम शोइंग यू। हमारे पास ऑलरेडी पीडीसीज बने हुए हैं, टेंशन क्यों लेनी है। राइट so this one is my primary domain controller.
अच्छा सर, ये डोमेन जो है पीटीसी अगर क्लाउड पे रहा तो वो कम्युनिकेट कैसा करता है लोकल मीन क्लाइंट्स के कंप्यूटर्स पे?
राउटिंग इनबाउंड आउटबाउंड रूल सेटअप करते
देना
हो
पड़ेगा।
सबनेट्स एंड ऑल दिस। राइट
हेलो
यप
ये है हमारा डोमेन, ठीक है।
so this one is your domain controller, right?
उस पे मैं Azure AD connect करना है।
Right. Here you have to run the Azure AD Connect tool that can be downloaded from the
सर्वर
internet.
मैनेजर
और यहाँ से भी डाउनलोड हो जाएगा Azure AD Connect. राइट ये टूल डाउनलोड करो।
सर्वर पे करना है ना?
हाँ ये सर्वर पे आपको डाउनलोड करके वहां पर इंस्टॉल कर देना। दैट्स इट।
ये डाउनलोड लेना पड़ेगा मैं वहां से।
हाँ ये नहीं तो यहाँ पे भी
then it
ऑप्शन
will
आता
run.
है, यहाँ पे भी
अच्छा।
ऑप्शन आता है। एक सेकेंड लेट मी शो यू। यहाँ भी आपको
Azure AD, हाँ तो ADDS
तो डोमेन सर्विसेज है
ये
ना?
तो एक्टिव डायरेक्टरी डोमेन सर्विसेज है।
एक्टिव डायरेक्टरी का है।
एक सेकेंड दो मुझे। परफॉर्मेंस रोल्स एंड फीचर्स I think here we have to manually download that tool, but if you are building a new server then on that server itself you will get the option whether you want to replicate your AD on Azure, so over there we'll get the option. एक सेकंड मैं इधर भी देख लेता हूँ, एक मिनट दो मुझे।
सर 5th नंबर या
बट इंटरनेट नहीं है ना यहाँ पे, मशीन पे इंटरनेट नहीं चल रहा है। कोई बात नहीं, मैं आपको दूसरे तरीके से दिखा देता हूँ।
सर एडी कनेक्ट टूल जो है वो सर्वर पे ही होगा या हम लोकल
सर्वर
मशीन
पे सर्वर पे
सर्वर पे ही होगा, वो
सर्वर
लोकल मशीन पे क्यों करें?
उसकी क्या जरूरत है?
जैसे सर लोकल मशीन पे जैसे कि होस्ट टाइम मूवमेंट के लिए ओयू मूवमेंट के लिए करते हैं या आईडी पासवर्ड रीसेट के लिए एडी यूज करते हैं तो एडी एज्योर एडी कनेक्ट हम लोकल मशीन पे टूल डाउनलोड करके यूज नहीं कर सकते?
बिल्कुल कर सकते हो। Azure AD कनेक्ट आप अपनी विंडोज 10 मशीन पे एक्सेस कर लो।
ओके
या फिर देयर इज अ टूल कॉल्ड विंडोज एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन टूल है आई थिंक समथिंग ना वो, तो उसके थ्रू भी आप अपनी एडी को कनेक्ट कर सकते हो। अच्छा देखो तो लेट्स सपोज
विंडोज एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव असिस्टेंट।
एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव, हाँ कुछ ऐसा टूल होगा वो, राइट। नेक्स्ट, अच्छा इस पे भी स्टैटिक आईपी डालना पड़ेगा।
सर इधर आ तो रहा था भी, ये टूल्स में कहीं आ रहा था अज्योर का।
नहीं रुको अभी,
डीसीपी
सर वो पीछे डिस्टरबेंस बहुत हो रहा है सर, पता नहीं कौन।
यार प्लीज म्यूट करो यार। Use it. Okay, let's go with our rules. Let me refresh it. So also today we are going to set up a new like a virtual machine of Linux onto Azure, and then we will connect that machine through SSH. Okay.
CLI के थ्रू करेंगे ना?
हाँ CLI PuTTY के through करेंगे. Next, so I have to install Active Directory services and then DNS. Next. See, Azure Active Directory Service is a separate online service that provides simplified identify and access management security reporting, single sign-on to cloud and on-premises web application. So through here also I can select this option.
सर एक बार क्लिक करके बताना इसमें।
ये इंटरनेट पे
Office
जाएगा नहीं यार,
ओके
एक्चुअली इंटरनेट पे जा
कॉन्फ़िगर
रहा है,
ऑफिस
so I have
365।
to access internet here. या मैं एक काम करता हूँ, मैं भी करके दिखा देता हूँ. Let me change the network adapter. अब यहाँ पे मुझे अपनी सारी सब्सक्रिप्शन की डिटेल्स डालनी पड़ेंगी, राइट? अपना अकाउंट डालना पड़ेगा, so then only it will be able to identify that on which resource group or where actually I want to migrate it. ठीक है, so configure Office 365 Azure AD connect. अब देखो मुझे क्या रिडायरेक्ट करता है ये. So I have to get the license also, right? So this is the hybrid model, right? That you have the DC on your on-prem, so as well as you want your AD on cloud also. This is called hybrid model, right? And majorly companies hybrid ADs के केस में hybrid model पे काम करती है. ये भी इंटरनेट आई थिंक सही चल नहीं रहा है. So I have to sign in, right? And then I will be able to do it. और नहीं तो if you have already configured the DC, so in that case you can just download that Azure AD connector tool, and through that you will be able to connect your existing AD with the cloud. Okay, now we do have some more topics to cover. बहुत बातें होंगी. Right, so we already discussed about the cloud computing, right? What are the
Hello.
aspects of cloud computing? Yes, so we already discussed about the cloud computing cycles and what are the aspects of cloud computing, why it is needed, what are the structures, what are the types of cloud computing, what is private, public, hybrid. So all these things we already discussed about, right? Now we are going to start Azure 104. So what is actually Azure is? So Azure is also kind of is a Microsoft vendor based cloud, right? Over there we will be able to host our application and we will be able to create multiple things as per our requirement, and we can make them highly available for our clients as well as for our end customers also, right? So firstly, basic facts about Azure. So it was launched on February 1 2010, 2001 फरवरी 2010 को implement हुआ था, right? Widely recognized, used by 90% of Fortune 500 companies, cost effective, free to get started offers, pay per use pricing model. So whatever the services you are using, according to that only you have to pay. Multi-language support, right? Let's suppose for a developer, there will be they are building their application on PHP or maybe on Python, on Java, right? So it support multi language applications. And then availability zone. So it does have data centers in around 54 regions across the world, right? Then these are the location where actually it is present right now, right? And Azure has model regions than any other cloud provider. In total, there are 54 regions worldwide, and Azure is available in 140 countries, right? Then what are the major services provided by the Microsoft? Microsoft Azure offers various web scale cloud services that are grouped together based on different business usage. According to your business usage, it provides multiple options to you. These groups are called domains. Some of the main domains are listed below. There are number of features available for Microsoft Azure, right? But these are the major one, which is actually compute, networking, storage, and database, right? Then what actually compute is? Compute services includes virtual machines, function app services, and Kubernetes services. Virtual machine, where actually you are able to create a new virtual machine. It is also called as the infrastructure as a service offer. From Azure allows users to launch Windows and Linux VMs of their own choice of configuration. So whatever the configuration is needed, right, as per your configuration, you can select or you can create your virtual machine, right? Same, you are getting app services also. App service is a PaaS, platform as a service offering from Azure. It provides already set up environment for developers for hosting and managing their applications, right? So if a developer wants to run their code, if they want to test their code, right? So everything they will get it under the app services. They can just select their platform. Let's suppose they want to run their application through Java or maybe through Python, right? So they just have to select their platform, right? And then they will be able to run their code over there, right? Then function app. This service let user run code or function in the cloud without having to manage the underlying resource services. अब यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? यहाँ पे सिर्फ और सिर्फ यूजर अपनी एप्लीकेशन रन कर रहा है. अदर देन दैट जो भी वीएम है, वीएम की रिक्वायरमेंट है, जो भी प्लेटफॉर्म की रिक्वायरमेंट है, दैट इज टेकन केयर बाय द Microsoft. Right? Then Kubernetes. This is a managed content. Yeah.
So can you differentiate in between function app and app services?
Yeah, sure. So app service is basically you are just getting the platform, right? Other than that, you have to take care of all your infrastructure. You have to set up your infrastructure. You have to build your virtual machine, right? And then you can select your platform over there.
Like let's say if I need a Python platform to build my code, so I need the server in order to install the Python.
Exactly. So you will be needing first of all virtual machine one, right? Then second, under apps, you can select your Python and it will get installed itself. That's it. You need not to do it manually. You need not to do it. You need not to download it and then manually install the Python, right? Under apps, you have to just select that language. Okay. And in this case, you have to just run your code.
Just run your code. I mean, like selecting the application.
Nothing you need. Yes, exactly. Nothing you need to do here, right? Everything will be taken care by the Microsoft.
Gotcha.
Then Kubernetes. Kubernetes is basically the part of DevOps, right? Where actually this is a managed container orchestration service based on Kubernetes. This service is used for microservices based application. Like हमने एक नैनो सर्वर बिल्ड किया था, याद है किसी को MCSA में?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
राइट, तो वहां पर हम क्या कर रहे थे, हम एक बहुत like we are building that virtual machine, we are building that nano server with a very low computation power, right? So wherever a small application needs to be configured, a small application needs to be hosted, I can do it through the Kubernetes services. So this is also you can call as the, जैसे होता है ना कोई, you are using Facebook, as well as there is an option of Facebook Lite also in Android market, right? So
Yes,
same,
sir. Yes, sir.
you can use this option to just run your application, which which actually not number of users are accessing that particular website. Only you just need to configure it for 500 or 1000 users.
Maybe limited access.
Limited access.
Yes.
Right. Function apps. Okay, this is done. Now the networking. Right, so this is for what actually if you want to join, if you want to work on networking, so you have to work on these virtual networks, load balancers, application gateways, DNS zones, and then CDN profiles. Okay, virtual networks are basically
CDN profile क्या हुआ है?
हाँ,
CDN profile क्या हुआ है?
कंटेंट डिलीवरी नेटवर्क होता है बेसिकली है. ठीक है, अभी बताता हूँ. Yeah, virtual networks. So virtual network is also called as VNet, is a logically isolated network in the whole Azure cloud dedicated to our subscription. तो जैसे कल हमने देखा था, we have created one resource group, right? And then we got the subnet also of 10 series, right? So if you are if we are going to create a virtual machine, obviously if we want to communicate with it, we will be needing some connectivity, we will be needing some configuration of network, right? So then it will be that it can be done under virtual networks. You can define your own IP series also if you want to. You can define your own subnet over there, right? And depending upon your resource group, you can segregate your networks also.
Like VLAN?
No, VLAN is some other thing, but it comes under virtual network only. Now, load balancers, सबको पता ही होगा क्या होता है. This service is used to distribute the incoming traffic among multiple healthy virtual machine, VMs, or other than not VMs. If the users are accessing outside your network, then also load balancers are needed, because you can't rely, right? You have to configure the load balancers so that if one server is not able to respond to your client, then the request of that client will be forwarded to next system.
Here also load balancer will work like through round robin system, right?
Exactly. We can define the value that how or which VM will decide or which VM will respond if one VM is already overloaded. So we can decide the value.
Yeah, sir. Just I have one doubt. As a networking engineer, I'm a networking engineer. That's the reason I'm asking this
Yeah,
doubt.
yeah.
As a networking engineer, if someone is hiring for Azure, what we learned, like this, you are teaching class and we learned all the class and little bit about we learned all the technology like database, storage, and network everything. In
No.
interview, and if you pass the interview, is there any particular options are there like this is network team, this is storage team, this is database team? They should work like any partiality like is there any
No, it
companies
won't
or
be
how?
like, no, it won't be like that, right? If you have the basic concepts clear, you will be able to work with either database team or you will be able to work with the network team. Yes, but if you are dedicatedly working with the networking team, then in that case, you should aware of all the aspects of networking. Because dedicatedly you are working on networking only. Other than that, you are not working on any kind of service available on cloud. You are just dedicatedly working on networking.
Yeah, because I don't have information or knowledge about storage or a server or database. So I'm dedicatedly working in networking, and we are also aware about data center premises, like a physical
Right,
work,
physical.
will work.
Right.
So that's the reason if we'll go for Azure cloud related, so we'll get particular networking options only. We'll get the job.
Yeah,
Will we
yes.
get? I'm asking.
Exactly, you can get.
Fine.
So there's a question. Yesterday, you have created a Windows VM in the in Azure. Then it's like you have given the access of RDP for that server. RDP is for one, and you have also allowed port 80.
Right.
HTTP then if the HTTP is used by multiple users, like 10,000 users at the same time for the same public IP, and that will create the traffic is like incoming traffic, or if the RDP is taken by multiple users at the same time.
So if we are talking about RDP, right, then for RDP I have to take the license, the Microsoft. So for RDP you have to get the license from the Microsoft, so that a number of users will be able to connect simultaneously
on the same
Sir,
machine, right?
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah.
Usually RDP works with only one person, right, at a time?
Two by default.
But
So
I
if
will say anything like that. I
so
was
if
working on the RDP previously, but whenever there is some other person using the RDP, when I try to get in, and
right,
then the
you have
other
to get the
person gets
permission.
session time out.
Right. So see, वो तो हुआ, that is the example of RDP, but there is a service called RDS, Remote Desktop Services. So if it is installed, then you will be able to install, and then you have to upload the license for the number of users. So at a single time, number of users will be able to RDP onto your.
Then they are able to segregate. Means they will get their separate screen, right?
Session, exactly. They will get their separate sessions.
But the resource whatever we have fixed for the system for the server is limited, right?
That will remain same.
Means if 10 users are using 1 GB and 100 GB, 1 GB RAM and 100 GB hard disk, then it is same for each person.
Yeah, the configuration will remain same.
No, sir, means
and depending upon the processes they are running onto that system, yes, it will going to compute.
Like they are sharing that resource, or they are getting each person.
No, they are sharing the resource. So in task manager, you will be able to check that how many like which processes are actually running by which user.
It's like license in the sense we need like again we need to pay some amount, right?
No. For licenses you have to pay.
Yeah, that will
Right.
will.
Yeah, वो तो आप अगर if you are working on prem also, so in that case also you have to buy the license.
Yeah, means like from the company they'll buy and they'll.
Yeah.
Got it.
Even in my infrastructure, let me give you an example. So in my infrastructure, we are 10 users who are basically accessing the same virtual machines at a single time, because we bought that license, right? So you have to work on the licenses part if you want that number of users will be able to use it simultaneously.
Okay. For RDP, I understood, but what about port 80 when we allow HTTP service on the server, and then how many people can use it at a single time?
Again, through HTTP also, see, HTTP is nothing. HTTP is basically you are just accessing that software, that server, right? After after getting the server, you will get the server console that you have to type the admin password and your user ID. So that means you are at that time also you are basically taking that system on remote.
When we use port 80, we are
taking the remote session of that server.
Obviously, if we are using port 80, then we are taking that system on remote through web application, through web access. You are sending your request through web, right? You will get the console of the server. You have to type your username and ID password. Then only you will be able to log in over there.
ये शेयर फोल्डर की तरह हो गया क्या ये?
RDS हमने किया था टॉपिक, RDS में हमने किया था ना, वेब के थ्रू एक्सेस किया था हमारा सर्वर। तो वहां भी तो हम क्या करते थे, अपना यूजर आईडी और पासवर्ड हमें डालना पड़ता था। ये थोड़ा ना डायरेक्ट में सर्वर का कंसोल आ जाएगा मेरे सामने। I have to give my permissions, I have to give the permissions, then only I will be able to log in into it. So same way I'm just accessing that server through web application, that's it.
But when yesterday when we accessed port 80 HTTP, it was only windows and some pictures on the screen, but
Right.
there was no login console.
I'll show you. We'll create one again, right? I'll show you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So now load balancers, right? And then application gateways also. What application gateway will do? Application gateway is a web traffic load balancer that lets user manage the traffic of their web application, right? So let's suppose, go to Paint again. Let's suppose there is a user. Server where actually my website is hosted, and this is, let's suppose you have configured the application gateway, right? So let's suppose it is the
Hey there.
right?
Continue
So under
learning directly from industry experts. You are watching these recorded topics from our master's program, but you can watch it live by joining any of these master's program, where you can become an IT engineer that too without coding. Now you can continue.
Hootstar.com, there can be multiple pages: home, movies, cricket, TV, right? TV, movies, sports, Disney Plus Kids, right? So what application gateway will do? Let's suppose अब मैंने यहाँ से access किया hotstar.com, and मैं यहाँ पे multiple pages भी mention कर लेता हूँ, okay? Suppose this one is cricket, right? TV, kids, movies. तो Hotstar मैंने यहाँ से, let's suppose I'm going to access the Hotstar, right? So then the request will be sent to the application gateway, right? So this application gateway will check that मुझे request आया कहाँ से, that user wants to access which page. So let's suppose if I typed hotstar.com, then it will directly redirect to the Hotstar page, right? But let's suppose if the user accessing or wants to access cricket, Hotstar cricket, right? So then this gateway, the application gateway will check that yes, I'm getting the traffic and they want to access cricket page, right? And what will this application will do? It will redirect the traffic to cricket page directly. So depending upon the nature of page the user want to access, gateway will application gateway will distribute, or application will like send that particular traffic to its relevant page, बिना मतलब कि वो कहीं भी आपकी रिक्वेस्ट नहीं भेज देगा. Getting? ऐसे ही if I want to access TV, this is just an example, right? So let's suppose I want to access TV. So what it will do, it will check that yes, that request is coming for the TV page, right? And then the request will be directly redirected to TV. So this is the work of your application gateway. Application gateway is a web traffic load balancer. Web traffic load balancer है ये. According to the web traffic, it will redirect the request to the relevant page, right? Then DNS. DNS सबको पता है, domain naming system, right? You can by setting up a domain server, you can if you have a domain, if you are hosting a domain, right? Then you can create your records or you can manage your records under the DNS zone.
Like they record, SPF record,
हाँ
TXT.
बिल्कुल. Whatever the records are available, right? Your quad A, single A, then your pointers, right? So you can manage your records over there, right? Then Azure CDN profile is a content delivery network solution by Azure. It is used to store the cached version of applications or storage in different regions. ये थोड़ा दूसरा कंसेप्ट है. इसमें क्या होगा, if you have multiple application, right, and that application, it may possible, देखो अब I have an application, let's suppose Netflix है, right? अब Netflix का हो सकता है Netflix में इंडिया में भी होस्टेड हो, यूएस में भी होस्टेड हो, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में भी होस्टेड हो, कनाडा में भी होस्टेड हो, right? So through this CDN profiles, I can store the data, or I can monitor the data which actually hitting up to my website that is distributed to multiple regions. Then
can you repeat once again CDN?
Yeah, this is a content delivery. Depending upon the content, right? That content is can be available on multiple regions, right? So depending upon multiple regions, you will be able to store the content of that particular region, or even you will be able to monitor the traffic hitting to that particular region through CDN profile. You have to set up a CDN profile for that if your application is hosted in multiple regions. And if you want to monitor your different regions, or if you want to uh, uh, set up the storage accounts for multiple regions, right? So through CDN, we can do that. So it is totally based off a network profile, right? But yes, once we will configure it, I will let you know the basic things that is related to CDN and all, right? Then Microsoft Azure Services Storage. So there are multiple storages available that can be blob, file storage, table, queue, data link storage, and data box.
सर ये स्टोरेज के टाइप्स हैं ये सर्विसेज के.
Right.
अच्छा.
Storage services के types. देखो जैसे Microsoft Azure Services, then storage. So Azure Blob storage is an object type storage in Azure. It is used for storing large amount of structured or unstructured data. है ना? Data can be structured or unstructured.
Like?
मतलब like एक तो आपके पास डेटा की पूरी इंडेक्सिंग है कि आप एक यूजर अकाउंट बना, इंडिया का यूजर अकाउंट है, राइट? उसने क्या बाय किया, कब बाय किया, कब उसको डिलीवरी हुई, राइट? तो एवरीथिंग इज मैनेज्ड विद इंडेक्सिंग आल्सो, राइट?
बाइनरी में करता है क्या स्टोरेज?
सॉरी,
ये 1001 बाइनरी.
हाँ ऑब्वियसली तो बाइनरी में होता है. कंप्यूटर तो 0 1 ही समझता है, राइट? सो Azure blob storage and object type storage in Azure, it is used for storing large amount of structured or unstructured data. तो यहाँ पर आप अपने डेटा को जो structured है store कर सकते हो, and even if it is unstructured also, that can also be stored here.
It is
But
Azure
later on
Blob,
we have
right?
to blob, yes, blob service. यहाँ blob हो गया मुझसे, ये glob गलत screenshot हो गया, okay? Then file storage. This is a file storage solution of Azure. It supports the SMB, server मैसेज ब्लॉक प्रोटोकॉल। SMB शेयर्स बनाए थे MCSA में?
Yes.
है ना? So that is the same thing, file storage you are creating. Then tables, Azure tables are used to store large amount of structured data, and it is a non-SQL database, so that can be stored on non-relational data. Right? Here you will not be able to store your unstructured data, right? Only the structured data where actually you have the indexing, the paging, whatever things that data includes, right? Only that can be stored in the table. So data will be stored in the form of tables here. ये डबल कैसे हो रहा है मुझे समझ नहीं, फिर से आगे. Then queue. This service is used for storing large number of messages that can be accessed from anywhere in the world using authenticated HTTP or HTTPS. Right? So through queue you will be able to get the messages, or whatever the messages are related to your storage, right? You will be able to get it through HTTP and HTTPS. Means if you have an internet connectivity, you will be able to get the messages from anywhere in the world. Now, Azure Data Lake Storage is an enterprise-wide hyperscale repository of big data analytics workloads. It enables us to capture data of any size, type, and ingestion speed in a single place of operation and exploratory analytics. तो ये big data के लिए काम आता है, right? If you have a number of data and you have to extract few of the information, right? Then in that case you can configure data lake storage, and same in case data box as well. क्या करता है?
For example?
हाँ. For example, let's suppose I do have a database, right? But over there, अच्छा चलो example लेते हैं. Okay, let's suppose I have a database, right? So big data क्या होता है? Big data is a concept through which you can work on with scripting, as well as from you can extract the data information by running few of the commands. ठीक है? अब let's suppose Amazon का example लेते हैं. Amazon पे करोड़ों users एक time पे buy करते हैं किसी product को, right? So if I have to segregate, if I have to point, or if I have to get the information कि साहित्य ने Tuesday को Amazon से क्या buy किया, that what I bought on Tuesday from Amazon. अब उनके पास तो करोड़ों entries होंगी, right? So this service will make you sure that with a particular by running a single command you will be able to get to extract the information of Sahit, right? And you can structure the data according to the, अब आप structure कर सकते हो proper कि साहित्य ने क्या buy किया, संदीप ने क्या buy किया, कामरान ने क्या buy किया, इमाद ने क्या buy किया. So everything you can just segregate. You can segregate the information.
मींस सर कलेक्शन हो गया.
Collection तो हो ही रहा है वहां पे, but after that collecting the data you want to segregate, right? Segregate depending upon the product, segregate depending upon the name. So whatever the attribute you were giving at that time, according to that attribute only you will be able to get the information.
तो segregation का समझ नहीं आया.
Segregation means, see, there could be number of attributes if you are buying any product. I'm just giving example, right? So there could be name, there could be address, there could be product, there could be money, means value, money value, right? And there could be date, there could be a day, right? But if I want to segregate by day, I want to get the information of day only, right? So by passing out the value or by passing out the attribute value of day, I will be able to get the info, and I can store it, and I can make my data in a structured way.
For example, can we say that Flipkart is using big data?
Yeah, obviously they are using. Obviously they are using. Flipkart is worldwide, right? So how they are able to get the information कि इंडिया में एक मंथ में कितना सेल हुआ या यूएस में एक दिन में कितना सेल हुआ. So they are getting all this information through big data tool only, and there are number of tools available under big data, right? Through that they will be able to get the information. Obviously they are using that.
So it's more like you pass a query to get some kind of
Exactly.
information.
You have to just pass a query. That's it.
You
And
ask a
query according
question to get the answer.
Exactly, right? Then there are some database services also, right? You can store your database. Like you can create your database. Sorry, storage database store can be on the storage, but you will be needing a platform also, right? It can be SQL, it can be Cosmos DB, it can be Data Factory, or it can be Data Lake Analytics. Right? Database जब बनाते हो, SQL database बनाते हो, Apache server basically you have to build, right? एक platform तैयार करना पड़ता है. So same way you will get the platform ready here. You have to just deploy it.
Sir, usually there are two types of databases, right? Like database servers, MySQL and then Oracle.
अभी तो
Right?
बहुत, yeah.
But these are like different things. I'm not
Exactly.
able to relate things. Yeah.
But if you knows about database, so these are one and same thing, but with some extra features. That's it.
Okay.
Right.
So
If you are
SQL database is like a brand like Oracle, right?
right.
Okay. And then Data Factory. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so these are one and same thing, right? But like SQL database has some limitations, but maybe Cosmos DB has some extra features available, right? So concept will remain same. That is going to be the type of database only.
I understand.
एक नाम सुना है MongoDB?
Yes, sir.
Right? So that is also a type of database. See?
I have seen one of my cousins learning it.
There are a number of requirements available. Number of jobs are available if you are aware of MongoDB.
Yeah, many people are using this one.
Exactly. Nowadays, companies
lately.
are not running SQL, right?
Yeah.
Because see, it supports multiple languages, right?
I see.
So to make your infra or to make your database more securable. So in that case, you can create these type of databases. But yes, you will be needing expertise in this case.
Yes, sir.
Right? So this is also a type of DB. Maybe I think MongoDB is not available under Azure. Let me check. MongoDB is available in AWS. So, okay, can I check? अच्छा, कुछ भी search करना है, you can search here. Whatever the services you want to deploy, right? You can search it from here. MongoDB. No?
Can we search like Mongo?
Yeah. No, we do have Cosmos DB in this case. We are not
For
getting
MongoDB. So
MongoDB
there is
and
another
plus
option.
on Azure. Yes, we are getting. It is available.
And there is another option called Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB. What's that?
Maybe there is some. We have to read about it, right?
Yeah.
Azure Cosmos DB is fully managed NoSQL and relational database service for building scalable high performance application. Go to, वैसे हमारे पास इसका practical, we will do the practical also. But go to the production starting database. No, we are not getting this DB for MongoDB. I have to figure out what actually it is.
Can we see more about on the learn more option?
Yeah.
So this is where exactly we can see all the information about the product.
Right, exactly. By going to that learn more, you will be able to get the more information. Right. And guys, one more thing. If you want to get the pricing detail,
we can also get that here.
You can get it from here, or even you can use one more tool called Azure Calculator. So whatever the service now you are going to select, according to that, it will calculate the charge. Right. So let's suppose virtual machine बनाया मैंने, ठीक है. So now it is asking कहाँ बनाना है, region, right? So these are the regions, guys, actually, where I can set up my VM, right? So it is always recommended that you should configure your virtual machine nearby your region only, right? Means, let's suppose you want to host your application in India, or you want to host application for India users, right? Then it is always recommended that you should create that virtual machine onto the India region only. कहीं भी कर लो, you will be able to do it, right? But there could be, if the users are in India, right, and you are creating the region, you are creating that in infrastructure in Canada, then there could be some latency issue. There could be, you will be able to access it, but there will be latency issue. There could be some bandwidth issues, network bandwidth issues, right? But if you are creating locally, right, then in that case it will work fine. So that is why it is recommended. Not mandatory, not mandatory, first of all. Yeah.
Will there be upfront for any of the services? I see there is an option for upfront. Upfront cost to be paid for any of the services.
Okay, upfront cost.
Yeah.
We have to check it, right? We have to check it manually, first of all. Right? So we can decide how many machines are needed, right? So you can see one virtual machine. Right? So depending upon if you are increasing the virtual machine, then according to that only, it will going to charge from. You can see now it is $16,000, $1,600 something.
It's just monthly,
right?
There's no option.
Right. And now even you can just change your compute power, or you can change the RAM size, right? And you can change the instance type also, right? You can decide that how many RAM or how many CPUs will be needing for your virtual, right? So see, you are getting that series, A series, then B, then D, E, right? So these are the series that are actually available with this year. Okay, so this is also for AWS. Also, we do have same thing. You can go with AWS calculator, right? So from here also you will be able to calculate. Create estimate. You can go with create estimate, and you can just select the region. Same thing you are getting in AWS also. You have to select the region, right? You have to select the services. If you have some specific services, let's suppose you want to run MongoDB and all these things, so you can select that. You can search for that, and according to that only you will get the Amazon MS MySQL compatible, right? SQL compatible DB, CloudFront, Amazon CloudWatch. So same things you are getting in AWS also. Okay, so through calculator you can always check the costing or the estimation part. Even guys, if I talk about me, we do have a separate team who actually works on billing only, right? Even as a system admin, if you are working in a good organization, right, as a cloud administrator, it will not be your job to calculate and to onboard the things into your infra, right? So first of all, your billing team will decide, then it will be passed to your management. You will get the approval from your management, and then you can buy, and then you can deploy your infrastructure, whatever you have. According to the quotation you have got from the Microsoft, you have to pay to them, right? So we do have a separate team who actually works on billing cycles only, who actually works on billing. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So now we were talking about the databases. So these are the databases types. This service is fully managed services or composing data storage, processing, and movement services into streamlined, scalable, and reliable data production pipelines. So these are totally managed service. You need no to do in this case. Data Factory will take care of all the analytics to be done onto that database. Okay. Then Azure Data Lake Analytics is a scalable data storage and analytical storage for big data analytics workloads that require developers to run massively parallel queries. So यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा था, managed था सब कुछ. It is taking care of everything. It is taking care to to structure your data, right? But here your developers has to run queries to get your information, right? So these both the services you can use it in the big data case. So whatever these big organizations, right? Amazon, Flipkart, right? Netflix. So these all organizations are using big data and artificial intelligence, AI. Then how to create a Microsoft Azure account. So we already discussed, guys. These are just the to read, right? We are going to do it in labs also. Okay. Now how to create a free Azure account. So this will going to be the step. Get the amount in your account, right? So go to the Azure. So it will be portal.azure.com, right? Over there you will be able to sign up, and you have to give your details, and you have to put your credit card details, and you will get around $200 to use for 1 month. Okay. Ways to access Microsoft Azure. Azure can be accessed. Either you can use it graphically, or you can use it through Azure CLI or Windows PowerShell, right? So this will be the Azure portal. This is how it looks like, and even you can see here also. So this is actually the console, right? Graphical console, right? And the Azure CLI. So you can just go to there, go to this option, Cloud Shell, right? And one sec. And you're getting the option of PowerShell as well as Bash, right? Bash is basically CLI and PowerShell is PowerShell. Delete नहीं हुआ है. Deleted it. Okay. Anyway. So today we are going to configure one VM of Linux, right? And we'll connect it through SSH by using public and private keys. Okay. So for that, what will we needing? First of all, let me download Putty.
Sir, are we generating the keys with the
Exactly. We will download the keygen also.
Okay.
Sir, can we connect with Movac stream
Which one?
for access?
Okay, okay, okay. Yes, Kalim. We will do some practicals on CLI as well. Okay, so we're talking about the putty 64-bit. You can use secure CRT also. Kalim, if you don't want to use putty, then we can use secure CRT as well. So these are one and same thing. Guys, am I audible?
Yes.
It got hanged actually. Thank you. Okay, so guys, after setting up or after installing the putty, right, we have to create or we have to generate the public and private keys. Okay, so I'll select generate.
For secure, we will choose SSH.
Yes, yes.
Sir, in that case of if we are using secure CRT, in that case we do not need to create SSH keys there.
Yes, we will be needing.
Okay. So what will be the procedure for in that case?
So in that case also you have to go with the process with like this only. You have to create it through keygen, right? And after that, by putting up your public key onto the your machine, you through CRT you will be able to SSH. See, secure CRT is just a tool through which you can SSH, right? But you
Yeah,
have
sir.
to put your public key over there, then only you can SSH through the secure CRT. It is a tool.
Okay.
सर ये की आपने कहीं से डाउनलोड की है क्या ये?
नहीं, I have installed this one putty, and after running putty gen, I configured my public key.
सर हमें मिल जाएगी की ये?
डाउनलोड करोगे तो मिल जाए. You have
अरे
to
सर,
install the
ये तो आप
software.
लोग खुद क्रिएट कर
ये
सकते
तो
हो.
खुद करोगे ना आप. सबकी अलग होगी. पब्लिक प्राइवेट की सेम नहीं होता किसी का भी. तो for all it will be unique.
सर एक बार बता सकते हो क्या आप?
I think I did यार. See, I downloaded putty,
सर,
right?
okay.
इसको एक कंफ्यूजन ये है, कई लोग पुट्टी बोलते हैं, कई लोग पट्टी बोलते हैं, राइट?
Sir, previously I was using putty. Sir,
हाँ.
there I used to generate the SSH keys, but when I shift to secure CRT, I don't remember anymore whether I need to create this or not. So I don't remember the procedure for secure CRT basically.
Okay, we'll see if we can do that, right? Don't worry. Okay, so after installing, right, you have to search for putty, and here you will get the app putty gen, right? You have to run this application, right? And here you can see no key, right? Generate a public private key pair. So we have to generate it, right? Generate. So just keep hovering your mouse. Okay, so this will be the public key, right? And I can save my private key from here.
What will this private key will
Hmm?
Yeah.
Brother, it will do the encryption for you in the backend.
So this is basically also authentication type, which is totally secured. Only the person who has the private key will be able to log in onto this machine, which I am going to create. Right? Okay. चलो पहले सेटअप कर लो, मैं एक नई मशीन बना लेते हैं, then we will save these things. So let me create.
Sir, I want to try from my machine through secure CRT if I'll be able to without creating SSH keys manually, like auto. Explicitly, I don't think so. I need to create. मतलब यहाँ तो आप खुद जनरेट कर रहे हो ना,
राइट,
आप उसको इनपुट दे रहे हो.
So do you want to do it automatically?
Yeah, I need to try because I used to connect to my, like I used to connect to the company routers through my CLI. I never used, creation of the SSH keys by myself.
So initially, so you will be getting it from your system admin on generate तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना कल. How it will be possible? You have to generate it first.
Sir, maybe it will be auto generated by the system, by the software himself.
But you have to give the command. See, अगर अपने आप ही बनने लग गया तो कोई भी बना लेगा, right? And he will be able to take your session. He will be able to, because see, अगर he will get his public key automatically or private key automatically, right? So security कहाँ पे रहा? So I have to create the SSH first of all from my end, right?
जैसे राउटर स्विचेस वगैरह
Sir,
जब
I
use
agree.
करते
Sir,
हैं
I agree. Actually,
उसमें
sir,
तो
what
ये
I am
की
trying to say
जरूरत
that
पड़ती नहीं.
when I, start the secure CRT and when I will give the IP address and select the protocol SSH, and then when I try to connect, it will be, creating the public private key itself. That is why, that is
Yeah,
what
फिर वो
my point was.
routers and all उसका concept I'm not aware of that one, right? I don't want to go into networking.
Also, this is security concept. Yeah.
Okay, so let me create one Ubuntu server, right?
सर CLI
Resource.
तो ये लिनक्स और उबंटू वगैरह इनके लिए ही होगा ना, लिनक्स
हाँ
और
जी,
उबंटू.
हाँ जी. So I can create in the same resource group or I can create a new one. So for the guys who has not joined yesterday, so I'm going to create a new resource group here. Let's suppose it will be RG2, right? And now virtual machine name. So I'm going to give it like my first. कुछ भी दे दो, जो भी देना चाहते हो, ठीक है. Region. Now region you can decide where actually you want. ठीक है. So let's go with. अब देखो, I think the type of this machine is not available under India region.
सेंट्रल
ठीक है.
इंडिया देयर इज प्रेजेंट.
हाँ, सेंट्रल इंडिया है, बट कल
भी तो सेंट्रल ही करा था.
नहीं, कल हमने सेंट्रल भी किया था, बट एक उसमें भी अवेलेबल था, इंडिया के और ऑप्शंस भी अवेलेबल थे. चलो
So
एनीवेज
maybe, sir,
बताओ.
on the free account, it is not allowed
No.
on apart from central maybe.
Yes, so this is what I was telling you, that it may possible that some of the infra or some of the virtual machine is not available under the particular region. So we have to change the region, right? So सबसे
विंडोज से
मिनिमम रखता हूँ.
सस्ता है सर ये तो.
और मिनिमम रखता हूँ मैं इसके लिए 3.5. यार एक बेसिक ऑप्शन आता था, हाँ इसको यूज कर लेते हैं, राइट? B1 लोडिंग प्राइस 294 per month. ठीक है. So authentication type, I am going to select SSH public key.
सर ये प्राइवेट की का ऑप्शन क्यों नहीं? सर प्राइवेट की का ऑप्शन नहीं है ऊपर.
कहाँ पर?
SSH में या
पब्लिक की, SSH पब्लिक की डालेंगे ना, प्राइवेट तो हमारे पास होगी.
ओके.
वो तो हम अपने पास ही रखेंगे, हम अपनी पब्लिक की डालेंगे इधर.
ओके.
तो यूजर नेम डाल सकते हो कुछ भी, ठीक है. लेट्स सपोज मैं डाल देता हूँ अभी user1, ठीक है.
Sir, other trainer used to give TRG admin.
TRG.
Yes, training group admin.
Okay, चलो. Now SSH public key, right? So I have to provide my public key. Now again go to your keygen, right? And you can copy just a second. You can copy your public key, right? And you can provide here, right? And one more thing I'm going to do, I'm going to save my private key also. Are you sure you want to save the private passphrase to protect it? मैं भी कोई passphrase यूज नहीं कर रहा हूँ.
सर ये सिमिलर प्रोसीजर अगर आप सिक्योर सीआरटी पे भी दिखाओ ना.
हाँ श्योर विल डू. अभी के लिए पुट्टी पे कर ले.
श्योर सर, नेक्स्ट टाइम.
हाँ हाँ. Close it. Right. Now SSH दे रहा हूँ मैं इसको, ठीक है. And then review and create. मैंने basic machine बनाया. I'm not going to like customize anything.
सर एक
Yes.
बार ये पब्लिक और प्राइवेट का समझा दो ना, समझ में आया नहीं क्योंकि ऊपर तो वहाँ पब्लिक डला हुआ है, नीचे अपने प्राइवेट की सेव किया है, थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन सा हो रहा है इसमें.
प्राइवेट की तो मैंने अपने लिए सेव किया है, जो मैं ऑथेंटिकेट. सी पब्लिक प्राइवेट, two keys are getting generated here, right? So here onto this machine I have to provide my public key.
Okay.
Right? And private key I am going to store for me only, right? Once I have to connect to this virtual machine, I have to specify that private key while I will connect that machine.
Okay.
ठीक है, अभी दिखाता हूँ. तो public key I will provide here and private key I will keep it with me. और किसी के साथ मुझे अपनी private key share नहीं करना है. Share कर दिया तो other will be able to access that particular machine और आपके नाम का बिल फट जाएगा वहां पे फिर. Okay. Then create, review and create, I mean to say. So whatever the configuration I have selected, I can review it from here, or if anything needed, I can do that also. Why it is missing here? Okay. सबसे सस्ती मशीन बनाई है. Okay, now create.
सर इसमें कॉन्सेप्ट ये अच्छा है कि इमेज ऑलरेडी इनबिल्ड है,
Right.
करने की
बना
जरूरत
बनाया मिल जाता है. Right. अच्छा हमने यूजर का नाम क्या रखा था? लिनक्स यूजर ना? Linux.
यूजर
Linux.
लिनक्स का
User
है.
Linux. Okay. Okay. Deployment succeeded and it should be running.
बट मैंने वहां पे पासवर्ड तो सेट नहीं किया था.
Bro, that is why I gave my private public key option ना.
ओके.
अब मुझे पासवर्ड की जरूरत नहीं है, अब मैं पब्लिक की और प्राइवेट की के साथ खेलूंगा.
ओके.
ओके, ठीक है. सो
सर इसलिए ज्यादा सिक्योर है ना?
हाँ ऑब्वियसली कि हाँ, बट हाँ सिक्योर. अब अगर किसी को शेयर कर दोगे तब दिक्कत हो जाएगी, है ना. अब अगर मान लो मैं आपको ये अपनी प्राइवेट की देता हूँ और यू आर ऑलरेडी अवेयर अबाउट इट, ठीक है, आपको इसकी आईपी पता है मशीन की, तो यू विल बी एबल टू कनेक्ट इट. ओके, नाउ it is already running, so now we have to connect the machine. Go to putty. now putty application पे जाना है, not putty gen. ओके, अब देखो अब मेरा ऑथेंटिकेशन कैसे होगा. तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई नीड टू प्रोवाइड द आईपी एड्रेस ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर मशीन, right? And after that I need to go to SSH and then authentication, right? And here I have to provide my private key. एक second. Authentication, credentials. So private key file for authentication. So here I have to provide my private key. Getting? और यहाँ पे भी डायरेक्टली भी मैं आता था, इधर भी मिल जाएगा. वैसे इधर मिल नहीं रहा, बट कोई बात नहीं. We can go to credentials or we can go to private key for authentication, right? तो मैं यहाँ पर अपनी my key को अपलोड करा दूँ, right? And then I can just open. So it is asking accept. Now see. Login as क्या यूजर का नाम था मेरा?
यूजर लिनक्स।
Linux. Okay. अब देखो इसने आइडेंटिफाई किया, मेरी प्राइवेट की और पब्लिक की आइडेंटिफाई की, चेक की, राइट? ऑथेंटिकेशन था मुझे, मैं तभी लॉगिन कर गया. So I haven't provided any kind of password and all. We can do that also, right? But this is the concept of getting public and private key pairs, and you will be able to connect the VM.
सर कैन वी सेट ए पासवर्ड?
हाँ, वो वहां से उसमें जा सकते हैं ना, इधर ही
ये
ऑप्शन.
फिजिकल सर्वर को भी क्रिएट कर सकते हैं माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के
फिजिकल सर्वर मतलब?
एज ए डीसी, अगर मैं प्राइवेट पब्लिक की जनरेट करके कनेक्ट करना चाह रहा हूँ.
अच्छा, सर्वर की बात कर रहे हो, वो भी कर सकते हैं हम, बट फिर हमें उसमें ना SSH जो है वो ओपन करना पड़ेगा पोर्ट सर्वर पे जाके.
मैं एमसीएसए की बात कर रहा हूँ.
अच्छा, MCSC में क्या करना चाह रहे हो?
ये पब्लिक प्राइवेट की से कनेक्ट करना चाह रहा हूँ मैं.
हाँ, कर सकते हो, वो करना पड़ेगा, बट आपको
क्या है?
उधर यूज करना पड़ेगा, आपको ऑथेंटिकेशन ऑन करना पड़ेगा SSH को. अच्छा, कनेक्ट पे जा सकते हैं हम, गो टू कनेक्ट, ठीक है, एंड
Can we provide this IP to the ISP to communicate our AD?
why?
For communicating, suppose we are hosting an app and we wanted to access it through the outside of the network.
Through outside network, if it is already running on public IP, then it is accessible. ISP to provide, मतलब ये मुझे समझ नहीं आया, sorry. Can you please ask again?
सर एक क्वेश्चन है। सर जो हमने जैसे वर्चुअल मशीन बनाई, अभी हम जैसे कोई विंडोज का सर्वर बनाएंगे, देन वी कैन कनेक्ट विद पुट्टी, हेल्प ऑफ पुट्टी।
देखो, जनरली क्या करते हैं, जनरली हम सर्वर्स को RDP के थ्रू कनेक्ट करते हैं, और वी कैन कनेक्ट इट थ्रू द Bastion, राइट? SSH जो हम ज्यादा करते हैं वो हम करते हैं लिनक्स मशीन्स को, या फिर अगर आप बात करो आपका कोई कोर सर्वर है, कोर सर्वर इन द सेंस कमांड लाइन सर्वर है, right? Then through SSH we will be able to connect it. Graphically it is always recommended that you should do RDP to that particular machine.
क्लियर।
अब देखो, आप इसके लिए आप एक Bastion भी सेटअप कर सकते हो, बट ये आज का टॉपिक नहीं है, बहुत ऊपर चला जाएगा. So we can set up a Bastion through Bastion also we will be able to connect it, right? तो मुझे क्या करना पड़ेगा, मैं इसको एक प्राइवेट, अभी तो आपने देखा मैंने क्या किया, इसको पब्लिक IP के थ्रू कनेक्ट किया, right? But let's suppose if it is running on private, then तो उसके लिए मुझे अगर कनेक्ट करना है तो पहले मेरे को Bastion पे जाना पड़ेगा, उसको कनेक्ट करना पड़ेगा, एंड देन माय ट्रैफिक विल बी redirected to the server or redirected to the Linux पे
So
RDP
this is
करने
not
के
the best way, sir, right?
Which one?
Because it will expose your machine to the public.
Yes, if it is, अब वहां पर आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट के अकॉर्डिंग डिपेंड करता है ना. If let's suppose it is an application server, then obviously it should have an application server which should be available for worldwide, which should be available worldwide, right? तो उसके
Should
लिए तो
go
आपको
through
डिस्क्लोज
firewall,
करना
sir,
पड़ेगा.
but not.
हाँ, फिर हम
Yeah.
फायरवॉल्स बना लेंगे, it is. फिर उसमें सिक्योरिटी पार्ट आ जाता है, that inbound and outbound rule, whatever we are going to configure the rules, according to that only traffic will going to hit our server, web server.
Sir, we are going to do the express route here, like also VPN lab.
Yes, we'll do.
Connect, your AD on-prem AD with the clients on the cloud.
We'll do. Okay. Even I'm trying to buy a domain also. So if I'll get it, then definitely we'll going to do it.
The domain you told me like before, I think in MCSA you buy it once for.
No, but it is not like available now. So I have to get a new one. Yes. You are barely audible to me. Can you please speak again? किसके लिए GUI यूज करना है?
Sir, to access this machine also through graphical user interface, we can do
एक
RDP, right?
second, we do have a requirement. So he want to access a Linux machine graphically.
Yes.
Okay. So Linux is totally command line based, right? So it is not available graphically, first of all. If you want to access it graphically, you have to install a package, right? Then you will be able to get the options graphically, right? But traditionally, it is designed like that it is going to be a command line based. That's it.
बट इसको आरडीपी भी तो ले सकते हैं ना लिनक्स का अपन जो सर्वर बनाया अपन ने
सर Ubuntu को ले सकते हैं सर. This is the
हाँ
with
RHEL
GUI option.
नहीं, हमने GUI नहीं किया ना इंस्टॉल. We have to set up or we have to install a package. जब आप virtual machine बनाते हो, even in your VMware also, right? You have to select complete package, right? Then only you will get the graphical option of Linux, right? It will not be possible. Either you have to do it manually, or at the time of creation you have to check that whether it is command line based or you will get the graphical option.
ठीक सर
So
अगर
we
इसका
learned firewall also.
Huh?
How to implement firewall as well?
Firewall rules, yes. Later on we will do it. Like, I am not saying that we'll do it in very depth because it is totally a security concept, but I will let you know how to set up the inbound and out.
सर एक बार इसका आरडीपी अगर यहाँ से लेंगे अपन तो फिर ये मतलब जीयूआई में ओपन होगा या फिर इससे कमांड लाइन में जैसे
कमांड लाइन पे ही आएगा, कमांड लाइन पे ही आएगा.
सेम ऐसे आएगा जैसे पुट्टी
हाँ
किया है
कमांड बेस्ड ही है
सर
क्योंकि ये
फिर डेटा कॉपी पेस्ट
फाइल जिला यूज करो. लिनक्स पे काम नहीं किया आप लोगों ने, तो दैट इज व्हाई आई वाज सेइंग
Yes, I have
गाइस
worked.
नहीं सर,
लिनक्स
we are
बहुत
new sir.
जरूरी है.
सर उबंटू लेकिन जीयूआई में भी तो ओपन होता है ना उबंटू पे
हाँ ब्रो, हाँ जी बिल्कुल होता है, बट वी हैव टू कॉन्फ़िगर द पैकेज, वी हैव टू इंस्टॉल द ग्राफिकल पैकेज.
अभी जो इंस्टॉल है वो CLI मोड का है
वो CLI मोड है.
वो पैकेज में भी इंस्टॉल कर सकते हैं अपन उसको यहाँ
हाँ वो पैकेज मैनुअली कैन बी इंस्टॉल्ड. अब वो उस पैकेज का कंप्लीट नाम क्या है? आई थिंक यम, एक सेकेंड मैं देखना पड़ेगा. कौन सा हमने Ubuntu 20 सेटअप किया ना, ग्राफ.
सर RDP कोई extensions होती हैं सर.
देखो, so we have to run this command, advanced packaging tool APT, right? Functions, new software packages, upgrade existing software package, updating the package list index and even upgrading the entire Ubuntu system. नहीं, ये नहीं करना हमें. remove a package, update, upgrade, aptitude. तो यहीं पे कुछ हमें
So
देखना पड़ेगा.
these are the commands to install, like how to. But
Exactly.
you need to know the utility. What is the utility to get the package name?
But see, अगर command line ही अगर आपको graphically use करना है, so why you are setting up a Linux machine? Linux machine are
Exactly. That's the question.
secured because of these are command line, right? Why you are going for a graphical?
And it is fast too. You can just create any
Exactly.
number of servers, anything, just with the command.
Exactly. And Linux machine, why it is being told that it is a secured operating system? Because of command line, bro. Because no one has expertise in commands, right?
Yeah.
But here, if you want to do, you have to go through with some of the packages needs to be installed, and then you can do that. Proper एक package होता था.
Maybe this is not the right
Sir,
page.
some flavors of Ubuntu have this utility already installed.
हाँ वो होता है. वो at the time of creation. देखो अगर मैं VM पे एक नई Linux machine बनाता हूँ VMware पे, तो at that time I'll get whether you want to install the limited package or the full package, right? So if I'm going to select that option, in that case I will get the graphical option also along with command.
So,
जैसे हमारा
sir,
server
on the
होता है.
Azure cloud, it is not available, this package?
But वो देखना पड़ेगा ना. I'm not able to recall what actually that package was.
No problem, sir. We'll see that later.
It is for RHEL or Ubuntu?
That is for RHEL.
Ah.
The packages will differ from
it will be different, and even the command will also be different. right?
Yeah.
In
So
case
in
of
Linux, you usually use minstall, but here you use apt.
yeah, apt, yep. Anyways, you can try it by your end. It's not a big deal, right? So even traditionally, it's Linux should be on the command line only, right? It should not be on graphics, right? So now I can just log out, and if I want to work on it, I can work. Sorry, sudo su to my root user. So after getting onto the root user, I can install whatever I right. So this is the command for sudo apt update. The list is available update is more than a week old. 0 updates can be applied immediately. Okay, no updates is applicable for this machine.
The power off to shut down.
Okay. So this I created in the RG. So I can move if I want to move that machine into any other resource group. I can do that also, right? I can move directly to my resource group 1.
सर अगर इसका आरडीपी लेंगे अपन ने जो सर्वर बनाया है लिनक्स का,
हम्म,
तो उसमें भी अपने को की वगैरह डालनी होगी क्या ये?
नहीं, फिर आपको यूजर अकाउंट बनाना पड़ेगा, लोकल यूजर अकाउंट बनाना पड़ेगा मशीन पे.
ओके.
Okay, then you will be able to connect.
अच्छा, तो आपने एसएसएच लिया था इसलिए उसने प्राइवेट की मांगा अपन से.
Exactly.
अगर अपन आरडीपी करते तो वो वही मांगता कल की तरह.
राइट, मैं आपको वो बता रहा हूँ जो ट्रेडिशनली होता है, जो एक्चुअली कंपनीज यूज करती हैं, राइट?
यस.
तो आई एम गोइंग टू, अगर एक्स्ट्रा जाते हैं हम लोग तो वो कोई फायदा नहीं है, राइट? हम कर सकते हैं, यू कैन ट्राई दीज थिंग्स बाय योर एंड, राइट? बट आई एम गोइंग टू फॉलो द ट्रेडिशनल थिंग्स व्हाट एक्चुअली कंपनीज आर फॉलोइंग, राइट? अदर देन दैट यू कैन ट्राई दीज थिंग्स फ्रॉम योर एंड. You have the book, right? You have the things with you available with you, so you can just play around with those.
सबनेटिंग का कॉन्सेप्ट कुछ अलग है, उसका नोट्स दे दिए तो वही बहुत
सबनेटिंग कैसे, कंसेप्ट कैसे?
सबनेटिंग का नॉर्मली फिजिकल और वर्चुअल डिफरेंट है बहुत.
नहीं, it is same as like if you are aware of already, if you are already aware of these subnetting, then इसमें कुछ ऐसा कोई ऐसा different thing तो नहीं है. You can create your own subnet also, Imad. Right? You don't want to
so for
use
that
the...
we need to know the VLSM like variable and
right. So you should be aware of that. Is why I'm saying that you
it's
should
a big
have the
topic, like
basic
you need to
knowledge.
spend a lot of hours in order to
Exactly.
calculate stuff.
For even for Linux also you have to spend some hours.
Yeah. No, from the server side, you don't need to do that much stuff because most of the things from subnetting, the network guys will do it, and then they will give you a IP like in order to set it as a static or something.
Mm-hmm. But I would recommend you should go with all the aspects so that no one will be able to make fool of you, right?
Exactly. And then there were situations in my environment where the Linux team is asking for the subnet mask.
Exactly. Right.
In order to set it.
Right. So I would
because they don't
recommend
know what is the gateway.
So I would recommend you to just for you all just go with through the fundamental aspects of networking as well as of Linux, and even for servers also.
बेसिकली जो लिनक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर जो वाले जो होते हैं वो AWS को ज्यादा प्रेफरेंस देते हैं ना.
हाँ, मैं बिल्कुल देते हैं.
हाँ, तो मतलब ऐसा रीजन क्या है उसके पीछे?
See, क्योंकि on AWS is architecture जो AWS का बना हुआ that is Linux based, right? So if you are already aware of Linux, तो आप अपनी सर्विस भी implement कर सकते हो as your AWS पे.
सर बेस्ट कौन सा दोनों में से?
दोनों
बेस्ट
बेस्ट
तो
है.
AWS मुझे ज्यादा लगता है थोड़ा.
Azure पढ़ा रहे हैं AWS.
नहीं, it is not like that. मैंने कल भी बताया था. In my current environment, I'm working on AWS. To be very honest, right? I'm able to get the concept. Why? Because my cloud computing concepts are clear. I'm already aware of the fundamentals things.
सर पुराना भी तो है ना AWS.
हाँ, पुराना है, market leader है, no doubt.
हाँ.
Right? But
मैंने जहाँ तक सुना है ना सर AWS का सर्टिफिकेशन भी ज्यादा इजी है Azure से.
ऐसा तो मुझे लगता नहीं है, सब एक जैसे ही है, राइट? बट वो डिपेंड करता है आपको हाउ यू वांट टू गो विद द सर्टिफिकेशन एंड ऑल। बट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं ये कह रहा हूँ, अगर आप AWS कर रहे हो, राइट, यू विल बी एबल टू वर्क ऑन Azure ऑल्सो, यू विल बी एबल टू वर्क ऑन गूगल ऑल्सो। सिर्फ 10 दिन का बात है, इन जस्ट 10 days यू विल बी एबल टू गेट द कंसेप्ट। सी, कंसेप्ट सारे सेम है, नेम्स कुछ डिफरेंट हो जाएंगे वहां पे।
हाँ, जैसे वीनेट है तो वहाँ पे शायद कुछ और होता है ना।
वहां पे बोलते हैं इसको VPC,
VPC है, बेसिकली
राइट?
है तो क्लाउड ही हूँ।
यहाँ पे VMs बोल रहे हैं, वहां पे EC2 इंस्टेंस बोल देते हैं, राइट? यहाँ पे जो आपके पास स्टोरेज के टाइप्स है, वहां पे S3 बकेट बोल देते हैं। तो एवरीथिंग इज सेम, है ना? बट थिंग इज, you have to clear your fundamentals of cloud computing. After that, these are, again I'm telling you, these are just console. ये सिर्फ रन करना आना है आपको, आपको ये क्लिक कैसे करके, हाउ टू क्रिएट VMs, हाउ टू मेक देम कम्युनिकेट, हाउ टू क्रिएट द रिसोर्स ग्रुप, ये तो बहुत इजी है, राइट? सर्विसेज आर वेरी मच इजी। आपको कंसेप्ट पता है, आपको क्लियर है चीजें, आप किसी भी क्लाउड पे काम कर लो, राइट? तो मॉड्यूल 2 वी आर गोइंग टू स्टार्ट नाउ। What will be the agenda for this module? We are going to learn about Azure subscription and resource groups. What actually resource groups are, right? Last time you were asking that, sir, क्या है resource group, क्यों बना रहे हैं, right? So we will discuss today. Then Azure Resource Manager, which I am talking about, right? ARM क्या होता है? Then managing Azure resources, Azure tags, introduction to Microsoft Azure storage, type of Azure storage account, and then Azure Storage Replication, Azure Storage Replication Options, Azure Blob Storage, Azure CDN, Azure File Storage, and Azure File Synchronization. Right? Maybe we'll cover till 5, and other these topics we will talk tomorrow. Okay. Now, Azure subscription and resource groups. So what actually Azure subscription is? Azure subscription is an active agreement between Microsoft and its users, right? This agreement provides user the needed access to avail the services and resources offered by Microsoft Azure, right? So in order to work on Azure, or in order to work on the services that are provided by the Microsoft Azure, we have to get the subscription, right? First of all, we will be having the subscription, then only we can use the Microsoft service, Azure service, right? And this subscription can be, first of all, हम जो use कर रहे हैं, that is free, right? And second can be pay as you go. Guys, one more thing, just always remind this, and always, even whenever you are creating the account, or if your account will expire, let's suppose after 1 month you will not be able to use your credit account, right? Whatever the amount you have in your account, you will not be able to use it, right? Then it will prompt you a message to opt for the pay as you go service. Please do not accept that option, right? पैसा कट जाएगा क्रेडिट कार्ड से, मुझे मत बोलो, right? Even like एक दो दिन पहले, you before 1 or 2 day after, you will get the mail on your account also, that your account is going to be expire. Are you do you want to go for pay as you go service? So guys, please do not do that. So once you are done with the account, just create a different account and use the different credit.
If we delete the previous one,
Delete, you will not be able to, right? Because one credit card can be used for one account only. अगर आप बोलो कि आपने नया अकाउंट बना लिया और वो सेम कार्ड को यूज करना चाह रहे हो, यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू यूज इट, ठीक है? तो you will get the option pay as you go. So do not accept it, just create a new account and use a different credit card, ठीक है? Now, so we will be needing, हाँ,
यदि एक्टिवेट गलती से रॉन्गली हो गया तो फिर डीएक्टिवेट कर सकते हैं ना?
हाँ, you will get the option in subscription to deactivate.
ओके, थैंक यू।
ओके इवन ऐसा भी नहीं है कि आपको पैसा नहीं मिलेगा, यू विल, अगर एक बार पैसा कट भी जाता है तो वी हैव टू जस्ट राइट डाउन सम ईमेल्स टू माइक्रोसॉफ्ट अकाउंट, वी विल गेट अवर अमाउंट बैक, राइट? बट व्हाई टू bother, right? Why to take tension about all these things? Okay, so this is why I'm telling you, if if amount will get deducted from your account, you will be able to get it, right? But we have to write down some emails and all this. Okay, so Azure subscription is an active agreement between Microsoft and its user, right? After getting the subscription only, we will be able to use the Microsoft services, right? Either we can use it through uh, uh, Azure like graphically, or we can do it through the CLI, or we can do it through the Power, right? And one more thing, one Azure account can have multiple subscription.
Yes.
Right? One account can have multiple subscription. I will tell you क्या per option आता है आपको basically, ठीक है? So these are the services, guys, which we can use, right? Either you can go for compute, database, storage, right? So you, according to the subscription only, you can just access the services. So we are, for now, we are accessing free subscription, right? So it may possible that some of the services will not be available for us. It may possible, or maybe there's some limitation for us, right? But once you are going with the enterprise level subscription, or maybe pay as you go subscription, so in that case you will be able to use any of the service which are provided by the Microsoft. Okay, now see, an Azure account can be associated with multiple subscriptions for separate billing based on user defined criteria, right? So one Azure account can have multiple subscription, and according to your need you can just see, आपने जब भी, whenever we are creating the VMs, right, उसने हमसे subscription पूछा था, that we have to provide the subscription, yes or no?
Yes.
Right, हम free के अंदर create कर रहे थे ना, so at the same time we will get the option that which subscription account you want to use, ठीक है? So इसलिए I am just explaining that one account can have multiple subscription. Then Azure resource groups. A resource group, first of all, what actually resource in Azure, right? So as resources are basically virtual machines, storage, networking. So whatever the services are in the Azure, that is actually the resource. Storage account banate हुए, whatever you are doing, that is actually resource for Microsoft Azure, ठीक है? Then resource group क्या है? A resource group in Azure is simply a collection of related Azure assets. Assets can be resources, right? Or your virtual machines, or Azure services that belong to an application or workload together. ठीक है? एक resource group के अंदर you can create multiple virtual machine. जैसे you can take an example of cluster. जैसे हमने web application में cluster पढ़ा था, right? That within a cluster we can place multiple servers for making our website highly available. है ना? ये मैं MCSA वालों के लिए बोल रहा हूँ, right? But अगर आपको नहीं पता है तो resource group is nothing. Resource group is just a like you can say it as, it's just a box where you are actually placing your resources, where you are putting your resources in that box.
So can we say it's like works like the organization unit?
We want multiple things. We have chosen, we want this, and this, like memory, like hard disk, like RAM, like storage, and like all the services we get.
You can
we
assume
want
it like desktop CPU. ठीक है? एक CPU है और CPU के अंदर मल्टीपल रिसोर्सेज अवेलेबल हैं, RAM, CPU, आपका प्रोसेसर, ग्राफिक कार्ड, SMPS, राइट? So you can say it as desktop is a resource resource group where actually you are placing your things. So for for Azure services also, you have to first create the resource group, right? Under that resource group, you can place your resources. It can be your web application. It can be your virtual machine.
Sir, can you tell me what is the exact meaning of instances? Because whenever I read the Azure document, many times they use the word instance.
Instances are nothing. Instances are basically the VMs that you are creating, servers you are creating.
Because sir, कभी कभी क्या आता
Instance बोलते
है?
हैं.
Virtual VMs instances created like that sentences I have read on the in the Azure document. सर Azure instance करके आता है ना, instance मतलब होता क्या है exact, मतलब उसका meaning क्या होता है?
Instance is nothing. These VMs, these virtual machines that you are creating. Instance is equal to VM. VM is equal to instance.
AWS में इंस्टेंस बोलते हैं.
Instance
नहीं,
बोलते हैं.
मैंने
EC2
स्टेटमेंट भी
instance.
पढ़ा है सर, मतलब sentences पढ़े like VM instances of virtual machines. Like the sentence I already read on the in the Azure documents. So I'm confused.
आप इंस्टेंस क्या है? इंस्टेंस एक वो है ना जहाँ जो आपकी VM बन रही है, that is instance only. Okay. Azure Resource Group is a simply collection of related Azure assets on Azure services that belongs to an application or workload together. Availability zone
मतलब उसमें भी तो एक अवेलेबिलिटी जोन के अंदर अवेलेबिलिटी जोन एज्योर में भी होते हैं ना. अब अगर अपन कोई वीएम क्रिएट कर रहे हैं तो किस अवेलेबिलिटी जोन में बना रहे हैं, तो अपन सिलेक्ट कर
रीजन
रहे हैं सेंट्रल.
अवेलेबिलिटी रीजन होता है, वो रीजन में डिफाइन करते हो.
ओके.
तो
तो
बेसिकली
अवेलेबिलिटी
जोन को आप ये बोल सकते हो दैट देयर कैन बी मल्टीपल अवेलेबिलिटी जोन फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल. ठीक है.
या
right, and they will be the isolated locations first of all.
ओके.
Means you will be only having the access of that. If you are going to create, let's suppose you are creating in US East, right, then it is the isolated, means only you will be having the access of it.
ओके. ओके, फाइन फाइन.
Okay, a resource group हो गया. So then let's suppose we can create multiple resource group for an account first of all, right? Let's suppose I'm creating resource group for IAS, right, and one for my application, right? So in this resource group, in this IAS, I am going to create multiple virtual machines, right? And this application resource group, I am just going to create the applications only. We can segregate, or if you want, you can do all these things in a one resource group also, right? But if you want to segregate, you can do that thing also. Let's suppose you have created two resource group, one resource group for Linux machine and one resource group for Windows machine, right? And later on, if it is required, we can move the instances, or we can move that VMs from one resource group to second. Right? Moving be possible. If you want to move it, that is also possible. Within resource group also you can do, or within your outside region also you can do. Let's suppose I have created one VM in India, right? And I want to move it onto Canada. That thing also will possible. We can do that also. Okay. So one diagram, what explains, the diagram shows that user has created a resource group for the LOB application for all the Azure service that belongs to this application. मतलब उसने एक एप्लीकेशन बनाई और इस एप्लीकेशन के लिए जो भी इसको डेटाबेस की जरूरत थी, स्टोरेज की जरूरत थी, right? So it created it in the resource group 1, right? And same way, wherever the computation power is needed, wherever the VMs is needed, so he created the another resource group. So this is, then there is an IaaS workload resource group that contains a pair of virtual machines contained in virtual network with a MySQL database for data. What it actually explains is we can create multiple resource group, and resource groups are nothing. They are basically going to store whatever the services you are going to create. They are going to store the service, and it is mandatory. We have to tag a resource group for our application or for our virtual machine, whatever we are going to do. जो भी create होगा resource group में होगा. If we do not have the resource group, we have to create first of all. Clear? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Great. Now what actually is resource manager?
Understanding Azure Resource Manager.
Right? अभी तक आपने देखा कि ठीक है, मैं यहाँ पे VM बना रहा हूँ, right? I am creating database, I am creating storage account. तो कुछ तो ऐसा होगा जिसके थ्रू ये सब काम हो रहा है, नहीं तो कोई भी लॉगिन करेगा वो क्रिएट करके दे देगा, right? So there will be some kind of security should be there, so that whatever the request is sent by the user, right, the request can be authenticated. ठीक है, तो अब रिसोर्स मैनेजर चेक करेगा whether the request is whether the request is coming from wherever the request is coming from, wherever from Azure portal. If the request is coming, so whether it is a authenticated request, means the user have the access to create the VM or not. Okay. Now when any tool is used to take action on Azure resources, the Azure Resource Manager API handles that request. Okay. The API passes the request to the resource manager, which authenticates and authorizes it. The resource manager then routes the request to the appropriate service. ठीक है, अब इस एग्जांपल से देखो, मैंने क्या किया, आई एम ऑन टू एज्योर पोर्टल, या फिर मैं कहीं से भी रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ. ठीक है, तो आई एम ऑन टू एज्योर पोर्टल. ठीक है, आई हैव सेंट अ रिक्वेस्ट टू क्रिएट अ वर्चुअल मशीन. ठीक है, तो after sending the after creating the request, or after whatever the configuration I have selected, according to that request will be sent to the Azure Resource Manager, right? And then this resource manager will authenticate whether the request coming for virtual machine from this Azure portal, that user have the authentication or not, the user has the rights, that appropriate rights or not, right? If it is okay, then it will route your request to the virtual machine, right? या फिर अगर मैंने डेटा स्टोर के लिए बनाया है या वेब एप्लीकेशन के लिए बनाया है, तो whatever the request is created, it is going to check and it is going to authenticate, and after getting the authentication, it will route your request to its appropriate service. ठीक है, अगर VM के लिए आया तो VM को रिक्वेस्ट चली जाएगी, वेब एप्लीकेशन के लिए आया तो वेब एप्लीकेशन के लिए चली जाएगी, डेटा स्टोर के लिए आया तो उसके लिए, एंड so this actually your resource manager do.
So it only checks the permission the user has to create the VM or something else as well.
जब तक वही नहीं होगा तब तक तो कुछ भी नहीं होगा, so obviously it is going to check the authenticity.
Okay, and suppose that like when we create any resource in Azure, we get some errors. Now, suppose that if we haven't provided the subnet correct, that is also done by the ARM only or by something else.
वो तो next level है, वो तो कुछ और है, उधर वो तो configuration issues है.
हाँ, suppose that जैसे अपन VM बना रहे हैं, right?
हाँ, वो तो आपने जो
और उसमें
configuration ही गलत select करी है तो उसमें तो कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता.
तो
So
वो
even उसके बाद भी उसके बाद आपकी जो request generate होगी, right? तो first of all हमें option आता है ना, review and create.
correct.
Right? So if we are selecting review, right? So it will review whatever the selection we have done, whether it is okay or not. If it is not, it will throw an error.
So yeah,
right?
if the configurations or whatever we have provided is not correct, so it will go to the means so we will be getting an error, right? So that error part is done by ARM only, or is there some
No.
other?
ARM will check the authenticity level, authentication.
Okay, that we have the permissions or not to create that particular resource. Okay, so that is done by something else.
Right. So here you also you can see that is basically whatever the configuration you have done at that time only it will review. Right.
Yeah, correct. It will be reviewed, and suppose that if anything would be wrong in that, so so my question is, who checks that yeah, whatever we have provided, there is some discrepancy in that?
That I'm not sure.
Okay, no problem. You understood my question, right?
Yeah, I understood, but it is not into deep like this. Like okay,
no problem. I am not questioning your
yeah,
capability.
I can understand. I can understand.
I was just confirming that is also done by ARM or not. So you
No.
have told me that is not done by ARM. That's it. Okay, fine.
Okay, so you can just read it. Read this statement also. When any tool is used to take action in on Azure Resource Manager, the Azure Resource Manager handles that request. Right? If I created a request, it is going to just handle it, whether the request is being generated by the authenticated user or not. That's it. Okay, but that thing I'm not aware of कि वहीं पे अगर account की उसी time में कुछ error आ रहा है, so I'm not aware of who actually checks that. Okay.
No problem.
Yeah.
It happens.
Okay. Then again, Azure Resource Manager is the deployment and management service on Azure resources. Okay. Using this service, user can create, update, and delete resources in their Azure subscription. Okay. It offers features such as access control, auditing, and tagging to secure and organize resource after deployment. So you can say, I believe so that ARM is going to check that also, I believe, but I'm not sure. Okay. We'll check and I'll get back to you. So, okay, is a deployment and management services for Azure resources. Using this service, user can create, update, and delete resources in their Azure subscription. And it offers features such as access control, auditing, and tagging to a secure and organized resource after the deployment. Okay. Now, what are Azure tags?
हेलो मैं बोल रहा था कि एजर सब्सक्रिप्शन जब हम लोग परचेस करते हैं उसके बाद ही ARM एक्टिवेट होता है हमारे अकाउंट पे, राइट?
बिल्कुल.
ओके.
ठीक है, सब्सक्रिप्शन लोगे फिर उसके बाद आप मल्टीपल यूजर्स बनाओगे कि कौन कौन आपका एज्योर पोर्टल एक्सेस कर सकता है, राइट? अंडर दैट सब्सक्रिप्शन, है ना? अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट ऑब्वियसली वो ARM ऑटोमेटिकली क्रिएट हो जाएगा. एंड अगर आपने एक यूजर को राइट दिया है VM बनाने का तो वो बना के दे देगा. अगर एक को नहीं दिया so it will throw an error that this user doesn't have rights to create the VM.
Okay sir, thank you.
Okay, now what tagging is? देखो, टैग्स क्या होता है? बेसिकली टैग्स के थ्रू यू कैन जस्ट आइडेंटिफाई योर डिवाइसेस, है ना? सेम एज टैग्स AWS में भी होता है, राइट? यू कैन जस्ट आइडेंटिफाई द डिवाइसेस और यू कैन आइडेंटिफाई द क्लाइंट. ठीक है, तो क्या कर सकते हो आप थ्रू टैगिंग? लेट्स सपोज इन अ रिसोर्स ग्रुप I have created multiple views. Okay, right? So within this region, let's suppose this resource group is RG1, right? And it is available in Canada, right? And I am managing under this resource group and under this Canada region, right? I am managing, let's suppose I am managing 5 clients. Right? So how I will be able to identify that which virtual machine is for which client? So basically I can tag them.
I didn't get like what you asked that. 5 clients and for what?
Hmm?
I didn't get what you said. Can you repeat?
Yeah. So see, let's suppose I have 5 different clients.
Okay, 5 clients. Okay, means 5 customers. Okay.
Customers, you can say it as.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, okay,
So
okay.
let's suppose I have 5 customers, different customers. Let's suppose I'm providing some services. Okay. Right. And these I'm working as a service. I'm working as a service company. Okay. So I am providing my service, right? And that services are being used by 5 different clients. Now get it? Got it?
Yes, yes, yes. Get it. Means you means that company is providing services to 5
5
clients.
different clients, right? Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So I have created, obviously I have to create some of the VMs for them also, right? So that they can access my resources.
Yes.
Okay. So I have created VMs, right? But how I will be able to identify that for which client, for which client I have made the server? Maybe for client 1, client 2, client 3, client 4, client 5. How I will be able to identify?
वो तो उनको अपन होस्ट नेम उस टाइप का दे देंगे तो उससे भी रिकॉग्नाइज कर सकते हैं.
वो भी चीज है, वो भी कर सकते हैं, right? But there is an option of tagging in Microsoft as well as in Amazon AWS, right? So you can tag that particular VM or you can tag that particular service with the appropriate client.
So what
right?
exactly we do?
It is
Means
nothing
we
but a label, right?
Label, exactly.
So label किस पर मतलब उस VM पर लगा देते हैं, right?
क्लाइंट लेबल उस पे नहीं लगता. बेसिकली जब आप सर्विस पोर्टल रन करते हो तो पोर्टल पे ही टैग्स का ऑप्शन आता है, तो उस वीएम को आप उस किसी भी टैग से टैग कर देते हो. जैसे क्लाइंट 1 को आपने वीएम 1 को टैग कर दिया क्लाइंट 1 के लिए.
ओके.
ठीक है. So it will be easy for you to identify that yes, this VM belongs to client 1 and so on.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Okay.
Sir, in simple words, tagging is basically used for the large infrastructure.
Exactly.
For identifying the virtual machines and resources.
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि 1000 VMs भी हो सकते हैं एक रिसोर्स ग्रुप में. देयर कुड बी 1000 मशीन, राइट? अब देखो, अगर आपको टैग, अब आपको आइडेंटिफाई करना है कि भाई कौन सी मेरी मशीन क्लाइंट 1 के लिए है. ठीक है, तो आप सीधा अपने वैल्यू पे जाओगे, वहां पे वैल्यू सेट करोगे टैग्स दैट बिलोंग्स टू क्लाइंट 1, राइट? आप क्लाइंट 1 को सेलेक्ट करोगे एंड यू विल गेट ऑल द इंफॉर्मेशन दैट बिलोंग्स टू क्लाइंट 1. Right? So this is the power of tags through which you will be able to get the information of any of the client. Right? And it is always needed to do the tagging in case of cloud you are doing. नहीं तो confuse हो जाओगे बहुत सारी चीजें.
सर एक डाउट है.
हाँ जी.
ये जो रिसोर्स ग्रुप है उसका भी कुछ कैपेसिटी लिमिटेशन होता होगा?
No, there will be no limitation. It depends on the data center. अगर data center आपको allow कर रहा है create करने के लिए, let's suppose I have selected the region as Canada, right? If that Canada region is allowing me to create 2000 machines, then it is okay. But if it is not allowing me, और वैसे ऐसा होता नहीं है, बहुत कम केसेस में होगा, it may be possible, क्योंकि वो क्या करते हैं, जैसे जैसे उनके पास रिक्वेस्ट आती है, according to that they keep on expanding their infra, Microsoft, है ना? तो ऐसा कभी होता नहीं है that there is a limitation.
वैसे सर ये बैकएंड पे एक्चुअल में कैसे होता है? जैसे एक क्लाइंट के लिए मेरा एक रिक्वेस्ट आया, मेरा एक मतलब एक वर्चुअल मशीन चाहिए विद 8 GB और 1000 GB जो भी है कैपेसिटी का, और दूसरा कुछ आया जो ओनली 5 GB मांग रहा है.
ठीक है
ना? तो अगर वो वीएम डिजाइन करता है, एक वीएम उसने डिजाइन कर दिया 1000 GB पे, दूसरा तो उसको 5 GB पे ही करना है.
बिल्कुल.
तो वो रिसोर्स कैसे पुल करता है?
रिसोर्स वो हार्डवेयर से पुल करता है ना, जो डेटा सेंटर में अवेलेबल है.
वो कॉमन हार्डवेयर होता है.
बिल्कुल. So onto this VM, I have created multiple virtual machines, right? And if I'll show you the configuration, I'm going to the settings. Second. So I am going to the settings, right? So you can see I have provided 2 GB RAM, 20 GB of hard disk, and the processor, right? So from where it is going to take the resources? कहाँ से ले रहा है ये सारे
From your
resources?
PC.
From the
Yes,
base
I got it.
machine, I
That's
guess.
it. Exactly. So same thing is happening on Azure as well. Now clear?
तो Azure में सर ये कहाँ से ले रहा है? मतलब उसी जिस सर्वर पर वो बन रही है?
ये Azure के जो डेटा सेंटर्स हैं वहाँ
और
पर
उस
जो
डेटा
सर्वर
सेंटर पे बन रही है,
उनमें
राइट?
बन रही है।
मतलब
डेटा
जिस
सेंटर में
सर्वर पर वो
फिजिकल सर्वर्स होते हैं।
करेक्ट।
ओके।
और सर ये शेयर यूज होते हैं, शेयर यूज नहीं होते हैं?
सॉरी,
शेयरिंग में यूज होता है ये, जैसे कोई एक मतलब एक क्लाइंट को एक आपने वीएम दिया है, तो ऐसा हो सकता है एक दूसरा क्लाइंट को भी आप वो शेयर करें या नहीं? ऐसा
इट
कुछ नहीं है।
डिपेंड्स। अगर आप देना चाहते हो यू कैन डू दैट, राइट? बट इफ यू वांट टू मेक इट आइसोलेटेड, दैट आल्सो यू कैन। If you want a particular VM can be accessed by other client also, so you have to provide the access again. Then you can provide the read-only access. That's it.
वो कौन करता है? वो ARM?
वो हम करेंगे ना, पहले तो हम अकाउंट का एक्सेस देंगे, उसके बाद में ARM चेक करेगा कि भाई इसके पास किस टाइप का एक्सेस है। अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट एक्सेस ओनली ARM विल आस्क यू टू परफॉर्म द एक्शंस।
ठीक है,
ठीक है, चलो। So tags are used for the purpose of organizing our Azure resources. Each tag consists of two values, name and value. ठीक है? Example can be like the name consists of department and value can be finance. Right? Once the tag is applied, we will be able to segregate the related sources. This is what I was explaining. थोड़ा सा वेट किया करो, I will explain everything. ठीक है, भागो मत अभी। Related resources in our subscription into different resource group. This is useful while doing billing and management. अब आपकी let's suppose billing पे आ जाते हैं हम, let's, ठीक है। अब क्या होता है कि हमारा जो in cloud we do have, or in companies we do have the different billing teams. मेरी कंपनी में मे बी आगे मुझे पता नहीं, राइट? बाकी मैंने जहां देखा है, I used to like see that there are different teams who are actually managing the billing cycle of your VM. ठीक है, तो वो बिलिंग के लिए आसानी होगी कि मान लो मेरे पास बहुत सारे क्लाइंट है, इतना मैंने इंफ्रा बना रखा है अपने क्लाइंट्स के लिए, ठीक है। सो हाउ आई विल बी एबल टू सेग्रीगेट। अब बिलिंग को तो इतना नहीं पता ना कि मैंने होस्ट नेम किस हिसाब से दी है। आई एम एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड कि दिस होस्ट नेम is used for client one, but how billing team will be able to understand? I have to set up a call, then I have to explain each and everything, then they will be able to understand, right? So what I can do, I can just tag that VM or tag that whatever the services are used, है ना? तो वहां पर क्या होगा, according to they will just select the tag value, right? And according to the tag value, whatever the services are running for that tag, it will be available for them, right? And they will be able to bill the service.
सर प्लीज एक बार रिपीट कर दें।
Okay, so what are tags are? Tags are used basically to organize your resources, and that resources can be web application, that can be VM, or whatever the services are available in Azure, that is actually the resource. Okay, now with that, it is basically used for your billing team, or maybe you can see you can use for management purpose also. ठीक है, अब लेट्स सपोज मैं मैनेजमेंट टास्क कि भाई क्लाइंट वन के पास कितनी वीएम चल रही है, मुझे उसकी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन दो, राइट? तो आई कैन जस्ट पुल आउट द रिपोर्ट फॉर क्लाइंट वन बाय सेग्रीगेटिंग द टैग वैल्यू। मैंने टैग चेक किया कि क्लाइंट वन टैग किस किस वीएम के साथ लगा हुआ है या किस किस रिसोर्स के साथ लगा हुआ है, राइट? So then it will like create a CSV file or maybe Excel file, and over there I will be able to present to my management कि इस client के लिए ये VMs चल रही।
But tag is just like a serial number, am I right?
हाँ, that also you can understand.
सर एक एग्जांपल के हिसाब से बताया जाए तो कोई अगर एम्प्लॉय
थोड़ा क्लियर नहीं हुआ
यार हाँ जी
कोई एम्प्लॉय अगर एक कंपनी में काम कर रहा है और उसको कोई प्रोजेक्ट असाइन किया है और वो मल्टीपल रिसोर्स के ऊपर काम कर रहा है और
हाँ
वो उसने रिजाइन दिया और वो मतलब उसने छोड़ दिया कंपनी, तो दूसरे एम्प्लॉय के लिए वो काम असाइन करने के
आसान
लिए
हो जाएगा बिल्कुल
आसान हो जाएगा।
बिल्कुल
मतलब उसका जो भी टास्क रहेगा वो हैंड ओवर ले लेगा उसका।
दैट्स इट। वो उसको बता देगा कि भाई ये मैंने टैगिंग की हुई है। और ये बताऊं हम इवन इस पे काम कर रहे हैं बिकॉज सी हमारी कंपनी फिलिप्स तो दे आर यूजिंग AWS फ्रॉम 2012 राइट। बट उन्होंने पहले क्या किया, सर्विस आती गई, दे यूज टू क्रिएट द VMs फॉर देयर क्लाइंट्स। अब फिलिप्स तो बेसिकली यूज टू प्रोवाइड हेल्थ केयर प्रोडक्ट्स राइट। तो उन्होंने सबके लिए बना दिए, क्लाइंट्स के लिए VMs बना दी राइट। नाउ दे आर स्ट्रगलिंग क्योंकि उस टाइम ना उन्होंने कोई होस्ट नेम वैल्यू के हिसाब से दिया कि दे विल बी एबल टू आइडेंटिफाई राइट। नाउ दे आर टोटली स्ट्रगलिंग दैट विच VM इज फॉर विच क्लाइंट। तो अब वो क्या कर रहे हैं, हर एक VM को पहले चेक कर रहे हैं कौन यूजर लॉग्ड इन है, उसको चेक कर रहे हैं ठीक है। वो यूजर कहाँ पे एग्जिस्ट करता है AD में, उसको चेक कर रहे हैं। देन दे आर कॉन्टेक्टिंग देम कि वेदर दे वांट दिस VM और नॉट। तो दिस इज अ बिग task to manage right. So they have created a epic for that, not a ticket right, they created a epic for that.
सर वन मोर एग्जांपल हैज कम इन माय माइंड सर। जैसे हम लोग कंपनी में देखो नेटवर्किंग में टैगिंग करते हैं लैन केबल्स को, मतलब कौन सा केबल
हाँ
किस
बिल्कुल
पोर्ट में जा
exactly
रहा है।
exactly
दिस इज आल्सो वन
same
बेस्ट
thing
एग्जांपल फॉर
right
टू
right
अंडरस्टैंड
right
द टैगिंग।
exactly exactly
ओके
आप करते हो ना कि आप लैन लगाते हो और फिर आप उसकी किसी
बिकॉज़
आपकी
दिस इज आल्सो माय जॉब, so
राइट
I know very well is a what is the importance of the tagging.
right 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 right
Critical situation we can find the issues. We
exactly
can find the LAN cables, which LAN
exactly
cable is for what
right
for.
राइट।
Yes.
अब देखो एग्जांपल, चलो एक और ले लो एग्जांपल। आप अपनी सीट पे बैठे हो राइट, आपकी सीट पे कनेक्टर है एक लैन जहां से आप कनेक्ट कर रहे हो, वहां पे उस सीट पे उस लैन कनेक्टर की एक वैल्यू होगी, एक नंबर होगा राइट। और वो नंबर जिस पोर्ट पे कनेक्टेड होगा वहां पर उस केबल पे वो टैग वैल्यू टैग्ड होगा उस पोर्ट नंबर को, है ना।
just like a
जैसे
port number sir.
हाँ, जैसे लेट्स सपोज आई एम नॉट एबल टू एक्सेस लैन ऑन टू माई लैपटॉप ठीक है, तो मैं क्या बोलूँ कि मेरा लैन कार्ड, ये वाला जो सीट वाला लैन कार्ड, इट इज नॉट वर्किंग राइट। तो दे विल चेक ऑन टू दैट
Port number.
पर्टिकुलर पोर्ट। तो वो पर्टिकुलर पोर्ट क्या होगा, टैग होगा किसी वैल्यू के साथ, और वो टैग वैल्यू कौन होगी, मेरी सीट का नंबर। तो दिस इज हाउ यू कैन जस्ट टैग योर वर्चुअल मशीन्स। इवन हम अभी टैग करेंगे भी ठीक है। नाउ फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल we'll talk about the now the storage part, we will talk this about later on। तो अभी तक जितना किया है इसका थोड़ा सा लाभ कर लेते हैं ठीक है। अब इतना theoretical तो हो गया, let's do the lab of these things okay। तो let me go to my Azure portal, and first of all we will talk about the subscription ठीक है। Okay, so guys, this is the subscription, or even here also you can check the subscription, and it is for student. You can go to Azure for students, this subscription, and you can check the subscription ID and the name also right. Now how to check, because I told you earlier that whenever you are creating the free account you will get around $200 right. Then how to check whatever the amount is pending or whatever the amount is available onto your portal okay. So how you can check it, so here you can view eligible subscription, or even I have tagged one you can go to with your subscription name as your for students ठीक है। and यहाँ से you will get the option for activity log or whatever you have did right। previously with this account, you can check the subscription also or your activity also. ठीक है, this is your access control, IAM जिसको बोला जाता है identity access management. ठीक है, जहां से हम एक्सेस देंगे अभी, राइट? ये हमारा नेक्स्ट टॉपिक्स हैं, अभी इसको भी डिस्कस नहीं करते. ठीक है, एंड दिस इज द बिलिंग इंफॉर्मेशन. ये तो चलो हमारे लिए भी फ्री है. ठीक है, बट वंस यू आर कॉन्फ़िगरिंग द enterprise account or pay as you account, you will get the information here. ठीक है, ये सिर्फ रिसोर्सेज आगे एंड ऑल, ये तो बात की बात है. ठीक है, and we were talking about the overview. So you can go with, to check your remaining credit, you can go to this website. ठीक है, just select on this option and you will be able to get the information. You have to select check your balance, and here you can see I have $100 remaining. आपको याद है मैंने कितनी सारी सर्विसेज पहले रन भी की थी? Still I have $100 because at that time only I just deleted all the services and all the VM. Right? That is why I'm able to use it efficiently.
Sir, can you show me again?
Sir,
Yeah, sure. I will close it. I'll show it again.
in last lecture you told that Azure एक 1 hour के लिए मतलब वो चार्ज करता है ना. तो अगर मैंने विदिन 1 hour के अंदर मैंने प्रैक्टिकल कंप्लीट करके सारे रिसोर्सेज डिलीट कर दिए मतलब तो वो चार्ज नहीं लगेगा.
इट विल नॉट चार्ज. तभी तो अब मेरे पास $100 बाकी हैं बीबी. स्टूडेंट अकाउंट पे आपको $100 मिलता है, राइट? So even I showed you the example. I've created some virtual machines also, right? जहाँ पे मुझे वो चार्ज दिखा रहा था that is going to charge, but still I will be able to use because I have just deleted all the resources. ठीक है? Now to check,
भी सिमिलर होगा सर ऑफिस 365 का सब्सक्रिप्शन.
वो अलग चीज है, उसके लिए अलग अलग चलता है, टेनेंट होता है, वो अलग चीज है.
तो मंथली और ईयरली बेस होता है, सब्सक्रिप्शन होता है
हाँ,
पर यूजर के हिसाब से.
वो नेक्स्ट. ठीक है, ओके. So you can go to this Azure for students, right? And here you are getting this option to check your remaining credit. You can go to this website, right? And I am copying this link onto your chat also, and it is available for everyone.
एक्सक्यूज मी सर.
हाँ जी.
सर ये जो सब्सक्रिप्शन होता है ये प्रीपेड होता है या पोस्टपेड होता है? लाइक मैंने सर्विसेज ली 1 मंथ पूरे किए देन इट विल चार्ज, और इट विल चार्ज मींस टेक एन अमाउंट ऑफ मनी फ्रॉम माय अकाउंट एंड submit it to the Microsoft account.
Right. So it depends at the time of creation what you are actually selecting. You are taking a monthly based or a hourly based subscription. ठीक है, तो वहां पर क्या होगा, यू हैव टू, हाँ आपको अपना अकाउंट इंफॉर्मेशन तो डालना ही पड़ेगा पहले,
बेस भी
राइट?
ले सकते हैं. तो हमको वीएम लेने के ईयरली बेस हम ले, नॉर्मली कंपनीज में यही होता है कि ईयरली बेस कोई भी रिसोर्स लेते हैं,
राइट? बट हाँ, आपके पास ऑप्शन है, वो ईयरली लेना है, मंथली लेना है, आप वो कर सकते हो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, राइट? बट यू हैव टू पुट योर अकाउंट इन्फॉर्मेशन ओवर. आपको अपनी कंपनी अकाउंट वहां पे डालना पड़ेगा.
तो ये पूछ रहा था पहले डिटेक्ट हो जाएंगे. जैसे मैंने एक वीएम क्रिएट किया, उसके जो भी $100 पर मंथ आ रहे हैं वो $100 पहले वो ले लेगा और बाद में सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करेगा, या वो आफ्टर 1 मंथ इट विल चार्ज $100
आफ्टर 1
like
month
bill?
it will charge. After 1 month. For security purpose, it will going to store your account information.
Only account information or account balance also?
अकाउंट इन्फॉर्मेशन आके तो सारे आ गए ना, फिर क्या रह गया?
नहीं लाइक सर, अब मैंने अपने अकाउंट इन्फॉर्मेशन दी और बैलेंस खाली कर दिया.
क्रेडिट कार्ड डालना होता है ना. क्रेडिट कार्ड में तो कर नहीं सकते खाली, वो तो जितनी लिमिट होगी उसके अकॉर्डिंग ही चलेगा आपका, उसमें तो कुछ नहीं कर सकते हम. ऐसा थोड़ा ना कि इसमें कोई ऑप्शन अवेलेबल है कि आप डेबिट कार्ड के थ्रू या फिर कुछ कर सकते हो, नो. या फिर आप अपनी अदर अकाउंट सर्विसेज के थ्रू कर सकते हो, नो. You have to put your credit detail.
माइक्रोसॉफ्ट स्मार्ट है, सोच रहे भाग जाओगे रिसोर्सेस
ऑब्वियसली
लेके,
ऐसे
ऐसा नहीं
आसानी
है
हो
ना,
गया तो
वो चेक करेंगे ना आपके क्रेडिट कार्ड के डिटेल बैकएंड से। माइक्रोसॉफ्ट भी ऐसा नहीं है ना, छोटी कंपनी नहीं है ना।
See,
हेलो
so
सर।
yes,
सर जैसे कि अगर हमने अकाउंट अपनी रिसोर्स डिलीट नहीं की तो 1 महीने का उसमें जो टाइम दिया हुआ है ड्यूरेशन, तो उस बीच में हमारा मतलब चार्जेस लग जाएंगे, क्या होगा उस बीच में अगर डिलीट नहीं करते हैं तो? क्रेडिट कार्ड ऐड किया है ना उसमें हमने,
हाँ जी।
तो मतलब ये क्या होगा उस कंडीशन में सर? 1 महीने अगर हमने वो डिलीट नहीं की रिसोर्सेज जो हमने डीएम बनाया है, उसका अकाउंट बनाया है जो, तो क्या उसमें इसमें चार्जेस लगेंगे, क्या होगा फिर?
अगर तो आप उसको पावर ऑन नहीं कर रहे हो,
तो
हाँ,
स्टोरेज
in that
चार्जेस
case
लगेंगे।
also it will going to charge storage charge. ठीक है,
तो
if you are turning on that machine,
ओके,
right, तो अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट मशीन जो भी आपने बनाई है, बिजनेस जो भी जिस भी सीरीज की वो वर्चुअल मशीन बनाई है, अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट इट इज गोइंग टू।
तो सर 1 महीने से पहले पहले अगर हम उसको डिलीट कर देते तो कोई चार्जेस नहीं होगा ना?
ऑब्वियसली फिर तो क्यों होगा।
हाँ हाँ, वही 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 तो,
हाँ
वो
जी,
1 महीने के लिए है सबके उसमें जो भी है, मतलब दिया हुआ है उसमें।
एग्जैक्टली जो वो सर्विसेज है वो 1 महीने के लिए। उसके अलावा वी डू हैव सम फ्री सर्विसेज ऑल्सो जो 12 मंथ्स के तक के लिए रहती हैं वैलिड। आई विल लेट यू नो वो कौन सी सर्विस।
ठीक है सर।
इसका मतलब हेलो
सर
हेलो
यस
सर, मतलब ये एग्जांपल ले सकते हैं, जैसे अगर सपोज मैंने किसी एक सिटी में एक रेंट पे रूम लिया है, ठीक है, बट मैं
बिल्कुल।
वो रूम नहीं रह रहा हूँ, ओके।
तब भी पे करना
हाँ
पड़ रहा है
हाँ, तभी मुझे पे करना पड़ेगा, बट अगर मैं रूम में जाके इलेक्ट्रिसिटी यूज कर रहा हूँ तो
तो
उसका भी
आपको
मुझे
इलेक्ट्रिसिटी
सर्विसेज
पे
का
करना
अलग अलग
है।
चार्ज
एग्जैक्ट
अलग
एग्जैक्ट
चार्ज देना। तो
एग्जैक्ट
सेम फंड आ रहा है ना इसमें,
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
कि
बिल्कुल
हम लोग वर्चुअल मशीन प्रोविजन
एग्जैक्ट
कर रहे हैं, मतलब डिप्लॉय कर रहे हैं, बट यूज नहीं कर रहे, तभी भी हम लोग को पे करना है उसका रेंट।
एग्जैक्टली
ओके
sir, the
ओके।
charges are based on hour or per an hour? I mean per day.
It depends what actually you are selecting. If you are selecting for year basis, it can be for yearly basis, it can be for hourly basis, it can be on for monthly. Depends
And
upon the
then
type of machine, depends on the type of service, or depends on the type of storage it will going to charge.
what's
Okay,
the second thing is that when I try to check my balance, it says the account does not have active sponsorship.
is
Why
it?
is that?
Would you be able to create any virtual machine earlier?
Yeah, I did.
It should have. Anyways, we'll talk on the last. Okay, let's complete all these things. Okay, so now this is how you can check your subscription or you can check your account balance, right? And then we were talking about the resource group, right? Resource and resource group, right? So we can have multiple resource group. वैसे तो हमें यहाँ से we will get the option, but if you are not able to get the service from here, you can just search it. ठीक है? Or from these 3 bars also you will be able to get the option, right? So you can see here all resources, resource groups, app services, function apps. So these are the some of the services, right? And first of all, we are talking about the resource group. So you can select resource groups. At the creation of any of the resource over there also you can create the resource group. ठीक है? नहीं तो you can create resource group prior to configure the virtual machine.
Yes, sir. This is what I was actually
हाँ जी,
planning to ask, because on the day when we are creating the VM,
yeah,
it asks us to choose the resource group. तो अगर हम
exactly,
लोगों ने रिसोर्स ग्रुप पहले से क्रिएट किए हुए थे तो उस ड्रॉप डाउन में आ जाना चाहिए था ना?
exactly.
अच्छा, ओके, ठीक।
Okay, so you can do later on also, like prior to create the VMs or prior to create any of the resource, or at the time of creation also you can create a new resource group, or if you have already created the resource group you will get the option in the drop. ठीक है? Okay, now we have to create a new, so create one. ठीक है? Subscription you can see it is for Azure for student, right? And then resource group. ठीक है? Let's suppose I am creating resource group 1. right? And I can select the region also. Okay, so I am selecting the nearest one. For me, it will be
Central India ऊपर चला
Asia
गया.
Pacific.
Hello sir, one point over here.
Hmm.
Like resource group, you told us in the beginning that it is just a logical entity where all our resources would be present. Collection, right? So ये तो लॉजिकल एंटिटी है, तो इसमें रीजन सेलेक्ट मतलब आई नो एज पर द माइक्रोसॉफ्ट वी हैव टू सेलेक्ट द रीजन, बट लॉजिकली इसमें रीजन सेलेक्ट करने का लॉजिक क्या है?
So that जहाँ भी मैं resources बनाऊंगा, right? तो it will automatically select the region.
ओके, तो सपोज दैट अगर अपने को वीएम क्रिएट करना है आरजी1 में, तो अपन को वो वीएम आरजी1 में ही, सॉरी सेंट्रल इंडिया में ही क्रिएट होगी.
होगी क्रिएट होगी, exactly.
ओके, और अपने को किसी और रीजन की वीएम चाहिए हो तो
We
नहीं
will
हो
get
पाएगा.
the option. We'll get the option.
नहीं
एक ग्रुप बनाना पड़ेगा, राइट?
नो आई गॉट मींस आई एम कंफ्यूज. लाइक सपोज दैट अगर अपना ये जो आरजी1 रिसोर्स ग्रुप है ये सेंट्रल इंडिया में बना हुआ है, राइट?
Right.
एंड सपोज दैट नाउ इफ वी विल क्रिएट एनी ऑफ द रिसोर्स लाइक वीएम और समथिंग एल्स, तो वो अपने को बाय डिफॉल्ट इसी रीजन में क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा और वी कैन क्रिएट इन
By
डिफरेंट रीजन.
default, it will auto select Central India.
बट वी
But
कैन
if
चेंज
you
इट.
want, you can change.
ओके,
Okay.
इस दूसरे रीजन में बनाना है तो हमें दूसरा ग्रुप बनाना पड़ेगा. लेट्स से हम अमेरिका किसी
वो
रीजन
भी कर
बनाना
सकते हैं, वो भी कर सकते हैं, but we will get the option of other region.
तो फिर
हाँ,
मतलब तो फिर इसका फायदा ही क्या है? मतलब जब अपन दूसरे रीजन में भी
यार ये
सिलेक्ट कर सकते.
माइक्रोसॉफ्ट से पूछना पड़ेगा फिर. That why they gave the option of creating the resource group onto another resource group, another region, sorry. Right?
Redundancy मिलता है ना.
Okay. Now see, now I'm getting the option of tags also. ठीक है, either I can preview or create or I can give the tags as well. तो अब देखो ये tags मैं यहाँ पर दे सकता हूँ. ठीक है, मैंने टैग क्या दिया कि भाई ये है मेरा क्लाइंट 1 के लिए, राइट? एंड वैल्यू में क्या दे रहा हूँ? लेट्स सपोज आई एम प्रोवाइडिंग VMs for this client, or let's suppose this is app service. Right? So this is the tagging I have done. Okay. So whatever the virtual machine I will create onto that VMs, this tag will be auto applied. Okay.
वैल्यू कोई भी देते हैं हम.
हाँ, यहाँ पे कुछ भी डाल दो, अपना नाम डाल दो.
तो टैग चेंज हो जाएगा या टैग सेम रहेगा?
किसमें?
When whatever resource you will create, you told us that the tag would be applied on all those resources, right? So वो changeable है या वो भी
हाँ,
नहीं है?
वो भी चेंजेबल है, यहाँ पर आप डाल सकते हो. दूसरा, लेट्स सपोज आपने अब इसी रीजन में आप क्लाइंट 2 के लिए बना रहे हो.
ओके,
ठीक है, अब आप क्लाइंट 2 के लिए भी डाल सकते हो एप्स. राइट? So according to your client name, you can select the value.
फाइन.
ठीक है. Okay. Now review and create. Right? So we are good with it. And right, so we do have one resource group in Central India. Right? So now if I have to create any of the resource, or I can just select this resource group, right? And here also I will be able to create the VM. Right? I can go to this deployment. देखो यहाँ पे भी for RG1 also you are getting the IAM, access control. Right? So according to your need, you can provide the access to your employees, that which user will be able to perform which kind of operation. ठीक है, एक्शन, ठीक है। ओके, एनीवेज जस्ट गो टू, यहाँ पर मिलता था वी हैव टू लाइक, एक मुझे शॉर्टकट बनाना पड़ेगा। ओके, so now I can go with create a resource, right? Let's suppose I have to create any server. सही देख, okay, ठीक है। So I am getting the option either I can create a new one, right? Or I can just select the resource. ठीक है, तो RG1 I will select. तो see, इसने automatically Central India select कर लिया, right? But if I want, I can change the region. Got it, Devanshu now?
Yes, I got it.
सर यहाँ जो चेंज करेंगे रीजन,
हाँ जी,
वो रीजन RG1 में भी चेंज हो जाएगा?
नहीं, वो इस पर्टिकुलर VM के लिए चेंज होगा। RG तो वही रहेगा जो आप ऑलरेडी क्रिएट कर चुके हैं, वो सिर्फ इस पर्टिकुलर मशीन के लिए चेंज हो जाएगा, ठीक है।
सर जो हम लोग
हाँ
रीजन
जी,
चेंज कर रहे
हाँ जी,
हैं, सपोज मैं किसी कंपनी का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना रहा हूँ एजर पोर्टल के ऊपर,
ठीक
और
है,
उसका एक क्लाइंट यूएस में, एक क्लाइंट इंडिया में, और
ठीक है,
मुझे अगर उसका एक क्लाइंट किधर है, एक कस्टमर यूएस में और एक कस्टमर इंडिया में है, और
ओके,
मेरा एक ही ग्रुप है, रिसोर्स ग्रुप इज नथिंग बट फॉर माय दैट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नेम। ओके,
बिल्कुल,
मतलब
बिल्कुल,
मैं क्या करूंगा, फॉर लो लेटेंसी, इफ आई वांट लो लेटेंसी, देन
हाँ जी,
आई विल डिप्लॉय वन वर्चुअल मशीन फॉर यूएस पर्सन इन यूएस रीजन, and
ओके,
one virtual machine I will deploy in India region और India person।
हाँ जी,
सेम यही कंसेप्ट है ना सर, ये जो रिसोर्स ग्रुप का। मतलब मैं बोल रहा हूँ सर कि मैं ऐसे समझ के चल रहा हूँ कि रिसोर्स मेरे मेरे पास मल्टीपल कंपनीज है, ठीक है,
ठीक है,
मतलब, और मुझे क्या करना है, सपोज ए कंपनी है, ए कंपनी के अंदर जो क्लाइंट्स है वो मेरे एक ही रीजन में नहीं है, रीजन में मतलब एक ही जियोग्राफी एरिया में नहीं है,
नहीं है,
मतलब
ठीक है,
इंडिया एक जियोग्राफी हो गया, एक
ठीक है,
यूएस जियोग्राफी हो गया,
ठीक है,
ठीक है। बट एक रिसोर्स ग्रुप को अगर मैंने उस कंपनी का नाम दिया, ठीक है, सपोज वो कंपनी का नाम है XYZ,
ठीक है,
और उसका वो एक क्लाइंट अभी उसका एग्जिस्टिंग जो उसका प्लेस है वो इंडिया में है, और एक दूसरा क्लाइंट है मेरा वो यूएस में है,
ठीक
और
है,
दोनों के लिए मुझे एक डेडिकेटेड वर्चुअल मशीन क्रिएट करना है, ठीक है। तो मुझे क्या करना है कि वो दोनों वर्चुअल मशीन मुझे एक ही रिसोर्स ग्रुप में चाहिए, जो उस कंपनी का जो मैंने नाम दिया है उस रिसोर्स ग्रुप, ठीक है। तो वो वर्चुअल मशीन जो इंडिया वाले पर्सन को रहेगा, वो वर्चुअल मशीन में
इंडिया वाला
इंडिया
एक्सेस कर
रीजन में
पाएगा,
डालूंगा, और दूसरा जो वर्चुअल मशीन रहेगा
यूएस
वो मैं
वाले
क्रिएट
प्रोवाइड,
करूंगा यूएस
बिल्कुल,
रीजन में।
बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल,
तो यही
बिल्कुल,
यही
यस,
कंसेप्ट है, बिकॉज
बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल,
वी आर क्रिएटिंग द रिसोर्स ग्रुप,
राइट, राइट, राइट,
एंड इट्स हेल्प फॉर लो, मतलब लो लेटेंसी उसमें अपना
एग्जैक्टली,
फायदा है।
लेटेंसी उसमें लो रहेगा, एग्जैक्टली, नियरेस्ट जोन मेरा जो भी होगा, नियरेस्ट ज्योग्राफी
हम्म,
लोकेशन मेरी जो भी होगी, अकॉर्डिंग टू
हाँ,
दैट आई कैन क्रिएट द
दैट मीन इट्स
माय
नॉट
रिसोर्स।
नेसेसरी दैट सेम रीजन इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर ऑल रिसोर्सेज
इट
दैट
इज नॉट
इंसाइडेड
नेसेसरी,
इन द।
यस, दिस इज व्हाट आई वाज एक्सप्लेनिंग ना, कि जरूरी नहीं है
ओके,
कि आप रिसोर्सेज इसी रीजन में क्रिएट करो, राइट? यू कैन क्रिएट इट ऑन टू एनी अदर रीजन, राइट? कि लेट्स
डिपेंड्स ऑन द
सपोज मुझे,
रिक्वायरमेंट।
हाँ, डिपेंड्स ऑन द रिक्वायरमेंट। सी, अगर मुझे इंडिया के लोगों को टारगेट करना है अंडर रिसोर्स ग्रुप 1, आई विल क्रिएट द रिसोर्स अंडर इंडिया रीजन, राइट? अगर मुझे अमेरिका के यूजर को टारगेट करना है, राइट, और रिसोर्स ग्रुप 1 ही रहना चाहिए, देन आई कैन सेलेक्ट द यूएस रीजन, दैट्स इट, आई कैन डू दैट, दिस इज व्हाट आई वाज एक्सप्लेनिंग, ठीक है।
ये तो कह रहे हैं रिसोर्स यूज का पर्पज यही है बस, रिसोर्स यूज का पर्पज ये नहीं है ना कि खाली वीएम इस रीजन से दूसरे रीजन में एक यहाँ बना ले, एक वहाँ बना, रिसोर्स मतलब सेग्रीगेट कर सके अपने रिसोर्स को, क्या बोलते हैं, रिसोर्स जो हम बना रहे हैं इसके अंदर।
सी, अंडरस्टैंडिंग इज ओके, राइट, ही इज एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड, राइट। तो आप कुछ अंडरस्टैंड कर रहे हो, कंसेप्ट बिल्कुल सेम है, ठीक है, कि हम रिसोर्स ग्रुप इसलिए बना रहे हैं सो दैट वी विल बी एबल टू क्रिएट द रिसोर्सेज इनटू इट। अब वो थोड़ा सा अलग बोल रहे हैं, आप थोड़ा सा अलग बोल रहे हो, दैट इज ओके, ठीक है, दैट इज नॉट डिबेटेबल। ठीक है, सो standard size, so I can go with this only. ठीक है, this size only, and I'm not going to create anything. ठीक है, this is fine for me. And username, you can give like user1. Right, and password I am giving like
सर ये लोकल आईडी पासवर्ड रहेगा ना ये वर्चुअल मशीन का?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, जिससे आप लॉग इन कर सकते हो वहाँ पे जाके।
हाँ,
ठीक है,
तो
लोकल आप
अगर ये
अकाउंट क्रिएट कर रहे हो।
हाँ, तो जैसे ये वर्चुअल मशीन जब क्रिएट हो जाएगा
हाँ
और
जी,
अगर ये वर्चुअल मशीन को मुझे सपोज एक डोमेन में उसको लेना है मुझे,
हम्म,
ठीक है,
हम्म।
तो वो प्रोसेस मतलब आप बाद में बताओगे शायद
हाँ,
मेरे
वो
को।
तो डोमेन डीसी बनाना पड़ेगा, सब कुछ होगा।
हाँ, ओके ओके, मतलब ये
आप तो
लोकल
शायद
अकाउंट।
एमसीएसए में थे ना यार, ना आपको तो पता ही होना चाहिए।
नहीं
You are
नहीं,
you,
मुझे
you are in
मैं
my MCSA batch, right?
यस 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 आई
हाँ,
वाज
तो
देयर,
वो डीसी का कंसेप्ट पता ही होगा आपको।
आई नो वेरी वेल।
हाँ,
मैं तो यही पूछ रहा था कि ये जो हम लोग इधर यूजर क्रिएट कर रहे हैं ना वो लोकल है कि नहीं, वो मुझे
exactly.
एक्चुअली
This
पूछ।
is the user we are creating, local user, and this user has the admin right, local admin rights, not domain admin. ठीक है, okay. Now
सर
RDP. हाँ जी।
ये जो आपने यूजर क्रिएट किया है ना, ये
हम्म,
कहाँ पे दिखेगा? क्योंकि मैंने क्रिएट किया था वीएम,
हम्म।
बट मुझे पासवर्ड मांग रहा था, वो एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहा था।
तो वो पासवर्ड आपको जो यूजर आपने बनाया है वही तो डालना है, यूजर
हाँ,
और
तो वो
पासवर्ड।
यूजर मतलब मैं मतलब कैसे चेक करूँ कि मैंने कौन सा यूजर बनाया था?
वो उसकी वर्चुअल मशीन की सेटिंग्स में जाओ,
ओके।
वीएम सेटिंग्स में मिल जाएगा।
Hey there. Continue learning directly from industry experts. You are watching these recorded topics from our master's program, but you can watch it live by joining any of our these master's program, where you can become an IT engineer that too without coding. Now you can
अच्छा,
continue.
ये
so
पासवर्ड मैं फॉरगेट हो गया तो रिसेट कर सकते हैं?
yes, you will get the option from the console itself. Okay, okay. So I confirm and next. अच्छा, यहाँ पे टैगिंग आ रही है साथ में, मैं आपको साथ साथ दिखा देता हूँ टैग्स। ये देखो, टैग्स है ना। एक सेकंड गाइस। Client 1 और client 2, right? So now I can give the tagging. ठीक है, select client 1 and you can load the value also. ठीक है, and you can apply resource, आप इसको select कर लो, virtual machine. Okay, VM. Same way, if you are creating any other for VM for other client, you can tag the value. Right, and guys, one more thing. See, जो भी सर्विस आप select कर रहे हो, right, you will get the option of learn more about tags. ठीक है, you can always go to this link and whatever the service you are applying, you will be able to get the more information on that. It will redirect you to the Microsoft website. ठीक है, and you can read whatever you are going to apply, you can read it. Okay, so also there, now I can just review and create. Required information, validate.
तो नेटवर्किंग रह गया ना,
डेस्क भी रह गया, बाकी मैंने तो बेसिक ऑप्शन ही सिलेक्ट किया था, चेंजिंग बेसिक ऑप्शन में रीसेट सिलेक्शन, ओके ओके 64 बिट है, ओके है फॉर मी, आरडीपी दे दिया क्या, क्या Yes, this one will be the notification area, right? You will get the notification here. Whatever the services you are going to do, you will get the notification here, right? This is settings, right? If you have to make some changes or okay, you can change the themes and language region, right? My information. So whatever the email address and all these things, if you want to change, you can do it from here. Okay, and this will be the appearance settings. ठीक है, कैसा आपको करना है, डार्क थीम लेनी है, you can take the dark theme, you can apply, right? So these are the changes you can do from here. It is getting created. The deployment is in progress. Meanwhile, let's create one more resource group. ठीक है, create a resource group. Create a new one, right? You can select RG2, right? And you can select the region also, कहाँ पर करना है. So let's suppose again मैं इसको, इंडिया में सिर्फ सेंट्रल इंडिया ऑप्शन आता है. South. Let's go with South India. Okay. मैं कोई अभी टैगिंग वैगिंग नहीं दे रहा, राइट? कंसेप्ट आपको बता दिया कैसे करना है. Create, right? So let's suppose on to RG2. Again, I can create some resources here. Let's suppose I'm going to resource group. I just want to show you that if you want to like move your one machine to another resource group, one machine of resource, let's suppose you want to move RG1 machine to RG2, right? That also we can. Okay, so let it create and I will show you to how you can move it.
हेलो सर. सर रिसोर्स ग्रुप में जैसे आप ये रिसोर्स ग्रुप 1 और 2 बना रहे हो, तो रिसोर्स ग्रुप में तो जैसे कि मैं एक वीएम क्रिएट कर रहा हूँ और उससे रिलेटेड मुझे नेटवर्किंग करना है और कोई डिवाइस ऐड करना है, तो वो सारी चीज इसी में आएंगी रिसोर्स ग्रुप में.
बिल्कुल.
तो सर ये जैसे ये रिसोर्स ग्रुप में ये सारी चीज हो गई, ये एक सिंगल पार्ट मान लेता हूँ, और ये जो एक सेकंड पार्ट है क्रिएट अ रिसोर्स, इसमें क्या होगा?
रिसोर्स तो वो हो गए ना, वीएम्स हो गए, वेब एप्लीकेशन हो गई, डेटाबेस हो गया.
नहीं नहीं, ये क्रिएट अ रिसोर्स में बता रहे ना.
हाँ
सर एक बार इसका भी बताना जरा. अच्छा,
ये
इसमें
तो
ये
क्रिएट रिसोर्स में यही तो आ रहा है, करा तो है भी.
ठीक है. इसमें जैसे क्रिएट अ रिसोर्स करूंगा तो मुझे इसमें अगर विंडोज 7 या सर्वर क्रिएट करना है तो सिर्फ उसमें मैं वही एक चीज कर सकता हूँ, राइट?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
ओके सर, थैंक यू.
ठीक है, तो इसमें चलो मैं आपको एक वेब ऐप क्रिएट कर, अच्छा ये हो गया, ठीक है। तो मैं पहले इसको मूव करके दिखा दूं। तो कैन गो टू RG1, okay, and whatever the machine have will be able to get it here, okay. You have to just select it, right, and then you will get the option of, right here you can see move to another resource group, move to another subscription और move to another region। एक बार बनाने के बाद भी अगर आप चाहते हो उसको अदर रीजन में मूव कर सकते हो। गेटिंग? तो बस यहाँ पर जाओ और you can select the
downtime.
sorry
Without any downtime, we can do this.
nothing
बट सर अपन ने तो सर ओनली वीएम बनाया, ये सारी चीजें बाय डिफॉल्ट माइग्रेट
हार्ड
होंगी
डिस्क
क्या?
है, नेटवर्क है।
हाँ हाँ, वो मैंने देखा, तो ये
Yes,
सारी चीजें ऑटोमेटिकली माइग्रेट होगी, और इफ यू विल ओनली चेक वीएम देन इट विल नॉट बी पॉसिबल।
only you want to migrate the VM,
या सपोज दैट लाइक
बट
आपने यहाँ
VM के
पे
साथ जब तक हार्ड डिस्क नहीं होगी VM को रन कैसे करवाओगे?
या
नेटवर्क
करेक्ट,
अडेप्टर ही नहीं होगा कैसे करोगे?
ओके। So in case like whenever we have to migrate, we have to migrate that virtual network and all everything, right?
Right, later on we can change the IP settings if need, okay, because it may
Or
possible that on another region some different subnet is there, right? So
yeah,
we can change the value later on after move.
okay.
सर ये जो मूव होगा तो ये मशीन इस जोन से चली जाएगी ना, इस रीजन से चली जाएगी।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
वो रेप्लिकेशन वाला आपने बताया था कि हम उसको रख भी सकते हैं यहाँ पे भी, और वहाँ पे हम
वो
माइग्रेट भी
दूसरा
कर
कंसेप्ट
सकते
है।
हैं।
वो मुझे जब मैंने अवेलेबिलिटी जोन में मैंने सेलेक्ट नहीं किया, रिडंडेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सेलेक्ट नहीं, वो धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़े, डेडिकेटेड
इसके अंदर
वर्जन।
अगर दो तीन वीएम रहेगा तो जिसका हार्ड ड्राइव नेटवर्क कभी अलग अलग रहेगा। जैसे RG1 एक ग्रुप है ना,
हाँ जी
ग्रुप में आपने वीएम बनाया,
बिल्कुल।
अगर इसमें दो तीन वीएम हम बना रहे हैं,
हाँ जी
मल्टीपल, जैसे अभी एक एक वीएम ने बनाया आपने, राइट,
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
इसमें पूरा हार्ड ड्राइव अलग अलग दिखा रहा है, हार्ड ड्राइव नेटवर्क ये पूरा पार्ट।
बिल्कुल।
अगर इसमें तीन एग्जाम्पल तीन वीएम है
हाँ जी,
तो सबका अलग अलग रहेगा वो हार्ड ड्राइव।
सबका हार्ड ड्राइव ऑब्वियसली अलग अलग ही रहेगा हार्ड
तो
ड्राइव
वही
का, बट
टैगिंग
वी कैन
टैगिंग वहां पे
प्लेस,
काम आएगी, कैसे
हाँ
हमें पता
बट
सेग्रीगेट
वी
कैसे करेंगे?
बट वी कैन प्लेस दैट, हम एक सिंगल VNet के अंदर उन VMs को जरूर रख सकते हैं। ठीक है, जो मेरा सबनेट मास्क है, ये सबनेट है, मैं इसके अंदर मल्टीपल इस रिसोर्स ग्रुप में मल्टीपल रिसोर्सेज को इस सेम सबनेट में रख सकते हैं। ठीक है, और सेकंड जो आपकी हार्ड डिस्क की बात हुई, ऑब्वियसली whatever the virtual machine I will created, right, that will be the dedicated one for the virtual।
आप इसमें एक
सर
दूसरा वीएम बना के दिखा सकते हैं क्या? एक और वीएम वीएम बनाए
ये
देखें
पूछना
फिर
है,
कैसे पूरा रिसोर्स
मैं
कैसे
बताऊं।
दिखाते
नहीं सर, एक्चुअली आई थिंक व्हाट इज आस्किंग, अगर
हाँ
इस
हाँ मैं समझ गया।
आरजी वन के अंदर हमारे पास दो वीएम्स है और हमें एक ही वीएम है जो दूसरे रिसोर्स ग्रुप में मूव करना है, हाउ कैन वी सेलेक्ट जस्ट वन
हाँ
टू मूव?
ऑब्वियसली वी कैन डू दैट। यहाँ पर मैं ऑल कर रहा हूँ, राइट, ऑल की जगह
तो
मैं सेलेक्ट कर लूंगा बस, विन 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 10
नहीं
whatever
सर,
it is।
वो आइडेंटिफाई कैसा होगा? ये यही
भाई
वीएम
कैसे
ये
होगा, मेरा
रिसोर्स
क्वेश्चन
है।
है
टैगिंग
ये
डिपेंड करेगा ना,
टैगिंग्स
टैगिंग
ना कि
टैगिंग
ये हार्ड ड्राइव किस वीएम का है, आइडेंटिटी कैसे, ये नेटवर्क किस
टैगिंग
एक
वीएम
वीएम
का है,
बना दीजिए आप,
हाँ मैं
सेकंड
बना,
वीएम बना दीजिए डिफरेंस।
एक सेकंड।
क्लियर हो
यहाँ
जाएगा।
पर ऑप्शन है ना, ऐड फिल्टर, क्या क्या आ रहा है सर, इक्वल टाइप इक्वल लोकेशन, ऐड फिल्टर पे जाओ, ठीक है, और फिल्टर में टैग ऐड कर दो, टैग ऐड कर दो क्लाइंट। ठीक है, तो क्लाइंट 1 के लिए जो भी VMs होंगी आई कैन एग्रीगेट। अब मैं चलो क्लाइंट 2 को टैग कर देता हूँ इसी रिसोर्स ग्रुप, चलेगा?
ओके।
अगेन 10 11 एग्जिस्टिंग में बना रहा हूँ मैं RG1 में, ठीक है, और RG1 में सेंट्रल इंडिया में ही बन रही है ये, राइट। मैं इसको नाम देता हूँ, ठीक है। अब मैं इसको ना बस टैग कर देता हूँ के साथ क्लाइंट 2 के, ठीक है। राइट, और उसमें भी सिर्फ VM के साथ टैग कर दो। रिव्यू एंड क्रिएट, validation passed, create.
सर एक डाउट, हाँ, ये जो रिसोर्स हैं वो ऑटो स्केल हो जाते हैं कि इसको मैनुअली बढ़ाना पड़ता है?
वो ऑटो स्केल भी हो सकते हैं थ्रू टेराफॉर्म और थ्रू एंसिबल। यहाँ पर करोगे तो आपको मैनुअली करना पड़ेगा, ऑटोमेटेड करना है तो हाँ पावर सेल के थ्रू भी हो जाएगा और आपका इसके थ्रू भी हो जाएगा, टेराफॉर्म। हम लोग जो करते हैं टेराफॉर्म, बट वी यूज्ड टू वर्क ऑन AWS।
सर एक क्वेश्चन था, तो जैसे हम लोग आरजी मूव कर रहे हैं दूसरे रीजन में, ठीक है, प्रेजेंट टाइम कोई यूजर लॉगिन करके है सिस्टम पे बैठा हुआ, अगर कोई डेटा सेव कर रहा है और एट ए टाइम मैं मूव कर रहा हूँ, तो क्या डेटा जो सेव करेगा वो दूसरे रीजन पे रिफ्लेक्ट करेगा या कुछ एरर देगा?
करेगा, रिफ्लेक्ट करेगा वहाँ पे भी। आप तो हार्ड डिस्क भी तो, अगर आप VM पूरी मूव कर रहे हो तो हार्ड डिस्क भी तो मूव हो रहा है जहाँ पर आप स्टोर कर रहे हो डेटा।
नहीं, हार्ड डिस्क तो वो ठीक, वो मूव हो रहा है, बट
हाँ,
एज प्रेजेंट टाइम जैसे सपोज मैं वर्क कर रहा हूँ, वर्क करते करते हमारे जो बैकएंड टीम है वो सीधा मूव कर रहे हैं उधर, मुझे कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं, तो क्या आज जो भी डेटा होगा मेरा सारा दूसरे रीजन पर रिफ्लेक्ट करेगा या नहीं करेगी
करेगा
ये चीज?
करेगा करेगा।
सर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन था, सर अभी जैसे कि हमने RG2 एक रिसोर्स ग्रुप 2 बनाया था, ठीक है, वो उसमें हमने वो रिसोर्स ग्रुप 2 है, एंड ये क्रिएट रिसोर्स में हमने विंडो 11 का ये जो VM बनाया है, तो इसमें ये ऑटोमेटिक ये सारी चीजें शो कर रही है, VM2 VM2 647 सेकंड और VM2 डिस्क डेटा डिस्क करके, तो ये मतलब वो एक हम सिंगल रिसोर्स क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, तो यहाँ पे ये पूरा इसमें ग्रुप शो कर रहा है, तो ये थोड़ा सर थोड़ा
एक
बताइए।
रिसोर्स को बनाने के लिए जो भी उसको रिक्वायरमेंट है,
हम्म
either it is a CPU or it is a network or it is a hard disk or it is a security group, right? So it is going to create every, right? So whatever the resource I'm creating, and to create that resource, whatever the prerequisites, right, it will going to create automatically
सर
or
इसमें
depending upon the like configuration that I have selected.
सर इसमें रिसोर्स ग्रुप की वो कौन सी चीज नहीं है जो इसमें शो नहीं कर
VMnet network.
रही? ओके ओके, थैंक यू सर।
सर एक पूछना है मुझे। हेलो
हम्म,
सर, मुझे अभी ये फेब में ये कहा फरवरी में सर, मुझे कुछ भी करके 900 क्रैक
चलेंगे।
करना है, कुछ भी करके।
हम्म,
तो मुझे थोड़ा बता दो कि मुझे करना कैसा स्टडी, मतलब स्टडी कैसे करना पड़ेगा, मतलब आप एक मेथड बता दो कि एटलीस्ट, क्योंकि मुझे मेरा 15 एंड 16 को वो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का जो डेमो लेक्चर्स है और फ्री कूपन वो है मेरा,
ओके।
तो मुझे थोड़ा गाइड कर सकते हो, मतलब एग्जैक्ट मुझे अभी करना कैसे, स्टडी कैसे करना है मुझे?
एक बार ना डम्प्स खोलो उसको, ठीक है, आपको आइडिया मिलेगा कि क्वेश्चन किस टाइप्स के आते हैं। देखो,
ओके
टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, आपको अगर एज्योर आता भी है, मतलब मैंने जो 90% केसेस में देखा है people used to do dumps before going for the exam, because क्वेश्चन जब आता है ना तो आपको लगेगा कि सारे आंसर ठीक है, इतना कंफ्यूजिंग आंसर आता है, ठीक है। तो आई वुड रिकमेंड टू जस्ट गो विद द डम्प्स, जस्ट अंडरस्टैंड द एग्जाम लेवल, राइट, एंड देन गो फॉर द स्टडी।
मतलब आप बोल रहे हो कि पहले डम्प्स को मतलब अंडरस्टैंड करो और
राइट,
उसके बाद
पहले एक
बस
बार देख लो क्वेश्चन किस टाइप्स के आते हैं।
मतलब थ्योरी पहले देखना है कि डम्प्स पहले देखना है?
पहले एक बार डम्प्स देख लो, ठीक है, और किस टाइप का क्वेश्चन आता है पहले, राइट, उस वैसे देख लो, फिर उसके बाद में उसी अकॉर्डिंग थियोरेटिकल पढ़ना शुरू करो।
सर डम्प्स कहाँ से मिलेंगे?
डम्प्स यू कैन, there is a website, you can create your account over there, that is called
सर
cert
एक एक टॉपिक है ना, एग्जाम टॉपिक्स करके आई गया, उस पे मिल जाते हैं।
यहाँ पे करो, अपना अकाउंट बनाओ, राइट, यू विल गेट द, आप स्टार्टिंग के 2 डम्प्स फ्री में मिलेंगे, बाकी आपको अकाउंट पैसा पे करना, ठीक है। so you can go with the Microsoft, okay, and you can select the exam, right?
सर इसमें
उसके
तो ये
अलावा
दिखा रहा है
चाहिए
बंडल
तो
प्राइस
मेरे पास
59।
स्टार्टिंग में जब एक बार बनाओगे अकाउंट तो दो आपको फ्री में देंगे, ठीक? और इसके अलावा I do have 900 चाहिए ना आपको?
आपका 104 की भी है?
हाँ।
ओके।
So now I'm going to your base machine. Right, and first of all this will be the share name, okay, and this will be the user, and this will be the password. The second. Okay. Hmm. Just try to create an account, right, once more, right, and just follow
Storage
the
account.
same path. Yeah, just follow the same path. So whatever the steps I have followed, try to follow that, and do let us know if you're able. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Share my screen again. Okay. So guys, from here I am able to mount my file share onto my Linux machines also. Okay. Now, and even this Linux machine is running on Azure. Okay. Okay. Now we are left with the Blob storage account creation. Okay, where we can upload our audio video files. Okay, are usually used to store large binary files such as audio, video, text, etc. Can be used to store the data for archiving, backups, or restoring. Can be used to serve images document directly to a given browser. Can be used for writing log. ठीक है, मेजरली तो कहाँ यूज होगा, जहां पर आपको ऑडियो वीडियो फाइल्स, वेयर यू हैव टू प्लेस योर ऑडियो वीडियो फाइल्स, सो दैट यू कैन यूज, दैट यू कैन प्लेस अंडर ब्लॉब स्टोरेज. ठीक है, and it is basically for unstructured data, and these videos and these like images files, these are totally unstructured data. Okay, and blob is the abbreviation of binary large object. नाम से ही we can identify that it is for large object, binary large objects file. ठीक है, stored data of any format for distributed access can be stored. It is not like we are not restricted that only we can upload the data of audio and video. We can upload the files also. Okay, but the files which are of huge that has huge amount of memory, right, that can be stored onto our blob storage, right? So same way you can create a separate blob storage account. Okay, and to create it again you need to go to your Azure portal. Okay, first of all we are going to storage accounts. So earlier I have created v2 account, general purpose account, right? But now I will create a blob storage. यहाँ भी बनाना है, resource group just select it. ठीक है, if you need to create a legacy storage account name, so I'll give the name blob hyphen storage 1. और कैसे blob storage. Okay, already there, huh? ठीक है, now standard or premium, so we can select now premium because we have to create the blob account, right? So I will select best for high transaction rates or low storage latency. I will be able to get the data. Okay, again I can select the redundancy where I want to store. Either I can create the backup copy onto the other zone, or I can create it in the local zone. So now go to next. I think that much is fine. We can just review. Now you can we are good with it. You can go to and here you can now upload your data, your large amount of data you can just, you can check whatever you did, you can check it here, or by going to your storage accounts you can see the blob storage, right? Just select it, right? Upload your data, whatever you want to. First of all, we have to create a container. Under a container, we can place it, right? Container means folder. So let's suppose it is data. It is data. लोअर केस हाँ ठीक है प्राइवेट करना है blob container anonymous read access for containers and blobs ठीक है so you can just give the read access and okay right so under data now you can upload whatever you want to let's suppose I do not have any video with me right now but okay let me upload this setup file and what else we are getting blob block size 4 MB and you can just upload it so your file is 61 MB file is getting uploaded okay and right so you can go to containers so whatever the containers you have created you will find it here right I have created data right I can open it and whatever the data is available under this container I will be able to get it so this is the access level again you can later on if you want to make it private anonymous or read only so according to your use according to your need you can just select the type of authentication you can select the type of accessible that how your users will be able to access your storage right yeah so this is all for now later on we will like apply some of the policies or some of the security policies right that how the users will be able to access कितना उनको access होना चाहिए according to your policy you have decided so किसको read only access होगा किसको full access होगा so we can do this later right anybody has any query they can raise your hand first of all I'll delete all the things there maybe some limitation is there yes Animesh you can unmute yourself
सर इसमें डाउनलोडिंग का ऑप्शन नहीं होता लाइक
yes
इफ
we
यू
will
गिव
get
दैट
the
फुल
option
एक्सेस
exactly we'll get the option of download also यहाँ पर है ना एक सेकंड डिलीट करते हैं राइट क्लिक करके वहाँ पे डाउनलोड का ऑप्शन भी आ जाएगा लेट्स सपोज क्या कहाँ किया था हम कुछ
ब्लॉक
मिला अच्छा ब्लॉक स्टोरेज में कंटेनर्स
No, not from Azure portal.
हाँ
From our local PC.
हाँ ऊपर लोकल पीसी से वी कैन कॉपी एंड वी कैन डू इट कोई इशू अगर हमने उसको एक्सेस प्रोवाइड किया तो obviously we will be able to do it okay
Okay. No, actually, there was only three options, right? To access private only, to read only access anonymously, to read only access to anonymous user.
yes anonymous means everyone will be able to access
Only read it or
read
can
only
download
means
the.
read only means everyone will be able to access, but they will be having only read only. Full access means everyone will be able to customize as well as upload as well as download, or even they will be able to customize the data. They will be able to make some changes onto my data.
But sir, that option was not there.
Which one?
Yeah, here only.
ये तो रहा.
Anonymous read access for containers and blobs.
This
Private
is
no
for
anonymous access.
this is for
And
no anonymous access. This is for private only. Okay, blob, anonymous read access for blobs only, right? Container, anonymous read access for containers and blobs.
इन तीनों ऑप्शन में
एक तो आप यहां से तो सिर्फ आप ब्लॉब एक्सेस कर सकते हो, right? And from here you will be able to access blob as well as container, but you will be having read only. Okay,
we can't edit files there,
exactly.
whatever the files existing in the
Right,
blob.
right. मैं तभी बोलता हूँ सर्वर्स पे हमें अगर थोड़ा सा पता है ना चीजों का, तो हम बहुत अच्छे से अंडरस्टैंड कर लें. हमने FTP किया था एक, जिसमें हम एनोनिमस यूजर को एक्सेस देते थे या फिर सेलेक्टेड यूजर्स को एक्सेस देते थे, राइट? तो इसलिए बोलता हूँ कि इतना रिलेट हम कर सकते हैं अगर हमें सर्वर्स हमने पढ़ा हुआ है ना, सो वी विल बी एबल टू रिलेट द थिंग्स हियर, और वो इजी अंडरस्टैंडेबल होंगी आपके लिए, अंडरस्टैंडिंग आपकी वहां से इजीली बन जाए. ठीक है, चलो अब देखो यहाँ पे अब थोड़ी आपको कमांड्स आने की जरूरत है. ठीक है, अभी तो चलो हमारे पास स्क्रिप्ट ऐसी की ऐसी बनी मिल गई है हमें, राइट? बट थोड़ा बहुत आपको बेसिक्स कमांड्स पता होने चाहिए लेने से केस में भी, so that you will be able to mount your file. Okay, it's getting done. Meanwhile, let me save the private key. Okay, now close it. Okay, so everything is done. So I can go to the resource now and let me copy the public IP. Done. Oh, have we forgot to apply the public IP here, huh? Oh, we forgot to select HTTP connection. इसके लिए मुझे राउट वगैरह ये सब बनाने पड़ेंगे. फॉर नाउ वी आर नॉट टेकिंग इट. ठीक है, and SSH key. Okay, this एक्चुअली पोर्ट 22 ही रखा हमने, HTTPS नहीं दिया, दैट इज व्हाई पब्लिक IP is not assigned. So this is what I'm doing now. ठीक है जी, डन और selected. Next, allow the disk change. Okay, now I can go with next. नेटवर्किंग अब तो IP मिल ही गया होगा इसको. Just review and create. Okay, you can go to resource now. And it's not ready. Okay. What happened? Let me refresh the. Hey, why we are not getting public IP? None select कर दिया क्या मैंने? क्या गलती कर रहे हैं? Okay, but I'm going to this networking. Try to connect it. Things का option क्यों नहीं आ रहा मेरे को? Okay, IP configuration. IP config associate. Okay. Linux user. एक सेकेंड इधर चलते हैं रिसोर्सेज में. थिंक इसको इसने दे दिया। Stop this. Trial में I think there is some issue, huh? Right. Let's deassociate from this machine. Done. Nothing but we must have a public IP, right? And then we will be able to connect it, and then we have to run the script onto that Linux machine. That's it. Okay. Okay, it's done. Right. Windows stop. Okay. Deallocate. ठीक है जी. Now refresh. पब्लिक आईपी क्या दे यार, हमारे पास तो कोई स्टैटिक पब्लिक आईपी. चलो मीनवाइल ये होता है, हम लोग आज का अपने एक बार देख लेते हैं व्हाट एक्चुअली वी डिड टुडे. Okay, so from Azure File Sync, we will be able to synchronize our on-prem file server data to file Azure file supported by storage account. ठीक है, अगर हमारे पास कोई on-prem data center में कुछ file shares पड़े है, कोई data पड़े है, तो through File Sync we can upload our data to the Azure storage account. ठीक है. Right, so it is deleted now. Okay, I think this Win10 also is not needed. Delete it. Okay. we need. Sound. Load. और जी यूनिट 2 पब्लिक आईपी. हाँ, न्यू लिनक्स मशीन का पब्लिक आईपी. ठीक. ठीक है. क्यों? रिसोर्स ग्रुप तो रहना का खाली we did it, right? Okay. I believe it should come up with the public IP now. Okay. ठीक है. So copy it. You have created a new VM. That's okay. Okay. I created it on the second VM. Yes, we can do the uh like transfer also. We must be able to. Okay. Now just copy it and just save your private key. Right कर लो. Okay. Now go to PuTTY. Right. And first of all, we need to put the public IP, and along with it, we need to go to SSH authentication. one also. Okay, first of all, public IP, SSH, authentication. Okay. Open and open. Accept. ठीक है. क्या यूजर था हमारा? Linux -user 1. Server refused our key. क्यों रिफ्यूज कर रहे हो भाई? Yes, Girish.
What are we doing here? You're trying to upload the private key.
Right.
Have you found out?
Yeah,
Let's
already
try.
there. I'm just trying to connect this table to.
Sir, I tried to connect to the file share server. I mean the file share, the whole directory, but I'm not able to. It says it always throws an error.
Are you doing?
Yeah, I did. Just
Yes, it is on desktop only. Desktop से ही तो उठा रहा हूँ मैं. कहाँ से उठा रहा है? Oh my God. Okay, 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 okay. Just a second. Just a second, Girish. I will help you.
okay.
Okay. Yes, connected. Actually, I was pointing the wrong public key. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so now how we will be able to mount it? Again, you need to go to your file share. Is go to your file share. Right? Create for page, right? File share, company data, right? You can go to connect. Now you need to go to Linux, then show script, right? And ये सारे script run कर दो अपने server. Just wait. Okay. And before that, I would recommend to just update your Linux machine. Okay. So how you can do that? Just sudo apt-get apt-get update. जैसे हम Windows update करते हैं ना, तो same way we can update our Linux machines also. So it will upload all the packages, all the updated packages. So I'm able to now. Now you can just copy that script here. That's it, and run. So it is mounted successfully. So how you can check? Just go to, so this is the path actually. This is the path, right? So to go to this path, copy it, just type direct. Type ls one hyphen company. So whatever the data is available, you can see now. We created one account directory, right? You can see it here. You can go to mount, you can go to accounts data, and you will be able to see there. Or you have to learn about some of the commands. So you will be able to create your own directories here, and you will be able to upload the data from your Linux machines. Okay, accounts directory बनाई थी ना हमने, so we got the same. Or you can just directly go to CD. I think CD will not be good. It is a change directory. Yeah, so we are on to it now. You can see. Okay, and now you can type ls. So you can see accounts. If you want to go to accounts data, you can go to CD and type accounts. You are onto accounts now. Again, you can ls, and under ls you can see I have uploaded Azure book and I have uploaded Azure module 1. Okay, so this is how you can mount your file share that is available onto Azure. And same way you can try it on the Mac OS. Okay. Okay, now Girish, you can ask.
So here you have run the script. So likewise in Windows, can I run the script instead of just
Yeah,
copying and then doing it?
exactly. Same. You can run it in your PowerShell.
PowerShell, okay, it's not a command line.
On command prompt, maybe command prompt invoke will not work. Yes, it will work with PowerShell.
Oh, I tried on command prompt, so it didn't work for me.
Yes, it will not work. Run the same on PowerShell. And run PowerShell with administrator. Run as a first of all, run PowerShell as an administrator.
You're not able to save that locally in your iPad as well. It is definitely call you. So as I'm assigned your call from them, and they would just
Let me correct myself on this. So this is the password, right? From here
Exactly.
to here.
Exactly.
So now what is this like? There is like a single colon, right? So do I need to copy this as well?
No, you have to copy it till equal to.
Okay. And the username is this one.
Username is this one, right? And the
the
file share
storage.
is double backslash, exactly.
So
Till
same
person.
as this one.
Exactly.
But that didn't work when I it failed, sir.
Okay, just close it. Go to your map drive option onto Windows 10. Copy that network path.
take that long. You could be receiving a call next hour as
And it is till .net, not till not you need not to copy Girish personal.
Okay.
Okay. Just keep it. Connect using different credentials.
don't have the option. That's why I did this because I couldn't help you out. So I have escalated and I have made this. So don't worry. As I told you, you will be getting a call within the next hour from
Okay, I think you have copied the wrong path. Again, we
Wrong
need to
path.
check it out. Just a second.
Yes, that's basically what has done.
Username 28.
Yeah, so as I asked you earlier, can I please have the error message once again for me to make a note of it?
Just cancel it, Girish. Cancel it. It will not help you out. Can you please close this map drive option?
Okay.
Go to your Azure portal. Copy this again and paste it
Okay.
in a new notepad.
Our team can then they will use appropriately
Okay.
to this particular issue. So yeah, you can just wait
First
for
of all,
an hour
copy
and
this
we will be
username.
receiving a call definitely.
This one.
Localhost storage 28.
Thank you
Yes.
for
No,
calling.
no. First of all, copy that network.
Which one?
This
one, sir?
this one.
Still here or just the entire thing?
Try to copy till .NET.
Okay.
Okay. Now go to your that one. Your system. First of all, copy this path over there. Try to connect now. Network path.
Thank you for calling our
Maybe that's the thing, sir.
Yeah. Connect using different credentials.
Can I have confirm your name?
So hope you have given the public IP over there, Girish.
Hi, Anita, how are you?
Where, sir?
Hope we have selected the public option over there. That public, it will be available for public, right?
Here on this one.
Go to your yes, Girish personal storage accounts first of all.
Okay.
Okay. Central Canada. Go to settings. Go to its properties.
Which is this one, management.
No, just open it. Open it. Okay. So let me just review it. Storage locally redundant LRS version 2 performance standard 1 monitoring recommendation. Go up.
Yeah.
Storage account key access networking all networks number.
Access allow access.
Can you give me the access of your do you have any desk?
No, remote. You can take remote RDP.
RDP will not help.
Oh, you need a remote desk. Okay.
Yeah. Or team viewer, if you have, you can help me with the team viewer.
What is the second option, sir?
Team viewer or any desk. Or you can go with VNC also. Yeah,
Yeah, I have any desk.
Yeah, okay. Can you please provide?
Can you guide me? I haven't used
Yeah,
this.
just go with the install any desk first of all in this device. Second option. Accept and install.
Right now your audio issue.
Don't install.
Like,
Don't install.
Don't install.
Yeah.
Can I have the type?
Okay, open your in desk now. So just close it and open it again. App. Okay, so the number is 111330062. Triple 11330
062.
330 062.
No, it's 33, sir. 111, 33. Okay, I'm accepting.
Is it 140?
Not able to see your screen.
What about now, sir?
Yes.
Do you have the control now?
So can you see my cursor is moving onto your screen?
No. I think this one will work. Zoom itself will work if I give the remote control.
Yeah, it will work, but somehow I'm not able to perform some of that. Earlier also I used to take the remote from this Zoom, but it will not. Okay, can you go to see there is option of scam protection. Open Ndesk again. Anydesk.
Which one?
Anydesk screen again. Yeah. Yes, you can see scam protection. Just select the now go to select full access. Yes, now I'm able. Okay.
Basically, you're getting the
Secure transfer required to enable storage account. SMB client connected to the share support SMB protocol. Just a second. Let me create one more.
Can we do it? Do the same thing with virtual machines, which we have created on
Exactly, we
Azure
can do.
portal.
अभी दिखा देता हूँ. We can do that. Even I will create now Linux machine onto my Azure portal only because I do not have virtual Linux machine with me right now. Right. So I will do it on the Azure portal. Okay.
But both the things means both the server like file server and VM, my VM, Windows server will be at means like different zones.
It can be in different zone also. आप मेरा एग्जांपल ले लो ना. मेरा लैपटॉप देखो पता नहीं कहाँ पड़ा है. बेंगलोर में बैठा है कहीं पे. राइट. और मैंने जो क्रिएट किया फाइल शेयर वो कहाँ की है. तो अकॉर्डिंग it can be on it can be on any location. But if you have the password, if you have the correct file share name, path, and authentication method, right, you will be able to connect it from any of the region. So it will not restrict you.
No.
Okay. Okay, Shailesh, you can unmute yourself. Not able to hear you, Shailesh. You're not audible. Seth, it can be both. It can be for DC Azure AD access also, or it can be outside AD also. But yes, real time, if you are working in a production environment, then it should be the part of your domain. Okay, then it should be the part of your AD. This is department actually. This is not the root drive. But you are barely audible to me. Can you please speak louder? Yes, you are.
सर मैं ये पूछना चाह रहा हूँ जैसे कि हर एक क्लाइंट्स पे जैसे हमने वो वर्चुअल मशीन बनाई हुई है कंपनी में तो सभी क्लाइंट्स पे ये हमें मैप नेटवर्क ड्राइव का ये करना पड़ेगा कॉन्फ़िगर.
अभी तो I did it manually.
Manually,
but
right.
it is in if it is in AD, then I can set up a policy.
सेट ऑफ पॉलिसी या हम ये एक वर्चुअल मशीन के सर्वर में कर देंगे तो उससे हो जाएगा ये किस तरीके से.
मैं वो मुझे पॉलिसी ग्रुप पॉलिसी बनानी पड़ेगी.
जी बिल्कुल
ठीक है, maybe Imad can relate. Imad is in class today. Yes. So we did it for the we created the policy for our network drive, right? And whosoever the system will join my Active Directory, that drive will automatically map
ऑटोमेटिकली
onto the
रिफ्लेक्ट
system, right? Okay.
ठीक है सर, राइट.
Okay. So now, so as you were talking about, sir, let's suppose can we mount this drive with our VMs also that is available in your portal? Yes, definitely we can do it. Okay. So for this, what I'm going to do, अच्छा एक सेकेंड, यूजर नेम एंड पासवर्ड शॉर्ट कर सकते हैं. Yes, Chalish, we can do that. We can create a separate user account for this, right? In module 3, I will let you know. Okay. Sir, we have mapped the drive. Can we share this drive in the office investment? Sorry, Manoj. We have mapped the drive. Can we share this drive in the office environment बोल रहे हो आप या फिर infrastructure बोल रहे हो? Maybe it's a typo. Yes, we can do that also, Manoj. Okay, we can do that. So whatever the infra I do, I have infra available into my office, I will be able to map this drive onto all of the laptops that is available onto my office, or that is available onto my Active Directory. So this is the part of AD. Okay. So through AD, I have to just create a policy. That's it. So that policy will impact all of the system that is available into my domain. Right. And after applying it, this will be automatically mapped to all of the systems. Okay. Now let's go with the mapping this drive to the Linux machine. See, I do not have Mac OS. So if any of you have the Mac OS, so again, you can just go with the Mac script. You have to learn it. You have to like run that script onto your Mac OS and you will be able to map the system to Apple. Okay. But for Linux, let me create one more resource. So create a resource with the Ubuntu. ठीक है, रिसोर्स ग्रुप बना लो जिसमें करना है. RG1 में बना लेते हैं. ठीक है, my Linux 1 दे देता हूँ. ठीक है, और कोई भी रिडंडेंसी रख रहा, स्टैंडर्ड रख रहा हूँ, 64 बिट है, लोअर है, SSH की के थ्रू कनेक्ट करेंगे. ठीक है, okay, then I can select the user. Suppose it is next user 1. Okay. So I'm going to select use existing public key, or I can go with the existing key also. I can place here. So public key हमने पहले generate की थी, right? So you need to go to putty keygen. Or you can select here also. Authentication type हमने क्या select किया? SSH की है ना, ठीक है. Then we can place our public key here. So is ठीक है. Let me generate it. I have the public key, so you can just copy it, right? See, public key भी करनी है ना generate. Sorry, private. In
AWS, we are having S3 storage, right? And the S3 storage has the same standard
S3
and
S3 bucket.
right, the standard and what you can say, the standard one
And
is one
premium.
zone,
Premium.
right?
Yeah.
But there is also an option of life cycle of a storage. So are we having such type of thing in Azure as well? Because suppose, uh, giving you example,
Yes,
let's
please.
suppose that we are having a research center and
Okay.
we want a file for first month to store the data. After that, the life cycle move to the other storage. Then after the other storage by days, right?
Yeah, we can set
So
the retention period for that.
so these things are same available at
Exactly, we do
your.
have. Yes, we do have under Azure also.
Okay. And
That is
one more
called actually
question.
retention.
Suppose that we are using a replication of one application that is Hotstar.
Okay.
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 So we were having users at a time. Okay. At that time we were using hot storage. And after that we are by the time being it is getting popular. The users are getting much more on that time.
Okay.
So how will it load? How will fetch the load
So
to the
that is
user?
the benefit of Azure storage. Now we can it is scalability is available in that case.
Okay, so it will automatically increase the storage.
We can define over there. We can define the threshold value or manually also we can. Right? Threshold means let's suppose I am applying 90% threshold. Means let's suppose if my storage is completed 90%, already consume 90%, right? Then it will auto scale itself. Either I can define like this or I can do this thing man. Clear? Yes or no? Great. Okay. Anyone else need to ask something? Okay. Okay, Pramit, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, so my question is how frequent is this backup you told me? How frequent it is? Instantly or maybe in a day or in 1 hour, 2 hours?
Yes, Pramit. So in that case, we can create a schedule. Right? We can create a schedule how frequently we want to take the backup. How frequently we want to see agar replication, if you are doing replication, then replication, in case of replication also you can define a schedule that how frequent your replication will take place. Either it can be instantly or it can be after 1 hour or it can be after 12 hours. So it is in your hand how you want to configure it.
Charges will be different for that?
No, charges will remain same. If you have took the service for geographical and all, right? So it will charge accordingly. Yeah. Okay. So now we will going to configure one storage account. Okay. Storage account can be created in the same under your same portal.azure.com. There will be not any different portal for that. There will be not any different URL for that, right? We can just go to our portal.azure.com. Right. So we will going to create a new storage account. Go to your portal.azure, right? So here you will get the option of storage account. If you are not getting in your onto your dashboard, you can search from here, or you can also go through this 3 bars, and here also you will get the option for storage account. Okay, maybe it is available into my dashboard. So even if you want to search, you can just search here with storage account. Right? So you have to select this option, storage account. I have already created one storage, right? But let me create one more. Okay, so here you are getting the option to create, right? So I'm selecting this option, create. Right? I can select subscription. It is Azure for students. Obviously, the same will be the subscription. But if you do have multiple subscription in your account, you can select according. Okay. So resource group, obviously I have to select the resource group. So let's suppose I'm creating this account for resource group 1, RG. Okay. Now, storage account name. I have to give some name also, right? So it will be like my storage 1209. Okay, my storage 1209. Region. So you can define, you can select the region also, right? So I'm going to select okay. Now, so we are getting the option performance standard for journal purpose, right? Or premium recommended that require low latency. Okay, so either I can go with the low latency or I can go with the storage recommended for most scenarios general purpose V2 account. So under this general purpose V2 account, I will be able to use all the service that is available into storage. Second, I'll show these. So these all the services can be accessed in the general purpose account. But in case I am selecting the low latency, in that case, I am making sure that I am creating the account for Blob storage. Okay. So according to your need, you can just create. But we will create general purpose because general purpose maybe we will be able to create Blob as well as your file sync, as well as your file server, file share, right? Tables, queues, so everything we will be able to create over there. Okay. Okay. Now standard. So redundancy, we are getting the option C, GRS, LRS. So according to your need, you can select. ठीक है तो सी locally cost इसमें क्या होगा lowest cost option with basic protection against server rack and drive failure recommended for non-critical scenario, right? And GRS intermediate option with failover capabilities in secondary region recommended for backup scenario, right? So whatever the option you want to select, you can go with it. We are not getting read only option here. But maybe in some other region we will get this read only option. Yes, Pankaj, that maybe some another region we will get this option. Okay, it is not available in this region, it may possible. Okay, so let me select any other region. Okay, South India में देखो LRS Saf, we will get the option later on. If I'm going to select this option, if I'm going to select this latency, right? Here I will be able to get the or like hot tier and that option. In advanced, I will get this option. So now why it is not showing the read only here? Okay, for now let's go with the locally redundant information, right? And here I'm going to select next, right? Minimum TLS from permitted scope. T, access tier, hot or cool. Frequently access data and day-to-day usage scenarios, you can select hot, right? And then you can go with the cool if it is not frequently. Okay. So depending upon your need, you can select. Okay. Enable large file shares. If you want to do large file share also, you can select this option. So in this case, you will be able to provide the file share support up to maximum 100 TB. ठीक है, तो अगर इसको चेक करना है, you can do that, नहीं तो इसको अनचेक रहने दो. By default, I think you will get around 5 TB, I believe, but we'll check. ठीक है, क्योंकि इसमें क्या होता है, they used to customize their services, right? क्योंकि अब वो पहले भी आ रहा था ऑप्शन, earlier we used to get read only geographical वाला ऑप्शन जो आता था, but here we are not getting. Maybe some other region we definitely will be able to get it. Pankaj, depends. If you like, if you already know that the data will not be frequently used, it will be used within 15 days or within 20 days, right? Then you can go with the cool. But if you want the data should be available, if you already know the data will be frequently used by the users, then you can select hot because it provides the low latency. At a single point of time, multiple users will be able to access hot, and the biggest example is these OTT apps, right? You can take the example of YouTube also. चलो, तो next, अभी के लिए I am making it available for public, right? अच्छा, अब अपने data को you can either you can select the private access or either you can select the public access, right? इसको और आगे मॉड्यूल 3 में इसको और इन डेप्थ पढ़ेंगे. अभी हम बाय डिफॉल्ट चलते हैं चीजों को लेके, ठीक है? एंड लेटर ऑन we will talk about the multiple things, the networking, the data protection, encryption, everything we will talk in on the module 3. Okay, so for now I'm making it as default. So this is the data protection, right? So this is the retention period, that how will if let's suppose I delete the data, right? For how long it will going to I will be able to retain it. Let's suppose accidentally I have deleted one file, right? So how I will be able to retrieve it, right? So it will decide, that retention period will decide. If I am going to select 7 days, so within 7 days I will be able to get my data again. I will be able to restore my data again, right? But if it is not selected, so in that case I will not be able to retain my data. So according to your need, you can just define your retention period for like within how many days you will be able to retain your deleted data. Okay. Now this one is encryption. So I'm going to use by default options only. Okay. Or I can select all service types, blobs, file, table, and queues. This option cannot be changed in the storage account if the storage account is created. So I can select this option. अच्छा, जो भी ये option है, you can read it. जो ये I button है ना, you can just click on it and you will be able to read it. That by default Azure encrypt storage account data at rest. Infrastructure encryption adds the second layer of encryption of your storage accounts data. So this is what I explained कि आपको जो data है वहां पर secured है storage में, Azure storage, because encryption takes place. Sir, in case the files are modified and we want to have earlier data. Okay, so in that case, we do have the another option in file share. We can configure that one. In MCSA we used to do that. देखो क्या होगा ना, जैसे जैसे आपने बैकअप क्रिएट किया, right, it is going to create the backup according to the time, right? Let's suppose okay, तो क्या हुआ, अब यहाँ पे ये बात हो रही है कि let's suppose मैंने अपने डेटा को मॉडिफाई कर लिया, राइट, बट आई वांट टू रिट्रीव माय अर्लियर डेटा जहां पर वो मॉडिफिकेशन नहीं, ठीक है? तो व्हाट आई कैन डू, I do have the option for that also, right? So it is going to create the backup according to the time. Let's suppose I have created a schedule that after 1 hour it will going to create the backup onto my second location, right? So let's suppose this is the folder data1, right, and it is of 10 GB, right, and I have settled a schedule that after like after 1 hour it is going to create it will going to create the backup onto my second location, right? So let's suppose it is the backup on that this data is created at 9 p.m, right? So what will it gonna do is it will going to replicate the same data onto my second location, right? Same I have created for the, like I have created the schedule for after 1 hour, right? So again it will going to create the backup for 9 p.m. down. Right? So let's suppose it is created at 9. Okay. So the same data will be replicated onto my second location, right? And after 1 hour means at 10 p.m. Again at 10 p.m. it is going to create the backup, and let's suppose now it is of 15 GB. ये हमने उसमें MCSA में पढ़ा था वैसे. So that is why I used to say कि अगर आपको MCSA का knowledge है, so it will really gonna help you to understand the concept. Right? So the same data will going to be replicate on my second location as, right? So let's suppose I want to retrieve the data which is available on 9 p.m, which is created on 9 p.m, right? So I can, it will give me the list of the timings that at this time I have created the backup, and according to my need I can just select the time. If I want to retrieve the data of 10 p.m, I will be able to retrieve it. If it is created on 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, again it is going to replicate here, and once I will select the restore option I will get the time, and जिस भी time का मुझे backup चाहिए I can just select it and I will be able to. So this is how we will be able to get our earlier data. So it is totally the backup concept. We have to learn about backups, right? So over there we will be able to understand it more, that how we can retrieve our. Okay, chalo. So this is like early data आपको कैसे चाहिए. So this is how you will be now. So again, if I need to provide the tag, I can do that. But for now, let's leave it as it is. Okay. Next and review. So it is going to validate your information, whatever the things you have done, right? And I believe we are good to go now. Just so you can see deployment is in progress. And the status is accept. And that what are the services available under this. Okay. See. Okay. So you can just go to the resource. Right. And whatever the things you have configured, storage v2, general purpose, right? Everything you can see, the application. So whatever the configuration you have done, right, you can see it. Okay, now how to create the file shares, or how to create the blob storage, or how to create the table, or how to create the queue. So this is going to be our next thing. Okay, and here also you can just go to your Microsoft homepage पे जाके. Again, you can select this storage account. So whatever the storage accounts you have available under this ID, right, under this subscription, you will be able to get it. Earlier, I have created first storage for resource group 2, but now I've created it for resource group 1, and the account name is my storage 120. Right, now just select this. Right, and now you can select what actually you want to create. You can create file share, you can create queues, you can create tables, right, according to your need. You can just, okay, and here let's suppose I'm going to select any file share. Right, I have to create a file share. First of all, देखो maximum capacity is 5 TB. So for a file share, the maximum capacity will be 5 TB. Okay, and you can go to the file share. Right, you can give any name. Let's suppose you are going to select, you are going to give company data. So it should be in the small letters, right? Capital it will not pick up, right? So company data. Okay. And tier again, you can select either you can hot or cool, whatever things you need to select. You can do it. Okay, I'm going to take it by default only. Now successfully this is created company data. Now you can just go with it. Right, so under this company data, now you can create your files and folders. See, add a directory. Add a directory means you are making a folder, and under that folder you can place your data, or directly you can upload your data here only. Right, but I would recommend to create the directory, and under that directory just place your data. Right, so let's suppose I'm creating a directory with the name, let's suppose it is account. Right, so under this directory I can just upload my data. Okay, you can select this upload option, right, and it will redirect to your base machine, and from your base machine you will be able to upload the data. Okay, so let's suppose I am uploading it, and So I'm selecting. ठीक है, मैं ये बुक अपलोड कर done. You know, so how do we generate the URL to give user access to these data? Sure, I will let you know. अब देखो, दो चीजों के साथ मैं एक्सेस दे सकता हूँ यूजर को, ठीक है। मेरा नेक्स्ट लैब भी है ये, तो मैं अभी करा देता हूँ आपको, ठीक है। ब्लॉब स्टोरेज आई विल लेट यू नो, डेडिकेटेड ब्लॉब स्टोरेज कैसे बनाना है, ठीक है। तो मेरी अभी की लैब मेरी क्या थी, एक तो मुझे स्टोरेज अकाउंट बनाना था, रिसोर्स एंड क्रिएट अ न्यू स्टोरेज अकाउंट, सो आई डिड दैट, राइट। इवन स्टोरेज अकाउंट यूजिंग Azure portal, access the Azure portal to view all the storage accounts, तो वो भी आप यहाँ से देख सकते हो, that whatever the accounts are available you can just go to your, मैं इसको ना इसका डुप्लीकेट ऑन कर लेता हूँ, डुप्लीकेट टैब ले लेता हूँ, ठीक है। तो अंडर योर you will be able to get the whatever the storage accounts are available, you will be able to get it here. We can have multiple storage accounts, right? Let's suppose one is for file storage, one is for blob storage, one is for queue storage. So under a subscription, I can have multiple storage accounts. Okay. Now, so this is blob storage. We will create it. Worry. Meanwhile, मैं उससे पहले आपको एक लैब करवा दूँ. File storage. ठीक है. तो पहले फाइल स्टोरेज पढ़ लेते हैं. What actually file storage is? क्योंकि अभी इसमें आए गए हैं तो it will help us. बार-बार नहीं तो बनाना नहीं. ठीक है. तो फाइल स्टोरेज जैसे आप अपनी कंपनीज में कोई एक शेयर्ड ड्राइव बना देते हो and you will be able to access that shared drive on your client machine, right? So same thing we can do in the Azure, right? Under file storage I can just create a storage, right? And that can be accessible to my, right? So Azure file storage is used when we want to share a common storage mount point among multiple computers. शेयर ड्राइव आप अपने ऑफिस में एक्सेस करते हो, राइट? मैप्ड होती है आपके लैपटॉप्स में शेयर। तो सेम थिंग वी कैन डू विद द Azure file storage. So on multiple laptops, on multiple VMs, we will be able to access our file. Okay. Now, why Azure file storage? Shared application settings. We can store configuration files in a centralized location where they can be accessed from many application instances via file, REST API or SM. अब it may possible कि एक application को that applications want that, जैसे हम you can take the example of Amazon. ठीक है. अब Amazon में भी आप कुछ बाय करते हो, आपका अकाउंट बनता है डेडिकेट अकाउंट, राइट? और वो अकाउंट आप जब भी लॉगिन करते हो, किसी भी लैपटॉप से अमेजोन अकाउंट को लॉगिन करते हो, यू कैन सी योर हिस्ट्री. whatever you have bought from the Amazon, you will be able to see the history. It is highly available for you, right? So file storage, same thing. You will be able to access the data at any point of time from any of the systems. Right? Diagnostic shares. We can have applications store their logs, metrics, and crash dumps in the file share. So file share, let's suppose if there is some issue with the file share, we can diagnose it. We can just run some troubleshooting process. We can just run some troubleshooting steps to make our file share healthy. Okay. Then Azure file shares can be used store commonly used tools and utilities which can be accessed by developers and administrators. Obviously, अब let's suppose developers काम कर रहे हैं किसी application पे, multiple developers काम कर रहे हैं किसी application पे, and they want to work on the same data, on the same file. So what I can do, I can just create the file storage, and they will be able to access the files which are being used to configure that application. And same thing for administrators also. Let's suppose I have to place some data of for accounts user, for IT users, for um, your HR users. Right? So I can make that data centrally available for all of the user, and according to the department, let's suppose if it is accounts, I can give the rights to accounts user only, so that they will be able to use the data which is under accounts. Other than that, they will not be able. MCSA में किया है हमने, ठीक है. So Azure File Storage is a cloud service that offers fully managed file shares in the cloud that are accessible via the server message block SMB protocol. Azure file shares can be mounted concurrently by cloud or on-premises deployments of Windows, Linux, and Mac. So we can mount this file storage either on Windows, or on Linux, or on Mac systems, Apple systems. So this is obviously the best feature, right? Now this is the benefits of your file storage: shared access, fully managed, and resiliency. Right? Azure files are extremely reliable and fault tolerant. Fully managed file shares can be created without the need to manage hardware or an operating system. Since Azure file share supports file SMB protocol, we can easily replace our on-premises file shares with the Azure file share. Okay, so let's suppose if I do have any existing file share onto my on-prem data center, right? So that also I can move on to the Azure file storage. ठीक है? Then अच्छा APIs बोल रहे हो आप? APIs are nothing. APIs are basically the templates. ठीक है? ऑटोमेटिक कुछ टेम्पलेट्स होते हैं, उसको आप रन करके अपने शेयर को बिल्ड कर सकते हो. जैसे पावर शेल पे कमांड चलाते हो ना, कमांड चला के you can install any of the feature in your server. तो same with the APIs. These are the templates. और जब भी देखो मैंने कोई भी सर्विस अगर बनाई है, right, I can just download the template of that particular service so that मुझे उसको सिर्फ उस टेम्पलेट को रन करना है on my PowerShell. It will create the service automatically. जो मैं ये next करके review कर रहा हूँ, I have no to do anything in this case. If I am going to select that API, I have to just run that API template and the service will be get installed. Okay. Now, so as I told you, that can be mount on your Windows server, your on your Linux systems, or onto your Mac OS as well. Okay. Then creating a Azure file share. So we have already created Azure file share. Okay, but how to mount it? मतलब Azure file share तो हमने यहाँ बनाया, अभी आपने देखा मैंने एक डायरेक्टरी बनाई, डायरेक्टरी के अंदर कुछ अपलोड भी किया डेटा. ठीक है, अंडर दिस माय स्टोरेज 120. ठीक है, फाइल शेयर्स पे जा रहा हूँ एंड यू कैन सी कंपनी डेटा के नाम से मैंने एक फाइल शेयर बनाया, एंड अंडर दैट आई हैव क्रिएटेड अकाउंट्स फोल्डर. ठीक है, तो how I will be able to mount this file share with my base laptop, with my base? अभी क्योंकि अभी मैंने पब्लिकली सबके लिए अवेलेबल किया है ये, राइट? तो ऑन टू माई बेस मशीन ऑल्सो आई विल बी एबल टू माउंट इट, आई विल बी एबल टू कनेक्ट इट. ठीक है, so this is what we are going to do now. So this is the lab on to like the storage which is available on your Azure storage account, how I will be able to mount it on my laptop, on my base machine or onto my VMs also. ठीक है, so what you need to do, you need to go to connect first of all, right? And then you will get the option for Windows, Linux and OS, Mac OS. So for Windows, you have to select this option and you have to select show script, this one. Right? And if you want to select it for Linux, you need to go to Linux and then you have to select show script. And same for if you want to mount it with Mac operating system, so you can go with this. That's it. So it is pretty much easy, right? So let's first of all go with the Windows system. Okay, I'm going to Windows. So drive letter, whatever you want to select, you can go with it. Authentication type, for now, I'm not going to use Active Directory. I'm using storage account. Okay, so for that, I need to go to these script. Okay, so I am going to copy this script and I'm going to place it in my time. Okay, so you can just copy this, right? तो अब मुझे क्या चाहिए, मुझे पूरी स्क्रिप्ट नहीं चाहिए, राइट? क्या मुझे तीन ऑप्शंस चाहिए. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई विल बी नीडिंग द यूजर नेम, right? Password, right? And I will be needing the your share name. ठीक है, so what will be the username? It will be, so you have to go to this user, right? And you can see this local host my storage 1209 is the user, right? And the password will be this under this quote. Okay, you need not to select this quote. Okay, so select this option, copy this till this. Okay, copy, this will be your password, right? And your share file name, share file will be this. After root, just select this option. पहले करते थे ना नेटवर्क ड्राइव को, जब मैप करना होता था, तो वी यूज टू गिव टू forward slash, right? So this thing also we need to do it. So we need to copy it till company data, share name. Other than that, you can just ठीक है. So now go to your base machine. Go to your base machine, go to this PC, right? And you're getting an option of, you can see now I do have 2 drives only, right? But now I'm going to select map a drive and map a network drive, right? So here I can just select that folder name. So it will be this one, share name. Okay. copy, and paste it here. Okay, and now you have to select connect using different credentials and just finish it, and you have to provide the username and password here. So for this, again, we have already copied the username and password. You can just copy this username first of all. Right, and this will be the password. Give me a moment, I will unmute. Let it connect. हो जाता है हाँ विंडोज कैनॉट कंपनी डेटा कहीं गलती करी
Hey there. Continue learning directly from industry experts. You are watching these recorded topics from our master's program, but you can watch it live by joining any of our these master's program, where you can become an IT engineer that too without coding. Now you can continue.
एक बार yeah. Passing is correct क्या हो भी कोई गलती करी कॉपी सही नहीं हुई see so here you can see I have around 5 TB of hard disk that is mounted to my base and whatever I have created the directory with accounts and I can see whatever I have uploaded I will be able to see and even from here if you want to upload your data from here you will be able to do it see let's suppose Azure module 1 I'm it right and same thing now you can see it on your cloud account just refresh it open your account directory and you can see Azure module 1 is also available. So this is how you will be able to mount the storage, the file storage onto your base or onto your client. ठीक है, नाउ आई एम कमिंग द, अभी इसको यूनिक्स पे भी माउंट करके बताऊंगा लिनक्स पे, ठीक है। हाँ, तो
Yes. So here you choose the local authentication that you created
right,
by yourself.
right,
But if you choose a Active Directory, then the server that you're trying to get the hard disk from, like you're joining the disk to, right? So that
exactly,
system should be in the same domain, and then
exactly,
it is accessible through Active Directory
बिल्कुल,
credentials.
exactly, बिल्कुल. So the system should be the part of domain, and the user should have the rights to connect this file share onto that system, and you will be able to experience this thing with AWS recently. ठीक है, तो वहां पर क्या हुआ था, so our whole infrastructure was in, I think it was in Ireland region, right? So there were multiple VMs, there were multiple storage services that were running onto that particular region. राइट, तो क्या हुआ, वो डेटा सेंटर ही पूरा डाउन हो गया. देयर वाज अ आउटेज फ्रॉम द Amazon साइड, मतलब पूरा डेटा सेंटर में कुछ इशू आ गया एंड इट इज टोटली डाउन. आई विल नॉट बी एबल टू access or manage any of the resource that is available in the Ireland region. But this high availability option, what it will do, it will replicate your data. You can replicate the data within region or outside region, you can do that. Means if any of the data center will get fail, so you will be able to access your data from any other region. That means your data is highly available. फेल ओवर किया था ना हमने डेटा फाइल सर्वर के केस में, तो सेम इट इज द फेल ओवर केस इन Azure. Right, so this I'm talking about the region, right? But let's suppose if any virtual machine in the region get failed, just a second, right? Let's suppose any of the, I'm not talking about now all the region, whole region, right? Now I'm talking about any particular VM, let's suppose, right? Let's suppose this VM gets failed, right? So if I have configured the replication, in that case, whatever the services are running on this VM, right, that can be accessed through the another. Right, that makes my services, that makes my resources highly available to me as well as to my customers also. Right, so same in case of storage also, you can configure the replication thing, right? So that if any of the region get failed or any of the, like let's suppose resource will get failed, you will be able to get the data from another region. Clear, yes or no? So you can read here, users are given the option of replicating their data across multiple data center so that the data stays available even in the event of outage, है ना? So if any of the data center will get failed, I will be able to get the data from other data center. So that makes my service highly available. So this is the benefit of Azure storage. If you're making if you're using Azure storage, so in that case, it will be secure. It has security, it has accessibility, it has scalability, and it has high availability. Right. So in order to use these Azure services, Azure storage services, right, I have to create the storage account. राइट, एक अकाउंट तो आपका बना ही हुआ है जिससे आप पोर्टल पे लॉग इन कर रहे हो, right? Is this portal you are getting logged in this portal, right? But other than that, you have to create storage account also to use the storage service, right? So we will create a separate storage account, right? Over there, we will be able to use the storage services that is provided by the Microsoft. Okay. Now, what is Azure storage again? Azure, Microsoft Azure storage is an umbrella term that represents a suite of cloud-based, highly available and durable storage services that are fully managed by Microsoft and curated for modern day data storage scenarios. So under this Microsoft storage services, you will be able to manage multiple storage services available by the Microsoft, which is actually available in the Microsoft service. Okay. So what can be the type of this storage? Again, this suite of cloud-based Microsoft managed storage services mainly comprises four types of storage services in Azure. That is Azure Blob storage, Azure Table storage, Azure Queue storage, and Azure File storage. Right? So majorly these are the types of storages that is available in the Microsoft storage account. But to create this storage, first of all, you will have to create the storage account, a separate storage account, right? And then you will be able to create these storage as per your need. Okay. Exactly, Nizam. Yes. Okay. But now it is we have the dedicated services, right? Let's suppose if you want to store the structured data, if you want to store the database, then we have Azure Table Storage. If you want to store the audio video files, right, then we have Azure Blob Storage. If you want to use Azure Queue Storage, I will explain क्या होता है ये, ठीक है? Then you can go with Queue Storage. And if you want to use file storage, जहाँ पे आप देखते थे in MCS से, we used to create a drive, right? And then we used to map it to our client machine, right? Exactly, SAF, we have to create inside the portal. So apart from that login account, we have to create one storage account also to use all these storage services. Okay. In the same portal, we will get the option there. Okay. Exactly, Nizam. We can apply the security policy also that whosoever will be able to access my storage services, that we can do. Everything we do have the option. We can apply, we can give the access through Active Directory, or other than that also we can do the security things. Okay, we can do that. Again, in order to use any type of Azure storage, we need to create an account first, which is referred to as an Azure storage account, right? So this is what I explained. Whenever you have to access your storage services, right? First of all, you will be having one, you must have you must have a storage account, then only you will be able to access the service. Okay. So using this account, we can manage and access the storage resources. All our storage data includes blobs, file, queues, tables resides in our storage account, right? Once we will create the storage account, we will get the option that what type of storage services we want to use, right? Either we can go for file, we can go for blob, we can go for queues. So all these things will reside under our storage account. Exactly, Pankaj, we have to create it, right? I will show you practically. Okay. The storage account provides a unique namespace of our storage data that is accessible from anywhere over HTTP and HTTPS. Right? So whatever the data we are creating, we will be able to access it from anywhere of the world through HTTP or HTTP. Okay. Now types of Azure storage account. Okay. So first of all, we will be having one general purpose storage account. Right? See, once we will configure the account, storage account, we will get the option that what kind of storage account you want to create. Right? So according to our need, we can just select the type of storage account and we will be able to create. Right? So Microsoft offers multiple type of storage accounts, each capable of handling different types of storage data. Okay? The general purpose storage account, as the name suggests, is a storage account that can be stored any type of storage data in journal, such as object data, NoSQL, queues, or files. So under this general purpose storage account, you will be able to use Blob services, table services, queue services, and file service. General purpose मतलब हर एक चीज के लिए. Whatever the type of service is available under storage, we will be able to use it under our general purpose storage account. Right? We will get the option. Once we will configure the general purpose storage account, right? Then we will get the options whether we want to create Blob service, we want to create table, we want to create Azure key, or we want to create Azure file. So depending upon our need, we can just select the type of storage. Right? Then we have a dedicated Blob storage account. General purpose में क्या हो रहा था? सब कुछ include था. Whatever the type of services are available, everything is included. Right? Whatever the type of services are are there, that is included under our general purpose account. But with Blob storage account, we can only just create the Blob storage. Now I'll give you the example. Okay. See, Microsoft offers multiple type of storage account, each capable of handling different types of storage data. As the name suggests, this is the Blob only storage account, right? Also, let us choose the access tier that suits us the best. So under this Blob storage account, right, we will get two access tiers option, that is hot and cool. Okay. Now what is hot and cool? First of all, blob storage क्या है? पहले blob storage discuss कर लेते हैं. Then we will talk about this access tier. ठीक है? तो blob storage क्या है? जहां पर आप huge amount of data which is totally unstructured. For example, videos, audios, or it can be files also. So you can store these types of data onto blob storage. And the biggest examples is Netflix, Prime, right? So what they are doing, they are using blob services to store their video files, to store their whatever the series they are storing. So they are basically using blob storage. Right? So where you have to store a huge amount of data and it is in unstructured form, right? So you can use blob storage service. Right? अब इसमें एक्सेस टीयर्स का ऑप्शन आ रहा है आपके पास हॉट एंड कूल. अच्छा, ब्लॉब स्टोरेज क्लियर है? यस और नो? Okay. Then we do have access tiers. If you are creating a blob storage account, right? In that case, we will get the option of access tiers. So what access tier is an option provided by the blob storage account that can be used optimize the cost for using Azure storage based on how frequently the stored data is accessed. The access tier can be changed at any time by the user. First it is hot and then it is cool. Hot is basically अगर आपका डेटा frequently यूज हो रहा है, मीन्स नेटफ्लिक्स पे आप मूवी एक टाइम पे करोड़ों लोग मूवी देख रहे हैं, राइट? एक्सेस फ्रीक्वेंट एक्सेस हो रहा है आपके डेटा, राइट? एंड देयर विल बी लो लेटेंसी ऑल्सो. अगर देखो एक टाइम पे एक सीरीज लॉन्च हुई है, लेट्स सपोज नेटफ्लिक्स, राइट? तो लाख यूजर एक टाइम पे उस पर्टिकुलर सीरीज को एक्सेस कर रहे हैं, राइट? तो आप देख रहे हो उसको विदाउट एनी लेटेंसी इशू, यू आर एबल टू सी दैट मूवी, है ना? Yes, Pankaj, this is what I was explaining. So hot is basically, this is what I was explaining, that let's suppose a number of users are watching any of the movie onto Netflix. At that time, they will be able to watch it without any latency, without any buffering, right? So this is an example of hot. You can read it here also. The hot tier is typically used for storing data that is accessed regularly. Okay, this access tier provides low latency and hence it is comparatively more expensive than the cool tier. Obviously, अगर low latency में दे रहा हूँ किसी सर्विस में, right, तो वो महंगी तो होगी, right? तो hot tier is more expensive than cool tier. Right? But in case of cool, there will be higher latency and it is like for this, it is not, it is cheaper than hot tier. So depending upon your need, you can select the tier, or later on also, you can change the tier. If you want to change it to, let's suppose you are using cool tier, right? And you want to change it to hot. So later on also we can do that. Okay? The cool tier is used to store less access data or archived data. आर्काइव कर देते हो ना अपने डेटा को, और आर्काइव में भी आप वहां पर अपनी लेटेंसी या फिर वहां पर लेटेंसी पीरियड सेट कर देते हो, that for how long you want this archive data. Let's suppose if you have settle it for 7 days, right? So after 7 days the data will get auto deleted. Okay, so it is used, it is best suited for data that is not accessed frequent, जो मुझे डेली एक्सेस नहीं करना है, बट जहां मुझे डेली एक्सेस करना है और I have to make it highly available, in that case I can use hot tier, right? Then we do have storage replication options also. मैं ऊपर बता रहा था ना कि we do have the options of highly availability. So how highly availability is available? That is all because of data replication or storage replication, right? So storage replication ensures that we always have access to our data stored on Azure services, even in the face of failure. Replication is how Azure storage guarantees durability and availability. Right? So we can replicate our data to any other location also if it is needed, or if one site get outage, if one site is facing outage, right? In that case also, I will be able to access my data from the second region, from the second location. Okay? Then this is the storage replication. The data in our Microsoft Azure storage account is always replicated to ensure durability and high availability, right? Azure storage copies our data so that it is protected from planned and unplanned events, including hardware failures, network power outage, and massive natural disaster. Okay? We can choose to replicate our data within the same data center, across zonal data center, or within the same region, or across geographically separated region. तो वही चीज है कि आप डेटा अपना कहीं भी रेप्लिकेट कर सकते हो एंड यू कैन मेक योर डेटा highly available and durable, right? Even if there is any hardware failure or is there any network outage, in that case also you will be able to get your data, right? And your data can be replicated even in the same data center, same region, or outside the region also. Exactly, Nizam, we have to pay. If you are going for the replication services, we have to pay, right? That we will get in our billing cycle, that this amount we have to pay after 1 month. We have to do. पैसे फ्री में तो नहीं मिलेंगे ना हमें सर्विस. Yeah, sure, Prasu. Sure. Okay. So we were talking about the storage replication, right? मैंने पहले explain किया that why we use Azure storage, because it makes our data highly available, even in case if any of the data center goes down, or maybe there is some network issues in the data center, or maybe some disaster issues in the data center. It can happen, right? And even I have given you my example also, that recently I have also faced the same thing in AWS, right? So same, it can happen that one of the data center will get failed. So how we will be able to get our data, right? So what we can do in that case, we can use a replication option, right? So replication, what it will do, whatever the data is available onto my, let's suppose it is in Canada region, right? So whatever the data is available in Canada region, it will going to replicate the same data onto my second region also. It can be India, it can be whatever the region I'm selecting. I will get the option over there and I can replicate the data. Just for example again, right? Let's suppose I have created my storage account in Canada region, right? And here I do have around 500 GB of data, which includes all my files. You can say it as accounts data, right? And my IT data, whatever the data is there of my company, I'm going to store it in the Canada region, right? But let's suppose if this region will get down, if this data center which is available in Canada region gets down, right? So I have the option to replicate same data onto another region, right? So that this data will be highly available for. Okay. So what will I'm going to do now? So I will create my storage account onto another region also. Let's suppose it is in India region, right? And whatever the data I do have under my Canada region, I will be having into my India region, right? So let's suppose as a user, I am accessing this data, right? So if this region gets failed, so as a user, I can access my data from. Exactly, Prameet, we have to pay according to our need. So this is not a by default feature, right? We have to take the service, we have to pay for the for all these services, right? And according to that, it is going to charge from, because it may possible here I'm using 500 GB, right? But it could be petabytes also, right? Let's suppose I do have storage account and over there I'm using 500 petabytes, right? So obviously 500 petabytes मुझे free में तो मिलेगा ही नहीं, right? I have to pay to this according to my service that I'm taking from the Microsoft, and yes, I have to pay for it. Exactly, this is going to be the responsibility of cloud provider only, right? But we have to select the option of replication. अगर replication नहीं select नहीं किया तो I'm sorry, you will not be able to get the data, right? But once you will select, you are going to select the data, you are going to select the replication thing, right? In that case, it is highly available for you, and it is the responsibility of the cloud provider only to make the data highly available. Depending upon the service, you have to select it. Got it? Yes. Okay. Okay. So this is what I was explaining in the same PPT, that we can create the replications also, right? Within data center we can do, or outside data center we can do, or outside region, outside geographical region also we can configure the rep. Okay. Now, so we do have replication options like, see, this is what I was talking about कि कहाँ पर आप अपने data को replicate कर सकते हो, right? Either you can go for LRS, logically redundant storage, right? So what it is going to do, if you're going to select this option, in that case it will going to replicate your data within data center only. ठीक है, मतलब अब यहाँ पर क्या होगा, अगर आप LRS यूज कर रहे हो तो ये क्या करेगा, within Canada region ही, right? It may possible there are multiple servers available in the Canada region data center, right? So it will going to replicate your data onto the same region, locally data center. See, this is how it is going to work. LRS means locally it is going to store your data. ठीक है? Then we have zone redundant storage, ZRS. यहाँ पर हुआ locally, ठीक है? Then zone redundant information storage, right? So replicates our data synchronously across 3 storage cluster in single region. सिंगल रीजन में क्या करेगा, 3 डिफरेंट क्लस्टर्स में आपके डेटा को स्टोर कर दे. यहाँ पर क्या हुआ था, यहाँ पर सिंगल जगह पे हुआ, राइट? बट अब यहाँ पे क्या होगा, एक तो ये स्टोर कर दिया, सेम वे it is going to store your data onto this, and one more यहाँ पे एक और बना, ठीक है, राइट? तो उसमें क्या हो रहा है, अब एक ही जगह पे तीन अलग अलग क्लस्टर्स में आपके डेटा को उसने जाके स्टोर करवा, in the same region. Exactly, in the same region it is going to store the data into different clusters. Okay. Right, then we have geo redundant storage. So what it is going to do, it is going to replicate your data onto another region, right? Let's suppose our primary region is India, right? Then it will replicate your data to the secondary region. It can be Canada, it can be US, So depending on whatever the region you're selecting, it is going to replicate your data over. Right? Then read access geo redundant storage. यहाँ पर क्या है, यहाँ पर आपके पास स्टोरेज के अंदर जो भी आपने, लेट्स सपोज आपने डिफरेंट, लेट्स टेक एन एग्जांपल, जियो के केस में एक एग्जांपल लेते हैं, ठीक है। लेट्स सपोज मेरा एक कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिसर दैट इज अवेलेबल इन इंडिया, राइट, एंड आई डू हैव द ब्रांचेस इन कनाडा, न्यूजीलैंड, right, and then multiple countries. I am available in multiple countries. So what I will do here is, let me open my paint, new paint again. Okay, so 1 2 3 4, right. Let's suppose this is in India, and then Canada, right, US, right. So I am going to create, let's suppose I am going to create some data onto my India region. Let's suppose it is accounts, and then management, right, and then you can say it as IT, and you can say it as developers, right. I have to make sure that this data should be available for all the regions. This is also can be the example, right. So I want these data should be accessible on all the regions. So what I can do, I can just select the geo option, geo region option, right, and whatever the data is available onto my India, it is going to replicate on same Canada, US, and Australia. So Canada users will be able to access their data from here, US will be able to access from here, and Australia users will be able to access the data from, right. And in case of GRS, the users have the access or full control on the data, right. They have the right permission on the data. They can customize it. They can make any kind of changes onto the data. Right. But here, if I want the data should get replicated, but the user will not be having the access. They will be only having the read-only access. Okay, then I can select this option. Then I can go with read access GRS. So onto the secondary location, the user will only be able to read the data. They will not be able to make any kind of changes over there. है ना, हमने MCSA में भी देखा था. We used to create the data and हमने सिर्फ read only access दिया. जैसे you can take the example of RODC, read only domain controller. Right, over there you will only be able to see the users data, the computers, whatever the things are available in your Active Directory. You can just read it, but you will not be having the control onto that AD. So same in this case, you will be only able to read it. Other than that, you cannot do anything to the, right. Now, so now we will create a storage account, right? Hands-on creating a Azure storage account. So we will create storage account, general purpose, whatever type of account you want to create, we can go with it. Okay, if you want to create blob storage, we can create a dedicated blob storage account also. Or if you want to create general purpose account, we can take the example of general purpose.
AWS Solution Architect Associate level. In this session, we are going to start with the very basics of cloud computing, and later on I will give some introduction about AWS. You might have heard about AWS. AWS is a very popular name in the field of cloud computing. AWS is a cloud platform. It's a public cloud platform, and it stands for Amazon Web Services. As we know, cloud computing these days are for every use, especially in the field of IT. Even all major companies either migrated their physical infrastructure over the cloud or they are in a process to do so. So according to one survey, by the end of 2027 or 2028, almost every company throughout the world, they will be using cloud computing, right? So this is a very good opportunity to just, to join in this particular stream. So as I was as I was telling you, that all major companies either migrated their physical workloads or they are in a process to do so. And such kind of changes are being seen because of advantages of cloud computing. We have n number of advantages if you are using cloud computing. It means here one thing is very clear. Cloud computing is now necessary to learn for every IT professional or people somehow connected with the cloud services. Nowadays, cloud computing is being used almost in every field. Some good examples we have such as education, IT infrastructure, software development, entertainment industry, e-commerce, medical field, research and development, and many other fields are there. And so we are not stopped here. So in addition, with the help of cloud computing, it would be easier for us to implement and use a field like artificial intelligence. You must be knowing artificial intelligence and machine learning. So the new era has been started. And because you need a number of compute resources, number of various services, which is not possible actually in your traditional work environment and traditional on-prem environment, in your traditional private data center. That's why people are using now cloud computing. This is the profile we have, right? So these are the profile. I have a very vast, experience. I worked. I already given the trainings with number of companies. Can you see? These are the companies. So more than 50 companies are there, in which I have been already given these trainings. And not only this, I'm also just telling you, for example, and this is the material. This is the content. This is the most up-to-date content of AWS Solution Architect. And this is the kind of a content nobody is teaching this much of content, right? So this is very elaborated because you are new, so it's very difficult and it's really hard to understand. So what all these services are. But these are very professionally designed. If you just if you attend any interview, if you attend anything, yeah, definitely it will work. And we are also providing some, what do you say, the interview preparation material, right? So we also have an interview preparation material, whereas that was, and we just update that material time to time. For example, this is the material, right? And you can't believe because this field is very dynamic. So up till now, I did write more than 200 questions. A total 1,000 questions are there, right? And these questions we will share with our candidates. And if you read all these question answers, you can pass any examination. You can pass even any interview. The only thing is you should understand all these things. And these are very small, and with a very small answer, with a small explanation, right? Okay. So guys, I'm here. First of all, I will start with the cloud computing. What is a cloud computing and how you can define cloud computing. So first of all, I'm just starting introduction with cloud computing. So in the easiest term, cloud computing defines storing and accessing data and programs over the internet from a remote location. In another words, cloud computing terms used for the delivery of hosted services over the internet. Especially, I did write this line in red color, right? It means without internet, cloud computing is not possible. So if you are talking about cloud computing, so we must have an internet. Because we are accessing all infrastructure through the internet. And this infrastructure is not in our end. It is provided by a cloud computer provider like AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud. So they are maintaining their own data centers. And these data centers are spread around all over the world in different countries, in different continents. And all these data centers are connected to each other through the private links. So that I will tell you what is AWS global infrastructure and what does it contain. Everything I will tell you. But in the beginning, because this is a introductory session, so I'm just telling you a few things, and then I will give a demonstration how you can create a virtual machine in AWS. Right? What is the agenda? The agenda is very simple. Only introduction of cloud computing, and second thing I'm just going to tell you how you can create your virtual machine in AWS public cloud platform, right? So cloud computing by AWS definition refers to the on-demand delivery of IT resources and applications via internet with the pay-as-you-go pricing model. As per pay-as-you-go pricing model, AWS charges on per hour basis. Let's say if you use the resources for only 2 hours, right? Let's say you run your machine only for 2 hours. AWS will only charge for 2 hours only, right? Just understand. And now this way you can control billing amount. If services are not required, you can stop your resources anytime and you can stop charges. So we will study all these things in detail, and even you can calculate estimated prices of your servers, other services, other resources in advance. So next is, so one thing is clear, what is the cloud computing? Cloud computing is a delivery of hosted services over the internet is called cloud computing. So what are the hosted services? The hosted services can be your compute services in which you can run your virtual machines. Hosted services can be your storage services. Hosted services can be your database services. Hosted services can be your network service, anything, right? We have a very long list of services. So we'll talk about those services later on. Now, second is hosted and cloud services. Cloud computing is a type of internet-based computing where you can deliver IT infrastructure and software application-related services. However, before arrival of cloud computing, you used to deliver software application services from your own physical environment. So what are the hosted services? Just important. What are the hosted services? One was the cloud computing. That is okay. Because if you are offering any services over the internet from a remote data center publicly, that is known as cloud computing. That is okay, very clear. But what are the hosted services? So in this technology, you configure and maintain infrastructure and software application at your own environment. I'm talking about your private data center. So companies can maintain their own work environment. They can maintain their own data centers, which we can also known as on-prem environment, right? And if you are offering the services to your client through your own data center, that is counted under hosted services, right? So because this particular practices has been modified, because to provide or to maintain your hosted services is really very difficult, because you have to maintain your data center your own, and you have to maintain hardware, software, maintenance, everything, power, heat and ventilation, air conditioning, everything you have to maintain. So it's a really expensive if you run your own data center. Instead, we are using cloud services, right? That's why we are using cloud services. So in such platforms, you do not require physical server. You have not to maintain your own data centers. You have not to do anything. Cloud computing serves you a simple way of access of servers, databases, network resources, and storages over the internet. So in brief, you can say hosted services over the internet. This is simple. Because why people are using cloud computing? Why people are, why companies are crazy about cloud computing? Why they are so aggressively, adopting this new platform? This is not a new platform for last 7 years. Now it is becoming very, very popular. So somehow actually the people now, they are migrating their workloads on cloud computing. We have number of benefits, right? We have large number of benefits. But right now we cannot restrict them. We cannot limit them. So what I'm doing, I'm just I did filter out only few benefits like flexibility, disaster recovery, software updates, controlled capital expenditure, stop guessing capacity, data accessibility, security, competitiveness, and unlimited storage. Right? These are benefits of cloud computing. Right? So one by one, I will explain. Let's say what is the flexibility. So cloud computing is best for businesses. Everybody knows, but why? The reason is why. How it is different from your on-prem data center. How it is different from your private data center. So what other features are providing which your data center cannot provide? And it is a cost effective also. So the first benefit I'm taking is the flexibility. So cloud computing is the best for businesses where you see a regular change in resource requirement or fluctuating bandwidth of demand. Accordingly, resources can be scaled up or scaled down. And to scale up or scale down resources to meet the requirement, it's a matter of few seconds or few minutes with the cloud administrative knowledge. What is the meaning of this? The meaning of this, let's say you have a one server, right? And you were running your business with a one server. And suddenly what happens, gradually or suddenly, whatever, but traffic is increasing on that server. So it means the one server will not be sufficient to deliver services. You need a more server or you need a better resources to handle increased traffic. So in AWS cloud computing, we can increase number of servers, right? If load increases, we can increase number of servers simultaneously, automatically, not manually, automatically I'm talking about. Automatically, it will increase number of servers. So this is called the flexibility. So compute flexibility. So earlier you had one server, suddenly if incoming traffic is increasing, number of servers will increase. And if traffic is decreasing, number of servers will decrease. So this way, number one, you are managing your compute resources to manage your incoming traffic. And secondly, on the basis of managed resources, you are also managing cost that you will pay to AWS. If you are using more machines, you will pay more money to AWS. If you are using less machines, you will pay less money to AWS. Am I correct or not? So this is the thing that we are counted in flexibility. Number one. And one more flexibility is there. AWS also enables you to select resources of your choice. For example, operating system. Means you can launch any operating system. You can use any operating system. You are not restricted to any specific operating system. Let's say you want to use Linux. So you have various Linux, CentOS Linux, Red Hat Linux, SUSE Linux, Ubuntu Linux, right? So you can choose any flavor of Linux. This is called the flexibility. You can choose any Windows server operating system. That allows to support, right? Second, you can use any programming language like Python, Go, Java, Ruby, .NET, Node.js. Any programming you can use. You can use any database. Database I'm talking about, database is a very big field in which we have a SQL servers and no SQL servers. It does support both type of servers, both type of database servers, SQL and no SQL. We have a multiple web application platforms in this and other services that you require. So it is completely flexible. Either I'm just taking compute resources for my running application, or anything, just like while I'm just launching my servers, like operating system, languages, database, application, platform, anything you can choose according to your project requirement. So you have no restriction, right? So it is providing complete flexibility. Second is controlled capital expenditure. Expenditure is directly pertaining to the amount you are paying to AWS. How much you will pay to AWS? Just think about your old and traditional way to run IT services. You do require servers, storages, routers, switches, cables. If you are maintaining your own data center, it means everything you have to manage: servers, storages, routers, switches, cables, database, servers, networking, everything you will manage, and you will pay for everything separately, right? And overall cost of the infrastructure that time was too high. And to cut down the cost of existing physical infrastructure, cloud provides an excellent opportunity. Cloud basically is an alternate in your hand. You can now choose AWS services instead of your private data center, which simply based on pay-as-you-go pricing model, and enjoy that service model because you will only pay what you use. You are not paying for that resources which you are not using. For example, if you are using one machine for 10 hours, so and then you stop that machine, so you will pay only for 10 hours. Just understand. So let's say you are increasing number of servers, so you will pay only for the increased servers, and later on you stop them, so you will not pay for stopped machines or stopped resources. Even if you have a storage, right? So in storages, like we have AWS S3 storage, and you are storing, for example, 10 GB data. So you will only pay for 10 GB storage space, while S3 is an unlimited storage, right? You can store any amount of data. That data can be in terabytes, data can be in petabytes. So it has no restriction, it has no limitation. Any amount of data you can just put in that. But what you are paying only for the used capacity. Just understand, right? And now, so this is a very good opportunity we have. So we will pay only for the used resources. And the second thing is software updates. AWS is now offer patch management capability. Just understand. You might have seen that. Let's say you have a laptop in your hand. Everybody has a laptop these days. Did you ever just notice that in every 15 days or in every month, your operating system is getting some updates from Microsoft? If Microsoft operating system is installed in your laptop, so means time to time you are getting some updates, and it will ask you to restart your machine or update all the patches. So these updates are known as patches. And the same, in a similar manner, if you install any servers, if you launch any servers in AWS, you have to update those servers time to time. Correct or not? So that's why I'm saying AWS is now offer patch management capabilities, which is a part of system manager service. We have a system manager service. We will talk about that. And with patch management capability, you can automate your patching process. You can automate patching process. You can schedule patching process. This feature saves your time and it reduces the risk of non-compliance. And time to time, supplier of software finds actually vulnerabilities in their operating system or those software they provide you, and which can be a cause of security threat. And to fix them, software updates are essential. That's why you do. That's why you fix actually all these things. So that's why you install those patches in operating systems in those servers. So this facility is available free of cost in AWS. Why I'm saying free of cost? Because earlier, if you used to manage the similar kind of facility in your private data center, it was not free because you had to dedicate some server for patching process. But here in AWS, you have not to dedicate any server for patching management. We have a services called system manager, and patching process can be automatically here without paying any money to AWS. This is great. For example, if this is new for you, so no issue, you will understand. I will explain. Right. Next is stop guessing capacity. What is the capacity? Capacity means number of machines. Let's say you are running an application, and that application initially you started with 2 servers, right? Let's say you have one application and you started that application with 2 servers, and you had an idea in the beginning that means limited traffic will come to these 2 servers, and 2 servers initially are okay. But later on, when incoming traffic increases, you can increase number of servers anytime. You can increase number of virtual machine anytime. You have no restriction anytime. So you have not to purchase anything in advance. So when you decide to run application on AWS, you design an infrastructure as per your need, right? And later on, those number of servers can be increased. It depends on your requirement. And you have no restriction. You don't have to pay anything in advance, right? This is a good thing. So you have not to guess any capacity of servers in advance, that how much machines you will require, right? Okay. By the way, next is data accessibility. Data accessibility. When I talk about data, we have a multiple services in AWS for data services, under data services, because we have a different kind of storages in AWS. We have a storage for virtual machines, which is known as EBS, Elastic Block Store, right? I will tell you when you create a machine, then you will understand what is the meaning of it. Second is, let's say you want to access storage over the internet. We have a S3, simple storage service. Or you need a common storage for multiple servers within the infrastructure. In that case, we have EFS, Elastic File System, which will act like a network attached storage. So we have a different kind of storages for different purposes. And data accessibility over cloud is easy, it's cheaper, and highly available for business teams, right? And this is the most important part. People are just talking about security. Some people say cloud is not secure. We should not store our, important data, and business critical data. We should not store. No, this is not like this. AWS or any cloud computing environment, I'm specifically talking about AWS, is well secured. The only thing is you should know how to secure your data. You can access your data stored over cloud using internet connection, of course, from anywhere. But you have an encryption available. You can apply encryption. You can apply encryption during rest or during transit. You can apply, you have number of firewalls. You have server level of firewall. You have network level of firewall. You have web application firewall, right? You have guard duty, you have number of things are there. If you're taking the security is very vast here. So cloud computing security feature is on high priority for cloud computing providers. Especially I'm talking about AWS. This includes protection of critical information from data leakage, deletion, and theft. Right? Okay. Because I have less time, so I'm not taking much time here. And second is disaster recovery. This also is a very important term we are using these days. So cloud disaster recovery is a method or a strategy to take backup of cloud resources. So including data and you can also use it to restore your data later on. So if you want to make a duplicate copy of data or duplicate infrastructure, duplicate resources, so that is available in AWS. So this provides data recovery and data strategy which will happen due to or which has happened due to man-made or natural catastrophe. Because if you're talking about any disaster can be natural or it can be man-made. Let's say these days, if you see in Ukraine and between Ukraine and Russia, the war is going on, right? Earlier, the Armenia and Azerbaijan, I think they were fighting. So actually, a war kind of a situation or terrorist attack or any kind of man-made situation. So these can be counted in man-made disaster. But some disasters like you might have seen few days back in Turkey, right? So because of earthquake. So that's why we have an option here in AWS. We have an option in AWS to create a replication of your data. You can replicate your data from one region to another region. Regions like Mumbai, in India, we have a region Mumbai. We have Hyderabad is a region. In America, North Virginia is a region. Ohio is a region. In England, London is a region, right? Singapore is a region. In Australia, we have a region, right? So Sydney is a region. So we have total 31 regions throughout the world. It's a big number. It's not a small number. And I will come on that because in one class, in one go, everything I cannot teach here. But if you're talking about availability zone is a group of data center. So group of data set total 99 group of data centers are there in AWS. It's a big number, and regularly these numbers are increasing. So earlier we had only 70 availability zone, but in last 2-3 years they created up to 99 availability zones throughout the world. In every single availability zone, you have a multiple data centers, right? So this is a big, very big infrastructure. So if you want to save your data, you can replicate data from one region to another region. So if one region is not available or one availability zone is not available because of any reason, so you have the duplicate copy, right? If the business is very critical, if the data is critical, definitely you will save your data. Okay, next is competitiveness. Competitiveness means the competition, definitely. Since cloud basically in picture, competition has been increased. Now everyone, you don't need a big investment to start your business. Just understand. Means even if you have a limited budget, you can start your business on cloud computing or using cloud computing infrastructure. You have not to means launch your own private data center, because to launch private data center, it is a very expensive thing, right? You need everything in a physical manner. Means you need servers, racks, space, power supply, licenses, everything you need. It's a really time taking and expensive also. And better than your private data center, cloud computing is providing features, and you have not to even invest single pass to create this. It is already there. You need only internet connectivity to access cloud computing. And one more thing is there, what AWS says, that you just focus or put your efforts to maintain the quality and production number of your product. For example, you are a pharmaceutical company. Just understand. Let's say you are a company and you are using AWS. So what you will get? So AWS will get, you just focus on your product or just maintain the quality of product. And AWS says just focus, your focus area is your product, and rest I will manage for you. Means the data center management is my work, AWS work, right? So we will manage your data centers, AWS definitely, because you are using AWS infrastructure. So this is a very good thing, right? So by the way, this is the thing, and without wasting time, now what I'm doing, I'm just going to start. Let me here. Yeah, I was here. Great. I think this is a good thing. I'm taking on this little practice. I'm going to launch a virtual machine. And virtual machine in AWS is known as instance. What we call it as instance, right? And to create a virtual machine in AWS, we are using a service called EC2. EC2 stand for Elastic Compute Cloud. Means how actually AWS has started, how to create a new account. That I will tell you later. What I'm doing, I'm just telling you how you can create a new machine, how you can launch a machine in AWS. So I'm just going to launch a first virtual machine, and the virtual machine is known as EC2 instance. Why it is called EC2 instance? Because EC2 is the name of a service, Elastic Compute Cloud. What is the full form? Elastic Compute Cloud. Yeah, this is the name, Elastic Compute Cloud, right? Elastic Compute Cloud. And this is the picture. Can you see this picture? This picture is a picture of virtual machine. In this picture, I'm showing, I numbered actually these components. We have a 5 components. This is the first component is AMI. Second component is a configuration of the server. Third component is a EBS volume. EBS volume is a kind of a hard disk that you connect with the virtual machine to launch operating system, because every virtual machine has EBS storage block. And fourth is this is a external firewall to filter incoming as well as outgoing traffic. And the fifth component is the private key. We are not using passwords here to take remote of machine. Instead, we are using private key. This is a more secure way to take remote of the machine. We are using private key, right? Let's say, what is AMI? You know, whenever you launch any machine, right? I'm not talking about right now AWS. Let's say you are launching a machine, your virtual machine. In order to launch virtual machine, you are using ISO images. Yes or no? Do you use ISO images? But here, we are not using ISO images. We are using AMIs. AMI stand for Amazon Machine Image. These are the images of machine. These are templates of machine. Whether you are launching Windows template or Windows machine, or whether you are using Linux machine. So you have more than 6,000 templates available here. How many? 6,000 ready-made templates are available. So you can choose any template of your choice. I will show you how you can choose that template, right? You can choose a particular template of your choice and you can launch your machine. That template could be a template of SUSE Linux, could be a template of Red Hat Linux, could be a template of CentOS Linux, could be a template of Windows 2019 server, right? So means you can choose servers template. Ultimately, what you are launching? You are launching servers here, right? So this is a virtual machine, and in order to launch virtual machine, first of all, you have to choose AMI. Second, you will choose configuration. Means what is the configuration of the machine, and how much RAM is there, how much virtual CPU is there. And instance type is you have more than 450 configurations in AWS. And for every need, you have a configuration. So I will take a free configuration here, free configuration type, which is T2.micro, and T2.micro has one virtual CPU and 1 GB RAM, right? So because I don't want to pay money, because we are using free resources here, and you can't believe this resource is really enough. Okay, and then I will choose EBS storage space. EBS storage space means the hard disk that you will use to launch operating system or to launch application, right? Every virtual machine will have a hard disk. So here, the hard disk of virtual machine is known as EBS, Elastic Block Store. I did write the name of this, right? Here, Elastic Block Store. And you should not take, because you are using a free tier account. We are using a free tier account. So you are restricted to use up to 30 GB EBS volume space. You should not use more than 30 GB. Like, by the way, practically you can go to how much? I think 16 TB, right? And then this is firewall. Firewall, definitely it is important to control outgoing or incoming traffic, and this is the private key. So I'm going to, and then we have a number of methods to take a remote of the machine, right? So we can just talk about. So I think if this is clear, so what I'm doing, I'm just going to start. Yeah, this is the very first screen when you log in into AWS. So this page will come, and this page is known as console home. Sometimes we call it as AWS management console. What we call it as, this is the home page of AWS, right? Console home or AWS management console. So if you see all services, where are services, where you will find services, I will teach you everything in detail, because you can just go to view all services. This is a long list of services. Can you see every single word here? Like EC2 is a service, Light Sail is a service, Lambda is a service, Batch is a service, and you will take time to learn services. Even if I'm talking about EC2, you need a multiple classes to understand what EC2 is, what is the purpose of EC2, right? So by the way, I'm just launching a server, and I'm just demonstrating you. This is very, very easy to launch, and how you will take its remote. So I'm
Sir,
choosing.
one question.
Yeah, yeah.
So what is there in the batch service?
See, why I'm saying that these are the batch jobs you can do. You can do the batch jobs. You must be knowing the batch jobs. So you can design a batch job. You can submit the batch jobs here. Yeah, submit your first batch jobs to do on services. And how does it work? So I will come on that later. Okay, so I was launching a server, and to launch a server, we have a service called EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud. Click on this. As you click on EC2, EC2 management console will open, right? This is open. So according to this, you can see you have 2 stopped instances. You don't have any running instances. Instances means server, virtual machine. We call it as instances here. And left hand side, we have instances option. You will click on this instances, and it will show you number of instances. You can see we have 2 instances here, and both instances are stopped. It means whenever I need it, I can start these servers. But right now, I'm not paying anything for these servers, because these servers are not in running state. These are stopped. Just forget about these servers. I'm just going to launch a new server. You just click on launch instance here. Here, you just go and click on launch instance. right? And here you need to write the name of the server. Let's say I'm writing NK server. Okay, NK server. And here you have operating system images. You have a very long list of images. So these are some popular images like AWS, Linux. This is the Mac operating system. This is Ubuntu operating system. This is Windows operating system. This Red Hat SUSE. So you can select any one of these. But if you need some more detail, you can just browse more AMIs. I told you, if you click this, you will find almost 6,000 AMIs available. You can search and use it. Right now, I'm taking, let's say, Amazon Linux, right? Amazon Linux is very similar to Red Hat Linux. Now, you have selected automatically. This selection is appeared. This is eligible for free tier. You have not to pay for this resource. You can go down, and this is the instance type. Instance means server type. The instance type you are taking T2.micro. What is the meaning of T2.micro? It's a configuration of the server. If you select T2.micro, you are going to get one virtual CPU and 1 GB RAM. And if you need any other instance type, you simply click on this, and you can see I told you you have more than 400 instance type available. And how to select, on what basis you have select, I will teach you later, right? But right now we are taking only free resource. And in this free resource, we have one virtual CPU, 1 GB RAM. Now, next is key pair. As I told you, we are not providing any password to our servers. Instead, we are providing public and private key. Public key belongs to AWS, and you will download private key of the pair. So let's say you don't have key right now. So you will create a key pair, click on create key pair, and let's say write my key 01 March. Wow. 01 March 2023. Okay. Let's say this is my key name. I'm using this key. Where is that? Yeah, I'm using this key in a PAM format. I will explain you because we have two formats here, .pam and .ppk. Why to choose PAM, why to choose ppk, that I will explain you. Right now, we are taking the default one, which is eligible for open SSH PAM format. Now click on create key. As you click on create key, it will ask you to download. It will ask you to download private key of the set. So this is the key, and I'm downloading in my downloads folder. You save it. So you did save it. Where right now, this is the network setting. I'm taking default network setting right now, because whenever you launch a server, you always specify in which network you are launching your machine, right? So you have some default networks, and if you want, you can create your own networks. So that network is known as VPC, Virtual Private Cloud. What we call it, VPC. Do you know? Right hand side on the top, you can see my mouse. We are in North Virginia region right now. Okay, so we are creating this machine in North Virginia. So this is a region. Actually, I told you we have almost 31 regions. Can you see? So right now we are in North Virginia. Now, so I'm not making any changes here. So let it be default one. I'm taking default VPC here, and you can just go down and just launch instance, and even the EBS volume, elastic block storage, your hard disk volume is 8 GB. So it's a really sufficient for me because I have to install Linux operating system. A Linux operating system doesn't take more than 2-3 GB, more than 2-3 GB. So 8 GB is more than sufficient. You will just click on launch server. Launch instance means launch server. And you can't believe. So this is so fast, so fast. Even if you were using one virtual CPU and 1 GB RAM. This is the server I was talking about. It is pending. And it will not take more than a minute. Within a minute, it will be installed. If you refresh it, right? So this will be ready in a minute. It doesn't take time. And you were using one virtual CPU, 1 GB RAM configuration to launch this machine. So this is the machine, NK server, and this is the public IP address of the machine, and this is the private IP address of the machine. We have two IP addresses on this server, and this machine has been started. Can you see? This machine has been started. Great. So within a minute, within a less than 60 seconds, your machine is ready. And your machine is ready means now you can take its remote and you can start working on this. And this is the IP address. This is the IP address. And we have multiple methods to take remote of this machine. I will explain all these methods one by one. But what is the easiest method? If you have taken, you are in AWS console. If you logged in into AWS account, you will simply select this server instance, and here you have a connect button. Click on connect button, and this will select automatically public IP address of the machine. And this is username of the machine, because this username was in image of operating system that we have used at the time of launch. So EC2 user, EC2-user is a default user of this machine. You simply click on connect. As you simply click on connect, you can see it is taking remote. Now, wow, see, you are inside. You are inside the machine. Was it difficult? You can go back. This is server, right? I was just trying to explain you, but how you would launch a server. So you might have taken less than 2-3 minutes because I was explaining this. That's why I did take a lot of time. But generally, and this is a Linux server, right? So if you want to launch a Windows server, that can be done. How to launch a Windows server? See, you go there. Let's say this is my Windows server. Here we have a Windows server. Click on Windows. I'm taking the latest Windows Server 2022 base. And let's say you are not taking T2.micro. Let's say you are taking a paid resource instead of this. Let's say I'm taking C5 X large. C5 X large is the instance type. In this, you will have 4 virtual CPU and 8 GB RAM. And key pair is already created. The same key pair can be used. If you need a different key, that is okay. But if you want the same key, you can use the same key even for the same different instance. And network setting, I'm taking default. Nothing this time, 30 GB volume space I'm taking. A launch instance. And you are launching Windows Server here. What you are launching? Windows Server, right? Here we go. And you can just go down. Oh, can you see the machine is running? The machine is running. Machine has been started. This is a paid resource. This is not a free resource. Definitely cx.xlarge, c5.xlarge you are taking. And the machine is running. And how to take remote of this machine? Very simple. And this is the public IP address of the machine, and this is the private IP address of the machine. And you will use RDP to take remote of Windows machine. You will go to connect. You simply click on RDP client. This is the password, first of all, you will get. And password you can retrieve using private key. So get password, upload the key. This is the key I'm using. my key of 1st March 2023. So I will upload the key. Let's say this is download and this is the key. Open and you will decrypt the password. Decrypt the password and this is the password. You will copy the password, right? And download the remote desktop file. Let's say I'm downloading RDP file to take remote of this machine. You go there, just connect and paste the password that you have copied from and just simply click on OK. And you took the remote of the Windows machine. Very simple. So you might have seen that effortlessly, right? In a few seconds, even your Windows server is ready using image of Windows. Did you see that? Wow. Perfect. Do anything now in this machine. This machine is running in AWS data center. And this is server machine. Yes or no?
Yeah. Sir, what is the difference between the creating machine in AWS and VMware?
What is the difference? AWS is a cloud platform.
Yeah.
And AWS is maintaining for that. VMware is a product. You have to create VM machine in your own data center. So we are not using our own data center. Are you getting me?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we are using AWS data center. So what hypervisor? Because VMware is providing hypervisor. Just understand. To create a virtual machine. So ESXi in VMware we are using ESXi hypervisor to create virtual machine. But in AWS is maintaining all these data centers automatically. And what hypervisor they are using? They are using a different kind of hypervisors, Nitro hypervisors, Zen hypervisors, and even AWS also does support VMware. So I will tell you each and everything. What is the infrastructure they are using in the backend? That picture should be clear to you.
Yeah.
But just understand VMware is a product. VMware is not a data center. So you will purchase a VMware, then you launch in your data center to create a virtual machine. But AWS is a public cloud platform. You can directly create a virtual machine on a public cloud platform like this, right? Now, let's say how to, because this is a running server. I'm just closing this server. And let's say how to delete this server. You simply, you can just you can select multiple servers in one go and you can terminate them. If you don't want to use them, you terminate them. You're terminating them means you're deleting them forever, right? So guys, this was a little demonstration I was showing you. I hope you loved it. I think you will be happier. Means, did you understand what explained you today? So we are just going to start the classes as early as possible, right? And I was showing you the syllabus, that the syllabus we have, and according to that syllabus we have to move. So it's almost approximately 40 hours classes. So guys, we are starting. So officially this is the first class, right? So what we have to start, let me show you. Go. I think we have to start this. Just a minute. John, this is very old one. Weekend. So I have to start a new page. For the new class, new page, right? So guys, this is the very first class, right? My God, what is this? This is supposed to this one, not mind map. Here, new board, not mind map. My weekend batch. Go. I have to start with this. Okay. I'm starting. Let me just write it. This is AWS. There we go. This is AWS. What certification you are doing? AWS Solution Architect, right? AWS Solution Architect Associate. Yeah, this is what you are doing.
Excuse me, sir. What's Miro? Is that like a spreadsheet?
What are you saying? I didn't hear you. Will you please repeat?
Yeah, MIRO, is that like a spreadsheet? Like what you're doing right now?
This is basically, I'm using a Miro and I will give you a PDF of these notes.
Okay. So I'm saying like Miro is just like a notepad, like a spreadsheet, like.
Yes. No. It's not a notepad. It's a whiteboard, just like a whiteboard.
Okay.
So I was talking about, what are the benefits of cloud computing? Actually, benefits of cloud computing are, it's a very lengthy chapter, because why we are using cloud computing, what is the cloud computing, that we already covered. So hosted services over the internet, we can call it as cloud computing. And now, once again, I'll not take much time. Benefits of cloud computing. See, remember, the cloud computing is not a single piece of technology. It's a complex environment, and every cloud provider, whether you're talking about AWS or Azure or Google Cloud or any other cloud, like we have one more popular cloud, Alibaba. Alibaba is very popular in China and southeastern countries. So, now we have some identified benefits. I did write few benefits here, like flexibility. Flexibility means you have a flexibility to choose any operating system, any programming language, any database, or you can choose any web application platform. So you are not restricted. There is no limitation. There is no restriction. Not only this, you can scale up or scale down your compute resources while you are delivering your services to client end, right? So in terms of cloud computing, in terms of compute resources, and in terms of other elements like operating system, programming languages, you can choose any one of these or combination of one of these. Second was, let's say I was talking about controlled capital expenditure. And controlled capital expenditure, I was talking about to cut down the cost of existing physical infrastructure. Cloud actually provides an excellent opportunity. And AWS, which is simply based on pay-as-you-go pricing model, you can control capital expenditure, because if you want to run compute resources, you can start them, and if it is not needed, you can stop these resources anytime. So you will only pay for run time, right? You will pay for the running time environment. So this way you can control capital expenditure, and even with the help of auto scaling, you can also control capital expenditures of your compute resources. And let's say the next was a software update. The software facility, or you can say patching capability in AWS is free of cost, and you have not to configure any repository server to update your live servers in AWS, whether it's a Linux server, whether it is a Windows server. So the patching is possible, and it's a free of cost with the help of system manager service in AWS. And this is a free of cost, right? You have not to pay anything. And stop guessing capacity. Stop guessing capacity means so when you are launching any project, so generally we keep in our mind that how much compute resources will require for future use. And because we calculate each and every, the future requirement. So generally in our on-prem environment, in our data center, we used to purchase hardware to, meet that requirement. But in cloud computing, you don't need such calculations. You have not to calculate any future capacity of your computer resources. So it means it allows you to expand and shrink compute resources as per your requirement anytime. Let's say if you need 20 machines, for example, you have a requirement of 20 machines. So immediately you can expand, you can, with the help of auto scaling, you can increase number of instances. And suddenly, if you feel that again, you don't have a requirement of 20 machines, so you can again shrink back to previous stage. You can start with, you can run, or you can continue with, let's say 2 machines, 3 machines, 4 machines, right? So this way you will only pay for running resources, and you have not to calculate any capacity requirement for future. And next is, let's say, data accessibility, as I was telling you, because data, if you're talking about data, we have a different type of data available in AWS cloud computing. We have an object storage, we have network attached storage, and we have block storages. I will explain you, because these 3 different storages are available for different use cases. Let's say if you want to access your data from the internet or over the internet, so we are generally using a simple storage service, right? And let's say you need to connect a common storage with the multiple servers, just like a network attached storage. So we have a EFS and FSX services in AWS. And for virtual machines, we have a EBS volumes to launch operating system. So we have a different storages for the different use cases. And you have basically unlimited storage space in AWS. You have no restriction to how much you can store. For example, in S3 provides you unlimited storage. The data can be stored in even thousands of TBs or million of TBs data you can. So this is not a small amount I'm just talking about, right? So even if you have very extremely big data, you can store even in S3 storage. The only thing is you will pay for consumed storage space, right? And the second question arises, the people are just concerned about security. So you can access your data stored over the cloud using internet connection from anywhere, and your data is well secure. You must know how you can secure your data. You have a different type of firewalls, like guard duties, you have inspector, you have web application firewall, you have security groups, you have network access control list. So we will talk about in this course one by one everything. And not only this, you can also encrypt your data. You can encrypt your data during transit, or if you store data in storage at rest, right? Now, next is disaster recovery. This is a very common term people are using these days, and it's really important because in AWS or in AWS cloud computing, we have a different regions. Regions are a geographical location. Let's say we have some locations in United States like North Virginia, Ohio. We have some locations in India like Mumbai or Hyderabad. We have some locations in UK like London. So this way, total 31 total regions are there. And let's say you are working in one region and you are in a confused state that you should not store everything in one region. You should not rely on one region. You should make a copy of your data even in another region if one region is not available because of any technical reason, so that you can access your data. So your data must be safe in another region. So you can do replication of your data from one region to another region. Or not only this, you can also replicate your database servers. You can replicate your EC2 instances or virtual machines. So we'll talk about. So disaster recovery also is a method, or it's the kind of a strategy to take backup of cloud resources, including data, and later on it can be recovered. So this can be easily manageable in AWS. So next is, this is the advantage of cloud computing, and it is very easily, you have not to pay any upfront fees for that. Okay. Next is competitiveness, because if you run a business, so I was telling you last time that the business product is an ultimate goal for you. So you need to concentrate to make a quality product of in which the business you are doing. For example, you are a shoe company, so you will try to make a better quality shoes. If you are a pharmaceutical company, you will manufacture some good pharmaceutical products, right? Similarly, means whatever the business you have, for example. So AWS says just focus on your product, or in your focus on your project. You have not to put any heavy efforts to manage IT infrastructure in cloud, because all IT infrastructure like data centers, the connectivity between data centers, and the data flow between data centers, so everything is maintained by AWS in data center layer, right? So these were a few things I was talking about last time. Now, so I think this is clear. Now the next thing I'm starting is what about AWS? Only why AWS? Because we have a number of cloud computing platforms. Let's say we have Azure, we have IBM, we have Oracle, we have a Dell. Now almost these companies are offering some public cloud as well as the private cloud. So I'm talking about public cloud here. So you have Azure and GCP also, because these are the three big names in public cloud computing: AWS, Azure, and GCP. So why to choose AWS? This is the reason. Means you must have some specific reason. Number one, the market share. If you're talking about market share of AWS, so market share of AWS is approximately 30%, total 30% of more than 30%. Approximately between 30 and 35. So this is the highest share, right? And AWS is very old, and AWS is very big in cloud infrastructure, because they have 30. So if you just go on another page, this is basically, I did write few lines here about why AWS. So total more than 200 fully featured services are there in AWS. Like EC2 is a service for the compute, Lambda is a service. As for storage, let's say S3 is a service. We have VPC is a network service. RDS is a database service, right? For every vertical, we have a set of services. We have services in IoTs. We have services in machine learning. We have services in basically few different things like security. So if you're talking about major and minor services, because every service has some minor services inside it. So if you are calculating total number of services with AWS, it is more than 1,500. So AWS has more than 1,500 major and minor services. And AWS is agile. Agile is what? Means means if you need something that AWS has, right? Let's say you need storage, AWS has. You need let's say platform as a service, AWS has. Let's say you need a platform software as a service, AWS has. You need an infrastructure as a service, AWS has. You need a service for security, AWS has. You need a security, means you need a service for machine learning, AWS has. So for every use, AWS has services. So that's why I'm saying it's agile, right? Agile means what you need, that you have. So next is, I was talking about a global infrastructure. So this, even a few days back, so we had total 30 region, and now it is increased. Now we have 31 geolocations. I was talking about this few minutes back. And we have total 99 availability zone. I will talk about what are the availability zones. So availability zone is basically subsections within the region. Or you can say, let's say, a very simple diagram I'm taking. For example, this is a region, right? Let's say this is Mumbai region. Let's say this is the Mumbai region. Okay. And within the Mumbai region, I think I should have created a circle that will be better. Let's say this is a region. Simple. Okay. And within the region, you have logical groups of data centers. What is this? These are logical groups of data centers. These logical group of data centers are known as AZ. AZ stand for availability zone. These are AZs, right? These are AZs. And each availability zones will have group of data centers. So how many data centers are there? So this information is not shared with us, right? But the thing is this, that you have a group of data centers in each. This is what these are the data centers. Green color are the data centers, right? So AZs, and this is your region. This is your region. So the region is a geographical location, right? So this way we have 31 total regions throughout the world, and every region has at least 2 availability zones in every region. So some regions has 6 availability zones. In North Virginia, which is in US, we have 6 availability zones. In Mumbai, in India, we have 3 availability zones. So in some regions, we have 2 availability zones, 3 availability zone, up to 6 availability zones we have. And every availability zone is a group of data center. And this way, I will talk about edge locations also. Edge locations is basically content delivery network to distribute your content over the AWS infrastructure, right? Because you are using AWS global infrastructure from the internet or over the internet. So if you want to distribute your content throughout the world, so we have more than 400 edge locations. I will explain you, because edge locations can also be known as mini data centers, right? And we have a direct connect. Direct connect is a kind of a connectivity which allows you to connect your private data center with AWS. So AWS offers you a kind of a connectivity which is known as direct connectivity or direct connect. So means with the help of the direct connect, you can connect your private data center with AWS to make your cloud hybrid, right? But for this, you must have a private data center. So if you want to do the practical of this, because AWS launches a gateway in your data center, and through that gateway you make a connection with AWS. Okay, so we have a large number of direct connect also. And why AWS? Why AWS? Because AWS was the first, cloud computing provider who has offered free tier account, AWS free tier account. So, and this free tier account is absolutely free of cost for one entire year, for 365 days. But definitely you will have some cap on services. You cannot use just like you want to use in professional way. But if you want to learn AWS, so definitely you can use this AWS free tier account. And if you are within the limitations, so you will not pay anything. Okay. And if you're talking about the performance of AWS infrastructure, so this is a good news because AWS is using Intel Xeon class microprocessors in their data centers, right? And it means you are not going to use i7, i5, or i3 kind of technology. No, you are using Xeon class Intel microprocessors in AWS data centers. Means if you create any virtual machine, EC2 instance in AWS, it means you are going to use Intel Xeon microprocessors, right? And deployment speed means what is the deployment speed? Means if you create any machine, that will take minimum time to just provision, right? Means it will take very less time to provision. In a minute, means it takes hardly less than 60 seconds to provision a server. And this is a very fast, extremely fast. And security, it also provides us security. In security, we have almost more than 10 full flash security services in AWS to stop any modern attack, any attack, whether it is a DDoS attack, whether it is a mitigation attack, whether it is a SQL injection attack, or any other attack. So they are just taking care of everything in security. So we have a number of options. Means even as in security, AWS is offering security specialty certification, right? So these are few key points why you are just going to select. And AWS also is a very good platform to migrate. Migration is easy. So migration over AWS is easy. What you want to migrate? You want to migrate data, you want to migrate virtual machine from your on-prem environment. Everything is easy here. So means application migration services we have a server migration service, we have a data migration service, right? So even the migration also is a very big vertical. Okay, so these are the few reasons why you are just going to select AWS. I need to talk about the next thing is the next thing I will take is AWS Management Console. So please tell me, do you have AWS account with you? Yes or no?
No, sir.
Yes. No. No. Okay. So you need to open, right? So let's say you want to open a free tier account. In order to open a free tier account, you must need either a debit card or a credit card. Right, you need either debit card or credit card. It is very important. Not only the debit card and credit card, the debit card or credit card you are taking for, opening an account, it should be either Visa card or MasterCard or American Express. No other cards are allowed. Right, please don't try with a rupee card. That is not supporting to this platform. So either you have a Visa card or you have a MasterCard. So let me show you. Here you go. You can just write AWS free tier account. So I'm not going to create a free tier account here, but I will tell you how you can just go there. This is what we have. You can go to this. I'm just pasting this link. If you Google it, AWS free tier account, so you will see this kind of screen, right? And you just go and create a free account. Let's say you. Very first of all, you need to type email ID. Let's say you are typing email ID. Let's say NK AWS 2023 for example, gmail.com. And you need to write a account name. Let's say I'm writing my name, Sanjay Sharma. Right. This is done. And you need to click on verify email address. So what AWS will do, AWS will send an email to verification with the verification code. You will read that verification code from that email and you will type here. And then you will click on verify, then it will continue. Right. Why I'm not doing it? Because I already have an account and you need a new email ID to do that, right? If you already opened the account. So the same email ID cannot be used to create multiple AWS accounts. And after this, it will ask you the what kind of account you want to create. So you have to choose basic account with a zero fees. Basic means zero fees. It's a free tier account, right? And why means debit card or credit card is being attached here, because so that the people should not create some fake accounts. Okay, so you should not create a fake account. So that's why AWS is asking you to just attach your debit card or credit card, but without your discretion, without your permission, AWS will not charge even a single penny from your account, right? So you have not to worry about that. So let's say even some charges are made.
Hey
For
there,
example,
continue learning directly from industry experts. You are watching these recorded topics from our master's program, but you can watch it live by joining any of these master's program, where you can become an IT engineer that too without coding. Now you can
$2,
continue.
$3, $5 are made. You use some services and which were paid services, and some bill are generated, even though AWS will not charge anything from your account. Just understand this is very, very important. Correct. So you have to choose only basic account. Just understand it's a free tier, and choose as a student. But if you need a more information on that, let me tell you. Here we go. You can just write AWS hands-on tutorial. Let me just try AWS free tier account. Free. Let me see. Yes. Can you see? So this is a tutorial. You can use this tutorial to. I'm sharing this link. I shared this link. You go there, right? What you will do? Very first of all, you can see you need a type of offer. You need a 12 months free account. Next, here we go. Where is the free tier account? Sign up. Yes. Here we go. Explore the trial offer. That is not given here. Sorry, those steps are not given. I was thinking that steps are given. Those steps are not given. They might have removed those steps. No issue. But it's very simple to just register as a free tier account, right? This was. You should see that it also is for the free tier account. But here, so if you are choosing the upper link, I shared two links here. So if you go with this link, you will see this kind of a page, and you can create that account. I think you will do that. So I was trying to explain you about AWS Management Console. You will find AWS Management Console only if you have an AWS account.
Yeah, it says when you get on the AWS free tier account, it's asking, are you the rich user or I am a user? What's different if you want to sign in? Which one after signing up? Which one are you gonna say? Am I the root user or just I am a user? If I want to sign it.
See, when you sign in, I'm just going to tell you, for example, let's say you see my case. Let's say I'm just starting AWS. You will write aws.amazon.com, right?
Yes.
So if you are sign in very first time, if you sign in very first time, you will see this kind of a screen, right? We have two type of users here. One is a root user and another is a IAM user. IAM is a basically service, identity and access management. Because you are entering very first time in AWS account, it means you are a root user. Because you might have used your this email ID. So whatever the email ID you have used. So that email ID is your root user email address. Just understand. So you will write that email ID here and you will log in as a root user. Once you logged in as a root user, then you can create further users. So multiple user can be created. Definitely you can create multiple users, but very first time you will log in as a root user in AWS account. Correct?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So you just go and click, let's say this was my email and this is my password, right? And one more thing, because you will not find the feature I'm using very first time, because very first time when you create your AWS account and log in into that, so you will not ask for MFA, but my account is enabled for MFA. MFA stands for multi-factor authentication. So you will click on sign in and it will ask for MFA. But if it is configured, then only it will ask for MFA. Otherwise, it will not ask for. Let's say, and my mobile is connected with this application and I'm logged in, right? So that will take a little time to just explain here. See, this is what we have. For example, here we go. So this is the very first screen. So this screen is known as AWS Management Console screen, and this is a landing page, okay? And sometimes we call it as a console home. So I need to tell you about this page. So these are some recently visited services by me, right? You can see here. But if you log in very first time, you will not see anything here because you didn't use those services. By the way, so if you want to see the list of services, you will simply click on view all services. And we have large number of services here. We have the services for compute, we have a services for containers, services for storages, we have a services for databases, for migration, we have a service for network and content delivery and developer tools and customer enablement, robotics, blockchain, my God, machine learning, media services, management and governance. We have satellite. The few services are beyond actually our training scopes. So we are not going to do all these services, but definitely we will do the services that we have. So you might have actually the syllabus of this training. So how many of you have syllabus of the training? I need to understand the current status. Okay, no issue. I will share that. I will share that one. Okay. Okay. No issue. So these are the services. So every single name that you see here, it's a service. Like EC2 is a service, Lambda is a service, Batch is a service, Elastic Beanstalk is a service. So all these are the services. We have even AR/VR services also. Application integration, business application for business, and we have a services for analytics. We have services for Internet of Things. Game development. We have a separate service for game development, right? Guys, So total 200 services are there. These are approximately 200 services, more than 200 services, right? And if you see on the top of this page, can you see this black strip? Black strip. So I'm just going to teach you about, explain you about this black strip from left to right inside. So very left corner or top of the screen, top of the screen left hand side, we have AWS logo. Do you see? What is the purpose of this AWS logo here? So whenever you press this AWS logo, you will always land on console home, the first screen of the AWS. Let's say you are somewhere here. Assume that we are in some middle of configuration, or I was somewhere, let's say I was somewhere in VPC. And now you need to go back to console home. What you will do? You will simply click on this AWS and you will come back on this screen. So this is the very first screen of AWS. Second, we have services, right? Let's say you click on service. So as you click on services, we have a list of services here, right? These all are the group of services, or these are the group name of services, like analytics. If you click on analytics, so right hand side, you will have a list of services within analytics. Let's say I'm clicking on compute. You have list of services in compute. Click on container. You have list of services in containers, right? Database. You have list of services in database. So left hand side, you have group of services. And as you click on a single group, you will have a detailed list of services within that. Correct? You just close this. Now, next is search. What you are going to search? You can search a service. You can search document. You can search event. You can search anything. Just talk about, I want to search a service. Let's say EC2. I don't see that one, right? Let's say let's say assume that I don't see EC2 in the recently visited services. Okay. So what I will do, I will write simply EC2. This is the name of a service. As you type EC2, you will have complete list of services which is basically meant for EC2. EC2 service, EC2 image builder. We have Amazon Inspector and Firewall Manager. What you want to open? Let's say all these are the services. If you are interested in EC2, you can click here, you will be in EC2. If you're interested in image builder, you can click on this, you will land in image builder. And just go scroll down. Now, the next is, it is telling you about EC2 features. So if you want to see dashboard of EC2, you will click on dashboard. What are the limits you have EC2? Let's say I want to see the limits. Right now I'm not opening it because I will explain them again, because I'm not teaching about EC2. I'm just teaching that if you write any keyword here, if you write any word here and it belongs to a particular service, you will see number of information or number of things about that word. Like the features, you can see the resources, you can see blogs. So all these are blogs related to EC2. And if you see 1920 blogs are there, and all these blogs are recommended by AWS. How many blogs? On a single service, you have more than 1900 blogs, right? So if you click here on this number, you can see list of blogs. Now, if you go further down, documentation about EC2. So these are documentation. So how many documentations are there? 128,659. My goodness. This is a big number, right? It's a big number. So this much of documentation you have pertaining to EC2 service. So even you cannot store in libraries. You would have actually arrange in libraries. You need a you know, very big building to just manage all these books. Next is knowledge articles. These are the knowledge articles related to EC2, just like a blog. Then you have specific tutorials for EC2. You have approximately 20 tutorials for EC2, and these are absolutely free of cost. AWS is not charging anything. Let's say this is a big, I'm talking about EC2 backup and restore using AWS backup. Let's say I'm just going to click on this. So you will see the tutorial. So this is a tutorial page, and this tutorial is for intermediate users. This will take approximately 10 minutes time. And the cost to complete, do you have to pay anything to complete this tutorial? So it's like absolutely free of cost. Okay. And the required, you need AWS account. You have to choose EC2 service, and you have to choose AWS backup. So here you can find step by step, everything is given. Even I will explain few more things so that it will help you to learn. Can you see? You can go and directly. Good. Next, let's say tutorial. After tutorial, we have events. These are the events. Some events are online and some events are offline. And if you are in such events and you want to attend these events, you can register. You can register in these events and you can attend these events. To enhance knowledge, these events sometimes are really important. See, so whatever the events are happening throughout the world, you can find the list of events for a particular service here, right? This is particular for EC2. Second is marketplace. So these are the new things that you have basically available in marketplace to launch your instances, images, servers, everything that you want to purchase to launch. So that you have. So means for every keyword you have a services, you have features, resources, blogs, documentation, knowledge articles, tutorials, events, and marketplace. And the very beginning, we have a services. If you click on, let's say, if you click on EC2, you will land on EC2 page. This is the EC2 page. Correct. Did you see that? So this is the EC2 dashboard. This is the very first page of EC2. Okay, I will tell you later. And if you click on AWS again, you will come back on console home. And what about the next thing? This next thing is, you can see this is a small icon. This is a Cloud Shell. Cloud Shell is a kind of a terminal. What is a Cloud Shell? Cloud Shell is a kind of a terminal. This terminal can be used to take remote of Linux instances, or you can run some CDKs or SDKs, software development kit, it providing you to run, and CDK, right? So let me show you. If you click on this, what will happen? So if you click on this, you will have a terminal ready with you. Just click on this, and AWS will launch a terminal for you. Let's say you have some files you can upload, some files up to 1 GB files you can upload here. And this is a Linux terminal. And this terminal can be used to take access of Linux instances in EC2, right? And if you want to write some program, let's say in Python or in Java, so you can directly write here. So it's a free of cost. Good. Next is this is a bell icon. Can you see? It's a notification. It is for notification. So just you can see if you have any open issues, if you have any schedule changes, or if you want to see event logs that you can see with the help of this. Second is here we have support. Support means if you need a AWS support. If you click on this, you will have a support center. Let's say you are facing some issue. Maybe your account is not working properly, maybe some uh, service is not working properly, or you have some challenge that you want to discuss with AWS. So you can go and click on support center and you can create your ticket here. But for AWS free tier account, AWS will not going to tell you any technical detail or any technical support. So the technical support is only provided to enterprise account or business account. For free tier account, AWS is not providing any technical support. But this is a very good option if you are working in your production environment and you are working in an enterprise account. So this is really good. You can just go there in support center. I click on the support center and you would see that you have option to create a case. Let's say your computer is not, your AWS account is not activated. For example, let's say your AWS account is not activated. You are finding some difficulty, or maybe you just created an account, but that account is not yet activated. So you just go there, right? You will be able to basically reach on this page, right? The first AWS console will open. Now you can click on create case. So what kind of means the support or case you want to create? It's a technical or related to account and billing. I told you, you will not choose here technical, because the technical is only possible if you are using enterprise account. If you are using free tier account, so definitely the technical will not work for you. So you go, let's say you are facing some issue in account and billing, for example. So what kind of support? So in account and billing, what kind of a service? Academic account, billing, account management billing. You can choose any one of these pertaining to your issue or pertaining to your challenge. Let's say you are using a free tier and the category is my free tier is expired, or why why was I billed, right? Let's say you received a bill, and severity you can select journal, and you can write a detail here. So everything is given here. You can just read it. You have few more solutions. You can track a free usage. Maybe you consumed a free usage and you cross the limit, and you go to additional information. You write a subject and write a detail in which the problem you are facing. So whatever the case you have, you just write everything in simple language. And if you have any screenshot or any support file, simply just attach that file here and simply click on solve it now. So AWS will answer you within 24 hours, right? So this way you can create a case. Let's say I'm just coming back here. And similarly, these are the list of regions, right? These are the regions. I told you we have 31 regions like North Virginia, Ohio, Oregon, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Seoul, Singapore, Sydney, Tokyo, right? All these are regions. So you have to select a region to create your company's infrastructure, right? At least one. At a time, you can just choose one region, correct? So right now I'm in North Virginia, but if you want to switch to any other region, you just go there and select, let's say Mumbai. I selected Mumbai. Now I'm in Mumbai, right? The resources you will create in Mumbai, you won't be able to see in North Virginia. So because these resources are region specific.
Hello, sir. What's the purpose of switching region?
What is the purpose of multiple regions?
No, what's the purpose of switching to different multiple regions? Like why is it necessary to switch between regions?
C is the C because This thing I'm just going to talk about in my next class, but you have asked me, so I tell you. Let's say this is a world map, right? Let's say this is a world map, and every location is a region. Do you see all these green dots? All these are regions. Regions means it's a geolocation specific. Let's say in India we have 2 regions. In United States we have total 6 regions. So generally people wants to create infrastructure near to their place. Let's say you are in United States and your client also is in the United States. So it is better to use a nearest location data center, so that you will have a least latency and you will have a better service support. Correct or not? But if you are using, let's say you are in USA and you are using Sydney region, so the latency is very high. There is no logical use to basically use this the remote region. So you always select a nearest region to have the least latency. And every region will have multiple data center. And the data center, let's say data center in Ohio are different, has no dependency on the data center in North Virginia. So every region has group of data centers. Correct? Here we go. Now, yes, I was talking about this page. And the very last is my account name. Right inside top of the screen, you can see this is the account name. If you click on this, you have multiple things are available. The very first is your account ID. It's a 12-digit account ID. It's a unique account ID. It is not repeatable. Every account has a unique account ID. Secondly, you have account settings here. And organization is a service to consolidate multiple accounts. And we have service quotas here. If you want to see service quotas, you can click on this and see service quotas and billing dashboard. So means whatever the bill is generated for your AWS account, you can see the current status of that bill in billing dashboard. And we have a security credentials also. So I will just explain you each and everything one by one. So this black strip is very important. So everything is there. So this is a main thing when you log in into this AWS account. This is the first thing, and the others are widgets only. Means time to time I will explain that. So guys, what you have to do, you have to create AWS account and just log in and just see the account should be ready. Migrating these machines from one server to another server. So this is called the migration, and this way it will balance the load, right? It will balance the load. Now you have better, balanced these servers. On one server you have 3 machines, and another server you have 2 machines, and in last server you have 3 machines. So it seems that it is balanced now. Okay. And second is you have a high availability. Means data center or virtualization also provides a high availability. This is very, very important. So what is a high availability? High availability, in a simple, language, we can say that in case of failure of, any resource, still that will be available because you have just configured in such a way that it will not be unavailable to my users or the people are using resources, right? So let's say you apply high availability on this data set. You have to enable high availability, right? So when you enable high availability, just understand this is the machine which is running on compute resource. Yes or no? This is the machine which is coming on the compute resource, right? And block devices of these machines are in storage, or you can say these are the hard disk of these machines. It means these hard disks are containing operating system, applications, and user data as well, right? So everything stored here. And not only this, your your storage is redundant, right? It is already providing resiliency. Okay, so let's say I'm assuming that once you configured high availability, after that you face one situation or one condition here. Your one server out of these three is suddenly stop working. Let's say this server is not working. This server is either disconnected, or maybe because of some fault, because of some reason, this server is not available now. This server has stopped suddenly. But these two machines were running on this server. So definitely these two machines will be impacted. Definitely. So what will happen? These machines will suddenly disappear because your underlying hardware is not working. It has been stopped suddenly because of some technical fault. So what will happen? These two machines are suddenly disappeared. And once the machines are disappeared, it means your users will not be able to access it because these machines are now not available. What will happen then? Because you have configured high availability on this cluster of this data center, what will happen? Because and these block devices are containing operating system, application, everything, but your machines are switched off. What will happen? Because your data center server had some idea about all these servers, because your data center knows that these servers were working on available resources, but that resource is not available now. And if the resources are available in other available servers, let's say the first server and the last server, if the resources are available, so this data center management server will restart these machines in available resource. So these machines will be restarted automatically, and it will definitely take little time to start. But in a minute or two, these machines again will be available to your client. So after a small downtime, after a shorter period of downtime, right, very little downtime, these machines are again available to access. Right. This is called high availability in data center. So this is only possible if you configure this feature in data center management server or in vCenter. Okay. And once you again replace a good machine with a bad one, these machines will again migrate from these servers to this free space or free usable resource to balance the load. So this is called the migration. Automatically this will happen. It is called the load balance. This load balancing is happening because of DRS. DRS stands for distributed resource scheduling. This is a feature in data center virtualization. If you enable it, it will handle clustering, it will handle high availability, it will handle load balancing and the management of resources, whether it is hardware resources or software resources. So this happened because of DRS. So it is in your hand to enable this feature in data center management server. If you enable it, you can manage all these features in the data. And one more thing is there. Sometimes what happens, let's say we have a one client, and that client says that this is the machine. This machine belongs to him, and he says that this is a mission critical machine. This is a very important machine for me. Even I cannot bear even a single second downtime. Just understand what he's saying. He says that the high availability is okay. Means you are providing high availability, but high availability means the machine will got down because of some technical reason. Let's say if something happened wrong, and this machine definitely will come back, but after a little downtime. But that downtime we cannot face. We don't need even a single minute downtime, right? So, do you have any option available to provide, uh, regular or uninterrupted access? Uninterrupted access. So we will say yes, we have an option, and this option is known as fault tolerance. In this particular situation, what we do, we create a duplicate copy of a virtual machine in another resource. Let's say this machine is running on this server, right? So we allow actually fault tolerance. So if you enable fault tolerance on this machine, so this machine will have one more server in a different server, and both machines will be in sync to each other. I mean, if you make any changes, so the first machine will become primary machine, this machine will become primary machine, right? And second machine will become secondary automatically. This is the secondary and this is the primary, right? So what will happen if anything goes wrong here? For example, this machine suddenly is not responding, this machine is not working. So automatically what will happen? What will happen? Your secondary machine, because this machine is down, if this server is not working, so this machine will not respond. Primary machine will not respond for a few minutes. So immediately this secondary machine will become primary without losing even a second. So your client will get uninterrupted access because of the fault tolerance. So such kind of features we can enable in our data center. So this was a very simple use case I was just taking here. I was just trying to explain that in AWS data center, AWS doesn't provide any access to us, right? Means AWS says that we are managing data center. We are managing our AWS global infrastructure. You have not to do anything. You have not to do anything. You have to only use AWS services to create machines, to manage machines, to manage data, right? Everything. So for each and every use case, we have services. So we are just going to talk about those services. But before that, we should understand what are AWS or global infrastructure. So meantime, if you have any question, you may ask. Then we will start another topic, AWS global infrastructure.
Sir, assume that we have one machine on AWS. Now I want to configure a second machine as a DR. So how both machines will be synced? Like one machine is down, another machine will be come up.
Easy. What happening? I think who has asked this question? Tarun?
Yes.
Yeah, Tarun, what happened actually? What happened on AWS? I tell you. See, let's say this machine is running.
Okay.
Right. You have this machine running. And this machine also is running somewhere in backend. If you consume some different type of instance plan, but this is not visible to you, right? This is not visible to you. So that's why I'm saying AWS doesn't provide any or doesn't display anything which is managed in backend. So I was telling you the backend story here. What happens in backend? What are the features of data center, like load balancing, availability, high availability, fault tolerance, DRS? These are the things, but all these things will be managed by AWS only. So if you create any server in AWS, right? So it will remain highly available to you, right? If the blade server is down, then only you will face some difficulty, otherwise not. And we don't have any redundancy option to connect with that. So that you can do with the help of operating system. Operating system means primary and secondary server that you can do. But on hardware level, so AWS is configured in such a way that the one server is already redundant copy of the server available.
Okay.
Right? Anybody else? See, now after this, I would like to just add one more thing. It is little different from the it is little different from this virtualization concept. You know that what is a physical machine, right? You know what is a physical machine? Every day, physical physical machine, whatever. Let's say physical machine. You see a physical machine. And because of some disadvantages on physical machine, you prefer that you should use a virtual machine. Am I correct or not? Virtual machine. So what virtual machine has advantages over physical machine? Because you better utilize compute resources in a virtual machine. You can minimize wastage of resources. Am I correct or not?
Yes.
Yeah. So virtual machine, so you are minimizing wastage of compute resources. Okay, resources means I'm talking about CPU, RAM, and other things that your machine will use. So you are basically minimizing the compute resources, wastage of compute resources in virtualization, in virtual machine. So you better you are using compute resources in a better way in virtual machine. So people like virtual machine, but we have one challenge in virtual machine. Do you know what is the challenge? For example, I'm taking this use case. I'm taking this use case, right? Let's say I'm just pasting here. See, what is the challenge we have in virtual machine?
So
Even
this
virtual machine has
becomes
some challenge.
so
Yeah,
this
please.
becomes a single point of failure in terms of hardware, I think.
Okay. Okay. We can say, because here we have a single point of failure. If this fails, it means everything will fail. That is okay. But if you are maintaining cluster, you have not to worry. Means these machines can be migrated from failed failed server to existing or running server. Okay. Any other challenge do you see? Anybody, please? Any other challenge in virtual machine? In virtual machine? Yes. Let's say every machine will have some compute resource. Let's say you are providing two virtual CPU here. Okay. And let's say 4 GB RAM you are providing to this particular machine. Yeah, I think you will be happy that we are providing this. But it is not necessary that the another machine will have the same configuration. So maybe another machine will have 4 virtual CPU, and maybe you have let's say 8 GB RAM. Maybe you are running some big application on that. So maybe you want to run some database server on that. So you need more resources. And every virtual machine will have a block device to launch operating system applications and to store user data. But the one thing you didn't notice, everyone, I think, every virtual machine has its own operating system. Let's say here you are using Windows server, right? Here you are using Windows server. Here you are using Linux. Means every virtual machine has its own operating system. So you will say, sir, so what's new in that? Yes, it's the new. Because in the physical server, on the physical server, let's say you had this the physical server. Yes or no? This was the physical server. See, so in the physical server, you had a challenge. You had a challenge. See, what was the challenge? You are not able to utilize properly compute resources, and the lot of wastage of compute resources you observed on this physical machine. And in order to minimize that means wastage, you did use here virtual machine. But in virtual machine, on virtual machines, you have one challenge. Every virtual machine will have a different license of operating system or different operating system. You will install means operating system from new end. Okay, good. And you know that the operating system is not a small application. It's really heavy application operating system. It consumes a lot of resources. So this was a challenge. So what I'll do, because in virtualization, you were sharing hardware resources. In virtualization, what you were doing? So in virtualization, you were sharing hardware resources, underlying hardware resources, underlying hardware resources, hardware resources. Okay, this was a story I was telling you since beginning. Yes or no? I think anybody has, if you have any confusion, you please let me know. I think up till here, this story is clear.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, so our engineers, developers, and they were doing means will try to find out some better solution, because again here in all these virtual machines you are consuming good resources, because you need a pretty good resources to launch operating system, to run operating system. So we have another technology is called containerization. What we call it is containerization. Containerization. So in containerization, we create containers. We create containers like Docker container. You might have heard about Docker container,
Yes.
right? Docker container. So what is a Docker container? So through the containerization, you create a containers, and containers are lightweight virtual machine. Lightweight virtual machine. Why it is a lightweight virtual machine? I just compare it and you will understand. Because in containers, we are going to share underlying operating. We will share hardware as well as operating system. So you have not to launch operating system again and again for separate container. You will use a same operating system with multiple containers. So is it possible to share operating system? Yes, it is possible. It is possible through Docker engine. Let me show you. Let's say this is your, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Let's say this is your architect. Let's say I'm taking, for example, Linux operating system. Let's say I'm taking RHEL, Red Hat Linux operating system. Is it? This is a flavor of Linux? Yes or no? And it has a pretty good resources. Yes. Again, we have 16 virtual CPU plus 128 GB RAM. I'm not changing configuration. I'm taking the same configuration. Great. Good. So This time, what you're doing, this time we are not going to create virtual machines. Virtual machines are heavy, of course, as compared to containers. And we say that the containers are light in weight. And see, this is your Docker engine. What is it? Just instead of a hypervisor, what we are using here? We are using here engine, container engine. We are using container engine. So we have different kind of container engine. Let me show you. If you Google it, so let's say list of popular container engines, right? This is there we go. Let me show you. Can you see here? The top 10 container engine. Docker Hub. Docker is a name of a company, I tell you. Docker engine, IBM has, they have their own container engine. Oracle Cloud, they having their own container engine. This is Canonical micro Kubernetes. They having their own Sandboxy. So we have number of container engine, but the most popular is Docker. If you want to see the Docker website, you can just Docker official website. Just see the official website of the Docker, right? You will understand how actually Docker is popular, where you want to run Docker, on which platform you want to run Docker, on Apple, Mac operating system, or on Linux, or on Microsoft, right? So, and these are the products, Docker engine, Docker personal, everything you have. You just go there and just find out. You will have a very good, understanding. And not only this, you also will have some, the free of cost study material. Let's say if you go to documentation, and let's say you don't have any idea about Dockers, you go to get started, and this is what we have, right? Let's say what is a container. Container is what? So I'm teaching in a very simple language you are understanding. But if you're directly starting from here, then definitely. And even on the container, we are using images of operating system. But I was saying that we are not using operating system images. We are sharing operating system. Yes, we are sharing operating system. But even though we have an option to start, let's say, for example, so what operating system we have here? We have a Linux operating system. And you know that Linux operating system, we have a kernel. What is a kernel? Kernel is a core part of Linux operating system. Yes or no? Every operating system will have a core or central part of operating system. So we have a Linux operating system here and the kernel also. And you are going to create, let's say, container. And this is the container. For example, this is a container. This is a container. Containers are light in weight. Let's say you have a container. And what is the configuration of the container? You can't understand. We don't need 2 virtual CPU or 4 virtual CPU. Let's say I have 0.5 virtual CPU. How much? 0.5 virtual CPU. And let's say I need 512 MB RAM, half GB, right? Let's say this configuration I need on this. Do you see? Is it really? It can be done, and you have not to install any operating system. So the core of this operating system is shared. The core of this operating system is shared. Okay. So the core of this Linux operating system is there. And we have an image to launch application. So I'm not going to tell you here how to create an image, but you will have an image to run your application. That image is containing operating system necessary files and your application. So what container contains? Let's say this is a container. So what container contains? It contains It contains operating system supportable files, support files, plus application that you want to run, plus dependencies to run application. To run application, and plus user data can also be. So generally we are not storing data in containers. We are storing data in a storage. So this way you can have large number of containers here. Maybe 20, 30, 40, depend what configuration you are. Let's say I'm giving here 0.25 virtual CPU, so quarter CPU, right? And here I'm giving, let's say, 1 GB RAM, right? Let's say 1 GB RAM. So this way you can create large number of, but one thing is there, because your underlying operating system was Linux, so you can create only Linux based container. Let's say on this you have CentOS operating. Let's say you have, let's say, CentOS operating system here on this container. CentOS also is a Linux based operating system. So the kernel, so it will use the kernel of your RHEL. Here you have, let's say, SUSE. It's also is a Linux, right? You have, let's say, Fedora. So it also is a Linux, for example. It has Red Hat. Red Hat means RHEL. This is RHEL, and anything popular that I'm missing here?
Ubuntu.
Ubuntu, yeah. Ubuntu, right? Let's say, yeah, but you will have only Linux-based container. You will not have any Windows-based container. If you need a Windows-based container, so instead of this underlying operating means the Linux operating system, in that case you will use Windows operating system. Then only you can create Windows-based container. So these are containers, right? Where are the containers? Containers. These are containers. These are, let's say this is a container. Okay, let's say this is a container. So all these are what? These are the containers. So, but my question is, if the containers are better than virtual machine, then why we are using virtual machine? Correct or not? Yes or no? Means why we are using virtual machine? If you are saying according, means this is very simple. Anybody will ask this question, sir. If virtual machines means containers are better than virtual machine, then why we are using virtual? I tell you, you should understand where you should use virtual machine and where you should use containers. Containers cannot behave like a independent virtual machine. Just understand. If you cannot use it as a virtual machine, right? Because you have to create a image, and that image will have application based on some operating system. So it is a basically kind of a package. It is a kind of a package you are installing on this in this container. So it contains operating system, and operating system is clubbed with application, right? So later on, if you want to install multiple application on the same container, that is not possible. But why we are using it? We are using containers for microservices. You know, microservices, microservices applications, microservices application. Because in microservices application, we usually install that application on a multiple machine. What we are doing? What is the architecture? So we have in softwares, we have two type of applications. One is a monolithic and another is a microservices. Let's say I'm taking an example of Flipkart. Everybody knows about Flipkart. Flipkart is an e-commerce website. you know that you are using Flipkart to purchase items. You can purchase, home items, your kitchen items, garments, shoes, everything, toys, everything you can purchase, right? So it is a very complex, software. So what they do, what means programmers do, they they have this application in chunks. So this application has a different parts, right? They divide this application in multiple parts, in chunks. Let's say I'm taking only few things to just explain you. This is a complete application, but first part is responsible for input traffic, input traffic. It will handle input query, right? Let's say the second is for searching items, maybe you will go and search items, right? And this part is showing you, let's say your data. It is storing your data in what you say, bucket, right? Data storage also is there. It is handling. So this third part is handling data storage. And the fourth component is, for example, financial transactions, financial information, and, for example, transaction. So it is controlling transactions, right? So means each and every part here has a purpose, right? So you need means big number of, and let's say one is for billing, another is for billing. This is for, let's say, billing. This software component is for billing, and the last is for looking after delivery. Yes or no? Let's see. This is what we have. So I was just giving an example. So this is a software which is divided into multiple components, and these components will run on a different machine. Because if one component fails, your entire application should not suffer. So the other component will not survive, means will not be impacted, right? So you are creating, and the performance also is good because you are running the different component in different service. So instead of big machine, now you need a small servers or small virtual machines to run these components. Because on each component you will be needing a load balancing, you needing a auto scaling, correct or no? So let's say for input, you want to configure a load balancing and auto scaling. Only to run this application, single application, small application, you need a 10 instances, for example, or 10 servers. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 components are there. Generally, we have more than 50 components in complex applications. So these are not simple applications. And for every application, you need to apply load balancing or auto scaling. It means you are planning to create more than 500 servers for one application. Don't you feel that it's a really expensive if I'm talking about the 500 servers to run one Flipkart kind of application? So that's why, in order to save money, number one, and number two, and to better control on such machines, because these machines, like containers, are very small and very light. So you can immediately stop and you can immediately start them. It will not take time. Hardly in a second it can start and stop, right? And if you want to make a duplicate of these servers, immediately a duplicate server can be created. It means auto scale can be implemented easily. I will tell you everything practically, right? So these kind of things are only possible in micro services application. And these days, Generally, programmers are using containers for microservices. If you are dealing with microservices, you use container. But let's say you are creating a DNS server, you are creating a web server. Just understand, you are creating a web application server, DNS server, or any database server, or any big server that you are creating, which will have operating system, number of servers, number of applications are running, some number of services, a number of applications are running. In that case, virtual machine is a good choice. So we cannot say the virtual machine is not required. So we have a requirement of a virtual machine, and we have a requirement of containers also. On virtual machine, we are running monolithic application. Monolithic means all these components are written in one machine only, as a one program. As a one program, let's say you have a program, and all these components are written in one program. So this is called the monolithic. If one fails, everything will fail. Monolithic application. So it depends what kind of architecture of application you have. If you have monolithic, you will use virtual machine. If you want to run microservices application, in that case, you will choose containers. Yes or no? You will look for virtual machine. Here you have a virtual. So you are where the virtual machines are being used. Virtual machines are being used for monolithic applications and standalone servers, or for standalone servers. Okay, standalone spelling servers. For example, for example, web servers, database servers. Ultimately, what you are doing, you will create a servers, right? And let's say application servers. So these are some examples. These are some examples. Correct? And what about microservices? So for microservices, I told you, you will use what? Containers. You will use containers for microservices. And I think I just tried to explain you pretty good. And one more thing, in AWS, to create a virtual machine, we have a EC2 service. What is the name of the service? EC2 service. EC2 stand for Elastic Compute Cloud. Right. This is Elastic Compute Cloud. Sorry. So this is a service in AWS to manage virtual machines. Okay. And to create and manage containers in AWS, we have AWS ECS. ECS stand for Elastic Container Service. Elastic Container Service. Right? Yeah. So I think you must have a little idea what I'm doing. So you will have better understanding.
Sir,
Yes.
in terms of solution architect, what is our scope of this containerization? Like, it requires any kind of programming skills or what?
No, you don't need a programming skill. Just understand. You have to study about services. Generally, people talk about such things in interview. And if you're, let's say, after AWS course, you go for an interview, because after AWS, see, after this course, what you can be? You can be, let's say I'm just showing you. Yesterday I was showing you. Yeah, okay. After this, you can be a AWS architect, design. You can be AWS automation and orchestration. You can be in AWS security. You can be in AWS performance optimization, or you can be in AWS technical support, right? But let's say you are going to prepare for one interview. So I think I can ask that your fundamentals are clear or not. I can ask what is virtual machine and how virtual machine is different from physical machine. Do you know about ECS? Do you know about containers? So what is the use of containers and how containers are different from virtual machine? So these are some basic questions. Nobody is emphasizing on that. But I feel that once you complete this course, you should have a good job in here. And if you want to switch, you should have a good job. So I'm trying to teach you each and every fundamental, because this is my understanding. If your fundamentals are strong, you can hit hard, right? Correct or not?
Right, sir.
Yeah. Anyone, please?
Sir, I have another question. It directly not related to this particular topic. Basically, it's related to class. May I?
Yeah.
Sir, in first class or maybe in demo class, you mentioned that the class would be held 4 days a week. Am I right? Yes, so, sir, in which days in particular the class would be held? Because of that confusion, I
Because
missed two
see what
classes.
happened. What happened, Surya? This week, actually, because of Holi, because of this festival, we didn't take class on 7th. Am I correct?
Yeah, right. Sir.
So instead of 7th, I'm going to take a class tomorrow as well on Friday. So generally, we plan that we should have a class from Monday to Thursday.
Okay,
Monday,
sir.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Will it be okay?
Yeah, absolutely, sir.
EC to service. I was talking about, we have some component that we need to discuss one by one. AMI, instance type, EIP. EIP is a elastic IP address, right? Let me just write elastic IP address. Elastic IP address, key pair, security group, elastic block stores, Bastion host, bootstrapping, and snapshot. These are topics we have to do one by one. So I will start from AMI. What is AMI? Okay, I think almost people have joined, and I need to just copy it. From where I should copy it? Just give me a minute. Basically, I'm not only using this Miro, I'm also creating a kind of a notes for you. For that means later on, you can use these notes. Correct or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Here we go. So these are 3 pages. First of all, I'm taking these 3 pages. We will discuss about these topics and then we will continue. 6 March. Here we go. 9, page number 10, and finally we have a page number. You just give me a little time. I'm just managing this document. So the very first topic I'm taking AMI. Here we go. Elastic Compute Cloud. So I'm taking AMI here. Can you see here? What is a AMI? Full form of AMI is Amazon Machine Image. I told you even in my previous sessions that AMI is a template of an operating system, or you can say it's an image of an operating system. When we launch machine, actually machine is a virtual machine. So we are not using ISO images. Generally, we use ISO images in our data center. But ISO images, if you are using ISO images, it means you need the hard disk drive, or you need ISO complete image, and you have to do installation of operating system step by step, and that definitely takes a long time. So these days, cloud computing providers, they are now using images of operating system instead of ISO images. Okay, so actually the template of operating system or image of IS means operating system, what it does contain, what AMI does contain. So it contains operating system. Second, it contains configuration of operating system. You have not to configure. If you created an AMI from configured machine, the same configuration will store in AMI. And you can also have multiple applications in it. And secondly, you can also store some user data in AMI. So we have two options to use AMIs. Either you can create your own AMI. If you want to create your own AMI, it means you have to configure first of all server, and then from the configured server you can create AMI. And a second option is available. We have a long list of AMIs available in AWS Marketplace. And I was telling you that we have more than 7,000 AMIs available. So from those 7,000 AMIs, you can select your recommended AMI, or means needed, or it is basically required to launch your instance. So you can select required AMI from that list of AMI. Let me show you from where we can go and see all those AMIs. First of all, open EC2 dashboard. This is my EC2 dashboard, and go to instances. Left hand side we have instances. I have two machines in my AWS account, but both machines are stopped. This is the good news, because I'm not using these machines. So if I'm not using these machines, I can stop these machines and I will not pay for these machines. Great. But when you create a machine, when you launch an instance, right? Very first of all, you write a machine name. Great. And second option, you select one AMI. AMI means Amazon Machine Image. So we have a long list of AMIs, I was telling you, but where is that long list of AMI? And to see long list of those AMIs, we have an option, browse more AMIs. You select browse more AMIs, a new page will open. And this is the page. And we have 4 categories here. One is quick start. Second is my AMI. Third is AWS Marketplace. And fourth is community AMI. And you can see some numbers are specified under these categories. In quick start AMI, I can see number 47, right? 47. So in this quick start resource, the most frequently used AMIs of operating systems, or you can find 47 operating system AMIs. This is great news. Means most popular AMIs are listed under quick start AMI. Some AMI in these categories are free of cost. So you can find it is very clearly written here. It's a free tier eligible in black label, right? And we have a Mac operating system AMIs as well. But Mac operating system AMIs are not free. Okay, go further. We have Red Hat AMI. Then we have SUSE AMI. We have Ubuntu, Microsoft, Windows Server AMI free of cost. So this way, you have long list of popular AMIs. So they categorized actually in a different category, and AWS is naming it as Quick Start AMI. And second is my AMI. What is my AMI? So this is created by me, because this is my account. You can create your own AMIs to create instances, and you can also share these AMIs to other AWS accounts. So if you want, if you create your own AMI, it will be listed under my AMI category. Correct? And now next is AWS Marketplace. Great. AWS Marketplace, you have more than 7,600 AMIs. It's a big number, really big number. So almost for every use in industry, you can find a proper AMI. For example, you need a Tomcat server, you have an AMI. You need a Java server, you have an AMI. You need a SAP server, you have an AMI. You need a SharePoint server, you have an AMI. Let's say you need a Cisco firewall, you have an AMI. You need a Fortinet firewall, you have an AMI, right? It means for every use, you have an AMI. Let me just find out. Let's say I want to find out Apache server AMI. Apache is a web server, right? Apache server. Just write Apache server and see what result you have now. So on the basis of keywords that you type in a search box, it is showing you 629 results under this category. Let's say Apache server with Ubuntu, Apache server with Ubuntu with a different version, then the Apache server with MySQL, PHP. So means each and every AMI has a different configuration. But sometimes what happens, people are really confused. Sir, I don't get which one to be selected. I'm not getting a proper idea what you're showing. So in that case, what you will do, let's say, for example, you want to understand about this AMI, what this AMI will provide you, what feature this AMI has, and for what purpose this AMI should use. So you click on the name of the AMI. As you click on the name of the AMI, it will show you a pop-up. In this pop-up, you can find almost every detail about this AMI. This is related to a specific AMI. What is the overview? So this is the overview, right? Second, what is the product detail? This is the product detail. It is used for this use case, and what does it contain, right? Everything. What about pricing? This is the pricing. So up to 750 hours every month in free tier, this AMI is free of cost. AWS is not charging anything. But if you are consuming more than 750 hours, AWS will charge. And how much you will pay? That you would see here in the very first screen, $0.24 per hour. And what about the uses? Where you can use this? This is a usage instruction, correct? And what are the support? If you need any technical support from the vendor who has basically uploaded this AMI, you can use these links and you can communicate with that vendor, right? This is good news. Similarly, each and every AMI has its own specification and detail. You can go and just read it. And let's say I want to launch Cisco firewall. And what is the Cisco firewall name? I think it's if I'm not wrong, it's a Cisco ASA firewall.
Yes.
Am I correct? Yes. So you write Cisco ASA. So what is the meaning of this? It means just like a real Cisco firewall in AWS architecture, you can also use a similar product in AWS architecture. Means you can launch Cisco firewall in AWS architecture, right? Even not only this, if you want to test it, you have a 3 days free trial version. Okay. Otherwise, you can bring your own license to actually launch this product in AWS architecture. Let's say you are new, you don't have any idea about this product, and you want to understand what this product will provide you and where you should use this product. So you just click on this AMI, and this is what you have, right? And it is telling you what host type should be selected for this appliance, because this is not an operating system. Just understand, this is an appliance. We call it as an appliance because Cisco firewall is a basically kind of a filtration point where you can monitor traffic, where you can filter some traffic. So if you want to launch this instance in your architecture, you should use C5X large instance type. Everything is given here. What about the product detail? This is the product detail. What it is? So this is the layer 3 and layer 4 firewall. I think one thing is very important. Whatever product you are using and whatever product you are launching in AWS, you must have a proper understanding about this. Like, let's say you want to launch a Palo Alto firewall. It means you must have knowledge about Palo Alto. Am I correct or not? I mean, directly you cannot just launch and start it. No, that is not possible. Yeah, but that product is available, of course, but you should have knowledge to use in your architecture. So everything is given. So you see, the deploy remote access in as little as 20 minutes with the Cisco ASA firewall. And you can have a quick guide. This is the description of the product and everything. And if you need to know more about this firewall, you have the link, right? You can see the pricing, great. You have usage of this product, and you can also use a support from Cisco directly because you are using the product of Cisco here. Okay. Okay. Next, let's say I'm trying any complex thing that you need to understand. Let's say, what shall I use? You can guide me in your mind if you have anything that you want to search. Okay. Let's say SAP. SAP also is a product. So what kind of a SAP? So we have multiple models of SAP. I don't know much about SAP, but all products of SAP are listed here. Generally, either we run on SUSE or we run on Red Hat Linux. So both are available. Yeah, right. This can you see? So this is the icon of SUSE. Everything need to know more about the same pop-up screen will appear, and you can understand about overview, product, pricing, usage, and support. Okay, that's okay. And the very last option is community. What is a community? Community means it is pertaining in this particular resource. You can find number of popular and open source communities. Means on the basis of the name of operating systems. Do you see left hand side? We have all Linux operating system, Amazon Linux, CentOS, Debian, Fedora, Gentoo, Mac operating system, OpenSUSE, Red Hat, SUSE Linux, Ubuntu, Windows, anything. And even you can also select when it was published first time. You can provide date, start date, and end date. And you can also choose on the basis of architecture of your hardware. Let's say you want to see only operating system will support 32-bit architecture. So these are the only two instances images are available. These are AMIs. Only two AMIs are available for 32-bit. And what about Mac operating system? Let's say you need to know, you need to choose only 64-bit Mac operating system. So these are Mac operating system 64-bit AMIs available. Do you see? So means you have a complete list on the basis of product name, on the basis of marketplace, on the basis of your popularity. The popular AMIs are available in quick start. I think it is sufficient. I think so. You can select. So if you total them, let's say you have 7,626 AMIs in AWS Marketplace, and 500 AMIs are available in community AMIs. So if you add them, it is more than. So the number is more than 8,000. So 8,000 a big number. Okay. So guys, I'm just coming back. Let's say I'm just go to instances. We came back. Now, I was talking about these three lines: quick start, my AMI, and AWS Marketplace. Now, do you see this diagram? So first of all, you have to understand this diagram, because on the basis of this diagram, I will provide you for the lab. Means I will conduct lab here. Let's say this is the machine here. So what I was trying to explain you, because if you launch any machine, this is the number one. If you launch any machine, you always use one EC2 AMI. You use AMI to launch machine, right? Let's say I'm launching one Linux machine here. So you have to select only Linux machines AMI. And once the machine is done, you will configure the machine on the basis of your requirement. Maybe you are configuring this machine as a web server. So you have to run multiple commands in order to configure this machine as a web server. So once the machine is configured, then how we can create our own customized AMI. So this is the AMI that we have to create. Just understand. So what I'm just trying to explain you, I'm trying to explain you how to create your own customized AMI. And once the customized AMI is created, this is a region specific. Let's say you are in the North Virginia region and your machine was also in North Virginia region. If you are using this machine to create AMI, the AMI will be in North Virginia as well, right? So can we transfer this AMI from one region to another region? Because regions are separate. Yes or no? The regions are separate. So North Virginia is separate from the Ohio region, because in North Virginia region, we have a separate number of data centers. In Ohio region, we will have a separate number of data centers, and even their geographical location also is different. So let's say, so your second client or another client is in Ohio region, and he also wants to use a similar kind of instance. He also wants the same kind of web server. So instead of creating this web server again, what is a good practice? We can copy this AMI that we have created. This is our own AMI. This is our customized AMI. We can copy this AMI from North Virginia to Ohio region in the step 3. And now once it is copied, then we can use this AMI to create a similar instance. This time you have not to configure this machine because you created this machine from your AMI and every configuration was stored in this AMI. So you can launch your machine and this machine will be similar as machine number 1. It was in North Virginia. And one more thing I want to explain you, because you have an AMI. Let's say you have a large number of AWS account in your organization, or maybe you have multiple clients in a multiple location or multiple and they have means they have their own AWS account. So and they want to launch a similar kind of instance in even in their AWS account. So what shall I do? It means we can also share this AMI among multiple AWS accounts at the same time. So this kind of sharing is known as private sharing. What we call it as? We call it as a private sharing. Why? Because you can share it to some selected AWS account. I know those accounts account ID, so I can select my company's AMI to my selected clients only. And another option we have also available, if you want to make this publicly available for everyone over the internet and anywhere, if you want to means access it from anywhere, in that case, you can share it publicly as well, right? So I will start from here. I will have, first of all, I have to launch this EC2 instance from my ready-made Linux AMI, and then later on I will configure. And once it is configured, then I will create my customized AMI in the same region. Now, before starting this lab, if you have any question, you may ask.
Sir, is the marketplace AMIs are safe? Like if some port is opened or some malicious software is installed already?
No, no. Are you talking about port means firewall?
I mean, like any software is installed already in them in marketplace AMIs.
Yeah. So I'm telling you, if you are selecting any AMI from the marketplace, you have both options available. Either you want to launch only operating system AMI, or you want with some packages like Apache server, LAMP server, or maybe some other product like SAP or SharePoint or RDS database server. So these kind of servers definitely will have applications launched inside.
Like any other software is not installed in them other than those
What kind
what
of
they
a
are mentioned.
software you talk? What kind of a software you talking about?
Any malicious software that can, transfer my data from the AMI to some particular server.
Yeah, you
That is
can
not
select
shown
those
on the
AMI.
AMI.
You can select such AMIs are available. That's why we have a large number of AMI. So that's why I'm saying if you have any specific requirement, so you just tell me. I can show you what you're searching and what you're getting. Shall I? You just name it.
Like you showed us the AMIs which have particular software installed already, right?
No,
So
you just name. Yes, yes.
are these safe? Like there is no malicious software installed. Like I can launch my
Yes,
AMI in
yes.
marketplace,
Why?
right?
See. Do you see this green color option here? Verified provider.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you reading this? Verified provider. So verified provider
Yes,
means
yes, yes.
these all are well tested for malicious softwares or any kind of trojans, viruses. So these are well verified. Means these are tested
Okay.
and selected AMIs. So AWS is taking a guarantee that you will not find any malicious software. You will not find any means viruses, worms, whatever.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. That's why verified provider is written here. Okay. I'm going back. Let's say I'm just going to install a new instance. I'm deleting all these instances. I don't need these instances. So I'm terminating these instances. And according to the diagram, first of all, I will use AMI from the marketplace or quick start category to launch one instance. So I'm just going back to launch an instance. Click on launch instance. Select. Just write web server. Let's say web server or web Linux server. This is my Linux server. And either you can just select it from here or you can go here also. Here we are in a quick start category. And let's say I'm taking my Amazon Linux 2. It seems okay for me. But it has only Linux operating system. I don't have any additional software in it. It is very clearly written here. You can just verify. Just read it and verify. Right. Now I'm choosing this one. Just go and select. If you click on select, you have selected it and you came back. Right. And then again, it is telling you that this image is the verified provider. So it is safe to use. Go to the instance type. I'm taking T2.micro. And let's say I'm taking one key pair, which is already existing. I'm not creating a new key pair. This is a new key 13 March. I think this is created today only. And I'm using my default VPC, which is already selected. And my public IP address also is enabled. And in firewall, because I am going to create this machine as a web server, so you have to allow HTTP also. So for that, you can allow HTTP. So you will allow two ports here. One is port number 22 and another is a port number 80 for HTTP traffic. And this is a 8 GB EBS volume. I'm okay with 8 GB volume and just click on next or launch instance. And you are going to launch instance now. It will not take much time. Within a 30 second, 40 seconds, this machine will be available. Scroll down and just simply click on view all instances. So this instance is going to be ready. So it is being started here. Can you see? This is the public IP address of the instance, and this is the private IP address of the instance. Public IP address we always use to take remote of this machine from the internet. And private IP address we use within the VPC, within the AWS to communicate with another machine without leaving AWS global infrastructure, right? This is very important. That's why we are using private IP address. But private IP address is not accessible over the internet. If you want to take remote of the machine from the internet, in that case, you have to choose only public IP address, right? The machine is running now. So very first thing, I will take its remote. So I'm just going to connect this machine. Here we go. And just click on connect. And the machine has been started. And once the machine is started, what you will do, you are going to configure it. If you people are new for Linux, I'm just telling you the few things are there. It's a user account actually. If you see EC2-user, so you are on a user account and you need to configure this machine as a web server. It means either you have to run sudo to run all the commands as an administrator, or the second thing is the best practice is you need to shift on administrator account, sudo su hyphen. What you're writing? Sudo su hyphen. Su stand for switch user.
Switch user.
Right? Switch user. So you are switching on root account and press enter. Now you can see we are on a root account. You need to confirm you are in a root account. You can write who am I. What did you write? Who am I? It will tell you you are root. So Linux is very simple. The only thing is you should know how to use it. It's really very, very simple. The people are really love Linux if they are want to configure any machine in production environment. Okay, by the way. So the very first thing, because I'm going to configure this machine as a web server. So very first command you will run yum. Yum is a command to install or manage packages. Correct or not? What is yum? Yum is a package management tool. And you will run this command to install, delete, remove, uninstall the command, services or packages. Let's say I want to install HTTPD package. So what is the command? How you would write the command? Yum space install space HTTPD. So HTTPD is a package name that you want to install through yum tool, right? And you will press enter. As you press enter, it will need your permission to pursue this action. So you will write yes. Y, small y. Y means yes. And press enter. And this has been installed. Great. In a few seconds, this package has been installed. You have to do nothing. This machine, this Linux machine is connected with online repository to launch or to install packages. You have to do nothing. And the same thing if you would have done in your own data center or private data center. So first of all, you have to configure your machine to connect with that utility called yum. But here you have not to do anything. So you just run the command and it is done. I love basically AWS or any public cloud platform. So it is a time saving actually, right? And you don't need much technical skills to configure. Even if you have limited skills, you can do it. So what's the next? So once this HTTPD package is installed, so you have to start service, or you can say system CTL. So let's say system CTL start HTTPD. What we are doing? We started this service. the service name was HTTPD. So because this service we have just installed, this service was not started actually. So we have to start this service first, and then we can only use as a web server. Once the service is started, we have to write one more command, systemctl enable HTTPD. Enable means you are enabling this package, this service. Because if you restart the machine, the status of service must be on, right? So to make this service on, when you restart the machine, you run this command, systemctl enable HTTPD. This is done. This also is done. So it means your package has been installed and HTTP service is now running. You need to confirm the service is running or not. So if you want to confirm the service is running or not, you will write systemctl and status. What? Status HTTP and press enter. Can you see? This was the command, systemctl status HTTP. And now the status of this service is running and active, right or not? And the service is enabled here. Good. It means now I can configure my web server. So what I'm doing, I'm writing a very simple code. Do you know how to write a code for to configure your index.html file?
Yes, sir.
I need actually your input in meeting chat. Just let me know how many of you know about HTML. Even I don't know HTML. For example, I don't know HTML. You just write yes or no. Let's say I'm also in your your side. For example, I don't know, because so everybody, it's not necessary to learn HTML actually, right? But definitely if you want to create an index.html file for web server, so you will write in HTML. So what you will do, I just tell you. So you have two ways actually. So I will tell you both the ways. So let's say you don't need actually to write HTML page. So you are open to just, first of all, you will change where www and HTML. So first of all, you are just going to change the folder, or you are changing the position. So right now you are in where www HTML. So pwd command tells you that present working directory, in which directory you are working. And ll means long list. Nothing is there in this directory. This directory is blank. So in this directory, I'm going to create an index.html file. So I'm going to create a with very simple method. What you will do, let's say you will write echo, and you are writing some content that you want to display on your browser when you access this web server. Let's say this is my first website published on 13th March 2023. Wow. And just close the quote. Greater than sign means you want to store this line in index.html file, and it is done. Great. It is done. So you have now HTML file. So this has been created without any code. You have not to write any code. So simply you just created a one text file and you stored that text in index.html to display. That is done. This is the first thing. Why I'm telling you, you will be amazed because this is very simple. You should have some idea. And this is the IP address you have. This is the IP address you have. Let me just run this IP address in my new browser. Do you see? This is working. Even you people can also, yes, Gajendra is right. You people also can run http colon // and this. I'm sharing this. I've shared this URL with you. Please just hit this link and see. Do you find the same output? Do you find the same output? Yes or no? Yes, you find the same output. Correct. Great news. Okay. But let's say, as the Gajendra is saying, you can also use Chat GPT. Can we use a Chat GPT? So we are just going to use a Chat GPT, let's say, and I'll ask my Chat GPT to write one index.html file, right? So Chat GPT, will it run? I'm writing write an HTML file to display content, right? In bold and red color. For example, I don't know, will it work or not? Too many conditions I'm applying here. Thinking about. Can you see? Your file started with the HTML, then header. You have red bold, color, font weight, everything. And this is your line that you want to display. Good. Great. Great. I'm okay with this, right? I just copy and I'm coming back here and just see. Let me just open index.html file. Index.html file, HTML. So I'm using Vim editor to open this index.html file and press I for insert, right? So what I'm doing, just a minute. You're writing, I don't know. See, let me just do it again. I think this is the file. Insert. And what you have to do, you have to paste. And this line is not required. This line is not required. Okay. This line is not required. So I think I'm okay with this content. Will it work or not? Let me see. Cat index. It is done. It seems good. Can I yes, can I see? Can I refresh the same thing? You have the same line, but this time it is little bit bold and in red color. So it's working. Correct or not? Right. Good. So your machine is ready. Your machine is ready. Now come back on AWS. Your machine is ready according to this diagram. So once the machine is ready, I want to use this machine to create an AMI in North Virginia because I'm in North Virginia right now. Okay, I'm coming back to the same dashboard. I will select the machine. Right now, machine is running. So it doesn't make any difference if the machine is running or stopped. So in both state, you can create AMIs. So right now, machine is running. And if you go to, let's say, do we have image and templates here? Yes, we have image and templates. And first option, if you click on image and templates, first option is create image. You just click on create image. Write the name of the image you want to create. Let's say my web server image. Wow, 13 March. Of course, this is very important to identify. And image description, let's say learning. Okay, good. And I don't want to make any changes in this. Otherwise, you have some options to change. Let's say if you want to change a volume size, you can change the volume size. Let's say I'm not changing anything. I want to use as it is. Just click on create image. As you click on create image, it will take a little time, but the image will be ready. From where you will confirm the image is being created. So left hand side under images, you can see this AMI option. So you click on AMI, and this is the AMI you are creating. Yes or no? This is the AMI. And if you scroll horizontally, so the status is pending. It means this job is not completed yet. So it will take little more time to complete. Once you see the status is available, it means now it is ready to use. It is ready to share, or it is ready to use, or ready to transfer from one region to another region. So we have to stay here. It depends also on the size of EBS volume of your machine from where you are creating this image. So this is really interesting. I'm refreshing it again, taking time. It normally takes 4-5 minutes. And we have no name of this AMI. I mean, the name is there, but the initial name is not there. AMI name is there, but here also we are needing name. So we can type the same name here. Save. So do you know where this AMI is being stored? For example, you are creating this AMI, but where this AMI is being stored? Actually, what happens in backend? Let me tell you. Let's say you are creating this AMI. This is your AMI. Yes or no? You are creating this AMI. So the AMIs could be heavy. It depends on the size of the machine you are using. It could be 10 GB, 20 GB, 100 GB, 500 GB, maybe in TB, depend on. So, but where exactly this image is being stored? So this image is being stored in S3 storage. S3 is a simple storage service. And this image is stored in the bucket of S3 storage. So you just remember this is stored in S3 storage, and this is storage over the internet. Correct? We call it as the storage over the internet. This is a object storage. S3 is object storage. Just a minute. And sometimes you call it as storage over the internet. Right? No, I think you will remember what is the meaning of S3. And it is divided into two parts actually, this AMI. In one section, it contains the metadata of AMI. What is metadata of AMI? Means information about AMI. What is metadata? Information about AMI. So information about AMI. What is the name of the AMI? Which operating system is being used? When it was created? Means all the necessary things. Or if you want to understand about AMI properties. So all these things are stored in EC2 service, and we call it as a metadata. And but actual data of AMI is stored in S3. Right. And now I'm going back and see the status again. Is it done or not? Yeah, it is done. Great. Now you can see it is done. Right. So this is in which region? It is in North Virginia region. Can you see here? The right side on the top of the page. So this image is in North Virginia. And let's say I want to copy this image from one region to another region because in another region we have one more client. So I want to copy in Ohio region. So how to copy this image from North Virginia to Ohio? So we have to copy it. We have not to transfer it. Just understand. It means we are going to create a duplicate copy of this image, but in another region. What you will do? You go back, let's say here, and this is the image you have. Select the image that you want to copy and go to actions. In the actions, very first option is copy AMI. Yes or no? You select this option here, and this is the name of the AMI, and this is description. By default it is written. If you want to change, you can write your own description, and you can also choose destination region. So my destination region, I want to choose Ohio. Yeah, this is my Ohio. You can choose any other region according to your interest. And finally, just copy this image. Wow. So what I'm doing, I'm going to duplicate the tab. Why I'm duplicating the tab? Because I want to switch on my Ohio region. Where is Ohio region? This is the Ohio region. Let's say I clicked on Ohio region and go to images left hand side and click on AMI. You will see AMI here. So this AMI is being copied here. Can you see? It is in pending state. So this AMI is being copied here in Ohio. Great. But still it is in pending. So what is the meaning of this? It means you are transferring data of this EC2 instance or in terms of AMI from North Virginia data center to Ohio region data center. Correct or not?
Sir, is it like cloning the image?
Hey there. Continue learning directly from industry experts. You are watching these recorded topics from our master's program, but you can watch it live by joining any of these master's program, where you can become an IT engineer that too without coding. Now you can continue.
Is it cloning, like copy of?
Tell me, I'm not able to. I don't know why your voice are not coming properly. Yeah, will you please repeat again?
Clone the image, cloning.
Yeah. It's not cloning actually. We call it as a copy. We never seen this clone word in AWS. So please don't use that word. Cloning is something else. But we are creating AMIs. In cloning, basically, you are creating an exact copy of machine, even including machine serial number, name, everything, right?
Okay.
So it's a template. It's a template. So we will not call it as a clone. It's a template. So template is a better option to create a similar machine. So if you're using template to create a duplicate machine or similar machine again and again, it means the template is a better option. Clone is not a better option. Okay. So let me just find out. It is not done yet. So once it is completed, I will create an instance. I will create an instance in Ohio using the same image. And I will find that this machine also should means display the same result. But this time we have not to configure my instance because I will create an instance from my AMI, and AMI is consisting that or it will it is stored actually what do you say configuration of my web server. It is coming. So still it's a time taking actually. So that's why I'm taking I took a Linux machine because the Linux is a very small in size. But instead Linux, if you would have taken Windows machine, so Windows machine comparatively take more time. Right. Great news. The job is done. Now AMI has been copied in Ohio. Can you see? The job is done. Yeah. Now what I'm doing, I'm in Ohio region. I'm in a different region now. I will use this AMI to launch instance in Ohio. And let's say I'm writing my Ohio server. Great. And automatically this AMI already been selected. Instance type is okay. And let's say I'm using Ohio 13. No. I have to, I think, create key. Key for Ohio 13 March. Great. Just download it. You downloaded it and go down, scroll down. Everything is okay. Only you have to make a change. You have to allow port number 80 for HTTP protocol, and everything is okay. Just launch the instance. Just press launch the instance. It will take hardly a minute, and this machine is going to be ready. What you have to do, you have to use its public IP address. I'm going to share a public IP address among you, and you see that is it showing the same result or not? So this is the IP address, but still machine is not ready. Okay, let it be ready first. Yeah, I think the machine is ready. Will you try the same IP address in your browser now? Are you finding the same result?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, great news. You're
Yes, sir.
finding the same result. It means the one thing is clear. This time you didn't configure the instance. It's great news. So means if your clients wants to access the same machine, you have not to configure this machine again and again. So with the help of AMI, you can create a similar machine even in different regions. But the only one thing is should be just keep in your mind. You have to copy that AMI in that particular region. Then only you can use it. Okay. One more thing I want to tell you how to share this AMI publicly or privately. So first of all, I will show you how to share this AMI on some specific AWS account. So I'm coming back to, let's say, in North Virginia, and this is my AMI, and I want to share it. So as you selected this AMI, below you see 4 tabs. One is details. In the details, what you find, this is your metadata like AMI ID, AMI name, the root device name, image type. Then this is your AWS account name, status, and which platform this AMI is using. Of course, Linux, architecture, everything, almost everything you can find in this detail. But if you want to share this image on different AWS accounts, you have to choose permissions. Next step, what you have to choose? Permissions. And below we have add accounts ID. You click on add account ID. Here you will type account ID. And where you will find the account ID? I don't need my account ID. I need your account ID. Actually, my partners or my clients' accounts ID. So you will find account ID here. You just click on your AWS account, which is available on the right hand side, on the top and right hand side on your screen. Do you see this is a 12-digit account ID number? Every AWS account will have this number, and this is a unique ID. So you people, if you have AMI ID, you can just share with me, or if you don't have, means if you don't want to, so let me tell you, you will type here AWS account ID and click on share AMI, and it will be shared with that particular account, right? This is the one thing. Secondly, if you want to make it public, for example, so simply click on public option. Do you have a public option here? You have a public option, and click on save changes. done. The job is done. The job is done. And you copy that AMI publicly. This AMI is available publicly. So you have not to do anything. Right. This is done. Initiated. It is very clear in the blue strip. AMI copy operation for AMI operation is initiated. So how you would confirm that this has been done or not? So you will go to, we have three options here. One is owned by me, another is private images, and number of public images. So very first of all, which AMI you have shared, this was the AMI ID. Am I correct or not? You will copy this AMI ID first. And here you go and select public images. And in the public images, you will type this AMI ID in the search box and press enter. Do you see any AMI ID now? Not yet. Why? Because I think that copy option is not yet completed. That sharing option is not yet completed. So this option will take time. Sometimes it takes more than 10 minutes. So you have to wait here for 5 or 10 minutes. And once it is shared publicly, it will show. So let's say I'm also sharing the same AMI ID with you on your meeting chat. So you can copy this AMI ID and just try to search in under the public image with the same ID. Still, it is not available. I think this task is not yet finished. Hello, I'm not finding any result. I'm not seeing any means your response. Not able to copy. No, you have not to copy. You have to see, because I shared this AMI on internet. So you will open, just select the copy image here. So the public image is here. And under public images, first of all, you have to search this image through the image ID. I shared the image ID with you. And you will find this image ID in front of you. You can see the same image in front of you. Do you see? You just let me know, find out. So you have, what you have to do, you have to only search it, right? Still not available. How is it possible? It is available. So maybe you are using a wrong option, Surya. Let me show you once again. For example, let's say, but you should be in the same region. You should be in the same region, means you should be in a North Virginia region. Okay. So be in the same region first of all, and try to search.
Got it, sir. It's available. I was actually searching in Mumbai region.
Right. Now it is available, right? Good news. So one person has confirmed. What about Moses? What about Gajendra, Sheikh, Muhammad, Mohit? What you people are doing? Just let me know. Rishikesh, Surya, Tarun, where are you?
Yes, sir, checking.
Sir, when I'm trying to copy this AMI, it says that you do not have the permission to access the storage of this AMI.
Why you will copy? It is a shared AMI with you. You cannot download it. You cannot copy it. You cannot copy it. So what you can do, you can only create a machine from this AMI.
Okay, understood. Then only I'll be able to create the
Yes,
AMI
correct.
out of this.
Then
Okay.
only, and from that created machine, create a AMI, and you can access your own AMI, not shared AMI. Good. So guys, got it. Thank you. So this is a good news. So we have one instance running in my Ohio. First of all, I have to terminate this instance. This chapter is a little bit bigger. So probably we will take one entire week to complete this topic, because this topic is a big. So you completed this today. And how to delete this AMI? Let me show you. how to delete this AMI. This also is a very tricky thing. You go to AMI, right? Let's say AMI. This is the AMI. So if you select the AMI and open actions options, you don't see any delete option. Do you see? No, you don't see any delete option. But instead of delete, you see delete, deregister AMI. I told you earlier because this AMI is stored in S3 storage space as a snapshot. It is stored as a snapshot. Snapshot is what? Snapshot is basically backup of volume or EBS volume or a hard disk. Okay, EBS volume. This is a technical thing I'm telling you. So the very precise thing. What is a snapshot? It's a backup of EBS volume, or it's a backup of AMI that is stored in S3 space. So you will deregister directly this AMI. You cannot delete this directly. So you can only deregister it. So you have to delete this AMI in 2 steps. The first is you have to deregister the AMI. When you initiate this deregistration, you won't be able to see any AMI here. So this AMI name has been removed. It has been deregistered, but still the data is persisting. You can find that data in snapshot. Left-hand side under Elastic Block Store, you have snapshots. And this is the snapshot of that AMI. Right or not? This is the snapshot of that AMI. You can find complete a summary under the description. What was it? So what you will do, you will select the snapshot and now you are deleting the snapshot. So it means in these 2 steps, after these 2 steps, this AMI is completely deleted from the Ohio region. The same task you will complete here, because ultimately you are storing some space in snapshots or in S3 storage space, and you have only 5 GB space free of cost. So please don't create too many images or too many snapshots unnecessarily. Okay, you will go to, let's say, where is AMI? This is the AMI. Let's say this is the AMI I have. Great. You go to owned AMI. Yeah. I think mistakenly I created multiple AMIs. I think, yeah, you can deregister those AMIs. This is the one, right? And now you go back and open snapshot screen. You have too many volumes and each volume is a 8 GB. So these 2, first of all, you have to delete because these were the source from the source AMI. You delete these 2 snapshots and do write delete here. And just confirm one more AMI you have to delete. Let me just see which one is mine. Which one is mine that you have to see from AMI. You go to AMI. So you have not to delete this one, which ends with 3A7F. You have not to delete this one, right? Okay. You go to snapshot 3A7F. So this is my 3A7F. Yes. So this snapshot you have not to delete. So what you will do, you will delete the another snapshot and delete this snapshot, and it is done. So you deleted additional storages, additional AMIs, right, from your account.
Yeah, I'm saying like I have a AMI and I deleted that AMI. Now I have a snapshot. Can I restore that AMI from that snapshot?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
If you have a snapshot, so you can restore AMI from the snapshot. Let me tell you.
Okay.
Let me tell you. Let's say this is the snapshot, right? So if you select the snapshot and let's say you deregister that AMI, you have an option to create image from the snapshot. Do you see the second option?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, you can do it.
Okay. Thank
Correct?
you. Yes, right.
Okay. Now, guys, I think this machine is running. So I don't need this machine. And what is the next topic that I want to start? So this is okay. I think you are okay about this AMI. You can open it and just estimate before implementing any resources in your project, or if you want to launch in your architecture, so you can have some estimated idea. Let's say, first of all, you have to choose a region. So where you want to locate your machine. You want to locate your machine in region, you want to locate your machine in local zone, or you want to locate your machine in wavelength zone. And here you can choose region. Let's say I'm choosing North Virginia region, for example. And here, what you want to calculate? I want to calculate EC2 instance type price. So you can say instance type price here. So this is the only tile I have to just open. So I will click on configure, and you have a pop-up menu. You just write the estimated. You can write the name of this estimated charges. Let's say my EC2 estimation, for example, right? You already selected region name. So what sort of the tenancy? So we will discuss about the tenancy, but I will tell you, we have a two type of tenancies here. One is shared and another is dedicated, right? What is the difference between the shared and dedicated? Dedicated means whether you are using or not, that particular resource will belong to you, right? It will not be shared to any other instance or any other vendor instance. So if you are not using, even though those resources are allocated for you, but if you need a little low price EC2 instance, let's say if you are not using those resources, so you say that so anybody other can use it. So this way you will have a less cost of the EC2 instance. Let's say I'm taking shared instance. What operating system you are going to launch on this machine? Let's say I'm just going to, you have a multiple operating system. Can you see? You have a long list of operating systems. So generally, what operating system you are using in your production environment, that you have to select here. So which operating system you will use on this machine? Let's say I'm using RHL. So generally people are using RHL, Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Okay, so because you purchase it's a subscription, and Red Hat gives you basically support whatever the project Red Hat provides you. So workload is a constant, daily spike, weekly spike, or monthly spike. What kind of a workload means, what kind of a means increase in your traffic you can estimate, or you can just assume. So is it a constant usage? You will or you are going to get the constant usage of compute resources, or you will have spike sometimes in a day, or sometimes in a week, or sometimes in a month. It depends. So let's say I'm taking first one. And how many number of instances you are needing? Let's say I need a one number of instance. And you go and you what the instance type you want to select. Let's say the instance type was M6I. It was M6I dot large. You please write here M6I dot large. Is it clear? Large. Let me just enter it. Search instance type. Let me just find out. Did I select it? No. Did I type correct? M6I large. I think it is okay. Yes. It came here. It came here. It is showing you. No. Yes. Here. Sorry. Here we have. I had to scroll down. This one. So this one, it means this is the instance type name. You will have two virtual CPU, 8 GB RAM. Correct? And how much you are going to pay? It depends on the payment option. Again, so payment option, we have a multiple payment option. The first payment option is compute saving plan. So if you are choosing this compute saving plan, So it means you can get up to 66% discount on this scheme. It means you have to either select for 1 year or you have to select this instance type for entire 3 years. Means 1 year means up to 12 months. Means you will pay for the one entire month, well, one entire year. And if you select 3, it means you are going to pay for this instance type for entire 36 months or 3 years. But because if you are selecting a reservation for 1 year or 3 years, you are going to get a lump sum discount up to 66%. Okay. But sometimes what happens, let's say this also is there. We have another, this is instance type saving plan. This also is a reservation. So what is the difference between the first one and the second one? The first one is the one plan that automatically applies to all on EC2, Fargate, and Lambda up to 66%. Okay, so this is called the compute saving plan. And another one is get deeper discount when you only need one instance family, only one instance family if you are needing, correct? And then you have to choose instance plan. So in this particular case, you can run these compute resources with another case also, like Lambda and Fargate for other services also. But in this plan, you will only select for EC2 instance. And if you are selecting these resources for EC2 instance for either 1 year or for 3 years, you are going to get 72% discount. So these are the basically saving plans, right? So when you are just going to purchase something, so generally company shows their purchase plan. So this is your EC2 instance purchase plan. So this is the one case. So what kind of a purchase plan you prefer for this instance? And the third is on demand. On demand means you are interested to pay on a per hour basis. Means if you are using instances, then only you will pay. If you switch off the machine, if you stop the machine, in that case you will not pay. Correct or not? So you are going to pay only for used hours. So in that case, you can choose on demand. And we have a spot instance also. What is a spot instance? Spot instances are the cheapest plan. Why it is cheapest? I tell you why. Just assume that AWS has a data center, right? And you know that all data center resources are not consumed. So some resources are free, and they want to basically sell them on a temporary basis, not on a permanent basis, not on a temporary basis. So you can use this spot instances. Definitely, you are going to get up to 90% discount sometimes. Okay, so here the historical average discount is 0%. On this particular plan, you are going to get a 0%, but generally you're getting up to 90% discount. And if you are choosing any other instance type, okay. So, but we have a challenge here. So you will ask, sir, if we are getting 90% discount here or up to 90% discount here in spot instance, then why we should not use this spot instances? Why we are just going to choose this on demand? Because the on demand is the most expensive one. But we have differences there. Because if you are choosing spot instances or this category or this particular plan for your production environment, and in production environment, we don't need any downtime. Correct or not? We don't need any downtime. So, but if you are choosing spot instance, AWS can stop your instance anytime by giving 2 minutes prior notice. Yes or no? Means what they are doing, so they will first of all send you an email alert just 2 minutes before, and then they will stop your instance because that resource now they are selling on higher prices to some another vendor. So this kind of spot instances are only useful if you are working in testing and development environment. Means you are not serious about your machine. Even if somebody stop your machine, it will not impact your business. It will not impact your services or performance of your architecture. So in that case, you can choose spot instances. Let's say in auto scaling, you can choose the spot instances, or maybe you are just in research and development, maybe you are testing some softwares. So in that case, you can choose spot instances because you are getting 90% discount here. So, but if you are pretty serious about your business and you need a long-term commitment, if you are needing a long-term commitment, in that case, you should choose either EC2 instance saving plan or on demand. And what is the difference between the on demand and EC2 instance saving plan? In EC2 instance saving plans, you are basically paying for either one entire year or for 3 years, right? But in on demand, you will only pay for usage hours. Let's say you are using for in a month, let's say you are using this machine for 200 hours. So you will pay only for 200 hours. So this way, the total cost of this machine is very, very less as compared to any other saving plan, because you are going to pay only for the used hours. But if you have an application server or website, or you have a kind of a server that you do not want to stop, you want to run it continuously without any downtime. So in that case, this plan is a better plan. Let's say I'm just taking this on-demand plan. So on-demand plan. So do you see? So as of now, $113, approximately 113.88 USD you will pay for one entire month. One entire month. Just understand. And if you need a calculation, this the calculation is done, because normally in 1 month we have 730 hours, and for every hour you will pay $0.156. So you multiply this figure with 730. So total you will have this amount. And so this was only EC2 instance, but EBS volume is not connected with this. So the price of EBS volume yet is not included in this. So EBS volume means hard disk volume price is different, and this is called EBS block storage. So you will open it, and here you need to choose what kind of a EC2 instance EBS volume you are taking. I will teach you because that topic has to be covered. So let's say I'm just taking here 1 TB volume. Let's say 1 TB volume, or this is what? Yes, storage amount. No. This is 1 TB, and Mbps I'm taking 10 Mbps, for example. So how much you will pay? How much you will pay? You will pay $80 addition. You will pay $80 additional for EBS volume, and then the total amount of the instance is 193 US. So this way you can calculate. Correct? I think you will have some idea. If you have any question, you may ask.
Yes, sir. Sir, what is difference between network bandwidth and EBS bandwidth?
Network is a network. Just understand what is a network. Network is a what happened? Just a minute. Something happened wrong here.
And I have a query on this one.
Yeah. Please, Surya.
Sir, I have pretty much cleared about on-demand instance and spot instances, but I have a confusion between those two. That
Which
is,
one?
so can you show me the screen?
Yeah, just a minute. Just a minute.
Yes, sir. Compute saving plans and EC2 instance saving plans.
Actually, both seems identical. Correct or not?
Right, sir.
So both seems identical, but this is a compute saving plan. Just see here. What is the name? The compute saving plan. So this plan is applicable not only for EC2, it is applicable for Fargate, and it is applicable for Lambda also. Means what you have done, you purchased some compute resources from AWS, and now that AWS compute resources you can use with these three services: EC2, Fargate, and Lambda. These are the name of services. So in Fargate and Lambda, you can run your servers without provisioning. You can run code, or you can run application without provisioning servers. But in this particular category, this instance type or this saving plan is only for EC2. You cannot use this particular resource for Lambda, or you cannot use it for Fargate. Actually, I'm telling you, for example, yes, let me show you. Let's say if you go Fargate, where is the Fargate? Where is the Fargate? Okay, let me tell you from another service. Let's say this is a service. This is a container service, right? And you purchased that plan. Compute resources you have purchased from that first plan. So when you go and just launch some container, so can you see here EC2 on Fargate? So
Yes,
it means you can launch your containers on Fargate. Fargate is providing compute resources. Means Fargate will provide you some resource. By using these resources, containers can be launched. So the same thing happening here. So if you choose this category, it means either you can run EC2 or you can run some resources using the Fargate. So these compute resources directly is pertaining to Fargate. So you can provide these resources to your containers as well, right? Or you can also run Lambda functions on this. So this is for 3 different services. But here, if you are choosing EC2 instance saving plan, so this plan is only to launch EC2 instance. It will not support to Fargate or Lambda. This is the only difference. Got it?
yes.
For now, I think you need to understand, because you have no idea what is Lambda and how actually the Lambda will work. Because Lambda also is a service. Let me just go there. Just say if you open Lambda, so this is Lambda. And you can run your programs without servers, without EC2 instances. So from where this Lambda service takes resources. So this Lambda service takes resources when you configure this function. When you configure this function, then let's say this is the one Lambda we have. We have one Lambda function. This is running right now. And if you go to configuration, did you see that? How much resources are being provided? How much resources are being provided? Memory is 512 MB. And if you click on, the RAM, on the basis of RAM you provide. Basically, you cannot see here compute resources. Why? Because RAM is directly proportional to CPU. That's why you can only configure RAM. You cannot see CPU usage here. So that you see when you just run it. Okay. By the way, but what you have to remember, these are the 2 different saving plans. One saving plan is for multiple services, and this saving plan is only for EC2. Correct? So if you want to launch a server, so people are using this one. People are just taking this. Even if you go back and run your EC2 dashboard, you will see all these plans here. Let me show you. So this is a reserved instances. This is I was talking about the spot instances, spot request. You can also means give a request. And here we have a launch template. So these are the spot instance, saving plan, reserve instances, and dedicated host, and scheduled instances, and capacity reservations. So these are some selected options you have. And these all are different plans. But as of now, by default, you are using on demand. By default, what you are using? On demand. But let's say you are interested in saving plans. You just click on saving plan. Here you will have a saving plan. These are the saving plans. You can go and purchase a saving plan. You click on saving plan. Right now, I was actually not talking about the saving plan. I think you raised this question, that's why. So update your access permission for billing, cost management, and account console. Then only you will be able to purchase it. Basically, in AWS free tier account, by default, it is not enabled. You have to enable it. Otherwise, it is not, by default, it is not configured. And it will take approximately 24 hours to enable it. So you go to AWS cost management and you enable it, and that will take approximately 24 hours. So you are going back. Okay. So we will see later on. Right now, I was here actually.
Sir, excuse me.
Yeah.
What is the difference between dedicated host and dedicated instances?
And that I will teach you. So in the middle, actually, you are asking, and that's why you're confused. So in the middle, actually, what I was teaching you instance type right now, right? So let me just complete this, and after that, I will explain this. What is dedicated host and what is dedicated instance, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, this was a calculation. Now I'm just going back. I'm going back, and where it was, this was the instance type, right? So this was a just category, one category under general purpose. So in general purpose, what kind of instances you are using? Where you need a balance in compute, memory, and network resources. Here, you can use this. Okay. No issue. Now, the second category is compute optimized. Let's say compute optimized. So what is the difference between general purpose and compute optimized? As the name is saying, compute optimized means if you are seeking any instance type which has more compute intensive resources, means if you, as compared to RAM, if you need more what you say CPU resource or virtual CPU resource, in that case you will choose compute optimized. And this was the general purpose, right? So let me take let's for example T3 here. T3 also is there. You were using T2.micro, and what you are going to get, everything is given here. I was just telling you that this is a T3. For example, this is a T3. So if you select a T3, what kind of hardware you are going to get for your machine? You are going to get up to 3.1 gigahertz Intel Xeon scalable processor. And these processors, models and make, both are written here. It is a Intel Xeon scalable processor, and these are the models, right? You can go and just search in Google what actually this is providing scalable processor. Let's say I'm taking this much. This also is a very big field, very big field. So sometimes if you don't understand, so you can discuss this topic in your team. Yes, this is what you have. This is your 8175, and you can find detail. This is a server level of microprocessor. You find this kind of a microprocessor in servers. You will not find this kind of microprocessors in desktop or in laptops. These are specifically meant for server level of machines. Yeah, here we go. So this is the complete architecture. Or if you need, let's say, Intel website, this is the Intel website. You will find complete information of this product on the Intel side. So how much memory speed is there? What type of RAM will support with this microprocessor, and what is the maximum turbo speed, what is the processor base frequency, everything is given, right? Yeah. So this is the complete information about a product. So one product has a one page. Okay. Now I'm coming back. Let's say I'm talking about compute optimized. In the compute optimized, all these categories are starting from C only. C for compute optimized, C7G, C6I, C6IN. So nobody to remember actually, just understand, because if you are taking C7G, what is it? So this information is very clearly here, written here. So this is a ARM-based AWS Graviton processor. And this is the configuration and features of microprocessor and what kind of a RAM it will support, this and this. And you see in this category, in C7G category, these are the instance types you have, right? And for what particular use cases you can use this kind of instance type. So this is good for high performance computing or batch processing, for ad serving, video encoding, gaming, scientific modeling, distributed analytics, and CPU based machine learning inference. So you can choose any one of that category. Let's say you are interested in C5. This is again, you have complete configuration, features, support, everything is written here. Nobody is going to ask about all these things in interview or in examination. But when you work in real time, then this knowledge is very important. Why? Because you have to choose a specific instance type for your server. And it will depend on the use case of the server or the purpose of the server. Let's say where you can use C5, you go down. These are multiple models in C5. Can you see? More than 20 models are there? Yes or no? And these are the use cases. These are the use cases for let's say high performance web server, scientific modeling, then batch processing, distributed analytics, high performance computing, machine learning, deep learning, high scalable multiplayer gaming, and video code. Multiplayer gaming can also be used on such kind of instances. Okay. Similarly, we have memory optimized. In memory optimized, these machines will have comparatively more RAM as compared to any other instance type. Even if you are taking basic configuration, you will have more memory. Even one virtual CPU has 8 GB RAM. Do you see? So if you need memory intensive machine, you will choose memory optimized. Sometimes what happens, you have an application and that consumes too much RAM. The nature of that application is to consume more RAM. So in that case, you should have memory optimized instance type for that instance. And you go down and you will have use case. Let's say you selected R7G. And for R7G, we have these instance sizes or instance model. And these type of instances can be used for memory intensive workload, such as open source database or in-memory caching service or real-time big data analytics. Right? Now, you should understand what is open source databases, first of all, or you should have clear idea about in-memory caching services. But these are the use cases, for example. Or if you choose any one of them, let's say you are interested in R5. So these are the features and properties of the hardware that you will find with R5. And here we go. These are the different models or instance sizes. And here you can see these instances can be used for high performance database, distributed web scaling, in-memory caching, medium size in-memory database, real-time big data, analytics, and other enterprise applications. So similarly, you have accelerated computing. Accelerated computing means if you need GPU in your machine, you know what is GPU? Graphical processing unit. So you might have seen GPU with the people are using in designing or in gaming. If you have a specific server, or if you have a specific application and that's requirement is to use GPU, so you won't get any GPU in general purpose, compute optimized, or in memory optimized. You will get that GPU in accelerated computing. Correct? Do you see what kind of a GPU you are getting in P4? You are getting up to 8 NVIDIA A100 Tensor Core GPU. And you have multiple instance types here. And let's say I'm taking G5. For example, I'm taking G5. In G5, you're getting second generation AMD CPU, first of all, microprocessor. But you're getting 8 NVIDIA A10G Tensor Core GPU, up to 100 Gbps network speed. And these are various instance sizes. And where you can use for rendering, you can use for gaming, you can use for 3D modeling, you can use for high fidelity graphics. Everything is written here. You can just read it. Right? Now, next category is storage optimized. Storage means EBS volume. I'm talking about the hard disk. Let's say you want to create a machine. In that machine, the main part you want to focus on is the EBS volume. Means you need a large number of EBS volume. You don't need a single volume. Sometimes you need a more than one EBS volume or high performance EBS volume you are seeking. Maybe you have a you want to create a warehouse, or maybe you want to create a artificial intelligence service to analyze huge amount of data. So in that case, you will choose storage optimized. Let's say I'm choosing this L4i. So this is your third generation Intel Xeon Scalable processor. Okay. And these all are basically the features that you need to study. Let's say 65 Gbps, up to 65 Gbps network speed you are getting, and up to 40 Gbps bandwidth of EBS block storage volumes you are getting, and new instance with 128 virtual CPU and 1024 GB memory, means 1 TB memory is talking about, right? But this configuration will focus on EBS volume. Do you see? This is the EBS volume. Let's say how much EBS volume you are going to get? 468 Nitro SSD volume. So it is not EBS volume, it is not NVMe volume, it is a Nitro SSD volume. Nitro is a product of AWS, and it is providing very high performance. So if you need a high performance EBS volume, so you will get these high performance EBS volumes in storage optimized instance. And in some, we have one EBS volume. In some instance types, we have 4 EBS volume. And in some instance type, even we have a 8 EBS volume, up to 8 EBS volume. And every volume is equal to 3.7 TB. And this is the SSD volume. Just understand. This is not a simple volume. This is a Nitro SSD volume. It's a really, really expensive volume. And you have 8 volumes in one machine. So if you are looking for very large volume storage or storage volume, in that case, you can choose any one of these, right? Is it clear, guys? So you need to understand how actually this can be done. So general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, accelerated computing, and storage. Now I'm coming back here. So yes, I was talking about instance plan. I was talking about the instance plan. The second is, the first instance plan is on demand. On demand means you will pay for every hour, or you will pay only for used hours. Let's say you run your machine 100 hours in a month. So you will only pay for 100 hours. So if you are time specific, you do not want to run your machine day and night. So in that case, I think on demand is the best option, because per hour you will pay, let's say you are paying 0.2 hour, $0.2 per hour. So simply you have to multiply $0.2 with 100. You will have $20 cost. So that is very easy. Now, and let's say you do not want to stop your server once it is provisioned, like application server or web application server or website server. So we don't stop such kind of servers. So in such cases, you are recommended to go for reserved instances. And if you are choosing reserved instances, you have two options. Either you will pay for 1 year, or you will pay for 3 years. And you are going to get a very good discount. It depends on the instance type you are choosing. It depends on the instance type you are using in a particular family. It's a general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized, what? So accordingly, you will get a discount. There is no fixed formula, right? And second is spot instances. What are the spot instances? So spot instances basically created on a free resources of AWS data center. Let's say AWS data center has some free resources and they want to earn some money from their free resources. So what they do, they allocate that free storage on a very low price. And you are going to get up to 90% discount here. I was writing here. I did write here, but it again depend on instance type. Okay. So, but we have a challenge in spot instances because AWS do not give any commitment of the resources. Let's say you are running a machine, your machine is running perfectly okay, and you are running on a very less amount on spare resources of AWS, and suddenly AWS got an order or got a demand to create a machine, let's say on reserved instance type or maybe on demand type. So what AWS do, AWS will send you an alert mail, and just 2 minutes prior, just 2 minutes before switching off your machine, and they will immediately switch off your machine. So AWS completely open in this case. They are saying that we do not commit, actually we are definitely providing these resources on very low price, but if you are serious about your machine, if you are choosing or if you are running your production machine, so please do not select spot instances. But spot instances are good option for testing purposes, for quality testing or software testing purpose, or maybe you want to do any type of R&D. In that case, you can choose such kind of spot instance. Now, we have different type of instance I did right here. Let's say one is on demand. The on demand is very clear. If you want to pay for per hour basis, you will choose on demand. Second, reserved instances. What are the reserved instances? Reserved. The word reserved saying something is basically reserved for you. And what is reserved for you? The reserved instances provide you the significant saving, number one. Number two, reserved instances are not physical instances. Definitely, these are virtual machines. But one thing is there, these on-demand instances must match certain attributes such as instance types and region. So means you are going to get some discount on reserved instances because you are using for a certain period of time, let's say 1 year or 3 years. So you need some commitment from AWS side. And spot instances I already explained you. And dedicated host. You know what is a host? Host, this is a host. Blade server in AWS data center. This is a Blade server. This is a host. And on the top of the host, you have a hypervisor like Zen hypervisor or Nitro hypervisor, right? And on the top of this, you have your EC2 instance. This is your EC2 instance. So this is EC2 instance is a virtual machine, EC2 instance. And this EC2 instance is a virtual machine. Just understand, this is EC2 instance and virtual machine, right? So if you are creating dedicated host, it means you are creating your machine on a specific host. Just understand, this machine will not move from one host to another host. It is installed on a specific Blade server. Correct?
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, Bhargav.
Yeah. Sir, is there any roadmap or any path to upgrade? Suppose the client first they decided to go on demand, and later on they see that okay, we want to use something as a RI, means that is reserve instance. So, is there any path to upgrade?
Yeah. No. There is no path is recommended, but one thing is very clear. Here, for on demand, you are paying per hour basis. So anytime you can switch on reserved instances. Just understand. But if you choose a reserved instance, it means you are going to pay that upfront amount to AWS in advance. Are you getting me?
Yes, one year or 3 year means you are
1 year or 3 year. So means
year.
if you already have paid for 1 year or 3 year, and later on you feel that this option is not good for you, just understand. Let's say later on you realize that this option is not good for you. It is not working for me, but I was happy with on demand. So can you go back? In that case, you have to speak with AWS. You have to speak with AWS team. But from here, from AWS management console, definitely you cannot. Correct?
Okay. Got your point, sir.
But I'm not denying this part because AWS is doing such kind of changes.
Because I means while I was working with the client, so I think there was few requests like this actually. First they went on demand, then later on they felt that okay, they should get a reserve.
Correct. Because these are the kind of a plans, right? And he can change or your client can change this plan anytime. But the problem is this. So from on demand to reserve instances, you can go easily. But if you already paid for 3 years or 1 year and you want to go back to on demand, in that case, you have to speak AWS.
That is a business call, I think, for the AWS.
Yeah, definitely. Correct. So this is not a part of, in that case, this is not a part of AWS architect. Then definitely some commercials will come, some terms and conditions definitely will come. And AWS team will support. And we have a support center actually. So if you see, let's say here, we have a support in, you can just go here. Yeah, here. You have a support center. You can create your ticket here, correct?
Yeah.
Now, so I think this is okay. Now I want to move to another.
Sir, you haven't mentioned dedicated instance.
Just a minute. Did I miss it?
when you were selecting earlier, then there were two options like dedicated instance and dedicated host. These are different things, right?
Just a minute. Scheduled instance. One is a dedicated host, another was a scheduled instance. Scheduled instance are basically the kind of instances that you can stop and start on a specific time. And this is a purchase instance. So starting on what date and time that you will set and allow 2 hours time windows automatically. So you can schedule actually these purchases. You're talking about the dedicated instance. Schedule instance is there.
In the,
The
drop down
capacity
menu, sir. In the drop down menu, actually, I saw both together, dedicated host and dedicated instance. That's why I got
where are you talking about? Are you talking about here? Just a minute. Or I think you're talking about in pricing calculator, I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Exactly. Pricing calculator. When the drop down menu.
There may be a gap between the pricing calculator and this thing. But here you have only these things: schedule instances, dedicated, reserved instances, saving plans. We have a multiple saving plans. These are the saving plans. And if you want to enable saving plans, you go there and purchase saving plan. You will open it and it will open cost management. Right. You have to enable it. You have to provide the next. Yes, I was looking for the next option. You must have idea about this, right? And these plans can be changed in future. Yeah, here, let's say I'm talking about, yeah, these 3 pages. This is pertaining to EBS volume. You know, as I told you, this subject is very vast, and daily I'm just finding new technologies, changes in AWS. But let me start with the basic. First of all, block storage. Block storage is a EBS volume. And in block storage, what you can do, because we have a different kind of storages in AWS. We have a S3 storage, we have EFS storage, and we have a block storage. So generally, EBS volumes we are using with EC2 instance as hard disk. So EBS volumes are being used as hard disk with EC2 instance. Yes or no? Are you clear on this?
Yes, sir.
What is EBS volume? EBS volumes are hard disk, or these are behaving like hard disk for EC2 instances. But in EBS, we have 3 type of EBS volume. One is SSD volume, solid state drive. Another type is HDD volumes, hard disk drive. And third type is previous generation volume. Generally, we are not using previous generation volume. Either we are using SSD volumes or we are using HDD volume. Now, question arises where we should use SSD volume and where we should use HDD volume. And what are the cost of these volumes and which one is cost effective? And for which case we should use SSD volume and for which use case we should use HDD volume. These are some primary questions. So in SSD, we have 2 different types. One is general purpose SSD and another is a provisioned IF. Now, just understand, this is a very conceptual thing I'm telling you. Number one, general purpose. General purpose has further 2 categories, volume types, GP2 and GP3. So durability wise, what is the durability? What is the durability? Durability means means what could be its downtime in one entire year. Are you getting me what I'm trying to speak? So because EBS is a hardware, and ultimately EBS is a block storage, and you are actually getting from some SAN storage. So means what kind of a commitment AWS is giving to you about this EBS volume? Are they saying you will have 100% uptime, you will get 100% uptime on this EBS volume? You will not face any kind of any issues. Can somebody give such kind of a guarantee on any hardware? Because hardware is ultimately the electronic devices, and it's a kind of a technology, of course. So you can have some downtime, definitely. Even though they are basically maintaining resiliency on these volumes. So they will basically configure in such a way that such kind of situation can be avoided. You should not face any downtime. But even though, so according to actually durability, they means AWS is allocating, they are saying that up to 99.9% availability you can get. They are saying, no, we cannot give 100% guarantee, but 1 minute or 2 minute downtime in one entire year can be expected. Because generally when you create a production environment, or the production environment for your very serious business, let's say for your machines and for your architecture, so you generally sign SLA with your service provider. So when you create your enterprise accounts, so generally you sign one SLA with AWS, right? What is the SLA? Service level agreement. So in that service level, according to that service level agreement, they say that you can get up to 99.11 times 9. 11 times 9. So if you need a proper information, because this is the table, this table has a limited space, but you can just go AWS EBS durability, EBS durability as per AWS. Let me see how much durability they are providing. Let me just find out. Here we go. I think the same information I'm just getting here. Can you see GP2 and GP3? How much your durability you are getting? 99.9. But I read somewhere 99.11 times 9. Where is that? Okay, I will show you. Maybe that information has changed. But ultimately, how much durability you are going to get? Up to 99.9. And what is the annual failure rate? So the annual failure rate can go up to 0.1 to 0.2% annually. That's all. It's almost negligible, right? And where you can use GP2 and GP3? Because GP2 and GP3 are the part of general purpose SSD. Because once you understand this table, then only we will do the labs. Otherwise, you won't understand what I'm doing on labs. So GP2 and GP3. So GP2 and GP3 both are SSD volumes, and these SSD volumes are recommended for low latency interactive applications, or general purpose SSD volumes are also recommended for development and test environment. Development and test environment. It is not saying for production environment. Just notice here one thing. So AWS is not recommending GP2 and GP3 for production environment. They're saying you can, of course, this is your call. You can use these GP2 and GP3 for the production, but according to them, you should use these GP2 and GP3 for either testing environment and for development environment or for low latency interactive application. Now, another side, we have a provision IOPS. So what is a IOPS? First of all, IOPS means input output operations per second. Oh, I don't get it. So let me just explain you what is IOPS. So in a layman language, just try to understand. Let's say you have one thread, right? You have one thread, and with the help of this thread, you are reading and writing. Hello. Are you listening me, guys? Let's say you have one thread, and through this thread, you are reading and writing on this volume. And this volume is a either IO1 or IO2. This is the name of SSD volume, right? Or you can say it's a provisioned IOPS. IOPS stand for input output operations per second. In such kind of SSD volume, you have an option to increase number of threads to read and write on this EBS volume. If you are increasing number of threads to read and write, it means ultimately you are controlling the speed, or you are increasing speed of read and write. But for every thread, you have to pay additional charges to AWS. Let's say you have let's say you have now increased threads, number of threads. So generally we are using like this. Let's say I have this use case. Okay, let's say you are choosing 1000 GB, right? And in 1000 GB, let's say you selected 1000 number of IOPS, input output operation per second. For almost every GB, you have one IOPS, correct? But if you need better performance, let's say now suddenly what happened, more number of users are increased, means number of users are increased on your application, or you are estimating that more traffic can come, more application traffic can come. So what you will do, you will go to EBS volume and you will increase number of IOPS. It means you have increased its read and write speed. You didn't increase the capacity. The capacity will remain same, for example, 1000 GB. What you did, you increase these number of threads to read and write. And these threads are known as IOPS, input output per second. So you can increase. And in some cases, you can increase up to 50,000 for 1 TB, for example, isn't it? But this is extremely expensive as compared to this one. This will be extremely expensive. And you have a limit. What is the minimum limit and what is the maximum limit of IOPS? I will tell you. But ultimately, you have control to increase and decrease number of IOPS. And it is only possible in provision IOPS. It is only possible in provision IOPS, right? In provision IOPS, these are IO1 and IO2. These are two popular instance types or volume types available. Durability wise, everything is same. You will have up to 99.9% durability in both the cases. But IO1 and IO2 are recommended for production environment, or where the workload that require more number of IOPS. Let's say you need a more number of IOPS. So if you need a large number of IOPS, maybe your machine has more traffic, more read and write traffic. For such activities, you can increase or decrease number of IOPS, right? And it is recommended for input output intensive database workloads. So it is clear. So what is the major difference between, in general purpose, you cannot increase or decrease number of IOPS. You will find some fixed number of IOPS per GB. Let's say I'm talking about maximum IOPS per GB. So in general purpose, you will get 3 IOPS per GB. So you will have a fixed number of IOPS there, right? But in provision IOPS, you will have a provision to change the number of IOPS up to 50 per GB. Per GB. The same thing I was using here. So you started with 1 IOPS per GB and you reached up to 50 IOPS per GB, right? So this was the ultimate limit. This was the ultimate limit. And one more thing, the volume size, whether it is a journal purpose or provision IOPS, the minimum size here for the journal purpose is 1 GB and maximum size will, or you can go up to 16 TB. Here in IO1 and IO2, minimum size is 4 GB and you can go up to 16 TB of a single volume I'm talking about, right? And what about the number of IOPS you will get? So in GP2 and GP3, maximum number of IOPS you can get 16,000 only. That's all. But if you need more than 60,000 number of IOPS, then I will recommend you should have IO1 or IO2 provision IOPS volume. Here you can go up to 64,000 number of IOPS maximum per EBS volume. And maximum throughput per volume, read and write speed. For GP3, it's a 1000. For GB2, it's a 250 Mbps. For IO1 and IO2, it's a 1000 Mbps. There is a one special class under the provision IOPS, which is known as IO2 Block Express. In IO2 Block Express, this is a very special kind of EBS volume that you will not find with every EC2 instance type. So very specific instance type has IO2 Block Express, and this volume can go up to 64 TB specific. And number of IOPS can go up to 256,000 or 256,000, right? Very large number, very, very expensive. Let me show you. Let's say I want to calculate a price of these two. First of all, you will go to pricing calculator, AWS, you start it. Let's say I'm looking for EBS volume, estimated charges. Let's say here we go, EBS. This is the EBS volume. You go EBS. What kind of a EBS? One volume. Let's say I'm choosing journal purpose, right? Where you will have fixed number of IOPS. And you see that, let's say I'm taking 1,000 only. What is this? Average duration each running instance, hours, 730, 1 month. And here we have which kind of volume you want to select. Let's say I'm taking GP2. And what amount of volume you are taking, capacity. Let's say I'm taking 1,000, approximately 1 TB, right? And number of, do you find anywhere to change number of IOPS? Hello, everyone. Do you find any option to change number of IOPS here? No. Why?
Yes, sir.
Because no, you don't find number of IOPS. You cannot change here. Why? Because in GP2 you cannot change. You are getting fixed number of IOPS with every GB. You are going to get 3,000 IOPS. 3,000 IOPS. 1,000. Oh, sorry. For 1,000 you are getting 3,000 number of IOPS. And how much it will cost you? Let me. I'm not taking other options. Let's say, yeah, it is there. It will cost you 154.49 USD, right? And let's say another, instead of this, let's say I'm taking IO1. Now suddenly its price will increase. How much price it is talking about? Now the price of this volume is 374. And now you will have option to change number of IOPS. Do you see? You have option to change number of IOPS. Let's say I need 15,000 IOPS. For example, I need 15,000 IOPS. So how much it will cost you then? The same EBS volume will cost you 1,154 USD. My God. Okay. I'm back. So I'm just going back. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. It's okay. Now.
So, sir, basically,
Yes, William.
as a solution architect, like, how do we decide, like, what IOPS for we need for which kind of applications? So, how do we decide these kind of decisions? Like, we understand the working of this provision IOPS SSD and general purpose SSD, but how do we decide how we are going to decide in like how we take decision if we talk about in a clear bigger picture, if I say so?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and it is not easy to answer in a single line. The thing is, it depends on your application. I don't know what application you are using and what operating system you are using. It's a multitasking application. Let's say you have, just assume that you started your production server. So if you are starting a production server, so definitely I will recommend you should go for IO1 or IO number 1, because in IO1 and IO2 you will find option to change number of IOs. That is not possible in case of GP2 and GP3, because in GP2 and GP3 you will get a fixed number of IOs. Means if you are moving after a certain limit, let's say by chance, by mistake, you have taken GP2. Your machine was running fine, everything is perfect. You have 1 TB SSD volume, and your business has just started, or maybe you are running some application, and that application basically you published on internet, and people somehow connected with that machine, and gradually you see that the number of people are increasing, and as the number of people are increasing, they are starting complaining you that they are getting little means response late, means they are facing some latency. Actually, they are finding that they have to wait to push some data or to fill some forms, because as per your estimation, the number of people connected with the application is now more, and now you don't have any option to increase number of IOPS. You cannot increase read write speed of EBS volume. That's why people are selecting IO1 and IO2. And your question was that how we can decide that how much number of IOPS we have to take. It will, you just start with the generic. Just understand. So generic is what? So means 1 GB will have 3 number of IOPS. So, and just measure the performance of your machine. So we have number of tools available on operating system level, whether you are using Linux machine or a Windows machine. With the help of those tools, you can measure performance of the machine. Am I correct or not?
Yes.
Yeah. But if you find latency, or if you find some delay in reading and writing, you have an option to increase number of IOPS. So from 3 IOPS per GB, now you can switch to 5 IOPS per GB, and then estimate performance. Then you can calculate the performance of that machine. If the performance of the machine is okay, then your implementation is correct. By chance, if you feel that the implementation still means whatever the changes you have done, still it is not working. So even though you have space, you have more option to increase its number of IOPS. You can go up to 50 IOPS per GB. This is the one thing. The performance depend on EBS volume speed. performance depend on EC2 instance type you are choosing, and performance also depend on the architecture of the instance that you have launched in AWS. So sometimes what happen, the single machine has a limitation and you have a large traffic. So sometimes it is not possible to provide optimal performance on a single machine. So I will ask you to means make a cluster of machines or make a group of similar machines in order to distribute load to multiple machines. So in that case, you will find better response, low latency, and optimal performance. So this question that you have asked, it's not a simple question. So once you understand about all these technologies like EBS, EC2, then load balancer, network speed, and few more things are there. And definitely, so because the performance depend on multiple things. Performance does not depend on a single hardware or single component. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now EBS volumes, and these we will discuss about these two types of volumes. The first one, the SSD, HDD. So the SSD was completed. I was telling we have two type of EBS volume. One is a general purpose and provision one in SSD. And provision IOPS are better as compared to general purpose because you can change number of IOPS of this volume. And if you are changing number of IOPS, not only you are controlling the cost of the volume, you can also control the read-write speed on this volume. So if you have more number of IOPS, it means the more speed you will get, and you can control the threads to read and write. So guys, SSD volumes basically are being used to install operating system, and we are using it as a primary instance. Primary volume. See, let's say we have one EC2 instance. So this is an EC2 instance, right? I'm just assuming why I'm just making it bigger, because let's say one EC2 instance can have multiple volume instance. Is it? Let's say this is an EC2 instance. Let's say this is an EC2 instance, and this instance, this is the primary volume, and this primary volume is a bootable volume. Bootable volume means it's a root volume. Sometimes you can say it's a root volume or it's a boot volume. Boot volume is the machine is booting from this volume because this is the first volume. This is the primary. You can say it's a primary volume, or you can say first volume. In this volume, we have operating system installed in it. What we have? We have an operating system. We have operating system application. So operating system is the main, right? We have operating system plus applications on this. And let's say we have one more volume. So can we have multiple volumes on a one instance? Yes, we can have multiple volumes as well. And how many maximum number of volumes you can connect with a one EC2 instance? It depends on EC2 instance type. What EC2 instance type you are taking? Let's say I'm taking T2.micro. So T2.micro is a very generic, very small, right? So in T2.micro, this is the instance type, and this is a very, very generic. You have one virtual CPU, 1 GB RAM. Even though you can connect up to 26 EBS volumes. How many EBS volumes you can connect? 26. My God. So 26 EBS volume, and each volume, right? So the volume type, what kind of a volume type you can have? The volume type can be the a GP2 in SSD, right? We can have a GP2, we can have GP3, we have IO1, right? We have IO2, or we have another volume as well. So by the way, etc. So I'm not stopping here, and then each volume size that I'm just telling you, the each volume size can vary from 1 GB to 16 TB. My God, this is a big thing, and according you will pay. If the size is less, you will pay less amount to AWS. If the size is bigger, definitely you will pay more money to AWS. Okay, and everything depend on the what is the purpose, why you are taking, how much volumes are needed. Everything depend on your use case. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm just going to take a very simple example, and then we will talk about multi-attach volume. Let's say I'm taking how to attach a volume. So this is a lab. Let's say this is a lab. See, the lab one is attach a EBS volume with one instance. This instance already has a one EBS volume or EBS root volume. Okay. It means your EC2 instance or virtual machine is booting from this volume. And you want to add a one additional volume here. Let's say this is the additional volume. So what you will do, first of all, you will create a volume, right? You will create a volume, and then you will attach a volume here. So the machine is running. You have not to stop the machine. This is a great thing. So generally, when you work with your physical machine, what you normally do, you normally stop your instance. You normally stop your machine. Then you detach or attach volume. But in this virtual machine, you have not to do anything. You have not to stop the machine. So while the machine is running, you can attach a volume. You can attach volumes with the EC2 instance. This is a good thing. So I'm just going to create a volume. So when you create a volume, so the volume will have some name. Just understand, the volume will have some name. And then you have to partition it. This is the partition. Let's say this the XFS is the partition. And then you will format this partition, and then you will mount in this EC2 instance. So these are some steps. Okay. These are some steps to create and mount. So means these are steps to create and mount EBS volume. So these things you have to just keep in mind. Okay, let me, yeah, let's see what you have to do. These are the steps. These are the steps. So first of all, you have to create a new volume. Then you will create a partition in that volume, and then you will format the partition. First, you will create the partition, then you will format the partition, and then you will mount that partition in a Linux machine. So this exercise I'm just going to do with the Linux operating system, and once the Linux operating system is done, the same exercise I will do with the Windows operating system. So I think you will have a clear understanding about this. But sometimes if you don't feel that you are not clear, then please ask me. And these are the list of commands I did write here. These are the list of commands. Can you see here? These are the list of commands. So we will run all these commands one by one. This is only for the Linux machine. This is only for the Linux machine, this one, right? So these are the steps to create and mount EBS volume. And here, these commands you need to perform all these actions, right? These are the actions. These are the 4 actions you have to do. Okay. So what's the ultimate thing you have to do? You have to create a volume. You will create a volume like this, and then you will attach the volume. Because once you create the volume will be a new volume. Volume will have no partition, and volume will have no operating system file system, right? So can anybody tell me that what is the file system? What is the file system of uh, Windows machine? What file system you are using in a Windows operating system?
NTFS.
NTFS.
NTFS. And what file system we are using in Linux?
There are multiple systems on Linux. XFS,
Multiple.
ext4, ext3.
We have ext3, ext4, XFS, right? ext3 is almost obsoleted because it's really old. Either you have to use ext4 or XFS. You can take XFS. So I did write a name of this file system here, right? Okay. So somebody has written a question here. Let me see. Who's there? Chick Tashi. I'm just finding few names. Few names are there definitely, but few names are new. Still, I think the people are coming and going. Few people are facing some issues. By the way, okay, guys. Here I'm just going back to my AWS. I'm in North Virginia region, right? You go to EC2. If you have a machine, you can start the machine, or if you don't have machine, you can create a machine. Let me just find out. I think we have a one machine. Yeah, this is a machine we have. The machine we are starting the machine. We are starting the machine. The machine has been started. So how to see how many EBS volumes are connected with this machine? This is the machine, and you need to confirm how many EBS volumes are connected. You will go to, let's say, storage. You have a storage, because the first of all you have to select instance and go to storage tab, and you see very clearly how many block devices. So your hard disk is a block device. So how many block devices are there? I can see only one volume ID here. This is the volume ID, and volume ID is a unique even in global AWS global infrastructure. So these will not match other one. So this is a unique volume ID for EBS volume. So we have only one volume. Yeah, we have one volume, and this volume is attached volume. It means this volume is connected or attached with the instance. This volume is working in with instance. So do we have any option to create a new volume? Let's say yes, I have an option to create a new volume. And what I will do, left hand side, if you just go down on the elastic block store, right, you have an option volume. So very important thing. So while you are creating a volume, okay, while you are creating a volume, just understand the volume you are going to create to connect with your machine or to attach with your machine and your EC2 instance. This is the EC2 instance, yes or no? This is EC2 instance. So both your EC2 instance and the volume that you are going to create, both should be in a same availability zone. Both should be in a same availability zone. This is very, very important. Availability zone is a kind of, section in AWS global infrastructure that can provide you a common resources within the same data center. So your volume and machine should be in the same availability zone. So what I'm doing, I'm going back here. and machine has been started. Left hand side, you have a elastic block store option. So first of all, I will see in which availability zone this machine is running. This machine is running in US East 1E. Do you see that? So your machine is running in US East 1E. It means one thing is very clear. You will create the volume in the same availability zone. So go left hand side and under elastic block store, click on volumes. As you click on volumes, this volume screen will come and you can see this is the volume is pertaining to your current instance or existing instance. So right hand side on the top, create volume option you can find. Click on the create volume option and we have general purpose SSD GP2. So we have multiple volume types here. And right now we know that the general purpose is a SSD volumes and provisioned IOPS are SSD volume. And some other volumes also we have like cold HDD and throughput optimized HDD. These are HDD volume. I will talk about for what these volumes we can take. Let's say I'm taking GP2, right? Let's say I'm taking GP2. So if you're taking a GP2, it will ask you to select the size. Minimum size by default was selected is 100. But how much volume or how much size, maximum size you can take in free tier account? Do you have some idea? New space you can take free of cost in AWS free tier account? I was telling you this information last time. So you can take up to
30 GB.
I have a
30.
question.
Right.
I
You can
got
take up to 30 GB free of cost. If you are taking more than 30 GB, it will cost you. But let's say you are in a company. Just understand, you are in a company and you are choosing GP2 and you are taking, let's say, 100 GB. If you are using 100 GB, automatically number of IOPS, you will have 300. Means 3 times the volume size you are selecting. Let's say the volume size is 100 GB, automatically 300 IOPS you will get. And if you take, let's say, 500 GB, automatically number of IOPS you have 1500, 3 times again. Let's say I'm taking 700 GB. So how many IOPS you have? You have 2100. Means as you are increasing the size of volume, automatically number of IOPS are also increasing, and you will have 3 times number of IOPS, the size of EBS volume, right? So by the way, this is very clear. But individually, separately, IOPS cannot be changed. Are you getting me? So you cannot change these IOPS manually. So these IOPS means input output operations per seconds are directly connected with the size of EBS volume. If you are increasing the size of the EBS volume, automatically 3 times IOPS you are going to get. Okay.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to know before you created that instance, did you created it before you started explaining it, or you click on instant and it created the instant page?
See, when you create an instance, so at the time of the instance, EBS volume automatically created. You have to only select the size of the EBS volume. But once the instance is working in a specific availability zone, so by default it has only one EBS volume. Later on, what you can do, you can create additional EBS volume in the same availability zone. Then you can attach with that volume with the running instance. That you can do. So is it clear, or you have any specific other question as well?
Yes, sir. Sir, GP means general purpose, right?
Yeah.
And what is difference between GP2 and GP3?
Good. GP in GP2, let's say, here we go. This is the, I think last time I was specifying this. The main difference between GP2 and GP3. In GP2, you are going to get 250 Mbps bandwidth. And in GP3, you are getting up to 1000 Mbps bandwidth. Only the bandwidth, you can say the throughput is different in both GP2 and GP3. Correct? And the
Sir,
rest
one more
other
thing.
things, yeah.
Is it possible to change these settings for the root EBS, which we got while creating the system?
Means what you want to do? You want to change volume type.
Yes, sir. While creating the EC2 instance, we also select that 8 GB of EBS, right? So can we do the modification in that volume as well? This kind of modification?
Yeah, you can do. Let's say you are talking about the root volume, na?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Let's say, so I was just going here, go back, and this is the root volume. Let's say this is the root volume. Let me just write the name of the volume. Let's say this is the root volume. This is your first volume, right? And you want to change it. You simply click on a volume here, and right hand side on the top, we have a modify button. You simply click on modify button. Now, this is the type. So the type of the volume was IO1. IO1, I was using IO1. Let me see. Yes, it's a paid. It's a paid. I was using IO1, right? Or let's say IO1 is a paid. You don't need it. You can just go and change it, and it has been changed. Can you see? Now, if you refresh it, you can see this has been changed. Even not only you can change the size. For example, you go and modify. Here we don't have any modify. To modify, you have to open and just modify button is not coming here. This is being changed, I think, because you have changed it.
Right.
Earlier, it is optimizing. Can you see? It is optimizing automatically. 18% has been optimized because you have changed the volume type. Earlier it was IO1. You have changed to GP2. That can be done. But it will take little time here because it is being optimized here. Okay. So
those are network volumes, right, sir?
No, these are not network volumes. These are volumes connected with EC2 instance.